Volume 1, The Legend of the Martial World. Chapter 001, Deep Hatred and Grievances. Amidst the swirling clouds and the vibrant mountains, within a grand estate, a gathering convened in the central hall. At the forefront sat an elderly man, flanked by 4 middle-aged men, an air of melancholy enveloping them. In the midst of this assembly, a young man stood quietly, his countenance expressionless. Indeed, it is nearly time. The eldest among them sighed with a bitter smile, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. Each year, this day marked the most painful and humiliating time for the Yi family, yet they were resigned to endure the impending disgrace that accompanied it. My father's absence changes nothing. Yuheng has come to seek me through his disciple. If my father is not here, it may even be a blessing after all. This humiliation occurs annually, does it not? The youth in the center spoke calmly, though beneath his serene facade lay a simmering anger. At that moment, a figure appeared from outside, a somewhat disheveled middle-aged man staggering forward. With a self-mocking tone, he remarked, "Without my presence, Yuheng would likely not have come. His intent is merely to humiliate me. You are secondary." As he entered, his gaze fell upon the young man, filled with affection. Gently, he patted the youth's shoulder, though few words were exchanged. That simple gesture conveyed a multitude of sentiments. The young man was Yi Guqin, the third-generation descendant of the Yi family from the outskirts of Jiangzhou City. At the tender age of 13, he had lost both parents. Despite being the center of attention within the Yi family, his reclusive nature hindered social interactions. His sole focus was on cultivation, aspiring to one day become a revered master, a legendary figure within the martial realm. To be more precise, Yi Guqin was a traveler from another world. Yes, a true and genuine transmigrant. In his previous life, he had led a mundane existence, devoid of achievements or notable qualities. With a meager job that earned him a little over 1,000 yuan a month, he owned neither house nor car, nor did he have a romantic partner. Surrounded by a handful of acquaintances, he lived a life of mediocrity, neither starving nor thriving, merely awaiting a future of marriage and children, destined to grow old. However, due to an unforeseen circumstance, he inexplicably traversed into this new realm, becoming a legitimate transmigrant. This transformation was linked to a black jade pendant that hung from his chest, an artifact that had accompanied him since birth. The origins of this pendant remained a mystery to others, but Yi Guqin knew all too well. He had purchased it for 2,000 yuan from a second-hand market, allegedly excavated by a tomb raider from an ancient grave. The truth of its origins was uncertain, yet ever since acquiring it, he had inexplicably found himself in this new world. Before him stood none other than his father, Yi Hongwen, while the elderly gentleman seated at the center was his grandfather, Yi Yun. The other 4 individuals were uncles of Yi Guqin, brothers of his father, Yi Hongwen. As a father, he had been unable to foster a nurturing environment for his son, instead subjecting him to relentless humiliation year after year, causing him to endure untold suffering. In his shame, he felt unworthy of life, and had it not been for the fear that his death would bring harm to his son and the Yi family, he would have long since embraced oblivion. Yi Hongwen's words compelled Yi Guqin to lower his head, gently grasping his father's hand without uttering a word. Sometimes, between a father and son, silence speaks volumes. A simple gesture can convey profound emotions. The other members of the Yi family, their faces tinged with crimson, exuded an air of deep-seated shame. That moment, a hearty laughter resonated from outside. A man in his mid-30s, donned in a flowing white scholar's robe, strode in, accompanied by 5 or 6 young men. With a handsome visage marred by a hint of derision, he boisterously declared, "Ah, the scene of paternal affection is one I have witnessed far too often. Brother Hongwen, why can you not vary your approach? Every year, you and your son present yourselves in this manner, making me, an old acquaintance, quite uncomfortable." Ha ha ha. The countenance of the Yi family shifted dramatically upon hearing these words. Yi Guqin cast a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man, quickly masking his animosity, for he understood that displaying overt hatred would only invite greater retribution. Though the Yi family was visibly displeased, they had no choice but to suppress their anger, gazing at the middle-aged Yi Yun, the family patriarch, was compelled to rise along with the others to pay their respects, for this man was Yu Hong, the second son of the formidable Yu Jian Villa, a master. of the 10th level of internal energy, someone the Yi family could not afford to provoke. That why Yi Hongwen offered no retort to Yu Heng's remarks. His body trembled slightly. Yet he remained still, quietly observing Yu Hong, awaiting the latter's next words. Well, enough of the pleasantries. This is not my first visit. This time, I bring with me a fourth-generation disciple of my Yu Jian villa, who has recently begun his training, and I thought it fitting for him to spar with my nephew, Yu Hong remarked, seemingly indifferent to the Yi family's discomfort. Without waiting for a response, he seated himself and gestured for a young man beside him to step forward. The members of the Yi family exchanged glances, their expressions darkening further. Yet, no one dared to intervene. They all took their seats, their faces shadowed as they braced for yet another one-sided ordeal to commence. That Yi Guchen was born with blocked meridians, rendering him incapable of harnessing internal energy. This was no secret. The entire Yi family was well aware of it. Although the disciples brought by Yu Heng each year possessed limited prowess, dealing with Yi Guchen was exceedingly simple for them. Almost every encounter left him battered and bruised, requiring over half a month of recuperation to recover. For several consecutive years, this pattern had never wavered, and it appeared that this time would be no exception. Yi Guchen said little. He had grown accustomed to this fate. At worst, he would suffer severe injuries, yet there was no imminent danger. Over the years, he had endured this ordeal multiple times. Since his father, Yi Hongwen, had been rendered incapacitated by Yu Heng, the latter had personally visited every 2 to 3 years, while his disciples came annually, sometimes accompanying Yu Heng, at other times alone. This relentless cycle had persisted for 5 or 6 years, and Yi Guchen had long since adjusted to it. Father. As Yi Guchen took a step forward, he suddenly felt a hand grasp his. Startled, he turned to find his father, Yi Hongwen, tightly holding his hand, momentarily taken aback before instinctively speaking. Yet, a warm current surged through his heart. Ignoring Yi Guchen, Yi Hongwen stepped forward and addressed Yu Heng, saying, "Brother Yu Heng, your grudge has persisted for many years. Surely, it is time for you to let go. You may insult me as you wish, but if you harbor any lingering hatred, then just end my life." Guchen is still a child, having endured this for 7 years since he was 6. Why must our conflict involve him? He is innocent. Furthermore, he is also Zioyan's son. Yu. Silence. Yi Hongwen, if you dare utter another word, I will annihilate the entire Yi family. Get out of my way. Do you wish to die? It will not be that easy. Let me make it clear. What I, Yu Heng, have decided is unchangeable. If you know what's good for you, then step aside. Yu Heng's fury erupted, striking the table and bellowing. Yi Hongwen's lips trembled as he attempted to speak further, but it was then that Yi Yun interjected. Glancing at his son and grandson with a pained expression, Yi Yun spoke firmly, "Third brother, step aside." Yi Hongwen hesitated for a moment, then cast a furtive glance at Yi Guchen, reluctantly releasing his grip. Yi Guchen could clearly see the glimmer of moisture in his father's eyes, and his heart ached with unbearable sorrow. Nevertheless, he stepped forward and declared boldly, "Come on, I am here. Do whatever you wish." "Humph, let's begin." Yu Heng shot a cold glance at Yi Guchen, then reclined in his chair, crossing his legs as he issued the command. Without hesitation, the disciples beside Yu Heng sprang into action, launching a punch toward Yi Guchen. Though the movement was not particularly swift, it was far beyond what Yi Guchen could withstand. Instantly, he was sent hurtling backward, spitting blood as he collapsed to the ground. However, the disciple of Yu Heng clearly had no intention of ceasing his assault. It was said by previous seniors that when confronting the scion of the Yi family in this place, the more ruthless one was, the greater the recognition one would receive from the second young master. Thus, he struck with great ferocity. Without uttering a word, he approached the fallen Yi Guchen, lifting him by the collar and delivering a punch directly to his forehead, leaving Yi Guchen somewhat dazed and reeling on the ground. The Yu Heng disciple showed no hesitation, unleashing a torrent of blows that caused Yi Guchen to cough up blood repeatedly. Under ordinary circumstances, the ordeal would have concluded here. However, today was different. The Yu Heng disciple did not relent, intensifying his assault as Yi Guchen continued to bleed. The expression of the elders from the Yi family transformed drastically, their faces contorted with distress. Yi Yun was the first to speak, saying, "Second young master, you see that Guchen is on the verge of collapse. Should we not stop?" Yi Hongwen could no longer contain himself. stepping forward to face Yuheng. As he spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. How could he endure witnessing his son suffer such indignity? Yi Hongwen's plea momentarily stunned the disciple of Yujian Mountain, causing him to halt his assault and glance at Yuheng. What are you looking at? Continue. I have not commanded you to stop. Yuheng responded coldly, not sparing a glance at Yi Hongwen, as though he were invisible. Cough, cough, cough. The disciple resumed his brutal pummeling of Yi Guqin. Although he refrained from using his internal energy, his crude, thuggish attacks proved unbearable for the already severely injured Yi Guqin. He began to cough violently, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth. This harrowing scene brought tears to the eyes of the Yi family members, who averted their gazes, each unable to restrain their clenched fists. Had it not been for their family, had it not been for the overwhelming might of Yujian Mountain, they might have already lost their composure and struck down Yuheng on the spot. Thud! A sharp sound echoed throughout the hall as Yi Hongwen unexpectedly knelt before Yuheng, tears falling to the ground, pleading, "Second young master, I beseech you, I implore you. Spare Guqin, that he is innocent, he is innocent. Ha ha! Begging me is not as simple as kneeling. Perhaps if you bow your head until I am satisfied, I might consider sparing him," Yuheng replied, a sinister smile creeping across his face. This declaration only darkened the expressions of the Yi family further. They exchanged glances, each silently urging the others to remain still. Meanwhile, without a second thought, Yi Hongwen glanced at the battered Yi Guqin, gritted his teeth, and began to prostrate himself before Yuheng. The sound of his forehead striking the ground echoed, and soon, blood began to pool on his brow. "Father, please, do not bow down." Why? Yi Guqin cried out with all his might, but alas, his voice was too feeble for anyone to hear. Even if someone did catch a whisper, Yi Hongwen, consumed by his own anguish, would likely disregard it in his desperate plea for mercy. He had cast aside all dignity, prostrating himself before his nemesis. For a warrior, this was the utmost humiliation, yet he had no choice, for he was a father, and he was fighting for his son, Yuheng. "Yuheng, just wait. This matter shall not conclude so easily. You will pay for this." Yi Guqin screamed inwardly as he watched Yuheng depart, only to succumb to unconsciousness. Chapter 002. The Ice Cave. He dashed towards a formidable black iron door situated at the rear courtyard and, seizing the moment when no one was around, quietly pushed it open and slipped inside. As he stepped beyond the heavy black iron door, a gust of frigid air enveloped him, causing his slight frame to shiver involuntarily. "So cold," he murmured instinctively. Yet, despite the biting chill, Yi Guqin pressed onward into the depths of the ice cave. This place was one of the crucial training grounds of the Yi family, said to be unbearably cold, its origins a mystery. It had existed long before, discovered by the ancestors of the Yi clan, who then established their grand estate nearby. Those with exceptional talent among the Yi descendants were sent here to cultivate their skills, and it was also a place of punishment for those who transgressed. Born with obstructed meridians, Yi Guqin faced immense difficulty in his training. Though he had diligently accumulated internal energy since childhood and was quite familiar with the family's martial arts techniques, he had yet to achieve any significant breakthrough, remaining an ordinary person, albeit slightly more robust than the average individual. Thus, he seized the opportunity of the old guard, Liu, visiting the family patriarch Yin tonight to stealthily enter this cave, hoping to harness its icy essence to break through his limitations and become a true warrior. His motives were clear. It was not for his own sake, but for his father, for the entire Yi family. He could not forget the humiliation Yuheng had inflicted upon them, and he sought vengeance, necessitating strength. When Yi Guqin entered this world, his mother perished during childbirth, leaving him to grow up solely with his father. Yi Hongwen, a remarkable second-generation member of the Yi family, had reached the 7th level of internal strength by his mid-20s and ascended to the 8th level by 30, marking him as a formidable figure. Unfortunately, several years ago, he had encountered a conflict with Yuheng, the second son of the prominent sect, the Jade Sword Manor, resulting in the devastating loss of his martial prowess. In recent years, he had succumbed to a state of disarray, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. The standing of both Yi Guqin and his father within the Yi family had plummeted, although the family remained united and did not ostracize them. The repercussions were palpable. Certainly, If the conflict with Yu Hong had merely resulted in the degradation of Yi Hongwen's cultivation, then Yi Guqin would not have been driven to such desperation. Despite his anger, it would not have compelled him to act so recklessly. However, it appears there exists an unspoken enmity between Yu Hong and his father, Yi Hongwen. Yu Hong seems to visit the Yi family estate every couple of years, each time insisting on Yi Hongwen's company, subjecting him to various humiliations. On one occasion, he even demanded that Yi Hongwen publicly apologize to one of his servants in Jiangzhou City, claiming that Yi Hongwen failed to show proper respect upon encountering the man. Such behavior can only be described as a profound insult to the Yi family and to the father-son duo of Yi Guqin. Moreover, in the past year or two, Yu Hong has taken to sending a disciple from the Yu Sword Mountain to challenge Yi Guqin, who is unable to cultivate due to blocked meridians. Each match leaves Yi Guqin battered and bruised, fueling a deep-seated resentment towards Yu Hong and the Yu Sword Mountain, to the extent that he yearns to exact revenge upon them. The events of 3 months prior intensified his animosity to a boiling point. Yet, each time, he finds himself compelled to endure the humiliation, as does his father, Yi Hongwen. The reasoning is painfully clear. The influence of the Yu Sword Mountain is overwhelmingly formidable, instilling fear in all. Although the Yi family boasts its status as one of the 3 great clans of Jiangzhou City, they pale in comparison to the Yu Sword Mountain, which possesses the power to annihilate the Yi family at any moment. Consequently, they are left with no choice but to bear this indignity. Yi Guqin has even witnessed his father, Yi Hongwen, contemplating self-harm, only to ultimately abandon the thought, as Yu Hong has issued a decree forbidding Yi Hongwen's death. Should he perish, the Yi family would face obliteration. This prospect only deepens Yi Guqin's hatred for Yu Hong and the Yu Sword Mountain. It is essential to recognize that Yi Guqin harbors profound affection for his father. In his previous life, he was an orphan, harboring an intense longing for parental love. In this life, his mother succumbed to complications during childbirth, yet his father has always treated him with immense kindness. He cannot forget the time when he fell ill in his youth, and his father remained at his bedside for 3 days and nights without sleep, only to fall into a deep slumber as Yi Guqin's health began to improve. He is also haunted by the memory of years ago when his father's meridians were crippled. Yu Hong, accompanied by disciples from the Yu Sword Mountain, sought him out for a duel, leaving him battered and bruised. In that moment, he witnessed his father kneeling before Yu Hong, pleading for mercy on his behalf. Faced with his nemesis, Yi Hongwen was forced to submit to humiliation for the sake of his son. This sight tore at Yi Guqin's heart, solidifying his resolve to achieve greatness one day, ensuring that his father would never again lose his dignity because of him, and that no one would ever again dare to insult his father. Even though his father, Yi Hongwen, now spends his days in a drunken stupor, indifferent to worldly affairs, and often eludes the grasp of his own family, there exists a peculiar ritual on the occasion of his birthday. Each year, he would meticulously groom himself and present himself before me, bestowing gifts upon me. Whenever I suffered harm or fell ill, no matter how inebriated he was, my father would always be the first to rush to my side. This unwavering devotion only intensified my yearning for strength. Yet, despite the potential to cultivate inner energy, my meridians remained obstructed. I could harness inner force, but I was unable to penetrate the acupoints. Though my energy could traverse the meridians, it could not flow freely. I could absorb the essence of heaven and earth, yet I remained incapable of utilizing it. At the age of 13, I found myself unable to even claim the status of an inner energy practitioner, which filled my heart with profound sorrow and guilt. Thus, upon hearing whispers of a place where one could clear their meridians in the frigid abyss, I became increasingly fixated on the family's ice cave. Regrettably, though I am a 3rd-generation member of the Yi family, entry to the ice cave was strictly forbidden. That I was left with no choice but to wait, and I endured that wait for an entire year. Today, however, fortune smiled upon me as I finally encountered an opportunity. The guardian of the ice cave, old Lu, had departed, and I seized the moment to stealthily infiltrate this hallowed ground. Chapter 003. The chilling cold spring. The entrance was sufficiently frigid, yet it failed to meet Yi Guqin's expectations. The temperature here was merely comparable to a wintry day blanketed in snow, which was not the chill he sought. Thus, he ventured forth along the pristine white corridor. aiming for the depths of the ice cave. It is worth noting that the Yi family's ice cave is profoundly deep. The deeper one goes, the colder it becomes, eventually nearing the freezing point. Even the adept practitioners of internal energy within the Yi family dared not recklessly intrude. Only someone like Yiguchen would dare to proceed with such audacity. As he advanced, the cold intensified, and Yiguchen found himself almost unable to endure it. Nonetheless, he pressed on, convinced that a more frigid environment would yield greater benefits for him. He believed he should continue until he could no longer bear it, at which point he would sit cross-legged to meditate, aspiring to transcend his limits and attain the level of an internal energy master capable of wielding inner strength. After traversing approximately 400 to 500 meters, the temperature plummeted to an extreme chill. Yiguchen struggled to lift his legs, yet he persisted in his journey, feeling that this was still insufficient. Suddenly, he collapsed onto the ground, his body turning an ashen blue, his complexion paling. Although he had consumed 2 bottles of strong liquor and donned a heavy coat before entering, he had reached his limit. It was beyond what he could endure. Not even an ordinary master of internal energy at the 3rd or 4th level could venture this far. Yiguchen's ability to reach this point was solely the result of a year of rigorous training. Yet this was his threshold. Proceeding further was impossible. Damn it. Is this it? Is this my limit? Can I not go any further? Yiguchen silently lamented, struggling to rise. Suddenly, he spotted a shimmering object ahead, its nature unclear. Driven by curiosity and an indomitable will, he managed to stand once more and moved a few more meters forward until he arrived before the mysterious object. Before him lay a cold spring, an unexpected sight within the frigid ice cave. Wisps of white vapor rose from its surface, sending a chill through anyone who gazed upon it. Yet, Yiguchen was elated, for he recalled the book he had read, which spoke of such a cold spring. This was indeed the cold spring. The moment he beheld the spring, Yiguchen involuntarily trembled. Had he not exerted great effort to control his emotions, he might have wept tears of joy. It is essential to understand that the individual in the book had transcended their limitations through the power of the cold spring. However, such springs are exceedingly rare, and Yiguchen could not leave the Yi estate in search of one. Thus, he had hoped to utilize the ice cave as a substitute. To his astonishment, he had discovered a cold spring within this very cave, seemingly surpassing the one described in the book. How could Yiguchen not rejoice? How could he not feel exhilarated? After the surge of excitement, Yiguchen, without uttering a word, sought to immerse himself in the cold spring. His eagerness was palpable. However, the moment his hand made contact with the icy waters, an immediate chill enveloped him, causing his hand to freeze instantaneously. Before Yiguchen could comprehend the situation, the frigid waters swiftly encased his entire body in ice. Typically, such cold springs are hidden deep within remote mountains, possibly nestled amidst icy terrains. Yet here, within this mountainous cavern, the cold spring rendered the entire cave profoundly frigid. This was no ordinary cold spring. It was the legendary Supreme In Cold Spring. Even those of innate prowess would find themselves instantly frozen upon contact with its waters, and Yiguchen was no exception. Members of the Yi clan are forewarned upon entering this icy cave. Those with cultivation below the 4th layer are prohibited from approaching the depths, lest they meet a frozen demise. Furthermore, the central cold spring is strictly off-limits. Any who dare to touch it face certain death. To bypass the cold spring and reach the innermost recesses of the cave remains an unattainable feat for the Yi clan, as the chilling temperatures are insurmountable even for innate experts. It is presumed that only those of masterful caliber could venture therein. The secrets within remain shrouded in mystery. Unbeknownst to Yiguchen, who had entered stealthily, he inadvertently touched the Supreme In Cold Spring, sealing his fate in an instant. However, at that critical moment, the black jade pendant hanging from his neck illuminated, emanating a radiant glow that filled the desolate icy cavern, enveloping his entire being. The luminescence cocooned Yiguchen, gently lifting his frozen form away from the cold spring and safely depositing him upon the ground. Gradually, the ice encasing him began to melt and dissipate, leaving him lying still, motionless, in a state of uncertainty between life and death. The radiant light continued to flicker, with the black jade pendant at its core, enveloping Yiguchen in a protective embrace. In this state, he dreamt. He envisioned himself surrounded by an abundance of spiritual energy, which surged fervently into his body. The density of this energy was exponentially greater than that found in the outside world, flooding into him at an astonishing rate. To his astonishment, the source of this energy was the jade pendant resting against his chest, leaving him utterly astounded. One must understand that rich spiritual energy is the foundation of cultivation. Practitioners, whether innate or acquired, rely on this energy to enhance their abilities. The denser the spiritual energy, the easier it becomes to cultivate, which explains the fervent competition for renowned cultivation sites. Yet, the sheer abundance of energy surrounding Yi Guqin was something he wagered even the most prestigious cultivation realms could scarcely possess, and yet, it was undeniably present around him, evoking profound astonishment. After an indeterminate passage of time, as the luminous aura surrounding him gradually dissipated like the remnants of solid ice, Yi Guqin slowly opened his eyes. Upon opening his eyes, Yi Guqin felt the penetrating chill enveloping him. Instinctively, he began to channel his internal energy, only to be astonished to discover that, for reasons unknown, he was indeed able to harness it. His previously blocked meridians now flowed freely. He could distinctly sense the restoration of his damaged pathways, causing his expression to shift through countless emotions, ultimately culminating in joyous tears as he murmured to himself, "My meridians, have they truly healed? Healed? Ha ha, ha ha ha. The heavens are merciful. The heavens are merciful. You hang, wait for me." Then, he recalled the ethereal energy emanating from the jade pendant in his dream, sighing inwardly, "How splendid it would be to possess that energy from my dreams. My cultivation speed would undoubtedly multiply several times. Yet, it seems an impossible feat, for it was merely a dream." In that moment, an abundance of spiritual energy, several times greater than that surrounding him, suddenly materialized around Yi Guqin. This extraordinary sight left him utterly astounded, staring in disbelief at his surroundings. As if he had encountered a ghost, his expression one of sheer shock. Quickly regaining his composure, he hastily gathered the spiritual energy. He dared not release it, for if others were to discover it, he feared the repercussions could be dire. Chapter 004. The Supreme Imperial Art. What is the true nature of that jade pendant? What secrets lie hidden within it? After calming himself, Yi Guqin found his mind involuntarily drifting to this question. Alas, despite the myriad thoughts swirling in his head, he could not discern a single clue. However, one thing he could ascertain with certainty was that the jade pendant he had purchased was undoubtedly extraordinary. This alone sufficed, and he chose not to dwell on the matter further. If something eludes understanding, it is better to let it be. This principle guided Yi Guqin's conduct. Since he could not unravel the enigma, he resolved to set it aside. Some questions are not meant to be answered at this moment. The pressing concern is to enhance his own strength and seek vengeance. Beyond that, Yi Guqin wished to think of nothing else. With a lithe and petite frame, he seized the opportunity after the household guards had passed to swiftly dart into his courtyard. Approaching his dwelling, he deftly closed the door to his room and retrieved a tome concealed beneath his bedside, its cover emblazoned with the 4 grand characters, Supreme Imperial Art. The Supreme Imperial Art is a martial technique passed down through the Yi family, a lineage that has existed for millennia. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, the Yi family basked in unparalleled glory, with their ancestors being formidable figures in the martial world, renowned far and wide, even producing several leaders of the martial alliance. However, 5 centuries prior, a certain ancestor, Yi Qingyun, the foremost master of the realm, sought to transcend the corporeal by martial means but tragically failed in his attempt to shatter the void. This precipitated a catastrophic onslaught from various rival factions in the martial world, resulting in the complete downfall of the Yi family's elite. At that time, only an elderly steward and their ancestor, Yi Hong, survived. The family was compelled to abandon their former capital and relocate to Jiangzhou City, where they resided for centuries. It is said that Yi Hong once endeavored to master the Supreme Imperial Art, but for reasons unknown, he diverted his focus to the steward's technique known as Zhanghaiju, which subsequently became the family's inherited skill, while the Supreme Imperial Art was relegated to obscurity, a fact not concealed within the Yi family. Over the course of 5 centuries, there have been several who aspired to practice the ancestral masterpiece, the Supreme Imperial Art, yet nearly all who attempted met with failure. Even those who managed to achieve some degree of success found their sanity slipping after reaching the 5th tier, ultimately descending into madness. The most accomplished among them perished mysteriously after attaining the 8th tier. Consequently, the Supreme Imperial Art became a subject of fear. And although members of the Yi family could freely peruse its pages, the grim fates of their predecessors dissuaded any from attempting its study. Those who embarked on this path invariably faced a tragic end. Some elders within the Yi family proposed the destruction or complete sealing of the tome. Yet this notion was met with widespread opposition. The Zhanghaiju is not particularly profound, while the Supreme Imperial Art represents the family's sole hope for resurgence. Thus, the majority clung to the fanciful hope that one day, someone might successfully master the supreme imperial art and restore the Yi family to its former glory, leading to its preservation in the family's library rather than its sealing away. Before this moment, Yi Guqin had meticulously studied this book. Now, he took it out once more and began to peruse its contents with great attention. However, as he read, his thoughts began to wander, and he found himself contemplating a legendary realm within the martial world, his aspiration to attain enlightenment through martial arts and shatter the void. It is said that upon reaching the pinnacle of martial prowess, one can glimpse the elusive path, seize the intangible way, and summon the celestial thunder using one's own strength, thereby transcending the void and becoming a being akin to a deity. For millennia, only those unparalleled grandmasters of martial arts have had the opportunity to achieve this feat. Yet each of them is a mythical figure whose exploits resonate throughout history. The last individual to transcend the void was over 3 centuries ago, Xie Feng, the legendary swordsman. He rose to prominence at the tender age of 15 and, at 40, single-handedly stormed the headquarters of the most nefarious sect in the martial world, slaying 10 elder masters and the current leader of the evil sect before departing in a flourish. Years later, he transcended the void through martial enlightenment. Since then, no one has possessed such extraordinary abilities on the continent of Fengyun. Contemplating his goal, akin to that of the sword god Xie Feng, Yi Guqin felt a weight pressing upon his chest, akin to an invisible mountain, causing him great discomfort. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath, his expression resolute as he gazed at the Emperor's supreme skill in his hands, murmuring to himself, "No, I can do this. I will undoubtedly succeed. I, Yi Guqin, harbor deep-seated enmity. If I do not seek vengeance, I am unworthy of being called a son. I must attain that realm. My enemies reside in the Jade Sword Manor, the 3rd major sect of the righteous path, reputed to be guarded by master-level experts. If I do not reach that level, how can I speak of avenging my grievances?" As he spoke, Yi Guqin's determination intensified, his fist clenched tightly as he struck the wooden table before him with conviction, declaring, "I can do this. I will succeed. If others can achieve it, why cannot I? Just wait, for I shall inevitably reach that realm." Chapter 005, The Realm Gurgle. Gurgle. Suddenly, Yi Guqin's stomach rumbled, reminding him that he had not eaten all day. It is said that a person is like iron, and food is like steel. One meal skip leaves one in a state of hunger. The old adage rings true. Even immortals would succumb to starvation without sustenance, let alone mere mortals. Of course, his grandfather treated him well, yet as the head of the family, he naturally devoted more attention to those accomplished brothers and younger siblings. In contrast, Yi Guqin, who had lost his mother and whose father had been stripped of his cultivation and vanished, was regarded with pity but little concern. After all, those brothers and younger siblings represented the hope and future of the Yi family. In this world, whether in the Great Ming Kingdom or throughout the entire Fengyun continent, a family's cornerstone is not merely wealth. The most vital element is martial prowess. Only with strength can a family flourish and prosper. A family that maintains its martial might can develop more swiftly. The foundation of a family lies in its warriors. Thus, those capable of cultivating are naturally held in higher esteem than himself, despite his grandfather's kindness. Yi Guqin picked up the Imperial Supreme Divine Art and began to study it meticulously. This text was not particularly profound. He could generally comprehend it, although some parts were obscure. Those complexities lay in the depths of the practice, and at this early stage, they were not immediately discernible. It bore similarities to the Zhonghai decision that Yi Guqin had previously cultivated, though it appeared more intricate and sophisticated. For instance, the Zhonghai decision focused on the operation of the small circulatory system, whereas the Imperial Supreme Divine Art involved the simultaneous operation of both small and large circulatory systems, making its cultivation significantly more advanced. Yi Guqin understood this well, although the subsequent sections of the Imperial Supreme Divine Art were few. They were cryptic and clearly belonged to the innate realm of cultivation. In contrast, the Zhonghai decision merely taught the 10 levels of internal energy, classifying it as a postnatal technique, without offering guidance on how to transcend into the innate realm. This starkly highlighted the disparity between the two. It is important to note that within this continent, the martial families and sects are countless, filled with masters aplenty. However, they can be broadly categorized into postnatal warriors, innate warriors, those who have achieved innate mastery, and those who ascend into the realm of Tao through martial prowess, ultimately breaking through the void. Postnatal warriors are divided into 10 levels, determined by the depth of their internal energy. The distinctions between these levels are quite pronounced. Reaching the pinnacle of the 10th level signifies mastery. Innate warriors, however, are rare, and their advancement requires profound insights into the natural world and a stroke of fortune. Most crucially, one must possess the methods for ascending to the innate realm. The majority of innate masters hail from prestigious martial sects and ancient families that possess such methodologies. Ordinary individuals, at best, can cultivate to the pinnacle of the 10th level. The martial world has never been short of those masters at that peak. Yet the number who ascend to the innate realm is exceedingly limited. Upon achieving innate status, one is regarded as a top figure in the martial world, undeniably a person of great significance. As for those masters who have attained innate perfection, they are referred to as grandmasters. These individuals have cultivated martial arts to an extraordinary realm, surpassing the capabilities of ordinary practitioners. Each one is a formidable force in their own right, with a few belonging to prestigious sects and families that boast grandmaster-level experts. However, aside from these elite factions, such figures are exceedingly rare. Across the vast continent, the 5 great empires are home to countless noble houses, and while there may be 800 or even 1,000 innate experts, the grandmasters are akin to phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, truly exceptional. There are perhaps only a dozen or so throughout the entire continent, each a tyrant in their own domain. The illustrious reputation of the Jade Sword Manor is attributed to its grandmaster ancestor, which has elevated it to the status of the 3rd major sect of righteousness. Above this echelon, those who transcend the grandmaster realm and ascend to a new realm of existence are known as great grandmasters. The specifics of their power and realm remain shrouded in mystery. It is only known that they exist beyond the ordinary martial practitioners. Upon reaching this level, further refinement and study are all that is required, and inevitably, they will become formidable beings capable of shattering the void. However, the tales of great grandmasters transcending the void are legendary. It is said they harness their martial prowess to break through to another realm, calling forth heavenly thunder to shatter the void and depart. While success is a glorious possibility, a single misstep may lead to their demise. The continent has witnessed instances where ambitious great grandmasters, lacking sufficient power, have attempted to breach the void, only to be struck down by celestial lightning. Thus, the act of breaking the void remains largely a myth, with very few ever truly achieving it. Indeed, it may not occur even once in a century. The number of experts at the great grandmaster level is also scarce. Yi Guqin knows that, to date, no one of such caliber has emerged on the continent. The only known figure who successfully shattered the void is the sword god, Xie Feng, who lived 300 years ago. Beyond him, there are no others. Therefore, Yi Guqin realizes that reaching this realm is not merely a challenge, it is an extraordinary endeavor. With over several billion people across the 5 great empires, the emergence of another sword god, like Xie Feng, in 3 centuries illustrates the difficulty inherent in achieving such greatness. Furthermore, Yi Guqin is still a novice, having yet to cultivate even a single layer of internal energy. Chapter 006. Advancing through the levels, Yi Guqin settled into a cross-legged position, immersing himself in the study of the Imperial Supreme Skill. After diligently reciting the principles within and engraving them into his mind, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate in silence. It is fair to say that Yi Guqin was somewhat of a prodigy, despite the impediments within his meridians. He had nonetheless amassed internal power to the level of the 2nd tier, a rarity in this realm. Had it not been for his inherent limitations, he might have already reached the 3rd or even 4th tier. While it is true that the path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses, given Yi Guqin's talent, achieving the 4th tier by the age of 13 was not beyond the realm of possibility. Regrettably, fate had dealt Yi Guqin a cruel hand. His meridians were not entirely unobstructed, preventing him from breaking through the acupoints and compelling him to accumulate internal energy gradually. Reaching his current level was already a pinnacle achievement. Yet, without the ability to clear his meridians and surpass the acupoints, he would remain at this plateau for his entire life. He possessed the internal energy of a 2nd-tier adept but could not wield it, rendering him comparable to an ordinary person. As he sat in meditation, he quietly sensed a warm current in his dantian. Yi Guqin guided the flow of his internal energy, allowing it to traverse through his meridians. Drawing upon his past experiences, he directed the warmth through the various acupoints in his body, repeatedly impacting and expanding these points. During this process, he absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, fortifying his internal power. Upon reaching a certain threshold and successfully opening several fixed acupoints, he would achieve an advancement. This endeavor was not particularly challenging. at least not for someone as experienced as Yi Guqin. For a novice, circulating internal energy is a formidable task, often requiring a month of tranquility to successfully attain the first trace of true qi. However, given Yi Guqin's foundational knowledge, this difficulty was insurmountable for him. In truth, accumulating internal energy lacks intricate techniques. It is not overly complicated. As long as one can perform the exercises, they can gather internal energy. The rate of accumulation varies among individuals, influenced by their innate talent. Some can absorb in a single hour what others might take a day to gather, while others may find even a day's effort inadequate compared to an ordinary person's hour of meditation. This disparity is fundamentally a matter of personal aptitude. Of course, another factor comes into play, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In environments rich in such energy, even an ordinary individual can transform into a prodigy, accelerating their cultivation at an exponential rate. However, spiritual energy is scarce. While certain renowned mountains and rivers possess a greater abundance than average locales, this richness is still limited. The phenomenon of external spiritual energy being several or even dozens of times more concentrated, as seen around Yi Guqin, is practically unheard of. However, none of these challenges are particularly formidable. The most daunting aspect lies in the ascension process. Each advancement seems to reach an impasse, necessitating a profound understanding of energy and a striking impact on the acupoints to successfully progress. In essence, this process involves 9 pivotal acupoints: Bai Wei, Yuzhen, Danzhong. The left and right Jianjing, Lingtai, Qihai, Mimin, and Ren and Du meridians. During the circulation of energy, although one's internal strength traverses these 9 acupoints, it is largely restricted to merely 1/10, with the remaining 90% being automatically filtered out. The rigorous selection process effectively isolates 99% of the energy absorbed from the external world through these 9 acupoints, leaving only a minuscule fraction. Nevertheless, that scant amount of energy continues to accumulate, and once it reaches a certain threshold, one can utilize their internal strength to unlock an acupoint. Each time an acupoint is opened, not only does the energy absorption increase, but the dantian also expands, leading to a multiplication of strength, sometimes exponentially. This is the essence of refining energy and unblocking acupoints. Each level of advancement is essentially a forceful impact on the acupoints. With the opening of each, one can ascend to a higher tier, further enlarging the dantian until all 9 major acupoints are unblocked and the dantian reaches its maximum capacity, signifying mastery at the 10th level of postnatal internal strength. The initial level of cultivation does not require any acupoint breakthroughs. It solely depends on personal aptitude. Those who can perceive true energy and circulate it may be regarded as first-level adept practitioners. Such individuals are exceedingly rare in the world, with many failing even to breach the first level. Nevertheless, regardless of their success in cultivating internal strength, those who pursue it generally possess far superior physiques compared to the average person. Thus, the martial spirit of the wind and cloud continent is held in high regard. Even without achieving mastery, one can still strengthen their body, and should they attain success, it would bring great honor to their family and elevate their status significantly. Yi Guqin silently chanted, releasing the spiritual energy around him, which instantly thickened to an extraordinary density, coalescing without dissipating. If an onlooker were to witness this scene, they would likely be consumed by envy, for such a rich aura of spiritual energy is exceedingly rare in the world. As he wielded his internal strength and felt it cycle through a complete circuit, he was astonished to discover a substantial increase in his internal power, surpassing his previous pace by an unfathomable margin. Intrigued, he hastened to accelerate the circulation. After completing 9 circuits, he was astounded to realize that his dantian had reached saturation. What does dantian saturation signify? No one understands this better than Yi Guqin, for it indicates that he has absorbed sufficient internal power, marking him at the pinnacle of the first level, ready to challenge the first acupoint, Bai Wei. This revelation was utterly unexpected for Yi Guqin. He had considerable experience with the first level, having started cultivating at the age of 5 under his parents' guidance. He dedicated 2 years to his training and only achieved dantian saturation at 7, enabling him to confront the Bai Wei acupoint and ascend to the 2nd level. Yet now, after merely cycling through 9 circuits, he had achieved dantian saturation. Upon reflecting on this, Yi Guqin was resolute, channeling his inner strength to impact the Bai Wei acupoint. Under his guidance, his vital energy began to flow slowly, gathering momentum as it relentlessly struck the Bai Wei point. Yi Guqin felt a sharp pain at first, but it quickly subsided, no longer comparable to the excruciating agony he had previously endured. Remarkably, he broke through to the second tier. This scenario left Yiguchin in a state of disbelief. He began to operate the techniques of the second tier, once more engaging in the intricate cycle of energy. This time, he completed 18 circuits, saturating his dantian anew. He then commenced the assault on the second acupoint, the Yuzhen acupoint, efficiently breaking through the barrier with little time wasted, just as he had the first time. With this success, Yiguchin's confidence soared as he initiated the techniques of the third tier. He was determined to absorb the entirety of the medicinal power without a trace of waste. As he had anticipated, after completing 36 circuits, he found the third tier's Danjiang acupoint was not yet breached, but it had indeed begun to loosen slightly. However, upon continuing his meditation practice, Yiguchin felt a faint pain in his meridians after those 36 circuits. He recognized this as a sign of having reached his limits. He dared not exert himself further, aware that the tumultuous flow of energy could shatter his meridians, leading to catastrophic consequences. Thus, he promptly ceased his efforts, though tinged with disappointment. Yet, this achievement was more than sufficient. One must not be overly greedy. Ascending 3 tiers in a single night and unlocking 2 acupoints to become a third-tier adept was a feat beyond the imagination of many. It is worth noting that Yiguchin had begun his cultivation at the tender age of 5, and by the age of 10, he had yet to break through the second tier, illustrating the formidable challenges inherent in advancing one's internal energy. To ascend from a novice to a third-tier adept in one night was a remarkable accomplishment. If this was deemed insufficient, it would surely leave many in despair. While 13-year-olds who attain the third tier are not exceedingly rare, they are nonetheless a testament to one's innate talent. Within certain noble families, individuals who reach this level of cultivation by age 13 are often groomed for significant roles. As dawn broke, Yiguchin opened his eyes and hastily rose to practice martial arts in the courtyard. The adage that the body is the capital of revolution holds true for martial artists. While mastery of internal energy is undeniably crucial, physical conditioning must not be neglected. Although practitioners with profound internal skills may overlook physical training, a robust body and vibrant vital energy undoubtedly enhance one's cultivation. This is no secret. Many families and sects have established protocols for physical training, which, although not always prioritized, are essential during youth for future development and cultivation. Certainly, in light of the sudden transformation of his own physique and the circumstances he encountered, Yiguchin chose to remain silent. He harbored no intention of confiding in anyone. He remained steadfastly himself, the reclusive and singular ninth young master of the Yi family. He simply retreated into the shadows, diligently practicing in solitude within his courtyard, much like he had always done. Like a beast, he lay quietly among his peers, nursing his wounds and awaiting the restoration of his strength, biding his time until his wings were fully developed and his claws sharpened, before emerging from his lair to confront his adversaries. Clearly, he deemed this moment as unsuitable for such endeavors. At least, that was his conviction. Chapter 007. The Ghostly Claw of the Abyss. After practicing the most fundamental form of the Luohan Fist 3 times, Yiguchin was drenched in sweat. Upon concluding his training, his gaze shifted to the 2 stone platforms beside him, as well as the sandbags suspended from 2 wooden posts standing a meter high. These were his training tools. Unable to cultivate internal energy, Yiguchin redirected his focus towards physical conditioning. Although his results were not particularly impressive, he was nonetheless in far better shape than his peers. At the age of 13, typically considered a mere child, Yiguchin had already reached a height of approximately 1.65 meters, his physique well-defined and muscular, a testament to his years of diligent training. He completed 100 squats, lifted a 30-kilogram stone weight 100 times, and practiced his punches 1,000 times. This constituted the foundation of Yiguchin's daily regimen. After finishing these exercises and wiping the sweat from his brow, he suddenly recalled that he could now begin to cultivate internal energy. Moreover, within the demon technique, there existed a set of offensive skills that piqued his interest. He hurriedly retrieved the Imperial Supreme Art from a concealed compartment beneath his bed, scrutinizing it with keen attention. The Imperial Supreme Art contained but one offensive technique, ominously named the Ghostly Claw of the Abyss. The very name sent shivers down one's spine, and indeed, it was as formidable as it sounded. This technique harnessed internal energy into the palm, enabling claw-like strikes that targeted the most vulnerable areas of the human body. The consequences of such attacks were dire, characterized by their insidious and ruthless nature. Mastery of the Ghostly Claw could lead to the manifestation of invisible claws, capable of inflicting harm and even death without a trace, rendering it a terrifyingly powerful technique. However, Yiguchen could currently only cultivate up to 36 cycles before experiencing pain in his meridians, deterring him from further pursuit of internal energy. With no other pressing matters at hand, after completing his basic physical training, his attention naturally gravitated back to the ghostly claw. Following the instructions in the text, he devoted several hours to committing the technique's energy circulation path and all associated skills to memory, reciting them silently a few times before commencing his practice. Venturing into the courtyard, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching, for the old servant, Fu Bo, was absent. Only then did Yiguchen dare to begin his training. Adhering to the method outlined in the ghostly claw, he commenced his practice. Unfortunately, mastering this technique proved to be no simple feat. Just grasping the energy circulation path consumed an entire day of exploration before he felt any semblance of understanding. That evening, after harnessing spiritual energy to cultivate his internal power, he resumed his physical training at dawn the following day, before continuing to practice the ghostly claw. Days passed in diligent exploration of the energy circulation path, and after half a month, Yiguchen finally felt confident in his understanding of the technique. However, as he began formal practice, he quickly realized the challenges ahead. Although he had memorized the route and explored it thoroughly, executing the technique left him breathless and struggling to find his rhythm. Despite several days of arduous practice allowing him to perform the movements adequately, he still found it difficult to execute them with fluidity. After a month of diligent effort, Yiguchen had finally grasped the rudiments of the spectral claw technique. Although his mastery was not yet flawless, he managed to wield it with a degree of competence. This brought a flicker of joy to Yiguchen's heart. But he soon felt a wave of resignation wash over him. He lamented silently, "I am indeed no genius, even with the abundant spiritual energy provided by the jade pendant. Coupled with this ancestral secret art and the spectral claw, it has taken me an entire month merely to achieve a rudimentary application, and still, it is not pure. With such limited talent, how can I seek vengeance against Yuhan? He is the second son of the U-Sword Manor, having reached the pinnacle of the 10th level 3 years ago. Even my grandfather is no match for him. With my current capabilities, how could I possibly confront him? Yet, I can. I must. I will undoubtedly surpass Yuhan. I shall excel beyond all others. Although my innate talent may not be exceptional, while others practice for 5 hours a day, I, Yiguchen, will train for 10, with 2 hours of meditation as rest. I refuse to believe I cannot surpass you." Yiguchen clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. In truth, Yiguchen was underestimating himself. While his innate talent may not be supreme, it was certainly commendable. Mastering internal martial arts and techniques is not an endeavor that yields success overnight. Some individuals toil for years to achieve modest progress, and the more profound the technique, the longer the required dedication. The fact that Yiguchen could barely master the spectral claw in just a month was already remarkable. He simply lacked exposure to the broader world. With this thought, he plunged back into his training. Days passed swiftly, but Yiguchen began to feel that practicing the spectral claw at home was somewhat inappropriate. Although he had not been discovered, the power of the spectral claw was formidable. With his current cultivation, a single strike could rip the bark from an ancient tree, leaving a claw mark. If unnoticed, that would be fortunate, but if discovered, it could lead to complications. Yiguchen was reluctant to reveal his ability to cultivate, for until he possessed sufficient strength. Both the spectral claw and the imperial divine art were akin to nameless sins that must remain concealed. If others were to learn of them, it could spell disaster. It is worth noting that Yiguchen's father had 5 brothers, and their relationships were far from harmonious. The Yi family was vast, with numerous branches and dozens of direct descendants, and rivalries were not absent. The mere fact that Yiguchen could restore his damaged meridians was already miraculous. Should he also exhibit profound cultivation and superior techniques, it would inevitably attract attention. Thus, he had to exercise caution. Although Yiguchen was solitary, he was by no means foolish. In truth, having lost his mother at an early age and witnessing the harsh realities of life through his father's demeanor, he understood the importance of self-preservation better than most of his peers. He was acutely aware of what should be said and what ought to remain unspoken, what should be revealed and what must be concealed. He knew precisely how to navigate these complexities. Chapter 008. The Cleansing Elixir. Yiguchen chose a new location for his cultivation of the ghostly claw of the netherworld, which was the ancient pine mountain behind the Yi family estate, situated outside Jiangzhou City. This mountain, rather obscure and seldom frequented, was not particularly high, reaching only about 1,000 meters in altitude. Were it not for a little-known winding path that allowed travelers to bypass Jiangzhou City en route to the northern capital, this place would likely remain deserted. Even so, the foot traffic along this narrow trail was scant, averaging perhaps only 8 to 10 individuals per month, rendering it exceedingly tranquil, a perfect setting for cultivation without the fear of disturbance, with the Yi family residing at the mountain's base. Having discovered an ideal spot, Yiguchen devoted himself to his practice with renewed vigor, rising early and returning late. He would complete his routine exercises each morning before ascending the mountain to hone his skills in the ghostly claw of the netherworld. Each evening, he engaged in meditative sessions, diligently refining his internal energy, leading to a fulfilling passage of time. As a month slipped by, Yiguchen successfully broke through to the third acupuncture point, the Shanzhong point, entering the fourth realm of mastery. This achievement greatly uplifted his spirits, motivating him to intensify his training. Two formidable experts, both aged around 60, were engaged in a fierce clash, their prowess unmistakable. Although their techniques appeared simple, their destructive power was immense. A casual strike could shatter a tree large enough for a person to embrace, and they could easily pulverize boulders weighing hundreds of pounds. It was evident that both belonged to the echelon of elite martial artists. Yiguchen could not ascertain the full extent of their abilities, but he sensed that even the weakest among them would pose a significant challenge. Their movements were terrifyingly swift, and he surmised that only two of them might be within his capacity to contend with, though the outcome of such an encounter was uncertain. These individuals were undeniably masters. Absolute masters, Yiguchen concluded in his mind. Having observed their confrontation, he resolved to depart. Recognizing that the conflict between these two factions was beyond the reach of someone of his stature, any misstep could jeopardize his life. Thus he prepared to leave. However, a proclamation from one of the elders stopped him in his tracks, as if he were encumbered by lead. One elder bellowed, "Lu Chanfeng, surrender the cleansing elixir, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, you shall surely perish." The mention of the cleansing elixir rooted Yiguchen to the spot, immobilizing him. He had long felt that his pace of cultivation was too languid. 2 months had passed, and while he had advanced to the fourth realm at an astonishing rate, he still deemed this progress insufficient. His impatience grew, for although his cultivation speed was several times faster than others due to the abundant spiritual energy he possessed, he yearned for swifter ascension. Yet, aside from diligent practice, he could not conceive of any alternative means to accelerate his growth. However, it is evident that the essence cleansing pill has bestowed a glimmer of hope upon Yiguchen, renowned throughout the Fengyan continent. The essence cleansing pill is a legendary treasure produced by the foremost sect of the martial world, the Great Zen Temple. The method of its refinement has long been lost. Yet this miraculous pill has endured. Both the essence cleansing pill and the Great Restoration pill, the two greatest treasures of the Great Zen Temple, are coveted by many. The Great Restoration pill can augment a person's martial prowess by 20 years, and its gentle potency allows an individual to ascend from the first level of inner strength to the 6th level in an instant. Moreover, for those already at the 6th level, it is almost guaranteed that, in a month's time, they can harness the profound medicinal power to reach the esteemed 10th level of inner strength. Yet, this is not the pill's most significant attribute. The true marvel lies in its ability to enable a 10th level master to open the run and do meridians, thus achieving the innate realm. It is precisely because of the Great Restoration pill that the Great Zen Temple has maintained its esteemed position atop the martial world for millennia. The crafting of the Great Restoration pill is arduous. It is said that it takes a decade to produce a single pill. Even the esteemed experts of the Great Zen Temple cannot partake in it unless they are highly valued. Nonetheless, this is sufficient for cultivating exceptional talents, as outsiders may never encounter even a single pill in their lifetime unless they have rendered great service to the temple or possess extraordinary fortune. If the Great Restoration pill is precious, then the essence cleansing pill is a true gem. The method of its refinement has been lost, and even the Great Zen Temple is unable to create it. Rumor has it that there are currently only 3 remaining within the entire temple, and only disciples of extraordinary talent, rare as a century, are deemed worthy to utilize it. Unlike the Great Restoration pill, which enhances inner strength, the essence cleansing pill serves to cleanse the marrow and improve a person's innate qualities and physical constitution, purging impurities from within and significantly enhancing one's physical abilities and aptitude, thereby accelerating the process of cultivation. Its value is self-evident. Yiguchen felt that his progress in cultivation was exceedingly slow and yearned to improve his innate qualities. Undoubtedly, the essence cleansing pill was the optimal choice, though it seemed rather elusive, almost fated to remain beyond his reach. The two factions vying for the pill were evidently far superior to him, with any one of them capable of dispatching Yi Guqin with ease. Nonetheless, he chose to remain. For regardless of the odds, he felt compelled to try. If he failed, it would merely indicate his lack of destiny with the pill. Yet, should fortune favor him, it would surely be a boon. After all, in a struggle between two tigers, the fisherman stands to gain, and one might yet seize unforeseen advantages. Concealed within the thicket, Yi Guqin endeavored to mask his presence and essence, quietly observing the unfolding scene before him. The two factions, engrossed in their fierce battle, remained oblivious to his existence. With numbers nearly equal, the clash resulted in mutual devastation. In the span of a mere incense stick's burn, nearly all lay defeated. However, the group clad in black evidently held the upper hand. As the gray-clad adversaries fell, 6 or 7 black-clad warriors remained. This realization caused Yi Guqin to feel a pang of disappointment, for he understood that the surviving foes, though injured, would not find it difficult to deal with him. Moreover, the duel between the two masters has yet to reach its conclusion. These seasoned combatants could easily dispatch me with a mere flick of their wrist. Although the gray-clad elder continues to resist, he bears numerous wounds, indicating a clear disparity in skill. Once the gray-clad adversaries are vanquished, the elder's expression shifts dramatically. He brandishes his long sword, unleashing a surge of innate sword energy before swiftly retreating, calling out as he departs, "You shall wait for me. Prince, he will not let you escape unscathed." However, the elder in black merely scoffs, saying nothing further as he pursues his quarry. He lands a deadly blow upon the elder's back, inflicting severe injury, yet the gray-clad elder manages to flee. "Damn it, pursue him. We cannot allow that old fool to escape. He is wounded and cannot travel far. Even if I must scour the earth, I shall unearth him," the black-clad elder declares with a cold huff. As he advances, he discovers the battered gray-robed elder lying there, pallid and evidently exhausted. The dark hue of his visage reveals that the elder is teetering on the brink of death, lingering at the threshold of the underworld. As Yi Guqin approaches slowly, the gray-robed elder suddenly opens his eyes, startling Yi Guqin momentarily. However, the elder's expression soon softens as he coughs up blood and weakly inquires, "Who are you?" "I am from the Yi family estate at the foot of the mountain," Yi Guqin replies softly. "Is that so? Cough, young one. Do you desire to make a name for yourself?" the elder says, coughing twice as he gazes at Yi Guqin. "Do I? Well, I offer you an opportunity. Take this box and seek Prince Yu in the imperial capital of Ming, and tell him Lu Chanfeng sent you. The prince shall reward you handsomely. Remember, do not, under any circumstances, open it. Otherwise, you shall surely perish." The gray-robed elder hands Yi Guqin a box from within his robes and utters these words, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Holding the red brocade box, Yi Guqin casts a complex glance at the fallen gray-robed elder before saying, "I regret to inform you that I cannot assist in delivering this item. Firstly, I do not wish to attract trouble upon myself, and secondly, this item is of immense importance to me. I truly apologize. Treasures of heaven and earth rightfully belong to those fated to possess them. Since fate has bestowed this upon me, it is now mine. As a gesture of compensation, I shall ensure you are laid to rest properly." With that, Yi Guqin sets the elder aside and finds a soft patch of earth, using his hands to dig a grave for the elder. After approximately an hour, he inters Lu Chanfeng, confirming that the area reveals no signs of disturbance before swiftly vanishing into the night with the brocade box in hand. "What has transpired, Uncle Fu? What is happening?" Yi Guqin inquires, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Chapter 009. The Old Master, what could possibly be more important? "The Old Master is looking for you. Today is the family banquet. How could you have forgotten? Everyone is waiting for you in the hall. You should hurry over. Fortunately, it is not too late. I have already devised an excuse to help you out." "You must go now," Mr. Fu urged anxiously. Only then did Yi Guqin suddenly recall that today was indeed the day of the family banquet. This gathering, occurring on the 1st and 15th of every month, was an occasion for all 3 generations of the family to dine together in the main hall, providing companionship to the Old Master. This idea was conceived by the Old Master himself, aimed at fostering harmony within the family and promoting closer ties among the younger generation. He had always been particularly averse to tardiness at these banquets, considering such behavior a symbol of familial disunity. However, his father was exempt from this judgment, having not attended such gatherings for many years, a fact that the family accepted, as it was tacitly approved by the grandfather. Yi Guqin, however, was different. Although he could no longer cultivate inner strength, He was still a scion of the Yi family, the ninth young master of the third generation. It was imperative for him to be present at such an occasion. Yes, I shall go. I will change my clothes and join you shortly. Yi Guqin, not daring to delay, hurried into the house to conceal the cleansing elixir. In a flash, he donned a long white robe and followed Mr. Fu towards the main hall. Upon his arrival, the entire Yi family was already assembled. Yi Guqin's father's 5 brothers, along with their sons and daughters, totaling several dozen individuals, sat upright, their gazes fixed on the venerable elder at the central table, Yi Yun. In the hierarchy of the Yi family, the eldest was Yi Yun, with the 5 uncles of Yi Guqin seated beside him. The eldest uncle Yi Hongbin, the second uncle Yi Hongwu, the 4th uncle Yi Hongjun, the 5th uncle Yi Honqing, and the 6th uncle Yi Hongchuan. Originally, his father, the 3rd son Yi Hongwen, would have occupied a seat there. However, he had long ceased to participate, leaving that position to the eldest grandson, Yi Guhong. You finally decided to show up? Look at you, what a sight. You've been absent all day. And after your 3rd brother's departure, no one has kept you in check. You even forgot a day like today? Before Yi Guqin could speak, his 4th uncle, Yi Hongjun, snorted disdainfully. The 4th uncle had never seen eye to eye with his father, and since his father's meridian had been severed and he fell into despair, drowning his sorrows in drink, the 4th uncle had become even more intolerable. Enough, 4th brother. Guqin did not intend to be remiss. Let us set this matter aside. Come. Guqin, quickly apologize to your grandfather. Everyone has been waiting for you for quite some time. It is not a problem for us. But keeping the old master waiting is indeed an oversight on your part. Hurry. The 2nd uncle, Yi Hongwu, promptly interrupted the 4th uncle, smiling warmly at Yi Guqin. Understanding the kindness of his 2nd uncle, Yi Guqin said little, merely approaching respectfully and addressing Yi Yun with deference. Grandfather, I. Yet before he could finish his words, he heard Yi Yun let out a sigh and say, Never mind, it is of no consequence. Just remember this for the future. Guqin, you must be more attentive. To suggest that he should be more cautious? I doubt he will heed it. This is not the first instance. I believe father should discipline him. Otherwise, your other grandsons may feel discontented. You cannot show favoritism. Others are met with strict punishment for their transgressions. Yet when it comes to Guqin, you turn a blind eye. This is simply unjust. Yi Hongjun, the 4th uncle, expressed his dissatisfaction with a huff. Bang! The elder, Yi Yun, suddenly slammed the table, his voice rising sharply. 4th, listen closely. How old is Guqin that you would target him? I shall not dwell on your past grievances with the 3rd. The essence-imbuing pill I bestowed upon him, and not you, is due to your lack of character. Though that pill is rare and can elevate one's rank, it pales in comparison to the bond between brothers. I cannot believe you have held on to this grievance for so long. I tell you, even if I were to pass away, this family would not fall under your command. Stammering, Yi Hongjun was taken aback by his father's sudden outburst and found himself at a loss for words. The onlookers quickly attempted to mediate the situation, but alas, the elder seemed intent on conveying his message in full. With a cold snort, Yi Yun continued, Since we have broached the subject of Guqin, let me clarify. Some believe I have neglected Guqin in recent years, and that assertion is erroneous. Indeed, I, Yi Yun, have shown greater concern for those grandsons with exceptional talents. For you are the future of the Yi family. However, I equally care for Guqin, for he is my grandson as well. Now that we have reached this point, listen well. You are all aware of the matters between our Yi family and the Yujian villa. This is not solely Guqin's affair. It is a disgrace upon the Yi family. I may not have the opportunity to seek vengeance in my lifetime, but you do, and your descendants do as well. This matter must be addressed. Guqin had talent too, and if it were not for my inadequacies as a grandfather, if it were not for the shortcomings of his uncles, how could we have been subjected to such daily humiliation? The 3rd has long wished for death, yet he endures, facing the humiliation of Yuhing every few years. Why? Is it not for our family, for all of you? Now, Guqin may be unable to cultivate, but he is still a descendant of the Yi family. Today, I shall draft my will. Should I pass away, 1/5 of the family's assets must be bequeathed to Guqin and the 3rd. Should anyone utter a word of dissent, I, Yi Yun, will not spare them even in the afterlife. The old man's words changed the expressions of those around him, causing the faces of Yi Guqin's uncles to flush with embarrassment. Indeed, the elder spoke the truth. Were it not for the Yi family, the 3rd son, Yi Hongwan, would have long since succumbed to despair. He would prefer death to enduring such humiliation, and his current existence is more tormenting than the grave. The only reason he continues to live is for the Yi family and for these individuals. Yi Hongjun parted his lips, intending to speak, but a single, piercing glance from Yi Hongbin silenced him. Several others hastily chimed in, assuring, "Father, you need not worry. We understand what must be done. Guqing will not be overlooked." Humph. Sit down and eat. From now on, I shall be watching closely. Should anyone treat Guqing poorly, even in my old age, I will not allow it to go unpunished. When the time comes, do not say that I have failed to spare you, my brothers. Yi Yin declared with a cold snort. It is evident that the old man intends to seize this opportunity to vindicate Yi Guqing. On one hand, he seeks to protect him. On the other, he aims to secure a future for Guqing after his own passing, leaving him some inheritance. This announcement is merely the beginning. For according to family tradition, Guqing is defenseless. Should the elder depart this world, if others were to treat him unjustly, he would find himself utterly alone. Chapter 010, Cleansing the marrow and draining the bone. Upon returning to his courtyard and entering his chamber, Yi Guqing lit a candle and securely locked the door. After ensuring that no one was around, he quietly retrieved the 2 pills concealed within a hidden compartment. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pills whole and then settled cross-legged to begin circulating his energy. Although he had never tasted such elixirs before, he had certainly heard tales. It was common knowledge that consuming potent medicinal pills necessitated meditative absorption for optimal assimilation. Thus, Yi Guqing proceeded with unwavering determination, unwilling to squander even a fraction of the opportunity before him. The weight of his current status and cultivation, coupled with the enmity looming over him, left no room for waste. He committed himself entirely to absorbing the medicinal essence with utmost diligence. Calm and composed, Yi Guqing began to regulate his breathing and circulation. Moments later, he felt an intense fire igniting within him, an energy surging from his dantian and radiating throughout his body, enveloping his organs and bones. A chilling current surged through his meridians, reaching his mind, inducing a fleeting sensation of pain and numbness. Though the discomfort was not overwhelming, he bore it resolutely and continued to focus on his energy circulation. However, as he progressed, the pain intensified and beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead, saturating the bed beneath him. Time slipped away, and the agony escalated, as if his entire being were besieged by a legion of ants. Unable to endure the torment any longer, he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke, it was already the following morning. As consciousness returned, a pungent, acrid odor assailed his senses. Slowly opening his eyes, he surveyed his body, finding his clothes clinging to him, encrusted with a foul, blackish-yellow grease, the source of the repugnant smell. Unable to withstand the stench, Yi Guqing hastily fetched several buckets of water, filling the tub to cleanse himself. He discarded the soiled garments aside and donned a fresh outfit before stepping outside. The malodorous clothes were left behind, to be collected by servants in due course. After all, the Yi family was a prestigious household, one of the renowned families in the region, wealthy and possessing a multitude of servants. Although Yi Guqing's status had plummeted following his parents' demise, he remained the 9th young master of the Yi family, thus entitled to a few attendants. However, his naturally aloof demeanor, exacerbated by his parents' passing, rendered him indifferent to outsiders, causing the servants to shy away from his courtyard, tending to his needs only in his absence, ensuring his sustenance and well-being. Sigh. I sense that my body feels stronger, and my mind is remarkably clearer. It appears this elixir is indeed extraordinary. No wonder those formidable individuals fought tooth and nail for it. However, now that I possess this elixir, I fear future troubles may arise. I must fortify my strength and prepare in advance. Although it is certain that no one knows of this matter, it is better to be cautious. Both factions, the escorting masters and the shadowy figures who sought to seize it, are not to be trifled with. The Yi family may also find themselves in a precarious position. It is wise to exercise caution. Taking a deep breath, Yi Guqing stood at the threshold of his room, clad in a gray long robe, murmuring to himself. As he spoke, he began to step outside, but halfway through, a thought struck him, causing him to halt. After some contemplation, Yi Guqing resolved that it would be prudent not to venture to the back mountain for the time being, especially since someone had recently perished there. The individuals on both sides are formidable. It is likely that matters will not simply be resolved. Should I go there, I risk revealing myself. It is far better to remain quietly at home. Thus, Yi Guqing commenced practicing the phantom ghost claw within his courtyard, unperturbed by the possibility of disturbances as long as he communicated with the servants at the entrance. With their presence, he felt secure against any intrusions. In the blink of an eye, another fortnight passed. During this period, Yi Guchen did not step outside his courtyard, continuously engaging in his cultivation, either the Imperial Supreme Technique or the Phantom Ghost Claw. This month and a half of relentless practice honed his Phantom Ghost Claw to a sharper and more refined state, while his understanding of the Imperial Supreme Technique deepened significantly. Perhaps due to the assistance of the cleansing elixir, Yi Guchen sensed that his progress in cultivating the Phantom Ghost Claw had accelerated considerably compared to before. The speed and duration of his energy manipulation had more than doubled, amounting to a fourfold increase from his previous pace. This newfound velocity instilled him with immense confidence. And the elixir had afforded a slight enhancement to his internal energy, rendering his meridians considerably more resilient, coupled with the abundant spiritual energy supporting him. If Yi Guchen's conjectures are accurate, he believes he shall be able to break through to the 5th level within 2 to 3 months. At that juncture, his internal energy will be even more profound, his meridians wider and sturdier, and the Phantom Ghost Claw will be even more lethal. Young master, young master. The old master requests your presence in his study. Just after Yi Guchen concluded his training and wiped the sweat from his brow, Uncle Fu hurriedly entered, his face beaming with joy, suggesting he had encountered some delightful news. What is it, Uncle Fu? Why are you so cheerful? Yi Guchen, initially taken aback by the sight, soon broke into a smile, inquiring of Uncle Fu. Since he began training in martial arts, Yi Guchen's demeanor had noticeably brightened. He often wore a subtle smile when meeting Uncle Fu, particularly now that his progress was more evident. Young master, someone from the Feng family of Liuzhou has arrived and will be here shortly. The old master has asked you to prepare to meet him and then welcome the Feng family together. Uncle Fu relayed with a joyful countenance. The Feng family? They have sent someone? Ah, I understand, Uncle Fu. I shall make my way there. After hearing this, Yi Guchen was initially taken aback, but he soon nodded in agreement. The Feng family of Liuzhou had maintained a long-standing friendship with the Yi family, being a prestigious lineage in the Ming Kingdom's Liuzhou, their heritage comparable to that of the Yi family. However, in recent years, their power had surged remarkably, establishing themselves as the foremost family in Liuzhou, even recognized as one of the most prominent in Jiangnan. Not only did the family business flourish, but the younger generation also exhibited great promise. More importantly, the venerable patriarch of the Feng family had broken through the limitations of the 10th level of acquired martial arts a decade ago, advancing into the innate realm, becoming one of the renowned masters in the entire Jiangnan region. Naturally, the Feng family's fortunes rose in tandem with this achievement. Furthermore, the second and third generations of the Feng family were equally impressive. It was rumored that Feng Qing, the foremost expert of the second generation, had already reached the pinnacle of the 10th level and was expected to enter the innate realm within a decade. This would grant the Feng family 2 innate masters, a remarkable feat in all of Jiangnan, surpassing even the elder of the Yi family by a margin. As for the most talented genius of the third generation, Feng Chenyu, who was merely 20 years old, he had already attained the 7th level of expertise and was quite renowned throughout Jiangnan. However, these accomplishments were not the primary concern for Yi Guchen or the Yi family. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that, during Yi Guchen's childhood, his father had arranged a betrothal for him, the intended bride being Feng Yuqing, the third generation of the Feng family, reputed to be a striking beauty, well known in Liuzhou and even throughout Jiangnan. Uncle Fu's excitement in conveying this news to Yi Guchen stemmed from this very reason. Truth be told, Yi Guchen had little recollection of this young lady from the Feng family, as their few encounters occurred during their early childhood, at the tender age of 5 or 6 when memories were scarcely formed. Thus, he held no impression of her. Over the years, the young lady from the Feng family had blossomed into a graceful figure, while Yi Guchen had been engulfed by the weight of resentment, leaving little room for thoughts of romance. He had been so consumed by his grievances that, had it not been for Uncle Fu's mention, he might have entirely forgotten about it. Yi Guchen was indifferent to the Feng family's intentions and had little interest in romantic entanglements at present. His sole focus was on honing his martial prowess, with the aim of avenging himself against the Jade Sword Manor once he attained sufficient strength. The sudden arrival of the Feng family caught him somewhat off guard, but he quickly composed himself, bidding farewell to Uncle Fu as he made his way towards Yi Yun's study. Chapter 011. Annulment. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Guchen arrived at the door of Yi Yun's room and rapped on it. Soon, a voice, slightly aged yet firm, emerged from within. Come in. Grandfather. Yi Guchen entered and cast a glance at Yi Yun, who sat in the center, engrossed in a tome bound in blue. He whispered softly. Scholars read to govern the world, while warriors read to clarify their ambitions. Yi Yun harbored a profound love for reading. At times, it served as a cleansing of the soul, enlightening him with deeper truths and facilitating breakthroughs. Many scions of noble families were similarly drawn to the literary arts for this very reason. Setting aside the ancient scroll, Yi Yun regarded his grandson, who donned a white long robe, his features slightly gaunt yet strikingly handsome, and sighed. Rising, he addressed Yi Guchen, "Let us proceed. The Feng family will be arriving shortly. Whatever transpires, you must exercise restraint. The Feng family is no longer what it once was, and we cannot afford to provoke them." Shaking his head, he exited the room. Though unspoken, an ominous premonition lingered in Yi Guchen's heart, an unsettling feeling he could not quite articulate. However, the gravity of his grandfather's expression suggested that matters were far from simple. It seemed Yi Yun was already aware of certain troubling circumstances, which prompted him to summon Yi Guchen for this grave admonition. Yi Guchen remained silent, following closely behind Yi Yun. Some matters were beyond his control, at least for now, as he lacked the requisite power. In a world where strength dictated authority, without power, one held no voice. Even if one spoke, few would heed. Accompanying Yi Yun to the entrance of the Yi family's front courtyard, they found the elder uncles, first uncle, second uncle, fourth uncle, and fifth uncle had already gathered. Moreover, several members of the third generation of the Yi family were present. The Feng family, now vastly different from before, had drawn a considerable welcoming party. Yi Yun merely took a brief turn at the entrance before proceeding into the grand hall without stepping out to greet them. After all, as an elder, it would be beneath his dignity to rush to the front door to welcome guests, particularly when the Feng family had sent their younger members. Despite the waning ties between the two families in recent years, a bond still existed, and Yi Yun, as a senior, could not diminish his stature in such a manner. Yi Guchen also refrained from lingering outside, instead following Yi Yun into the grand hall. He chose not to take a seat. The hall was adorned with 10 chairs arranged for guests, while 2 prominent seats occupied the center. However, there was no place designated for a junior like Yi Guchen, as any third-generation seat would belong to the eldest son, Yi Guhong. Before long, the members of the Feng family arrived. Among them was Feng Qing, the foremost master of the second generation of the Feng clan, at the pinnacle of the 10th level. Feng Qing, a robust man in his 40s with a square face, was accompanied by a handful of young masters from the Feng family, numbering around 10. After exchanging pleasantries with Uncle Yi Hongbin and a few of Yi Guhong's elder relatives, he was warmly invited into the grand hall. Little nephew Feng Qing pays his respects to Uncle Yi. Feng Qing entered and slightly cupped his hands in greeting to Yi Yun, smiling serenely as he prepared to bow. "Haha, no need for such formality. My dear nephew, come, take a seat." Yi Yun chuckled heartily, rising to intercept Feng Qing before he could complete his gesture of respect, inviting him to sit beside him, which Feng Qing accepted with ease. To Yi Guchen, this behavior appeared somewhat presumptuous, yet it was understandable in a world where strength commanded respect. After all, his grandfather Yi Yun was merely at the mid-level of the 10th stage, while Feng Qing had already reached its peak. Were it not for the elder status of Yi Yun, Feng Qing might have deemed even the act of bowing unnecessary. Thus, this was already a considerable show of respect. However, despite understanding the reasoning, Yi Guchen could not help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction, though he refrained from voicing it, fully aware of his own lack of standing. Once Feng Qing was seated, the members of the Yi family followed suit, and the Feng family members also took their places. The servants of the Yi family promptly brought forth exquisite tea, placing it before everyone before politely withdrawing. After the tea was served, Yi Yun, seated next to Feng Qing, engaged in some small talk, reminiscing and inquiring about each other's well-being before he cheerfully inquired, "Might I ask what brings you to our Yi family this time?" "Well, it's nothing much, really. I have come regarding the marriage of my little niece Feng Yuqing and your esteemed 9th young master Yi Yun," Feng Qing responded, glancing at Yi Yun with a faint smile. He did not even spare a glance at Yi Guchen, who stood beside Yi Yun, perhaps out of unfamiliarity or possibly intentional disregard. "Oh, the marriage? If I recall correctly, it was agreed that the two would wed when Guchen turned 16 and Yuqing 18. Has something gone awry?" Yi Yun furrowed his brow and inquired. As his words left his lips, the expressions of those around them darkened considerably. Years ago, when the patriarch of the Feng family was gravely injured, their numerous businesses faced severe setbacks, placing the Feng family in peril. The Yi family had extended a helping hand, providing substantial financial support to salvage the Feng family's situation. It was during this time that the marriage arrangement between Yi Guchen and Feng Yuqing was made, facilitated by the third son, Yi Hongwen. However, now that the Feng family had turned its fortunes around. With the patriarch having achieved a breakthrough to become a congenital master due to events from over a decade ago, it was inconceivable that the Feng family would not express gratitude to the Yi family. Instead, they were now audaciously reneging on their commitment. The promise made in the past had been reduced to mere folly? This was an outright affront to the Yi family, traditionally. It was the male party that broke off engagements, not the female. How could the once vulnerable Feng family now betray their vows? This matter has transcended the personal affairs of Yi Guqin. It pertains to the very dignity of the Yi family. How can the members of the Yi family endure such humiliation? Yet, what recourse do they have? The Feng family is currently thriving, reigning as the foremost clan in Liuzhou, and their status in Jiangnan is also commendable, with a congenital master at their helm, and Feng Qing poised to ascend to the ranks of congenital experts within the next decade. The Yi family finds itself in a position of vulnerability. Although Feng Qing has stated that the marriage contract remains valid should Yi Guqin attain the congenital realm within 3 years, everyone is acutely aware that such an achievement is utterly implausible. Throughout history, no one has ever been known to reach the congenital stage within a mere 3 years. Especially not someone like Yi Guqin, who is currently incapacitated by blocked meridians. This notion is nothing short of a delusion. The sentiment expressed is nearly meaningless. The faces of the Yi family members darken with dismay, yet they remain silent. Elder Yi furrows his brow and ultimately casts a glance at the smugly grinning Feng Qing, sighing deeply before remarking, in that case, let it be. It seems my Guqin is simply not destined for such fortune. He then picks up the black jade from the table and hands it to Yi Guqin, who accepts the obsidian pendant and holds it tightly in his palm, remaining silent but seething with inner fury. His anger is not directed at the Feng family's betrayal nor the perceived weakness of the Yi family. Rather, it arises from his own lack of strength. Yi Guqin believes that had the Yi family possessed greater power, or had he himself been a congenital master, the Feng family would not dare to treat him with such disdain. If he were a master-level expert, would they have the audacity to propose a dissolution of the engagement? All of this stems from his own powerlessness. If he were strong enough, he could seek vengeance against the Jade Sword Villa. If he possessed might, the Feng family would not dare to treat him in such a manner. At this moment, Yi Guqin's yearning for strength intensifies. He vows to himself that he shall attain power. One day, he will make the Feng family tremble beneath his feet, and one day, he will ensure that the Jade Sword Villa pays for their transgressions. Haha, since there is nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave. I must thank my uncle for his understanding, Feng Qing exclaims with a hearty laugh, rising to his feet and performing a respectful gesture towards Yi Yun before turning to depart. As he does so, a flicker of complex emotion crosses Feng Qing's gaze. Though the members of the Yi family remain oblivious, in truth, the Feng family is not devoid of their own difficulties. They too grapple with the weight of betrayal and the burden of broken promises. However, the Feng family finds themselves ensnared by circumstances beyond their control. Sometimes, certain actions must be taken, not out of desire, but necessity. Although Feng Qing is reluctant to deliver such words to the Yi family, he feels compelled to do so. At that moment, Yi Guqin suddenly cries out, "Stop!" His words reverberate through the room, causing everyone to turn in astonishment towards him. Chapter 012. Circumstances Beyond Control, Humanity's Limitations. Both the members of the Yi family and the Feng family turned their gazes toward Yi Guqin. The expressions of the Yi family members grew increasingly peculiar, their eyes filled with warnings directed at Yi Guqin. It was evident that the Yi family could not afford to provoke the Feng family at present, and they sought to convey this sentiment to Yi Guqin through their glances. Meanwhile, the elder, Yi Yun, also displayed a change in demeanor, uncertain of what to articulate. Conversely, the members of the Feng family turned their backs and regarded Yi Guqin, particularly Feng Qing, who, with a hint of amusement and mockery in his eyes, addressed Yi Guqin. I wonder if the 9th young master of the Yi family has anything to say. It appeared that Feng Qing was previously aware of Yi Guqin's identity, yet had chosen to ignore him until now, highlighting Yi Guqin's status with an air of arrogance and derision, likely considering the unremarkable Yi Guqin, who could not cultivate inner strength, beneath his notice. Have you ever heard this saying? Esteemed elder of the Feng family, better to offend an old man with a white beard than to belittle a young man in poverty. One day, the dragon shall soar and the phoenix shall rise. Do not doubt that a lifetime of suffering will yield its due recompense. Your family shall undoubtedly regret this, for in less than 3 years, you shall come to rue your decisions. Upon hearing these words, Feng Qing's expression shifted slightly before he erupted into laughter, casting a mocking glance at Yi Guqin. It seems you were quite well read, displaying some talent. Perhaps one day you might even achieve success in the examinations. However, do not harbor any grand illusions. If you possess the capability, my Feng family shall simply await your rise. But as far as I know, your meridians are inherently obstructed, rendering you incapable of cultivation. The notion that you could make my Feng family regret this is, I fear, a far-fetched dream. Ahaha. With that hearty laughter, Feng Qing disregarded the disapproving expressions of the Yi family members and turned to leave, oblivious to Yi Guqin, who was tightly gripping the black jade in his hand, his gaze resolute and unyielding as he watched them depart. Once the Feng family had exited, several second-generation heirs of the Yi family hastily followed suit. Yi Hongjun, the fourth uncle, cast a cold glance at Yi Guqin and reprimanded him with a snort. Nonsense. He then turned and left. Yi Yun sighed and approached Yi Guqin, with a tone tinged with helplessness and weariness. Guqin, do not take this matter to heart. The situation is beyond our control. Your grandfather has no alternatives. I hope you will not blame me, alas. Yet, regret is fleeting. After a moment of reflection, Lai Chi carefully wrapped the powdered black jade and placed it on the bedside, kneeling respectfully. Yi Guqin spoke softly, Father, though you are not here today, I know you would be distressed if you were aware of this. But rest assured, no one shall humiliate the Yi family, nor shall anyone bully your son. I will remember this affront from the Feng family. With those words, Yi Guqin turned and exited the room, immersing himself in his cultivation. However, his training ground was not within the confines of his home, but rather in a remote valley not far from the Yi estate. He dared not ascend the back mountain again, uncertain if the trouble he had previously stirred had settled. So he deemed it prudent to avoid unnecessary risks that might bring further turmoil to his family. Yi Guqin chose the secluded valley as his cultivation site, where he fervently devoted himself to his practice. The cultivation of internal energy is greatly aided by the abundant spiritual essence present in the environment. Although one can engage in extended meditation once reaching the fourth level, the maximum duration of practice is limited to a few hours a day. Exceeding this could prove detrimental, especially in the early stages when the meridians are not sufficiently resilient. Thus, recklessness could yield adverse effects, a lesson deeply ingrained in Yi Guqin by his parents. While he could not excessively cultivate his internal power, Yi Guqin began to practice the ethereal ghost claw, relentlessly honing his physique. The adage that the body is the foundation of revolution rings true in the realm of martial artists as well. Though practitioners of internal arts may not prioritize physical conditioning, it remains essential to engage in rigorous training. The body resembles a vast vessel, with internal energy akin to water within steel. The capacity to contain internal energy directly correlates with the dantian. To increase internal energy, one must expand the dantian. A robust physique, while not directly linked to the dantian, fortifies the vessel and enhances agility, thereby augmenting combat prowess. To this end, Yi Guqin procured 2 massive stone pillars for daily weightlifting to bolster his strength. Additionally, he discreetly acquired over 100 pounds of fine iron armor to don during his running and other drills, aimed at fortifying his body. All these endeavors were driven by his desire to grow stronger. Yi Guqin was unwavering in his commitment to enhance his combat capabilities, willing to pay any price. Consequently, he often found himself utterly exhausted, yet he persevered with grit and determination. Meanwhile, the Yi family remained oblivious to the discussions among the Feng family. After departing from the Yi residence, an elderly servant of the Feng family glanced at Feng Qing and murmured, Second Master, do you think we were too harsh in our words at the Yi household? Indeed, Feng Qing replied with a sigh. After all, our families have shared a relationship for many years. However, this situation has its reasons, as you are aware. There is only so much we can do. If Yi Guqin can attain the innate realm within 3 years, perhaps there is hope for a turnaround. But if he cannot, should we not end this engagement? Yi Guqin's congenital meridian blockage makes it unlikely for any miracle to occur. Rather than wait 3 more years, it may be wiser to sever ties now. Even if it seems harsh, it would help the Yi family come to terms with reality. Otherwise, the repercussions could be dire for us. This is all we can do for now. Alas, it is not what I desire, but circumstances dictate otherwise. People see our Feng family as prosperous and influential. Yet who truly understands the struggles we face? The matter concerning the Yi family must remain as it is. With a resigned sigh, Feng Qing urged his horse forward, hastily departing, leaving the old servant to sigh softly in contemplation. Chapter 013. Provocation. In this moment, Yi Guqin was diligently honing his skills. While within a royal palace in the capital of the Ming dynasty, a figure donned in a white python robe, Prince Yu, was unleashing a tempest of fury. With a visage contorted in rage, he pounded the table and bellowed, Investigate, find out. I demand to know who dares to seize what belongs to me. Bring them to justice, annihilate their entire lineage. Those so-called sects and martial families have grown increasingly audacious. Daring to pilfer from me? Do they even recognize the law? Why, yes, Your Highness, I shall investigate at once. However, it appears, according to our intelligence, it may be, the forces of the demonic sect, stammered his subordinate, kneeling on the ground, paralyzed by fear. Though he was a formidable innate master, he dared not act presumptuously before Prince Yu. Without a master-level rank, it was best not to present oneself before the lofty princes and risk disgrace. Demonic sect masters? Humph. There are plenty of them. Tell me who. Prince Yu's evident dissatisfaction with this revelation darkened his youthful countenance, and he coldly inquired. It could be the Blood Red sect. Members of the Blood Red sect. His subordinate hesitated before whispering. The Blood Red sect was undoubtedly one of the most powerful factions among the demonic sects. Ranked third in the demonic hierarchy, trailing only the Azura sect and the Evil Monarch sect. They were indeed formidable adversaries. Even the forces under Prince Yu might pale in comparison, while the might of the state machinery could potentially contend with them, the esteemed Genie Wei. Currently the most renowned intelligence agency in the Ming dynasty was not under Prince Yu's control but rather directly overseen by the emperor himself. Thus, Prince Yu lacked the authority to mobilize it. Given the strength of the Blood Red sect, seeking trouble with them would be akin to climbing a mountain. What? The Blood Red sect? Damn it, how could it be them? Which fool leaked the information? The Blood Red sect dares to oppose me. This situation is far from simple. Although the spirit-cleansing pill and the essence-recasting pill are precious, they would hardly pique the interest of the Blood Red sect. Their mobilization signifies deeper motives. Ma Wu, cease your investigation for now. Send someone to Jiangzhou City to see if there are any discoveries. If not, then let it be. The Blood Red sect is not something you can contend with, so do not trouble yourselves with this matter. Upon hearing this, Prince Yu regained his composure, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the scene before him, and dismissively waved for Ma Wu to withdraw. Unbeknownst to Yi Guqin, a calamity akin to a tempest had been averted solely by a twist of fate. Otherwise, he and the entire Yi family would have faced annihilation due to this incident. Though the immediate crisis had passed, the truth remained immutable. One cannot extinguish fire with mere paper. Sooner or later, this matter would resurface. And it might come to light that it was Yi Guqin who had taken the pill. At that juncture, it would be a test of Yi Guqin's ability to withstand the inevitable storm of wrath and the fury of Prince Yu. Having reached a considerable level of inner strength, my dantian has become saturated. It is now time to challenge the fifth acupoint, the Ling'ai acupoint, and I believe there should be no issues. Sitting cross-legged in my room, I murmured to myself. With eyes closed, I resumed my cultivation, channeling my inner energy to converge. After circulating it through a complete cycle, I began to gather it near the Ling'ai acupoint, the amassed energy swelling like a torrent behind a dam, resolutely against the unyielding barrier of the acupoint. After several attempts, the Ling'ai acupoint finally showed signs of loosening, and the barrier above it shattered under my renewed effort. In that instant, I sensed myself entering a new realm. My dantian expanded further, and my meridians were cleansed by the inner force, becoming more resilient. An indescribable sense of well-being enveloped me as I stabilized my cultivation. Upon stepping out of my room, I wandered aimlessly through the courtyard of the Yi family. Before long, I found myself at the training grounds of the Yi clan. At that moment, over 100 disciples were practicing under the guidance of my second uncle, Yi Hongwu. Among them were a dozen third-generation descendants, along with 40 to 50 family servants and some collateral relatives. The Yi family practiced the ancestral technique, the Zhonghaiju, primarily in the evenings, while the daytime was reserved for mastering the family's signature swordplay, known as the Yulong Shursen Shur. This swordplay, while not particularly profound, was the foundation for the disciples, and mastery of it would grant access to the family martial treasury, allowing the selection of cherished martial arts in the family's hallmark, the Zhonghaibiju. It is crucial to understand that on this entire continent, various sects and illustrious families hold their teachings in the highest regard, never to be disclosed. Anything that is shared externally is often of little value. Each family possesses unique techniques and styles, ensuring their lineage's continuity. For a Yi family disciple to learn techniques from another sect is utterly impossible. Not only may the other party refuse, but even if accepted, one cannot disseminate these teachings without the sect's permission, lest they face dire consequences. At this moment, the Yi family disciples had just concluded their training. Yi Hongwu invited them to sit in the pavilion beside the training ground for tea. The disciples gathered in small groups to discuss and engage in sparring. When I appeared at the entrance, they hardly took notice. Casting a casual glance at me, I prepared to leave, but at that moment, a sharp, mocking voice rang out. Why does Guqing seem so eager to depart? This remark silenced the training ground, transforming the once boisterous atmosphere into a profound stillness. All eyes turned toward me, their expression shifting to one of intrigue as they glanced between the speaker and my pale, handsome figure clad in a flowing white robe. Unsure of how to respond. What insights do you have, sixth brother? If not, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Yi Guqin stated with a tone that was neither particularly respectful nor outright disrespectful. Those from the Yi family understood his cold demeanor, so his words were not deemed peculiar. The young man, named Yi Guha, was the son of his fourth uncle, Yi Hongjun, and was 2 years his senior, now at the age of 16. He had always been somewhat arrogant and overbearing. Although he refrained from boasting in front of his peers, he was known as a local tyrant outside, notorious for his debauchery in Jiangzhou City. Currently, he had attained a cultivation level of the 4th tier, which, while not particularly profound, was commendable for his age. Yi Hongjun and Yi Hongwen shared a strained relationship, and it was common knowledge among the Yi family that he treated Yi Guqin poorly. Consequently, the elder had reprimanded Yi Hongjun, a fact that was no secret within the family. This had left Yi Guha feeling somewhat resentful. Although Yi Hongjun could not confront Yi Guqin directly, Yi Guha could, given their close age and the understanding that, as long as he did not go too far, the elder would not interfere. He had no intention of causing Yi Guqin any real harm. Rather, upon seeing him, a mischievous idea had sprung to mind, a desire to humiliate him. It's nothing. I heard that you've been diligently training in recent years, hoping to seek vengeance against the Jade Sword Manor? It has been quite a while since we last met, and I wish to see what progress you've made. How about a little contest between the two of us? Yi Guha said with a chuckle, half in jest. Chapter 014, The Menace of the Phantom Claw in the midst of a profound silence. Half of the attendees from various esteemed families were inwardly cursing the shamelessness of Yi Guha. Regardless of their sentiments towards Yi Guqin, he was, after all, their kin. The incident where Yi Guqin's meridians were destroyed by Yu Heng of the Yu Jian villa was no secret. Nor was it a secret that Yu Heng had slain their forebears. Yet, Yi Guha had the audacity to publicly unearth Yi Guqin's wounds and even dared to provoke him, which was indeed utterly disgraceful. What constitutes a contest? A true contest occurs between equals. It is absurd for a master of the 4th layer of inner strength to bully one whose meridians have been irrevocably damaged. It is nothing but sheer oppression. As these thoughts escaped his lips, the crowd, though silent, began to harbor disdain for Yi Guha's shameless demeanor. Even Yi Hongwu, seated at a distant terrace, altered his expression, placing his teacup down and preparing to admonish Yi Guha. However, before he could speak, Yi Guqin took the initiative. If sixth brother wishes to compete, then let us do so. With that declaration, he descended the steps with a dignified bearing, striding towards the center of the training ground amidst the bewildered gazes of his family members. His deep-set eyes fixated on Yi Guha, betraying no hint of his emotions. He had made up his mind. Now that he had entered the 6th layer of cultivation, he found no rival among his kin, save for Yi Guhong. It was time to showcase his prowess, not for the sake of ostentation, but in pursuit of greater advancement. He understood that the family had invested all its resources into the 20-year-old Yi Guhong, hoping he would achieve remarkable feats, while the benefits bestowed upon the other family members paled in comparison to those enjoyed by Yi Guhong. Yet, this was not the outcome Yi Guqin desired. He yearned to elevate his strength swiftly, to enable himself to exact vengeance. This ambition was inextricably linked to the family's support. Only with their unwavering backing could he accelerate his growth and access all necessary resources. This was the fundamental reason for his forthcoming actions. Although the Yi family possessed limited treasures, it was still one of the 3 prominent clans of Jiangzhou, with certain valuable assets, such as the family's forbidden domain, the ice cave, and the martial arts manuscripts cherished over the years, along with the wisdom of the family elders. These were beyond Yi Guqin's current reach. Only a few members of the 2nd generation, including Yi Guhong, were privy to such treasures. Yi Guqin needed these resources, which is why he resolved to take action, to teach Yi Guha a lesson while simultaneously demonstrating his own capabilities and acquiring what he sought. What? Is that true? How could this be possible? Your meridians are utterly destroyed. Father has declared it an absolute impossibility to restore them in this lifetime. Yi Hongwu exclaimed, his countenance shifting to one of shock. Others may remain oblivious, but Yi Hongwu is acutely aware of the severity of Yi Guqin's injuries. With two meridians irreparably damaged, Yi Guchen, despite appearing outwardly normal, is in a state of extreme frailty. His abilities, honed over many years, barely surpass those of an average person, and he is doomed to live with his injuries unhealed. The elder has long since reached a conclusion regarding this matter. Hence, when Yi Guchen suddenly claims that he has recovered and even made breakthroughs, the incredulity is palpable. This is truly the case. I simply refrained from disclosing it until now for certain reasons. Today presents an opportunity to share this revelation. And I will elaborate on the specifics to you and grandfather shortly, Yi Guchen articulated with commendable politeness. After all, his second uncle, Yi Hongwu, has always treated him favorably. Had it been his fourth uncle, Yi Hongjun, Yi Guchen's demeanor would likely have been less cordial. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This reflects Yi Guchen's character. Though he seldom expresses his sentiments, the truth remains. A drop of kindness warrants a fountain of gratitude. While even the smallest grievance must be etched in memory. Though he would never resort to violence against his blood relatives, once Yi Guchen possesses sufficient strength, he will not hesitate to impart a lesson to Yi Hongjun. Well, if that is the case, then you shall see for yourself, Yi Hongwu mused. Stepping aside after contemplating the situation, with his mastery of 8 levels of internal energy, he felt confident that a sparring match between the two would pose no significant issues, especially with his supervision to prevent any untoward incidents. Haha, old knife, you brought this upon yourself. I hadn't intended on truly competing. But since you seem oblivious, do not blame me for the consequences. Rest assured, second uncle is present, and as family, I shall not cause you serious harm. Though some minor pain is inevitable, Yi Guchen chuckled with a hint of mischief. To this, Yi Guchen chose to disregard the taunt, his expression remaining austere. Though anticipation brewed within him, this would be his inaugural encounter in combat, and he yearned to test both his prowess and the formidable capabilities of the spectral claw. With a disdainful snort, Yi Guchen suddenly leaped into action, spinning around to charge at Yi Guchen with a punch aimed squarely at his chest. Though the Yi family is renowned for their swordsmanship, this was a friendly contest among kin, and weapons were prohibited. Nevertheless, as a prestigious clan, the Yi family possesses various martial arts techniques, including hand-to-hand combat. Yi Guchen, while not a master, was confident that he could easily handle Yi Guchen. However, Yi Guchen was unprepared for Yi Guchen's response. Rather than evading, Yi Guchen met the attack head-on. Their fists collided with a resounding impact, sending Yi Guchen flying backward. Seizing this moment, Yi Guchen transformed his fist into a claw, the ethereal blue glow of the spectral claw materializing before Yi Guchen, who had no time to react as it struck his shoulder, chest, and thigh in rapid succession. Though Yi Guchen had endeavored to restrain himself, it was, after all, his inaugural bout, and he was unaware of the formidable nature of the netherworld phantom claw. Despite his attempt to temper his strength, he effortlessly tore away 3 pieces of flesh from Yi Guhua's body. In an instant, as Yi Guhua collapsed to the ground, he was a gruesome sight. Blood and flesh in disarray, and he expelled 3 mouthfuls of fresh blood upon impact. What? How could this be possible? The onlookers, members of the clan, stood frozen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the reality unfolding before their eyes. They could hardly fathom that Yi Guchen had so effortlessly triumphed over Yi Guhua, displaying such remarkable finesse while inflicting such severe injury. As for Yi Hongwu, his countenance was one of sheer astonishment, after a brief moment of shock. A bitter taste filled his mouth. He had believed he could intervene in time to prevent the clash, yet the outcome was far beyond his expectations. Yi Guchen's speed had taken him by surprise, and he had not prepared for Yi Guchen's victory, presuming that despite his recovery, the years of absence would render him no match for Yi Guhua. Thus, he had scarcely paid attention, and the resulting turn of events caught him completely off guard. By the time he realized the need to act, it was too late. Yi Guchen had already concluded his assault. Witnessing Yi Guhua so grievously injured before his very eyes, Yi Hongwu could only manage a wry smile. On one hand, he was astonished by Yi Guchen's prowess and technique, while on the other, he felt a deep concern over how to explain this debacle to his younger brother, who was both petty and protective. After all, as an 8th-level master, he had failed to intervene in time to stop Yi Guchen. Who would believe such a tale? Chapter 015, The Extraordinary Genius, Part 1. Upon concluding his words, he cast a sweeping glance around the vicinity and then focused on the stern expression of Yi Guchen standing nearby. Frowning slightly, he reprimanded in a hushed tone, "Guchen, accompany me to see the old master. The rest of you may disperse. Today's events must not be divulged. Should anyone dare to speak recklessly, they shall not escape my wrath." With that, He turned and walked towards the residence of Yi Yun in the back courtyard. Without hesitation, Yi Guqin, his face devoid of emotion, followed closely behind Yi Hongwu, making their way to the abode of the esteemed elder. However, Yi Guqin felt no trepidation for today. He was in the right. Before long, the two arrived at Yi Yun's residence. The servant at the entrance, taken aback by their arrival, hastily rushed inside to inform Yi Yun. Typically, the brothers of the Yi family would not disturb the elder unless a significant matter arose. Thus, their presence indicated urgency. A notion well understood by a diligent servant. Second brother, why have you brought Guqin here? Has something happened? As Yi Guqin and Yi Hongwu reached the Crimson Pinewood Gate, Yi Yun emerged, having been apprised by the servant. After glancing at Yi Hongwu and then at Yi Guqin, he inquired, "Father, I have matters to discuss with you." Yi Hongwu hesitated, casting a glance at the surrounding servants. Despite their loyalty, he preferred to keep certain matters private. Yi Yun paused, his expression shifting as he recognized his second son's character. He would not behave thus unless a significant issue was at hand. Nodding, he gestured for them to enter. "You two come with me. Everyone else, leave. No one is to approach the room without my command." The servants, sensing the gravity of the situation, complied without question, vacating the courtyard and positioning themselves near the circular archway, ensuring they did not draw near the room. Inside, Yi Yun casually seated himself in the central rosewood chair of the hall, regarding Yi Hongwu thoughtfully. "Now that everyone has left, speak freely." "Father, earlier, Guqin and Guhua engaged in combat." Yi Hongwu began, contemplating how to relay the events that had transpired. He conveyed the astonishing news of Yi Guqin's newfound martial prowess, which had caught even him, an adept at the 8th level, off guard. This revelation, indeed, was of monumental significance for the Yi family. Initially, Yi Yun had been apprehensive upon hearing of the duel between Yi Guqin and Yi Guhua, particularly given Yi Guqin's widely known difficulties with his meridians. However, as Yi Hongwu continued, the change in Yi Yun's countenance was palpable, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he turned to Yi Guqin. "Guqin, what is your current level of cultivation?" "5th level," Yi Guqin replied after a moment's hesitation, deliberately concealing a layer of his true capabilities. Though the man before him was his grandfather, he felt it prudent to retain some secrets, did he not? "5th level. 6 months ago, I recall you were still hindered by blocked meridians, weren't you? In such a brief span, you have astonishingly ascended to the 5th tier. How can this be possible?" Yi Yun could no longer contain his excitement and stood up, staring incredulously at Yi Guqin. On the other side, Yi Hongwu's gaze towards Yi Guqin was filled with shock and curiosity. It is worth noting that half a year ago, Yi Guqin was merely an ordinary individual unable to cultivate internal energy. To rise to the 5th tier in just 6 months is an unprecedented feat. Historically, the fastest recorded ascent from an ordinary person to the 5th tier required 3 years, yet Yi Guqin accomplished it in merely half a year? How can anyone believe such a claim? To assert that one has cultivated to the 5th tier in 6 months would likely be met with skepticism. Others might dismiss it as a jest. However, the undeniable truth lay before them, evidenced by Yi Guqin's earlier confrontation with Yi Guhi, who was already a 4th tier master. In such a short time, Yi Guqin had grievously injured Yi Guhi with astonishing speed, a testament to his strength that could only be attributed to being at the 5th tier. I do not know either." Yi Guqin responded with a bitter smile, uncertain of how to elucidate the matter, as it was indeed rather peculiar. "So how did you manage to open your meridians?" After his initial astonishment, Yi Yun's expression settled into calmness. At over 70 years of age, he had witnessed many extraordinary events throughout his life. Though Yi Guqin's transformation was truly astonishing, Yi Yun quickly regained his composure, honing in on the crux of the matter. A person born with obstructed meridians, unable to circulate their energy. How could such a person have their meridians opened? How could they cultivate internal energy? This was the pivotal question. "Well, after I recovered from my injuries 6 months ago, while training in the back mountains, I encountered a scruffy Taoist who assisted me. In gratitude, he gifted me a pill, and upon consuming it, my meridians became unblocked," Yi Guqin recounted, fabricating a tale. In this land, legends of immortals occasionally arise, and those eccentric practitioners have spawned countless myths. Many inhabitants of Fongan continent believe in the existence of such beings, with these peculiar Taoists regarded as their incarnations. Although they seldom appear, with centuries passing without sightings, they have indeed created numerous miracles. By attributing this event to the enigmatic scruffy Taoist, all could be explained. "What? Where is that Taoist now?" Yi Yun exclaimed, his initial thought being that Yi Guqin had encountered an extraordinary figure. If this person could be befriended by the Yi family, their fortunes would surely soar. While he harbored doubts about Yi Guchen's account, he had no evidence to dispute it. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding Yi Guchen were so extraordinary that it seemed the only possible explanation for his transformation lay with that mysterious scruffy Taoist who had bestowed upon him the pill, leading Yi Yun to believe. Chapter 016, The Extraordinary Genius, Part 2. The mysterious figure tossed a pill to me and vanished without a trace. After consuming the pill, I lost consciousness, and upon awakening, I found no sign of him. Naturally, Yi Guchen could not disclose the whereabouts of that individual. Thus, he feigned ignorance, attributing his state to fainting. Ah, I see. So, after that, you practiced at Songhaiju for half a year and reached the 5th level? However, our Yi family is not particularly skilled in claw techniques. According to what your second uncle mentioned earlier, during your encounter with Guhua, you utilized an extremely domineering and fierce claw technique. Guchen, tell me, has someone been imparting martial arts to you? Yi Yun pondered for a moment and continued to inquire. It was not that he doubted Yi Guchen, but given the gravity of the matter, the head of the Yi family felt compelled to probe further. In truth, I have been practicing the family's secret tome, the Huangji Divine Art. The claw technique I used is also derived from the Huangji Divine Art, known as the Yuming Ghost Claw. After a moment's reflection, Yi Guchen decided to be forthright about this matter and disclosed it candidly. What? The Huangji Divine Art? Are you certain it is the Huangji Divine Art? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun was struck with astonishment, his eyes alight with fervor. Overcome with excitement, he disregarded formalities and rushed forward, grasping Yi Guchen's shoulders, his voice slightly trembling. What the Huangji Divine Art entails is known to very few within the Yi family nowadays. Yet, Yi Yun was acutely aware that it was the pinnacle of martial arts passed down by the ancestors of the Yi family. Although no one from the Jiangzhou Yi family had ever successfully cultivated it, the predecessors had wielded this art to dominate the world for centuries. The Yi family has long harbored a desire, hoping that one day a descendant would once again master the Huangji Divine Art, restoring the family's former glory. This aspiration has persisted for centuries, yet regrettably, despite attempts to cultivate the Huangji Divine Art, none succeeded. Now, Yi Guchen claimed to have practiced the Huangji Divine Art and remarkably advanced to the 5th level in just 6 months. This was an unprecedented occurrence in history. How could Yi Yun possibly maintain his composure in light of such news? All right. Guchen, you may leave now. Let us not speak of today's conversation to anyone. You should say that you encountered a master of medicine who cured you. As for your cultivation and the techniques you practice, do not reveal a single word to anyone, not even to family. I will ensure your second uncle informs everyone to remain silent about today's events, so you need not worry. Tears glimmered in Yi Yun's eyes as he repeated the word all right thrice, imparting these instructions to Yi Guchen. Yes, grandfather, I understand. Yi Guchen did not dwell on it further or argue. The elder held absolute authority within the Yi family, and his words were beyond dispute. Yi Guchen spoke and turned to leave the modest yet classical hall, approximately 30 square meters in size. In the space that remained, only Yi Yun and Yi Hongwu were present. After casting a glance at Yi Hongwu and then at the retreating figure of Yi Guchen, Yi Yun pondered for a moment before speaking in a solemn tone. Second brother, go and summon Uncle Lu along with your companions. As for the third brother, well, if you can locate him, bring him here. If not, find a way to convey this news to him. He has endured much over the years and deserves some happiness. Guchen has ultimately failed to meet the expectations of the third brother. Turning around, he seated himself in the central rosewood chair and closed his eyes. Yi Hongwu refrained from further comment, clasped his fists in respect, and then exited. Approximately half an hour later, all direct descendants of the Yi family, except for the third brother Yi Hongwen, had gathered. Among them stood an elderly man with white hair and a beard, half closing his eyes beside Yi Yun. Despite his appearance, no one dared to underestimate him. For all present acknowledged that Uncle Lu, although a long-serving servant of the Yi family, was the second strongest individual after Yi Yun, a master of the initial 10th level. Such a figure commanded respect. Father, today, as everyone took their seats, the visibly agitated Yi Hongjun attempted to voice his frustrations. But his words were swiftly interrupted by Yi Yun's hand wave. Meeting Yi Hongjun's gaze, Yi Yun calmly instructed, Fourth, hold your tongue and allow the second to speak. Second brother will now disclose today's events. Yi Yun continued. Yes, father. Yi Hongwu complied without further ado, turned to face the assembly, and cleared his throat. Today in the training grounds, he recounted the events of the day in full, including the conversation between Yi Guchen and Yi Yun. Aware that Yiyun had summoned everyone for a reason, he meticulously relayed every detail he knew without omission. As Yi Hongwu spoke, the expressions of those around him shifted dramatically, joy illuminating their faces. Even the usually closed-eyed Uncle Liu opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance shining forth as he occasionally glanced at Yiyun, seemingly exchanging silent communication. In stark contrast, Yi Hongjuan's countenance grew increasingly grim, darkening with palpable discontent. Very well, the second has conveyed the situation, and you all comprehend it now. I trust you understand my intention in having him share this with you, Yiyun stated. Seated centrally with a cup of tea in hand, calmly surveying the room while paying particular attention to the brooding Yi Hongjun. We understand, Father. We will undoubtedly place greater emphasis on Guqing in the future and ensure that this matter remains confidential. You can rest assured, the eldest, Yi Hongbin, rose and clasped his fist respectfully, and though Yiyun said little, his meaning was clear to all present. Well, since you understand, that is good. I have feared your lack of comprehension. Since the last time Gu Chen's injuries healed, nearly half a year has passed. In this short span of 6 months, Gu Chen has ascended through 5 realms of cultivation, a speed unprecedented throughout history. To call him a genius would be an understatement. He is an extraordinary prodigy. My hopes for the rise of the Yi family rest upon Gu Chen, and I trust you grasp this sentiment. Today, let it be clear, Gu Chen embodies the hope and future of the Yi family. Anyone daring to cast their gaze upon him shall incur my wrath. Yiyun spoke with a solemn tone, surveying the surroundings until his gaze settled upon the fourth son, Yi Hongjun. Upon noticing his father's penetrating stare, Yi Hongjun momentarily froze, his expression shifting rapidly. It was evident that Yiyun's words were directed at him, a realization he could not dismiss. Despite his narrow-mindedness, Yi Hongjun remained a dutiful son, aware of what actions were appropriate and what were not. He dared not oppose his father's sentiments. Gritting his teeth, Yi Hongjun rose and clasped his hands in respect, saying, Father, rest assured, though I am not a magnanimous person and harbor biases against Gu Chen, especially after he injured my son today, I understand the importance of discretion. I shall not breathe a word of this incident nor seek trouble with Gu Chen. Otherwise, I would not be worthy of the Yi family name. Good. It is sufficient that you comprehend my words, third son. Gu Chen represents the hope of the Yi family. In recent years, our clan has gradually declined. The Yu Jian villa and the Feng family of Luzhou have mounted pressure upon us, and even the Jiang and Ma families of Jiangzhou have begun to stir restlessly. Recently, they have made frequent moves against the Yi family. If we fail to produce a remarkable figure soon, upon my death, the Yi family will surely fracture. You must understand that you are members of the Yi family. It is your foundation. If the Yi family thrives, so shall you. Should misfortune befall the Yi family, none of you can escape its repercussions. Weigh the gravity of this matter wisely. Yiyun nodded and continued. The Yi family now faces numerous crises and desperately requires a formidable young master to instill fear and lead us back to glory. Once, this hope was placed in Yi Guhong, who reached the 6th realm by the age of 20. However, it is evident that this expectation has shifted to Yi Guchen, who, despite a childhood marked by blocked meridians, miraculously recovered and ascended to the 5th realm in merely 6 months, a stark contrast to the 15 years it took another to achieve the same. The importance of each is clear and requires no further elaboration. Yi Guchen's pace of cultivation undoubtedly merits the title of an extraordinary genius. Merely the swiftness of his training is sufficient to garner attention from all corners. Moreover, it is worth noting that Yiyun has yet to mention that Yi Guchen is practicing the ancestral technique of the Yi family, the imperial extreme divine art. Otherwise, the surrounding individuals would likely be even more astounded. The crowd remained silent, yet internally nodded in agreement with Yiyun's assertions, including Yi Hongjun. The elder's words rang true. They were all members of the Yi family, bound by blood and kinship. The prosperity of the Yi family would undoubtedly benefit them all. Should the family encounter any misfortune, none would escape unscathed. Even those who managed to flee would find themselves adrift, like rootless reeds, a fate no one wished to face. Though their thoughts diverged, one sentiment united them. Even the 4th son, Yi Hongjun, was equally awestruck by Yi Guchen's remarkable cultivation speed. They resolved collectively to support Yi Guchen wholeheartedly, striving to provide him with an optimal training environment and ample resources. They deemed any sacrifice on their part worthwhile. For Yi Guchen represented the future of the Yi family, an unparalleled prodigy. However, had they known that Yi Guchen had already attained the 6th level of mastery, their reactions would likely have been nothing short of madness. Such an achievement is nothing less than astonishing. If true, Yi Guchen would deserve not merely the title of an extraordinary genius, but rather that of an unparalleled marvel. Chapter 17. The roar within the ice cave. The confrontation between Yi Guchen and Yi Guho was deftly suppressed by the elders of the clan, who forbade anyone from uttering a word about it. Those present on that day received stern warnings, ensuring that the incident did not escape into the wider world. However, within the Yi family, it was hardly a secret. Nearly everyone was aware that the once ineffectual ninth young master, Yi Guchen, had transformed into a genuine martial artist of considerable prowess, boasting at least a fourth-level cultivation, if not more. This was evidenced by the swiftness with which he defeated the similarly fourth-level Yi Guo, who lay bedridden for an entire month, wrapped in bandages like a zongzi. Such circumstances vividly illustrated the extent of Yi Guchen's abilities. Since that fateful day, Yi Guchen had garnered special attention from the family. Not only did he receive direct guidance from the venerable Yi Yun, but he was also granted access to the clan's armory, library, and the sacred ice cave. In accordance with the consensus of Yi Yun and several other clan elders, it was decided to provide Yi Guchen with every resource, allowing him the freedom to cultivate. After all, he practiced the imperial supreme art, distinct from the Yi family's Songhai decision. Although the elders possessed significantly higher cultivation than Yi Guchen, they were unable to offer him any specific guidance. He would have to rely solely on his own efforts. Yi Guchen did not linger long within the family, and after a mere 7 or 8 days, he ventured into the clan's sacred ice cave to commence his cultivation. This location was also designated for those who had erred within the family. However, such individuals would have their internal energy sealed prior to entry. Within the ice cave, their suffering was akin to a living death, a fate far worse than enduring torturous punishment. Unlike his previous clandestine entry, this time Yi Guchen walked boldly into the cave, devoid of the heavy clothing and warm wine he had once brought. Now, he required none of those comforts, as they would only hinder his cultivation. Ninth young master, once inside, please refrain from touching the cold spring and avoid venturing deeper. There lies a cold spring within, and you must not proceed beyond that point. Remember this well. For failure to heed this warning may endanger your life, remarked Elder Lu, who awaited him at the ironclad entrance of the ice cave. His tone was not particularly reverent. Yet it was understandable, given Elder Lu's esteemed position within the Yi family, one that even Yi Hongbin would acknowledge with respect, let alone Yi Guchen. Understood, Elder Lu. Yi Guchen replied respectfully before stepping away from the imposing gates and into the depths of the cave. He had already tested the power of the cold spring during his last visit and knew all too well that a moment's carelessness could turn him into a mere icicle. Yi Guchen had many aspirations yet to fulfill. He certainly did not wish to meet his end prematurely and would avoid the cold spring unless absolutely necessary. Pushing open the grand door, a sudden gust of icy air assailed him. Yi Guchen stepped inside and shut the door behind him, feeling the chill intensify. Outside, it was the sweltering summer, not yet the peak heat of July and August, but May had already begun to feel oppressive. Abruptly, even Yi Guchen found himself taken aback, involuntarily drawing in a sharp breath and murmuring, "Brr, it's truly cold." With his left foot advancing, Yi Guchen leapt forward, hastening deeper into the cavern. The periphery of the ice cave offered no assistance to his cultivation, and he had no intention of lingering there. In no time, he reached the location of the extreme cold spring from his previous visit. Sensing the surrounding chill, he dared not be reckless and began to circulate his inner energy for protection. The temperature within the ice cave was exceedingly low. An ordinary person would be unable to withstand it. Even the former Yi Guchen, who had specifically trained his cold resistance, having consumed several jugs of warm liquor and clad in a thick coat, found himself nearly immobilized by the cold. However, this time was markedly different. As he circulated his inner energy, his body began to warm slightly, rendering the frigid air incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm upon him. Once he activated his inner force, the pervasive chill dissipated entirely. Yet, the consequence of this action was a rapid depletion of his inner energy. Yi Guchen seated himself cross-legged, initiating the consumption of the Imperial Extreme Divine Skill, as intangible spiritual energy began to emanate around him at the behest of his will. Training within the ice cave was profoundly taxing on one's inner energy, and Yi Guchen's method of simultaneous consumption and replenishment, continually circulating his internal power, was the optimal path for cultivation. During this ebb and flow, the speed of his inner energy cultivation began to increase noticeably. Yi Guchen practiced diligently, entering the cave at noon and departing at dawn, substituting sleep with training, achieving remarkable progress at an astonishing pace. Were it not for the cave's frigid temperature, which transformed any food brought inside into blocks harder than steel, he would likely have remained there indefinitely. The evident results of his daily practice as addictive as a potent drug. On one particular day, with his eyes closed in meditation, Yi Guchen sat cross-legged, incessantly circulating his inner energy. At that moment, he had reached the rear of the extreme cold springs, where the temperature was even lower than that of the spring's previous location, creating an almost painfully icy atmosphere with each breath. Without the support of his inner energy, even his prowess as a sixth-level master would likely have succumbed to the cold. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed within the ice cave, though the sound was not loud. It was unmistakably clear, sending a shiver through Yi Guchen. He opened his eyes and gazed into the depths of the ice cave. Chapter 018. Let the contest begin. What could it be? The temperature within this icy cave is exceedingly low. It is said that even the innate masters of the family's ancestors could not venture into the depths of this frozen abyss. What could possibly be emitting such a roar? Could it be that there are secrets within this icy cave yet unknown to mankind? The sound sent a shiver down Yi Guchen's spine, prompting him to cast his gaze deeper into the cave. Rising to his feet and channeling his energy, Yi Guchen cautiously advanced into the icy cavern. Curiosity is an innate trait of humanity, and in this frigid expanse capable of freezing anything. The presence of a strange beast's roar intrigued him immensely, as if he had been tickled by a cat's paw. Despite his relentless efforts, Yi Guchen could only traverse a few hundred meters further. Any attempt to proceed was met with insurmountable resistance, as the chilling aura overwhelmed his internal strength. Yet, he did not retreat. Instead, he settled cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to circulate his internal energy. Staying here was already pushing his limits, and every moment spent in this place drained his energy reserves. If it were not for the jade pendant at his side, and the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him, which facilitated his absorption of the ambient energy to replenish his depleting strength, he would hardly dare linger here. Even a brief stay could jeopardize his life. It was only because of his substantial internal power that he could brazenly cultivate in a realm far beyond what a mere sixth-tier master could withstand. Training in this environment allowed Yi Guchen to progress at an astonishing pace, while simultaneously fortifying his physique. The cold atmosphere not only tested his endurance but also enhanced his body, particularly due to the strengthening effects of the Imperial Supreme Skill. Every martial arts manual possesses the capacity to transform the body to a certain extent, rendering it more agile and powerful. While internal masters do not subject their bodies to the same relentless trials as external practitioners, they still place great emphasis on bodily refinement. After all, the body is the foundation of a person. Without a robust physique, even extraordinary cultivation ultimately amounts to naught. The cultivation of internal power involves the continual absorption of the world's spiritual energy to enhance and transform oneself. As one absorbs this energy, the body undergoes an unconscious metamorphosis, becoming ever more formidable. The efficacy of the Imperial Supreme Skill surpasses that of ordinary internal cultivation techniques. As Yi Guchen diligently practiced, his internal energy was consumed, yet his physical strength, reflexes, and muscle sinew continuously strengthened. The frigid air outside further stimulated his body, rendering it more solid and refined, enhancing his training results manifold compared to those achieved in milder conditions. To understand the path of inner strength cultivation, it becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. Generally, the time required to transition from the sixth layer to the seventh layer, by unlocking the sixth meridian, is approximately twice that of previous layers, or even longer. Yi Guchen took roughly 3 months to ascend from the fifth to the sixth layer, while he estimates that the journey from the sixth to the seventh layer will demand around 6 months. On this particular day, as dawn broke, Yi Guchen emerged from the icy cave after a night of habitual practice, intending to nourish himself and subsequently refine his martial skills. However, at the entrance of the cave stood a tall figure clad in a flowing white robe, a 3-foot-long sword sheathed at his waist. With eyes closed, long hair cascading over his shoulders, the individual suddenly opened his eyes upon spotting Yi Guchen, fixating on him with an expression imbued with an indescribable complexity. "Brother?" Yi Guchen exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before speaking. The visitor was none other than Yi Guhong, the eldest son of the Yi family and once the foremost martial artist of the younger generation. "You've finally come out? I have been waiting for you all day. Shall we spar?" Yi Guhong's words were few yet direct. The members of the Yi family understood that he harbored an air of arrogance. Although he spoke respectfully to the elders, his demeanor remained cold and proud. He often barely exchanged words with his peers, offering little more than a nod upon meeting. The fact that he engaged in conversation with Yiguchen was a significant indication that he did not underestimate him. Waiting for me all day? Does the old master know? Yiguchen responded, initially startled, then furrowing his brow as he whispered the question. The mention of the old master caused Yiguchen's expression to shift slightly. He understood the implication of the elder's intentions, likely wishing to use this opportunity to assess his capabilities. As for why Yiguhong had come, Yiguchen was uncertain, though he suspected it was related to their previous skirmish. After all, Yiguhong was known for his pride and zeal for battle, unwilling to accept the surpassing of others. He might have perceived Yiguchen as a potential threat or deemed him worthy of a challenge. While Yiguchen could not ascertain Yiguhong's true motives, one thing was certain. He could not evade this impending confrontation. Chapter 19. Display of might. Then, my elder brother, please proceed. Since the old man wishes to test me, it is evident that I cannot evade this challenge. Although the one confronting me is my elder brother, Yiguhong, it is clear that this has been tacitly approved by the patriarch. With no recourse but to engage, I must rise to the occasion. Moreover, I have harbored a certain discontent regarding Yiguhong's ascension to the position that rightfully belonged to my father, Yi Hongwen, though I have kept my feelings concealed. A lingering resentment has taken root in my heart. Thus, when the opportunity arises, I shall certainly contend with Yiguhong. He is hailed as the foremost master of the third generation of the Yi family, a title I once accepted without question. However, I now find myself grappling with a sense of dissatisfaction. These titles are mere illusions, and I do not place great stock in them. Yet, some matters require a contest for clarity. It is essential that I may not disclose my thoughts to others, but at the very least, I must find solace within myself. I wish for Yiguhong to understand that the position of my father is not easily assumed. To occupy such a place, one must first gain my approval. Otherwise, I assure you, your seat shall be fraught with discomfort. With that, I beckon my elder brother to commence. Without hesitation, I clasp my hands in a gesture of respect and assume a stance ready for battle. I have also heard from our father regarding your progress, attaining the 5th realm in just 6 months. I must admit, I fall short of your achievements. Nevertheless, I shall engage you in combat. Rest assured, I shall only employ my internal power at the 5th realm against you. Now, draw your weapon, Yiguhong proclaimed with pride, clarifying his intentions, unwilling to take advantage of Yiguchen. There is no need for that. My skills are embodied in my claw techniques. I do not wield weapons. Recently, I have made a breakthrough. There is no need for you to hold back. If we are to fight, let us do so with all our might. I do not fear defeat, Yiguchen replied coldly, his strong sense of pride evident. He resented Yiguhong's demeanor, which seemed to suggest a desire to accommodate him. He needed no such concession. In the midst of their exchange, Yiguchen made his move. His left hand rose, summoning the phantom claw, radiating a faint azure glow. As he charged toward Yiguhong with the ferocity of a thunderbolt, the black tiger prowling heart technique struck directly at the center of his opponent's chest. Yiguhong, unwilling to underestimate this assault, swiftly drew his long sword to parry Yiguchen's strike. The clash resonated with the sound of metal striking metal, as Yiguchen deftly evaded Yiguhong's sharp blade, while Yiguhong narrowly avoided Yiguchen's attack, both combatants landing with poise. In this brief exchange, Yiguhong employed the family's ancestral sword technique, the 13 styles of the Wandering Dragon, while Yiguchen utilized the Phantom Claw. Initially, they were merely testing each other's prowess, not yet engaging in earnest combat. However, even this fleeting encounter altered Yiguhong's expression. He had exerted 70% of his strength. Yet Yiguchen remained unfazed, even gaining the upper hand. This revelation indicated that Yiguchen's cultivation had indeed reached the 6th realm, placing him on par with Yiguhong. In the span of merely 7 months, an ordinary individual, once devoid of distinction, ascended to the 6th realm, a velocity unparalleled throughout history. Now, Yiguhong felt a twinge of bitterness within. He finally comprehended why Yiguchen had suddenly garnered such profound attention from the family, and why his father had sought him out for a heart-to-heart conversation, imparting that henceforth all familial resources would be allocated to Yiguchen before he himself would receive any. Initially, Yiguhong harbored a sense of dissatisfaction, yet that discontent had dissipated entirely. With such innate talent, one could surmise that if he were the patriarch, he too would unreservedly prioritize the distribution of all family resources to Yiguchen. I did not expect you to achieve the 6th realm, and your techniques are indeed exquisite. In that case, I shall not hold back. I have also trained in the Yi family S8 absolute techniques of the vast sea. Today, I shall put them to the test. Be cautious, old 9. Yiguhong proclaimed loudly. as he wielded his sword, launching an assault towards Yiguchen. His right hand trembled slightly, sending forth several sword blossoms intermingled with formidable inner strength aimed directly at Yiguchen. At present, Yiguchen's cultivation was insufficient. Had he reached the innate realm, he would not have to exert such effort. Below the innate level, the spectral claw, akin to tempered steel, infused with inner power, was impervious to blades and could contend with divine weaponry. Beyond the innate realm, it became even more formidable, capable of manifesting an illusory claw to inflict harm invisibly, truly terrifying. Reminiscent of the legendary sword immortals who could soar through the skies wielding their blades, Yiguhong evaded Yiguchen's attack, redirecting his longsword towards Yiguchen's neck. However, Yiguchen, with remarkable swiftness, sidestepped the strike. Although the sword's force did not reach him, it cleaved the stone platform behind him in twain, sending shards flying in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Yiguchen unleashed the spectral claw, swiftly reaching Yiguhong's flank. Without uttering a word, he targeted his opponent's right arm and struck, leaving a gruesome gash from shoulder to wrist. Yiguhong let out a pain scream, dropping his longsword and clutching his arm as blood flowed incessantly down his pristine white robe. "The outcome is clear. I have matters to attend to," Yiguchen declared, refraining from further assault. After establishing the victor, he simply uttered this phrase and strode away. Upon reflection, he hastily attended to Yiguhong's wound, staunching the injury before escorting him to seek medical assistance. As for himself, he set out to find Yi Yun, for this matter required immediate reporting. Yiguchen's prodigious talent likely exceeded their wildest expectations, and the Yi family must accord him even greater attention moving forward. Chapter 020, The Splendid Pavilion of Jiangzhou. Disregarding the reactions of Yiguhong and Old Lu, as well as the consequences of the matter at hand, Yiguchen strode out of the Yi family's estate. After requesting a swift steed from a servant, he set off towards the heart of Jiangzhou City, determined to seek out his father, Yi Hongwen. Although Yi Hongwen had been stripped of his martial prowess, he was still revered as the most formidable master of the second generation of the Yi family, a figure of the 8th tier. Despite his loss of martial skills, his keen perception and discerning eye remained intact, making it challenging for an ordinary person to track him down. However, Yiguchen had a general idea of his father's whereabouts, as his father was particularly fond of a certain establishment in Jiangzhou City known as the Splendid Pavilion. The allure of this venue lay in its status as the finest tavern in the region, renowned for its century-old vintage wines that were both rich in history and exquisite in taste. Yi Hongwen cherished these wines dearly. Additionally, the Splendid Pavilion's tranquil setting, nestled near a picturesque lake, provided an idyllic escape from the bustling city, further enhancing its appeal. There, a gifted young female lute player, barely 20, performed with remarkable skill. Though not conventionally beautiful, her appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of Yiguchen's late mother, which endeared her to Yi Hongwen. In the serene corners of the pavilion, he found solace in her melodies, allowing the echoes of the past to momentarily alleviate his sorrow. The lute player graced the pavilion with her performances every fortnight, making it highly likely that Yi Hongwen would be present at this time. With urgency propelling him forward, Yiguchen galloped swiftly, reaching Jiangzhou City within half an hour from the Yi family estate. The city guards, upon recognizing the Yi family steed, offered no resistance and allowed him passage. After all, the Yi family was one of the 3 prominent clans of Jiangzhou, possessing not only a plethora of martial experts but also a formidable reputation, vast lands, and considerable wealth, rendering them beyond reproach in the eyes of the guards. Upon entering Jiangzhou City, the throng of people surged, with vendors vociferously hawking their goods along the streets, striving to earn their daily bread. The bustling crowd engaged in lively bargaining, creating a scene of vibrant commerce and prosperity. Yiguchen, without lingering too long, slowed his horse and made his way towards the Splendid Pavilion located in the southeastern corner of the city. Soon, he arrived at the pavilion, situated near a serene lake. Glancing at the sign at the entrance, he dismounted, entrusted his horse to a nearby attendant, and tossed a few coins before proceeding inside. Typically, Yiguchen devoted all his energy to cultivation, seldom visiting the Yi family estate or Jiangzhou City. This marked the 3rd occasion in his life that he entered the Splendid Pavilion. The last visit had been 2 years prior. Fortunately, his memory served him well, and the city had not changed significantly, ensuring he did not stray from his intended destination. Upon entering the resplendent hall, Yiguchen was greeted by a melodious sound of the guqin, ethereal and enchanting, which soothed his spirit and melted away the fatigue accumulated from days of rigorous training. Casting his gaze towards the central position, he noticed the musician, strikingly reminiscent of his mother, and began to search for his father's whereabouts. just as Yi Guqin anticipated. His father, Yi Hongwan, could not possibly miss such an occasion. Indeed, it was not long before he discovered his father seated at a table near the lakeside corner. His complexion slightly pale, figure appearing somewhat frail, with a stubbled face and long hair cascading down his back. Approaching his father, Yi Guqin gently sat beside him and whispered, "Father, I have come." Chapter 021, The Three Young Masters of the Ma Family, Part 1. Ah, indeed, it bears a striking resemblance. Yet she is ultimately not your mother. Yi Hongwan sighed deeply before uttering these words, his expression tinged with melancholy. As he spoke, he picked up the azure ceramic wine cup from the table, filled it to the brim with exquisite wine, and downed it in one gulp. Enveloped by a sense of somberness, though unspoken, Yi Guqin could discern the underlying sentiment. It appeared that his father harbored some affection for this woman. Otherwise, he would not have expressed such sentiments. With this understanding, Yi Guqin realized the course of action he ought to take. The rest was beyond his consideration. As long as his father found joy, that sufficed. Any remaining issues, he would resolve himself, even at the cost of his own life, if necessary. Yi Guqin was poised to take further action, but Yi Hongwan seemed to recall something, casting a sorrowful glance at Yi Guqin. He patted his shoulder and said softly, "Guqin, there are only 4 months left. The people from Yujian Villa will likely return, and you may have to endure yet another trial. This time, Yu Heng probably will not come. But his disciples, alas, be cautious when the time comes. As your father, I lack the power to shield you, and I feel pain to see you suffer." Upon hearing this, Yi Guqin was momentarily taken aback. Each autumn, Yu Heng's disciples would arrive at the Yi family estate, ostensibly to spar with Yi Guqin, but in reality, their purpose was to punish him. Each encounter left him battered and bruised, often confined to bed for a month. Yu Heng himself visited Jiangzhou City only once every 2 or 3 years. If he were absent, his disciples posed limited threats. For Yu Heng was merely at the pinnacle of the 10th layer of cultivation, yet to step into the innate realm. How formidable could his disciples truly be? Had it not been for the terrifying reputation of Yujian Villa, the Yi family would have long devised numerous means to keep Yu Heng from Jiangzhou City. "Father, I came to share some good news with you. Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten." Yi Guqin responded with an indifferent yet mysterious smile. Leaning closer to Yi Hongwan and speaking in hushed tones. "Good news? What good news?" Yi Hongwan was momentarily startled, instinctively inquiring for in these times. Little qualified as good news in his eyes. "I have begun to cultivate internal energy, and I have already reached the 6th layer." Glancing around to ensure no one was within earshot, Yi Guqin leaned in closer and whispered, not to boast, but to share this with his father, hoping to bring him a measure of joy. Over the years, his father had endured much, and it was time to release some of that burden. Suddenly, Yi Hongwan sprang to his feet, overturning the sandalwood table and chairs that stood on the ground. Grasping Yi Guqin's hands tightly, his eyes gleamed with fervor as he exclaimed, "Is what you say true?" Gazing at the powder scattered upon the ground, he turned his attention to Yi Guqin and Yi Hongwan, whose eyes glimmered with unshed tears, already somewhat damp. Were it not for the presence of onlookers whose gazes bore down upon them, Yi Hongwan might have succumbed to his sorrow. After all, he had suppressed his emotions for far too long, placing all his hopes upon Yi Guqin. The news of Yi Guqin's ability to cultivate internal energy to the 6th level nearly brought Yi Hongwan to tears of joy. His expression was one of uncontainable excitement. Yet, being a person of experience, he took note of the surrounding eyes and gradually seated himself, his voice trembling as he uttered, "Good, good, good indeed." His repetition of the word good succinctly conveyed the tumult of emotions within him. Sometimes, a few carefully chosen words can articulate the depths of one's feelings more eloquently than a lengthy discourse. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted from outside, followed by a flurry of commotion. A group of burly men clad in gray garments stormed in, led by a young man of around 20, portly in stature, with a shifty gaze and darkened eye sockets, a clear indication of a life of excess. He wielded a white folding fan adorned with peony motifs, draped in a luxurious white satin robe, and his long hair was tied back with a ribbon, exuding an air of vulgar pretentiousness, unmistakably a figure of ill repute. Upon his command, the imposing servants surrounding him sprang into action, advancing toward the central platform with shouts, seemingly intent on capturing someone. A ripple of unrest spread through the crowd, yet no one dared to intervene, for the leader was none other than Ma Hongwan, the 3rd young master of the Ma family, one of the 3 prominent clans of Jiangzhou, the grandson of the family patriarch, Ma Yu. He was notorious within the city as a debauched scion who would dare provoke him, especially for the sake of a woman performing on the guqin. Panic ensued within the opulent establishment, and the young lady, Li Rong, seated at the center, looked on in alarm. Her exquisite features momentarily paling with fear as she instinctively cast a glance toward Yi Hongwen. Without uttering a word, a mere exchange of glances was sufficient for Yi Guchen, standing beside Yi Hongwen, to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Although his father had not spoken as a son, there existed unspoken duties that he must fulfill without awaiting his father's directive. Chapter 022, The Third Young Master of the Ma Family, Part 2, Stop. Yi Guchen declared loudly, and in the next instant, he moved with remarkable speed to position himself in front of Miss Li Rong, a woman strikingly reminiscent of his mother, who had caused his father much concern. He coldly regarded the several burly men advancing toward them. Yi Guchen's sudden appearance caused Miss Li Rong's gaze to shift towards Yi Hongwen. She had noticed earlier that Yi Hongwen was in the company of Yi Guchen. And being familiar with this regular patron, she recognized him well. There lingered a hint of admiration in her heart. Upon witnessing Yi Guchen's intervention, she instinctively glanced at Yi Hongwen. In response to Miss Li Rong's look, Yi Hongwen gave a slight nod and then turned his attention to Yi Guchen, letting out a helpless sigh. No one understood the reason behind Yi Guchen's action better than he, the father. After all, it was all for him. The filial piety of his son warmed Yi Hongwen's heart, yet he couldn't shake off a sense of worry. Despite Yi Guchen claiming to have attained the 6th level of internal strength, he had yet to witness it firsthand. The individuals before them were not to be underestimated. Each possessed at least the 2nd or 3rd level of internal strength. While they might not be masters, handling them would not be a simple task, and thus, he naturally felt concerned for Yi Guchen. Hey, where did this yellow-haired brat come from, daring to meddle in the affairs of the Ma family? Are you tired of living? Someone, teach this kid a lesson and make him scram. The third young master of the Ma family, Ma Hongwen, exclaimed in anger, his brows furrowing at the unfolding scene. Such a reaction was typical of him, as he was a quintessential scoundrel, indulging in a life of pleasure and excess. Had either of his elder brothers been present, they would have certainly behaved differently. Ma Hongwen had long been a fixture in Jiangzhou City, well known to many, and no one had ever dared to challenge him. Now that someone had taken a stand, he assumed they must have some backing. Otherwise, how could he act so recklessly? However, Ma Hongwen clearly failed to grasp this nuance. He merely saw Yi Guchen obstructing him and had always shown no mercy to those who stood in his way. In his eyes, aside from a select few, no one else was worthy of confronting him. Upon hearing their young master's command, a few of the Ma family's servants dared not disobey. Without a second thought, they rolled up their sleeves and charged toward Yi Guchen, dismissing his slender frame altogether. Seeking death, Yi Guchen's eyes glinted with a fierce light, akin to a sword unsheathed, brimming with lethal intent. He leaped in front of the foremost burly man, his claws glowing with an ethereal blue light, and without hesitation, he seized the man's neck. With a slight exertion of force, the man's neck was twisted, and a cascade of blood and flesh followed. After executing this seamless sequence of movements, Yi Guchen left the crowd in profound shock. Everyone stood frozen, gazing at him in awe, retreating in fear. Even Miss Li Rong, whom Yi Guchen had come to assist, was left pale and trembling, her face drained of color. Standing at the center, the previously imposing young master of the Ma family, Ma Hongwen, turned as pale as snow. His body trembling uncontrollably as the calm demeanor he had just displayed vanished without a trace. A figure clad in black, a middle-aged man approximately in his 40s, observed the descending Yi Guchen from the 2nd floor with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, murmuring softly to himself, "My lord, do you take an interest in him?" Inquired a respectful servant in his 30s, bowing slightly beside the middle-aged man. "Indeed, I find him intriguing. It has been many years since I encountered someone so captivating. Once this matter concludes, summon him for a chat. Regardless of his utility, that display he just exhibited has certainly earned my regard. He appears merely 13 or 14, yet possesses such ruthless prowess, truly a rare genius. Well, I have little to occupy my time, if I could draw him in." "It would not be an unwelcome turn of events," the middle-aged man remarked with a slight smile, sipping his wine as his companion stood respectfully by his side, refraining from any movement, quietly surveying their surroundings. "Please, do not kill me. I am the third young master of the Ma family." "You cannot." Ma Hongwen stammered in fear, his expression shifting as he witnessed Yi Guchen slowly approaching him. Once a figure of authority and arrogance, he now resembled a cowardly, portly wretch, stripped of his protectors and reduced to a mere shadow of a man. "Begone," Yi Guchen uttered coldly, prompting Ma Hongwen to flee without hesitation, disregarding the groaning servants sprawled on the ground. At this moment, he had no time to spare. To speak frankly, it is wise to resolve enmities rather than cultivate them. Given Yiguchen's nature, he was inclined to eliminate Ma Hongwen entirely. For he knew that this character would inevitably seek retribution, potentially accompanied by the Ma family's formidable allies. However, Yiguchen found himself compelled to let him escape. Within the confines of Jiangzhou City, three illustrious families reigned supreme: the Yi family, the Ma family, and the Jiang family. Each of these esteemed clans possesses formidable strength. The Yi family, renowned for its martial prowess, boasts vast tracts of fertile land and immense wealth. Conversely, the Ma family excels in commerce, with numerous experts among their ranks and a network of shops that permeate the entirety of Jiangzhou and extend into half of Jiangnan Prefecture. As for the Jiang family, they are entrenched in the bureaucratic elite, having produced individuals who have served as Jiangzhou's governor on 3 separate occasions, thus solidifying their deep-rooted influence within the city. In this fierce rivalry, should Yiguchen merely injure or humiliate Ma Hongwen, it may be of little consequence. However, should he inflict severe harm or even take Ma Hongwen's life, the Ma family would undoubtedly seek retribution, leading to a potential storm of bloodshed between the Yi and Ma families. Presently, the Yi family finds itself teetering on the precipice of turmoil, and Yiguchen is reluctant to invite trouble upon them. Chapter 023, The Encounter. After witnessing Ma Hongwen flee with his tail between his legs, Yiguchen turned around to find Yi Hongwen approaching, who was inquiring with genuine concern about Miss Li Rong's well-being. Although his inquiries were not overtly explicit, the depth of his concern was apparent in his gaze, and Yiguchen could discern it clearly. In response, he merely offered a faint smile, his eyes softening slightly. After all, in Yiguchen's view, every individual possesses the right to pursue their own happiness. His mother had passed away long ago, and his father had remained ensnared in his sorrow, compounded by the humiliation endured by Yu Hong. Life had been undeniably filled with grief. And now that a woman who stirred his father's heart had come into their lives, Yiguchen was more than willing to extend his assistance. Father, Miss Li Rong, it would be unwise to linger here. Ma Hongwen will not let this matter rest. He is certain to return with others. We should take our leave for now. If Miss Li Rong does not mind, you are welcome to stay at my home temporarily. Once the situation has calmed, we can emerge without haste. What do you think? Miss Rong? Yiguchen approached and spoke softly, his demeanor refined and graceful, a stark contrast to his earlier self. This transformation momentarily stunned Li Rong, who instinctively nodded. For reasons unknown, she found herself unwilling to refuse the youth before her, and perhaps even daunted by the prospect of denial. Moreover, she had already developed a fondness for Yi Hongwen beside her, and being alone in Jiangzhou, having offended Ma Hongwen, left her uncertain about where to seek refuge. Finding shelter with Yiguchen and his family seemed a reasonable option. Guchen Yu. Li Rong hesitated, unsure of Yiguchen's intentions. However, Yi Hongwen was well aware. For no one understands their child better than a parent. Although they did not often spend time together, Yi Hongwen could easily perceive Yiguchen's thoughts. Just as the three of them prepared to depart, a figure suddenly obstructed their path. Standing before Yiguchen was a man clad in black, imposing in stature, and seemingly in his 30s. He silently positioned himself in front of Yiguchen, offering a subtle smile before slightly bowing and saying, "Young sir, my master wishes to invite you upstairs for a drink. Would that be acceptable?" Though framed as a question, the tone suggested little room for refusal. The middle-aged man, with a physique that resembled a mountain, exuded an air of unassailable authority. Yiguchen was certain that this individual was a formidable expert, one whose cultivation far surpassed his own, possibly even exceeding that of the second-generation heirs in his household. This man possessed an aura that could rival the esteemed elders, a presence Yiguchen had only encountered in 3 others, his father, Elder Liu, and Yu Hong. This man before him was the 4th, and he radiated the most potent energy. A master, an absolute master, perhaps at the pinnacle of the 10th level. In an instant, Yiguchen assessed the individual before him. Although his conclusion was speculative, he felt confident that this person was at least at the 9th level's peak, a figure far beyond his current capacity to provoke, let alone his master. Very well, I shall meet your esteemed master. After a moment of contemplation, Yiguchen refrained from overstepping his bounds and respectfully clasped his hands together, stating that although he was unaware of the identity or intentions of the other party, he recognized that today's circumstance was one he could not decline. Thus, he resolved to be straightforward and agreed. Haha, splendid. Please, my esteemed guests. Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man broke into a hearty laugh and gestured politely, ushering Yiguchen and his companions upstairs. They ascended the pinewood staircase and made their way to a private room. At the entrance, Four robust men clad in black stood vigil, their unwavering gaze revealing their formidable prowess. The prominent veins on their temples, calloused hands, and upright postures spoke volumes of their strength. Moreover, the subtle scars peeking from beneath their garments hinted at a history of fierce battles. With such formidable guards at the door, coupled with the presence of a master of the 10th tier as a servant, the identity of the person within was undoubtedly astonishing. Yiguchin found himself speculating for quite some time, though regrettably, he gleaned no answers. "Please, my lord, my master awaits you inside. As for the two of you, kindly rest outside for the moment." The middle-aged man, well-versed in etiquette, invited Yiguchin in, while showing no disregard for Yi Hongwen. With a slight nod, Yiguchin clasped his hands again in acknowledgement and proceeded into the room. Upon entering, he beheld a middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a long black robe. His appearance was unremarkable, the kind that would easily fade into a crowd, unlike Yiguchin, whose striking features, sharp eyes, rosy lips, and handsome demeanor set him apart. Yet, it was precisely such ordinary individuals who could be the most perilous, for their depths were inscrutable until they revealed their true nature. The middle-aged man sat leisurely with a folding fan in hand, savoring wine, his eyes closed, rhythmically tapping the table with one hand, seemingly lost in his own world. "Oh, you have arrived?" As Yiguchin stepped into the room, the man opened his eyes. His deep, piercing gaze fixed upon Yiguchin, who instantly felt as though he were being scrutinized to the core. Despite the man's immobility, Yiguchin experienced an overwhelming sensation of vulnerability. As if stripped bare before this individual, the notion that no secret could remain hidden from him was profoundly unsettling. "Yes, I have come. Might I inquire what business you have with me, esteemed elder?" Yiguchin found himself devoid of any inclination to resist. Instead, he felt a sense of reverence, akin to gazing up at a towering mountain. He held no doubt that should this person wish to end his life, a mere fingertip would suffice. Thus, Yiguchin displayed utmost respect, daring not to exhibit even a hint of arrogance. In this world, there are countless experts, and many individuals possess greater prowess than oneself. It is wise to remain humble. One should not become arrogant due to a modicum of ability. One must recognize that there are always greater heights beyond the mountains and more capable individuals beyond oneself. Otherwise, one risks facing dire consequences at any moment. Chapter 024. Qing Wu, Part 2. Haha, you are too kind. There is no need to call me senior. My name is Qing Wu. If you prefer, you may simply address me as Uncle Wu. Please, have a seat. Qing Wu exhibited remarkable politeness, yet Yiguchin felt a sense of trepidation within. Cautiously, he took a seat, observing Qing Wu in silence, pondering the intentions behind his demeanor. Yiguchin firmly believed that in this world, there exists no love without reason, no hatred without cause, and certainly no social interactions devoid of ulterior motives. It was evident that Qing Wu possessed a level of prowess far superior to his own and even to the Yi family, existing on an entirely different plane. Yet, here was this individual, treating him with such amiable warmth and inviting him to refer to him as Brother Wu. This display of courtesy left Yiguchin feeling perplexed. Despite the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, Yiguchin maintained a calm exterior. After settling himself across from Qing Wu, he regarded him with composure, saying little. Moments later, Qing Wu smiled faintly, seemingly discerning Yiguchin's thoughts, and spoke with a serene tone. "There is no need to be so anxious. I harbor no ill will towards you. I merely invited you up here on a whim, seeing in you the spirit of my youthful days. Young man, you possess commendable qualities, tenacity, sharpness, and a respectable level of cultivation, along with a commendable degree of caution. Haha, quite impressive, reminiscent of my own youth. However, you seem to lack a hint of audacity and fervor. TSK, it appears you carry quite a burden upon your shoulders. While some burdens can benefit your cultivation, an excess may ultimately obstruct your state of mind. I wonder if that is a blessing or a curse." Yiguchin was taken aback for a moment, then offered a wry smile, respectfully responding, "Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Wu. I shall certainly take heed, ensuring that my burdens do not adversely affect my mindset." One cannot deny that Qing Wu possessed remarkable observational skills. In mere moments, without uttering many words, he had deduced a considerable amount. It seemed this individual was adept at reading people and mastering the subtleties of social interaction. It is nothing. How old are you this year? I presume you have reached the 6th level of cultivation? Qing Wu inquired, casting a discerning glance at Yiguchin. It is well known that many experts in this world exhibit eccentric temperaments. One moment they may be gracious, and the next, they could turn hostile. Thus, one must tread carefully around such individuals. Yi Guqin felt no inclination to conceal anything. He did not believe he possessed the capability to hide anything from Qing Wu. Consequently, he candidly shared his circumstances. Entering the innate realm at 25? That seems rather slow, does it not? Yi Guqin thought to himself, a bittersweet smile creeping upon his lips. Although entering the innate realm at 25 is commendable and could indeed be deemed as genius on the continent, it felt somewhat tardy to him. Naturally, Yi Guqin did not doubt Qing Wu's words. Had he cultivated from a young age, reaching the innate realm by 25 would be perfectly normal. However, it was crucial to remember that he had only trained for 7 months. If Qing Wu were to learn of this fact, he would likely reconsider his earlier assessment. Certainly, this sentiment was one that Yi Guqin would never articulate. Revealing his final trump card would not signify wisdom, but rather folly. Although the demeanor of the young Qing Wu was quite agreeable, the two were not intimately acquainted, and thus Yi Guqin resolutely refrained from divulging any of his secrets. This remark caused Qing Wu's eyes to gleam with increased brightness as he rose to his feet and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Indeed, indeed. No one rises early without the prospect of gain. At such a tender age, you already possess the acumen to consider both familial and personal interests, demonstrating a commendable sense of the bigger picture. Your ability to temper your temperament and fervor, as well as your comprehensive approach to problem-solving, far surpasses my own at your age." Just as the laughter subsided, an uproar from outside interrupted them. In the next moment, dozens of individuals surged up from below. Though he could not see them directly, Yi Guqin's cultivation allowed him to discern that their numbers were approximately 20 or 30. There was no doubt they belonged to the Ma family. The only uncertainty was which members had arrived. Who would have thought that the little chubby fellow's speed was quite impressive? How is it that he has arrived so soon? He mused, somewhat disgruntled. It is rather disappointing. I still had much more to say. However, since they are here, let us go and see. Qing Wu furrowed his brow slightly, expressing mild displeasure, but soon relaxed as he regarded Yi Guqin with a calm demeanor. He opened the door and stepped outside, with Yi Guqin following suit without hesitation. What was destined to come would inevitably arrive. He could not evade this situation. All he could do was confront it, regardless of the Ma family's intentions. He would proceed accordingly, for he could not allow the reputation of the Yi family to suffer. Chapter 25. The arena duel. After Qing Wu and Yi Guqin stepped out of the room, they were met with the sight of over 20 members of the Ma family standing in the center of the second-floor hall. Qing Wu's 4 subordinates had positioned themselves protectively behind Yi Hongwen and the young lady Li Rong, their expressions as cold and unyielding as mountains, standing firm in opposition to the Ma family. The skilled individual, who had previously invited Yi Guqin up, stood near the door with his eyes closed. Upon noticing Qing Wu and Yi Guqin's emergence, he slightly bowed to Qing Wu and quietly inquired, "My lord, shall we dispose of them?" This remark caused a faint change in Qing Wu's countenance, and he frowned slightly, casting an annoyed glance at the distant members of the Ma family. With a cold snort, he replied, "There is no need for bloodshed. However, having interrupted my conversation with this young brother from the Yi family, they shall escape the death penalty but not the consequences of their actions." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qi nodded, darted forward, and in the blink of an eye approached the leader of the Ma family, a man in his 40s, sporting a full beard and dressed in a deep blue robe. With a swift motion, he delivered what appeared to be a light strike to the man's chest. In an instant, the middle-aged man was sent flying as if severed from his strings, landing several meters away, where he spat blood before losing consciousness. The manifestation of true energy outside the body denoted a 10th-tier master. The leader of the Ma family paled and exclaimed in alarm. A 10th-tier master is among the elite in the martial world, and in the vast expanse of the Fengyan continent, home to billions, few reach this innate realm. In the martial arena, innate masters command considerable respect, while 10th-tier experts are regarded as the strongest below this level, truly exceptional. Within the city of Jiangzhou, there are hardly any innate masters, and even the most formidable member of the Ma family, Ma Wenkai, is merely at the pinnacle of the 10th tier. The defining characteristic of a 10th-tier master is the external manifestation of true energy, forming a protective shield. Thus, upon seeing Lu Qi, the leader of the Ma family could not help but exclaim in shock. The Ma family had not anticipated that a dispute involving Ma Hongwen in the tavern would summon such a powerful 10th-tier expert. Had they known, they might not have approached so aggressively to settle the score. In the presence of a 10th-tier master, the Ma family would certainly not dare act recklessly. The Wu family in the capital of the Ming dynasty, a prominent family of officials, boasts numerous masters and vast tracts of fertile land, holding considerable influence within the dynasty. It is said that they have an innate grandmaster residing in their household, renowned for their formidable prowess, and are regarded as one of the three great families of the Ming dynasty. Many would avoid crossing paths with the Wu family. Even skilled martial artists and influential clans would think twice before challenging them. Hence, Ma Hong had brought up the Wu family in the discussion. After all, prior to this, the second young lady of the Ma family had already been married off to the eldest son of the Wu family, the esteemed Wu Qiong. Although she was taken as a concubine, the Ma family benefited greatly from this alliance, enjoying a status that made them largely untouchable, as no one dared to provoke them. Given their connection to the Wu family, regardless of whether the Wu family acknowledged this relationship, the truth remained undeniable. Moreover, in this world, the whispers of a beloved can wield immense power. One cannot discount the possibility that the Ma family lady could sway the mind of the Wu family's young master. To provoke the formidable Wu family over a trifling matter is something no one wishes to witness. The Wu family of the capital? Do not attempt to intimidate me with tales of the Wu clan. I shall speak plainly. Even if the venerable Wu Tianda himself were to confront me, I would not yield. There is nothing that can obstruct my intentions. At least within the realm of the great Ming, no one can hinder me. Refrain from mentioning the Wu family before me again, for if you incite my ire, I shall annihilate the entire Ma clan. It was not Lu Qi who spoke this time, but rather Qing Wu, whose demeanor starkly contrasted with the earlier encounter before Yi Guchen. His words dripped with arrogance and malice, and as he spoke, Yi Guchen felt a palpable aura of bloodlust, unsettling his spirit. It was evident that Qing Wu was no ordinary figure. He had likely taken more lives than Yi Guchen had ever encountered. For such a menacing presence could not arise from mere happenstance. Qing Wu's declaration left the atmosphere around them momentarily frozen. The members of the Ma family fell silent, with Ma Hong's forehead glistening with sweat. As an eerie tension enveloped the space, no one knew what to say. Wu Tianda, the ancestor of the Wu family, was a figure known to few. However, by a twist of fate, the Ma family had learned of his existence, a master of innate perfection, over 90 years of age, and the true power behind the Wu family. Yet, to hear someone claim they would not even acknowledge such a formidable ancestor was staggering. What kind of person was this? The expressions of those in the Ma family who were privy to the truth darkened, realizing they had unwittingly stumbled upon a formidable adversary. The once invincible Wu family was no longer a safeguard. One misstep could lead to the Ma family's utter destruction. They had initially believed that Lu Qi, a 10th-tier master, was the key player in this encounter, only to discover that this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man, with a balanced physique and unremarkable appearance, was the true focal point. It was inconceivable that with a 10th-tier master as a subordinate, and such a fierce and terrifying presence emanating from him, this individual was likely an innate master, if not more formidable. The Ma family could not afford to provoke someone of his caliber, and the Wu family would not risk their own standing to defend the Ma family against such an individual. Thus, if they truly incited his wrath, the outcome could very well be the annihilation of the Ma clan, leaving the Wu family silent, with the deaths of the Ma members amounting to little more than a feudal tragedy. As he spoke, Qing Wu nodded slightly to Yi Guchen and remarked with nonchalance, "Young brother, we shall meet again in 4 months. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." The individual, who spoke with a certain clumsiness, departed from this place, yet not before approaching Ma Hong to engage in conversation regarding a robe. In the course of their dialogue, he revealed a golden token adorned with inscriptions that Yi Guchen could not discern. However, he distinctly observed the instant Ma Hong laid eyes upon the token. His countenance underwent a dramatic transformation, and his body began to tremble. Had it not been for the support of another, he likely would have collapsed to the ground. Chapter 26. Rumors and whispers. The enigmatic Qing Wu departed, having spent only a brief moment in conversation with Yi Guchen before departing with an air of nonchalance. Prior to his exit, he had set an arena challenge for Yi Guchen, and then he left the splendid tower. Once Qing Wu and his 5 subordinates had vanished, Ma Hong slowly regained his composure. Members of the Ma family flocked to observe the middle-aged man who had been injured by Lu Qi, while Ma Hongwen cast a venomous glare at Yi Guchen, Yi Hongwan, and Li Rong. The day's events had been instigated by Yi Guchen, and it would be peculiar if Ma Hongwen harbored no animosity towards him. However, despite being a reckless and frivolous youth, Ma Hongwen was not devoid of intelligence. The individual earlier had shown contempt even for the Wu family, into which his sister had married. How could the Ma family dare provoke such a figure? Moreover, observing Ma Hong's demeanor indicated that the opponent was formidable. He yearned to act recklessly, but dared not. for a single misstep could implicate the entire Ma family, something he could not afford. He was acutely aware that his ability to command respect in Jiangzhou City stemmed from the support of the Ma family. Without them, he feared he would be no better than a beggar on the street. Ma Hongwen had no doubt that should he be expelled from the Ma family or should they be annihilated, he would soon meet a grim fate at the hands of his past enemies. Thus, he refrained from reckless actions and dared not voice his opinions on the matter, merely casting a resentful glare at Yi Guqin. Taking a deep breath, Ma Hong glanced at Yi Hongwen, who stood beside Yi Guqin. He recognized Yi Hongwen, a once renowned figure in Jiangzhou City and a fellow master at the 8th level. With resignation, Ma Hong clasped his hands and said, "Brother Hongwen, I presume this gentleman is also a scion of the Yi family?" Having spoken, he assisted his injured kin, and the Ma family members retreated like a receding tide. Meanwhile, Yi Hongwen turned to Yi Guqin, then glanced at Miss Li Rong, offering a wry smile. "Guqin, it seems we have encountered a person of significance today. However, this benefactor intends to test you further. You must strive hard. In 4 months, the Ma family will not let this matter rest easily, and you cannot afford to falter. The consequences would be dire." The Yi family returned to their former tranquility, yet Jiangzhou City remained a buzz. The city was neither too large nor too small. Home to several 100,000 inhabitants, the splendid tower, albeit somewhat remote, served as a gathering place for the children of affluent families and officials. Secrets were difficult to conceal here. Thus, it became known that Yi Guqin, the 9th young master of the Yi family, and the Ma family's master would engage in a life-and-death contest in 4 months' time within Jiangzhou City. Not only that, but even the Ma family has faced setbacks, as a significant backing has emerged behind the Yi family. Rumors have spread about the Ma family's retreat from the capital, and even the Wu family's indifference to the situation has been reported with an air of mystique. What began as a straightforward matter has become shrouded in complexity due to relentless gossip, yet both parties involved have chosen to remain silent. Neither the Ma family nor the Yi family has offered any comments, leaving countless individuals within the city to speculate, lacking even the slightest hint of substantial information. However, were Yi Guqin's thoughts to come to Yi's attention, he would undoubtedly reprimand him. After all, Yi Guqin is still somewhat youthful, occasionally failing to consider matters comprehensively. The disciples of Yuheng are indeed easy to deal with, and the Yi family possesses the capability to confront them, if they so wished. Yuheng would not be able to exit the Yi family's domain. Yet, such actions would provoke the formidable Yujian villa behind Yuheng, a consequence that the Yi family cannot bear. Thus, should elder Yi Yun discover Yi Guqin's intentions, he would not only refrain from encouraging him, but would also insist that he suppress his anger. Before attaining absolute strength, one must never provoke Yuheng and his associates. Victory may be within reach, but taking a life is strictly forbidden. After all, Yuheng, despite his unscrupulousness, is an elder. Should Yi Guqin achieve greatness, Yuheng could only dispatch more formidable opponents against him, rather than impose difficulties upon the Yi family, as such reasoning is untenable. Yujian Villa is a prestigious sect, deeply committed to these principles. On another front, far along the rugged road to the south, within a carriage, Qingwu has received intelligence regarding Yi Guqin. As he peruses the details inscribed on the document, a faint smile graces his lips, and he murmurs to himself, I never anticipated that, just 10 months ago. He was considered a waste with blocked meridians. 10 months reaching the 6th tier is indeed prodigious. I wonder if he will surprise me in 4 months. Yujian Villa, if you manage to satisfy me in 4 months, what harm would it be to lend you a hand? Such talent deserves a worthy successor. Chapter 027. The 7 Layers of Realm. Yi Guqin immersed himself in cultivation within the confines of the Yi family estate. Among the various locations in the Yi manor, the ice cave was undoubtedly the most suitable for his training. Despite the eerie, inexplicable roars that occasionally echoed within the cave, sending chills down one's spine, Yi Guqin chose this place nonetheless. With the assistance of spiritual energy and the invigorating chill of the ice cave, his cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate. Each day, apart from his continuous meditative practice, he engaged in rigorous physical training after each meal, utilizing a stone pedestal he had prepared in advance. He donned a suit of fine iron armor not for protection, but to add weight to his body, thereby enhancing his training. As 3 months swiftly passed, Yi Guqin had not set foot in the courtyard of the ice cave for 4 months, save for sustenance and the occasional trip to the restroom. He hardly ventured out otherwise. During these months, he had delved deeper into the ice cave, progressing several meters into its depths. With the enhancement of his cultivation and the fortification of his physique, the distance he could traverse continued to increase. However, in comparison to the unfathomable depths of the ice cave, the journey ahead remained vast, and he was unable to penetrate further to unveil its mysteries. Remaining confined to the periphery, nonetheless, his progress was commendable. During this 3-month period, his cultivation had soared to the pinnacle of the 6th layer, with a saturated dantian. To advance further, he would need to break through the acupoint and enter the 7th layer. The endeavor of breaking through the acupoint was perilous, and Yi Guchen dared not take any chances within the ice cave. After exhaling a deep breath and casting a lingering glance at the familiar expanse of icy cavern, he exited the cave. With his eyes closed, he settled into a cross-legged position, circulating his internal energy, and began to direct his focus towards the location of the Ling'ai acupoint, gathering his inner strength to strike at it. This process was not particularly arduous for one with experience, yet it remained fraught with danger and difficulty. Insufficient internal energy would render the attempt futile, potentially damaging the acupoint, while any interruption could easily lead to disastrous consequences. Yi Guchen was acutely aware of these risks, thus he instructed Uncle Fu that no one was to enter his room. He then resumed his meditative practice within the confines of his chamber, channeling his internal energy to impact the Ling'ai acupoint. As his consciousness stirred, the internal force within his dantian followed the designated path, traversing through the meridians towards the Ling'ai acupoint, relentlessly beginning to assault the barriers that protected it. Following his initial strike, the barriers around the Ling'ai acupoint began to tremble. Yi Guchen, undeterred, launched himself into a second attempt. During his initial effort, the barrier of the Ling'ai acupoint had already shown signs of weakening, which greatly bolstered Yi Guchen's confidence. He commenced a relentless barrage, striking again and again, 3rd, 4th, 5th, until the 8th attempt. Just as he began to feel the pain coursing through his meridians, the Ling'ai barrier suddenly yielded. In that fleeting moment, as the barrier shattered, Yi Guchen distinctly sensed a shift within his dantian. It had inexplicably expanded slightly, allowing the previously stagnant internal energy, which had been causing discomfort in his abdomen, to cascade freely within his dantian. The sensation of fullness dissipated, replaced by an exhilarating lightness that invigorated his spirit and physique. Upon opening his eyes, Yi Guchen discovered a viscous layer coating his skin, reminiscent of a greasy substance with a faintly unpleasant odor. The process of cultivation is akin to a cleansing of the body and spirit. With each elevation in rank, impurities are purged, enhancing the efficacy of one's training. Thus, the presence of such impurities post-breakthrough is hardly surprising. After a brief physical stretch, Yi Guchen began his ablutions, reclining in a warm, circular wooden tub adorned with fragrant petals floating atop the surface. The refreshing and delicate aroma enveloped him, intoxicating his senses. Although devoid of soap, the spices infused in the water surpassed soap in their cleansing properties. Yi Guchen had not pondered such matters for some time. With the enhancement of his cultivation, his willpower had significantly strengthened, rendering many distractions ineffective against his focused mind. Yet today, for reasons unknown, he found himself ensnared in contemplation. Unconsciously, he delved into his thoughts, akin to entering a secluded realm, consumed by a torrent of hatred. Yi Guchen inadvertently fixated on his animosity towards the Yujian mountain manor and the indignities suffered at the hands of the Feng family. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes began to redden, and he murmured to himself while seated in the wooden basin, "Feng family, I shall ensure you regret this. And as for the Yujian mountain manor, I vow to eradicate your entire lineage." Chapter 28. Losing control, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped Yi Guchen as he emerged from the wooden tub, madness flickering in his eyes. He slowly draped himself in a garment and murmured incessantly, "Kill, kill, kill," as he exited the door. His crimson eyes locked onto the figures standing before him. Among them were the esteemed elder of the Yi family, Yi Yun, his father Yi Hongwen, and the young lady Li Rong, along with his uncles Yi Hongbin and Yi Hongwu. They had gathered, having heard of Yi Guchen's return from his secluded training, for he was the cherished gem of the Yi family and their future hope. Naturally, the family members were particularly attentive to his every move. Upon Yi Guchen's emergence from the ice cave, Yi Hongwu, Yi Hongbin, and Yi Hongwan, under the guidance of Elder Yi Yun, had come to visit him. However, they had refrained from entering the room, respecting Yi Guchen's need for solitude during his trainings, as they were all martial practitioners and understood that interruptions during cultivation were strictly to be avoided. Instead, they waited patiently in the courtyard. Yet, when Yi Guchen finally appeared, his eyes were a terrifying shade of crimson, exuding an overwhelming aura of killing intent that sent shivers down their spines. Even those present, seasoned masters in their own right. Sensed the ominous change in him. Li Rong, though untrained in martial arts, turned pale as she felt the violent energy radiating from Yi Guqin. Kill, 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 he muttered, devoid of his usual reason, his voice barely above a whisper but audible to those around him. Not good. Guqin has fallen into madness. Quickly, restrain him and take him back to the ice cave. Yi Yun's countenance shifted dramatically at the sight of Yi Guqin's distress, and he shouted urgently to the others. The Yi family had not been unfamiliar with the consequences of practicing the Emperor's ultimate technique. Many had experienced a drastic transformation in temperament upon reaching a certain level, with some nearly descending into madness, a well-known fact within the family. Although the second generation was largely unfamiliar with the technique, Yi Yun was acutely aware of its dangers. At that moment, he recognized the unmistakable signs of Yi Guqin being influenced by the technique, indicating his descent into madness. Without hesitation, the three, Yi Yun taking the lead, supported by Yi Hongbin and Yi Hongwu, launched an attack on Yi Guqin from three angles. Yi Yun, a master at the pinnacle of the 10th level, along with Yi Hongwu and Yi Hongbin, both at the 8th level, were formidable opponents. The Yi Guqin's strength had surged due to his frenzied state. It would not suffice to withstand their combined might for long, as he was still only at the 7th level. The three of them could easily overpower him together. Although considerable effort was expended, the three of them ultimately succeeded in binding Yi Guqin. Following Yi Yun's instructions, Yi Guqin was brought into this icy cave. Upon arrival, he was immediately affected by the frigid temperatures and rendered immobile. After struggling for a while, he gradually regained clarity. Alas, Guqin, I had hoped to refrain from discussing this. However, given the circumstances today, it is imperative that I share this with you, of course. All of you are entitled to this knowledge as well. I had nearly forgotten about this matter, but your current state has struck me like a sudden revelation, prompting me to remember it once more. Listening to Yi Guqin, Yi Yun sighed deeply as he instructed others to untie the ropes binding him, revealing a hint of sorrow in his words. The group remained silent, including Yi Guqin, the very person whose experiences were being recounted. All stood in quiet anticipation of Yi Yun's words, aware that his solemn demeanor indicated the significance of the forthcoming revelation. After surveying those around him, Yi Yun pondered for a moment before softly stating, "The Imperial Supreme technique that Guqin practices is an ancestral legacy of our Yi family, possessing immense power. 5 centuries ago, our family was not rooted in Jiangzhou City, but rather thrived in the capital. During the reign of the Daliang dynasty, our name was 100 times more renowned than the Wu family today. Virtually every century, a formidable figure capable of shattering the void would emerge from our lineage. Our family once basked in unparalleled glory, boasting countless innate masters and several grandmasters whose might resonated throughout the world. Unfortunately, following the failure of one of our ancestors to break the void 5 centuries ago, our family suffered a united assault from enemies, leading to our annihilation. Only our lineage survived, and the Imperial Supreme technique was our treasured martial arts inheritance. However, since that ancestor's failure, none have managed to master it. Those who attempted to practice the Imperial Supreme technique invariably met with calamity, either succumbing to madness, suffering from ruptured meridians, or descending into insanity. One individual even fell into madness, resulting in the massacre of 100 elite members of our family. Thus, our ancestors decreed that only extraordinary talents may practice the technique. Consequently, despite its unparalleled power, this tome has remained untouched for all these years. I never anticipated that it would serendipitously fall into Guqin's hands. I suppose it is fate initially. I paid little heed to it, but it appears Guqin is now facing a predicament akin to that of our ancestor. Alas, what? Father, what should we do? The first to speak was not Yi Guqin, but Yi Hongwen. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongwen's face drained of color, his expression pale and devoid of blood. Grasping Yi Yun's hand with palpable agitation, he implored, "Yi Guqin is my sole hope and the most vital person to me. In my heart, I cannot afford to lose him. I would rather perish myself than allow any harm to befall him." "I do not know," Yi Yun replied with a bitter smile, offering a response that filled the others with despair. Yet, just as despair settled among them and Yi Guqin was also forced to smile ruefully, Yi Yun spoke once more. "But what? Father, please, tell us." Initially engulfed in despair, Yi Hongwen felt as though he had grasped a lifeline upon hearing those words. With a surge of excitement, he nearly leapt to seize Yi Yun's hand, fervently inquiring, "What? If that is the case, Let Guqin remain here in the ice cave to cultivate. I shall immediately gather Buddhist scriptures for Guqin's study. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Hongwen made an impulsive decision, disregarding any potential objections from the others, and turned to leave, intent on procuring the Buddhist texts and related materials for Yi Guqin. This left the onlookers exchanging resigned glances and faint smiles. For Yi Hongwen was far too invested in his son's affairs to entertain dissent or opinions from others. Grandfather and my two uncles, please rest assured. I understand what must be done, Yi Guqin said respectfully, glancing at Yi Yun and Yi Hongwu. He then settled into a cross-legged position to begin his cultivation within the ice cave, while Yi Yun and the other two exchanged glances, gradually retreating at Yi Yun's gesture. Departing from the frigid cavern. Chapter 29. The visit of Qingwu. Not only has Yi Guqin's mind become more stable and unruffled, but he has also gained a clearer understanding of many principles that once eluded him. Although his cultivation has not seen significant growth, his state of mind has ascended rapidly. The vast expanse of Buddhist scriptures, rich with profound wisdom, rivals the classics of Confucianism, each possessing its own merits. This has allowed Yi Guqin to gain considerable insights, while the murderous intent that once lingered in his heart has gradually diminished. This is not to say that the influence of Buddhist teachings will transform Yi Guqin into a monk, preoccupied with repaying grievances with virtue or self-sacrifice. While he may appreciate and learn from Buddhist classics, their application varies with the individual. As for the likes of the Yujian manor, Yi Guqin has never harbored thoughts of annihilating their entire clan. The influence of Buddhist culture has merely refined his approach, making him more tactful and gentle, without rendering him soft-hearted. However, these considerations are secondary. The most crucial aspect is that Yi Guqin no longer experiences the near-manic state filled with murderous thoughts that once consumed him. He has gradually returned to his previous demeanor, appearing cultured and refined, showing no signs of the side effects of the Imperial Supreme technique. What? Qingwu? He has arrived? Upon hearing this, Yi Guqin was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly rose to his feet, rushing towards the entrance without hesitation. The enigmatic identity and formidable strength of Qingwu commanded respect. Yi Guqin dared not be careless. After hearing Lu Lao's words, he immediately dashed towards the cave entrance, covering the 500 meters in roughly a mere 10 seconds before bursting forth into the hall. As he exited the icy cave, Yi Guqin made his way directly to the main hall in the front courtyard. Upon arriving outside the hall, he heard a hearty laughter emanating from within. It was evident that the old man and Qingwu were engaged in a delightful conversation, punctuated by bursts of laughter. The servants at the entrance dared not impede Yi Guqin. As he approached the hall, he saw Qingwu seated at the center, conversing amiably with Yi Yun, while his father and a group of uncles sat around, wearing smiles of deference. Qingwu's 4 attendants stood in a row on the left side of the hall, while Lu Qi stood to Qingwu's right, eyes narrowed, standing straight like a javelin. Grandfather, father, esteemed uncles, and Uncle Wu. Upon entering, Yi Guqin greeted everyone with a respectful gesture. He referred to Qingwu as Uncle Wu, a title bestowed upon him by Qingwu, which Yi Guqin willingly adopted to foster a closer bond. Haha, young brother, you are Yi Guqin, correct? Haha, I shall boldly address you as Guqin. Qingwu exclaimed with a hearty laugh. When I saw you 4 months ago, you were still at the 6th level of cultivation. Now, you appear even more spirited, your demeanor composed, your physique robust, and your vital energy abundant. I trust you have experienced another breakthrough? Sitting there, Qingwu chuckled heartily. Casting a satisfied glance at Yi Guqin, his eyes filled with mirth, leaving one to wonder what thoughts stirred in his mind. Chapter 030. Kill him. I will support you. Part 1. A slight breakthrough. I must apologize for the embarrassment it may cause you, 5th uncle. Yi Guqin smiled faintly, clasping his hands in respect. He was reluctant to elaborate on his cultivation and the recent advancement he had achieved. In his view, reaching the 7th level of internal strength was commendable, yet still not worthy of boasting. Until one attains the innate realm, traversing this martial world renders one merely an insignificant insect. There is little to take pride in, for others could extinguish your life with the utmost ease. However, this statement left the members of the Yi family astonished. They were aware that Yi Guqin had made a breakthrough, but they were utterly unprepared for the revelation that he had ascended to the 7th level. Even Yi Yun and the others, who had sparred with Yi Guqin shortly after his breakthrough, were oblivious to this fact. At that time, Yi Guqin had just begun to stabilize his realm, his internal power still unrefined, rendering it difficult for them to discern the true extent of his capabilities. Moreover, their own cultivation levels were limited, lacking the insight of Qingwu. Hearing this now, they were struck with disbelief, gazing at Yi Guqin in awe. In just 1 year, he had transformed from an ordinary individual to a master of the 7th level. Such prowess was truly remarkable. Despite their astonishment, the members of the Yi family refrained from voicing their thoughts, mindful of the enigmatic presence of Qing Wu. Their knowledge of this individual was limited, although Yi Hongwen had shared some tidbits about him, making it clear that he was not someone the Yi family could provoke. His formidable reputation and profound strength necessitated a demeanor of respect and courtesy in his presence. Haha, a year's time. According to my information, you were merely an ordinary person a year ago. To advance to the 7th level of internal strength in just 1 year is unprecedented. Even the legendary sword master Xie Feng, who shattered the void centuries ago, could not rival your speed. Qing Wu exclaimed with delight, his voice resounding with approval. As he spoke, he nodded repeatedly, his eyes gleaming with an uncontainable satisfaction. Fifth uncle, you flatter me. I am but an ordinary person, nothing extraordinary. By the way, what brings you here today? Is it regarding the arena event with the Ma family? Yi Guqin replied, slightly bashful, his expression remaining composed and devoid of excessive excitement. However, before Qing Wu could finish his thought, he was abruptly interrupted. A panicked servant from the Yi family rushed in, disregarding formalities. His forehead glistening with sweat as he exclaimed loudly in the hall, "Old master, it's bad. People from the Yujian mountain manor have arrived." This single statement caused Qing Wu's brow to furrow, and the expressions of the Yi family members shifted dramatically, one more grim than the other. Yi Guqin's face turned ashen, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "Mr. Qing Wu, I sincerely apologize. Today, our Yi family faces some unwelcome troubles. If you don't mind, please take a moment to rest in the inner hall while we resolve this matter. We will host a banquet for you once we have dealt with the situation." Old Master Yi sighed, his countenance somewhat displeased as he clasped his hands towards Qing Wu, managing to force a faint smile as he spoke. "No need for that. I am somewhat aware of the matters concerning the Yi family and the Yujian mountain manor. Since you are here, I shall remain seated and observe. There is no need to usher me into the inner hall. It seems you are being a bit too formal, Old Master Yi." Qing Wu, with a mild smile, calmly declined the proposal, his words unmistakably carrying an air of authority that brooked no argument. The members of the Yi family exchanged glances, cautious not to offend the enigmatic Mr. Qing Wu. As he had spoken, they could only reluctantly acquiesce, eventually turning their gazes toward the family head, Yi Yun. With a resigned smile, Yi Yun replied, "Very well, since Mr. Qing Wu insists, you may remain here." At that moment, a commotion erupted outside as 4 or 5 young men clad in azure robes and swords strapped to their backs emerged. The 2 leading figures, brazen and arrogant, pushed aside the timid Yu family servants and boldly strode in, hurling insults as they entered. "What? The insignificant Yu family cannot even send someone to greet the guests from Yujian Mountain Manor? Do you seek your own demise?" As these youths approached the main hall, the 2 foremost figures, clearly subordinates, appeared sly and impertinent, while the central figure was a darkly clad, coldly arrogant youth. The 2 behind him, though seemingly more subdued, still exuded an unmistakable air of superiority. It was evident they looked down upon the Yi family. For it was no secret among the disciples of Yujian Mountain Manor that the Yi family was routinely humiliated each year. In their eyes, the Yi family was inconsequential, mere cowards unworthy of their company. Yet, despite his restraint, Yi Guqin refrained from striking, but this did not deter the group from their course. The leading figure, a man with slanted eyes, cast a glance at Qing Wu and his subordinates before exclaiming in a strange tone, "What? The Yi family has hired help? Humph. No matter who you are, listen well. Today, we from Yujian Mountain Manor are conducting business, so behave yourselves. Otherwise, offending us will surely lead to the annihilation of your entire clan." This declaration caused Qing Wu's subordinates to change their expressions, readying themselves for confrontation, with Lu Qi instinctively stepping forward. However, Qing Wu displayed little reaction, merely furrowing his brow and gesturing for his men to stand down. It remained uncertain what he was truly contemplating, yet one thing was certain: Qing Wu's mood was anything but cheerful. Chapter 031. Kill him. I will hold him up. Part 2. Qing Wu remained silent, yet it was Yi Guqin who broke the silence. Turning on his heel, he stepped forward, frowning as he spoke. "You are here to seek me, are you not? Yu Hang sends you here every year. There is no need for superfluous chatter. If you wish to fight, then come at me." Guqin. Yi Yun, witnessing Yi Guqin's demeanor, hurriedly attempted to interject. However, before he could finish his words, Yi Guqin nodded in understanding, prompting Yi Yun to hesitate and ultimately refrain from saying more. Hee, young man. This is my second senior brother, the second strongest of our younger generation at Yujian Mountain Villa. He is 20 years old, at the pinnacle of the 6th level. My master intends for my senior brother to teach you a lesson. Rather, to spar with you. However, at your current level, you are unworthy to engage with my senior brother. It would tarnish his hands. Thus, I shall be the one to deal with you today. However, my master is not present. Even if your deceased father were to prostrate himself and plead, it would be of no avail. Haha. The leader, a youth with triangular eyes, spoke with arrogance, his expression reeking of a petty triumph. This scene elicited grimaces from the members of the Yi family and Qing Wu, while even his companions could not help but frown. As for his second senior brother, he stood there with an air of pride, cold and imposing, saying nothing, as if completely ignoring Yi Guchen. His arrogance was palpable. It was evident that he considered himself superior. At merely 20 years old, having cultivated to the peak of the 6th level, he was but a step away from the 7th level, thus possessing a degree of talent that justified his pride. Yet, while one may be proud, one must not be overly conceited. Excessive arrogance hinders great achievements. Seeking death. The current Yi Guchen was no longer the Yi Guchen of the past. Previously, he would have endured such provocations in silence, swallowing his frustration. However, the present Yi Guchen, having gained sufficient strength, could respond with righteous fury, ready to teach the insolent a harsh lesson, or even to end his life. For while he may not be able to provoke the entirety of Yujian Mountain Villa, dealing with this insignificant figure at the 5th level was hardly a challenge. In an instant, Yi Guchen charged forward, seizing the youth by the collar and tearing a significant chunk of flesh from his arm. He then grasped the young man's throat, his right hand poised to squeeze with a force that could easily extinguish the life of the person before him. Suddenly, the one he referred to as his second senior brother flashed an intense glimmer in his eyes. Drawing his sword, he aimed a swift strike towards Yi Guchen's right arm, evidently intent on crippling him. However, Yi Guchen merely snorted disdainfully, a smirk gracing his lips. With a flick of his left hand, a blue radiance emanated forth as his internal energy enveloped it. With a swift turn, he intertwined his energy with the long sword, and after several exchanges, he hurled the triangular-eyed opponent away, sending him crashing dozens of meters away. Following a clash of fists with the second disciple of Yujian Villa, they both retreated. Yet, Yi Guchen only took a single step back, while the second disciple stumbled back 7 or 8 steps before regaining his balance. The distinction in their prowess was glaringly evident. How could this be? The expressions of the young men from Yujian Villa shifted dramatically, and they could not help but exclaim loudly. Prior to this, they had heard tales of Yi Guchen, the 9th young master of the Yi family, who was reputed to be a talentless waste with blocked meridians for several years. Each time someone from Yujian Villa visited, they could easily defeat him. This time, their master had sent the second disciple to teach him a lesson, and many believed it to be an overestimation of his worth. However, they were utterly astonished to discover that Yi Guchen had somehow rejuvenated his meridians and grown so formidable that he could force back the second disciple. Had they not recognized him, they might have suspected that the Yi family had sent a ringer to deceive them, bringing in a young expert from outside to substitute. Humph. Yujizi of Yujian Villa, you shall know my name before you perish. After being forced back, Yujizi's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing as he spoke coldly, his demeanor having transformed dramatically. Whereas he had previously exuded arrogance and disdain, he now wore a countenance marked by hostility and fury. To Yujizi, being repelled by Yi Guchen was a profound humiliation, a mere waste whom anyone could reprimand. A disciple of the Firewood sect who could be easily subdued after a year of training had managed to force him back in a fistfight. To one who prided himself on his talent, this was an unbearable insult, one he could not accept. Thus, murderous intent ignited within him. He believed that the only way to assuage this humiliation was through the death of Yi Guchen, while others might hesitate to recklessly harm Yi Guchen. Merely intending to teach him a lesson, Yujizi felt emboldened to act, for his father held a significant position within Yujian Villa as an elder, rivaling even Yu Heng in status. Yu Heng would not punish him for this incident, and given his father's indulgence towards him, he was certain he would face no repercussions for killing a mere Yi Guchen. Hence, his murderous resolve solidified. Utterly nonsensical, Yi Guchen retorted with a cold laugh, his disdain palpable. The superiority established in their earlier exchange was unmistakable, yet Yujizi audaciously uttered such words, demonstrating an alarming level of arrogance and ignorance. It was crucial to recognize that although the difference between the 6th and 7th levels may seem slight, the disparity in strength was monumental, at least a twofold difference. For Ujizi to defeat Iguchin was an endeavor fraught with extraordinary difficulty. As the conversation unfolded, the two individuals engaged in combat once more. The longsword wielded by Ujizi danced, emitting a flurry of sword flowers, then surged forward with a fierce internal energy, targeting Iguchin's chest, face, lower regions, and Dantian with ruthless precision. It was evident to all that Ujizi harbored genuine murderous intent towards Iguchin, and he was indeed acting upon it. Iguchin, though significantly more powerful than Ujizi, remained cautious. The techniques of the Jade Sword manner were exceedingly sophisticated and not easily countered. Despite discerning the opponent's swordplay, Iguchin found it challenging to counter Ujizi's relentless onslaught. With the more lethal and sinister phantom ghost claws at his disposal, the two were locked in a fierce stalemate within the grand hall of the Yi family, neither able to gain the upper hand in this intense exchange. Chapter 032. Kill him. I will hold him up. Part 3. Ujizi's prowess paled in comparison to that of Iguchin, relying solely on the exquisite swordsmanship of the Jade Sword manner and the advantage of weaponry. In contrast, Iguchin, though superior in strength, faced Ujizi barehanded. The formidable spectral claw, while potent, was ultimately limited by its corporeal nature. Thus, a direct confrontation would disadvantage Iguchin. The two opponents found themselves in a stalemate, exchanging attacks, yet it became evident that Iguchin had gained the upper hand, gradually suppressing Ujizi over the course of several dozen exchanges. The initial stages of the Imperial Supreme Art lacked any remarkable features, aside from the ferocity of the spectral claw. To demonstrate its superiority, one could only rely on the innate realm. In the innate realm, the Imperial Supreme Art could harness innate energy to forge the body, allowing practitioners to attain a physique that rivaled the pinnacle of external martial artists. Not only could they cultivate internal energy, but their physical strength could also reach the levels of those who had perfected techniques like the golden bell cover and iron shirt. At that point, with both internal and external mastery, their power would be boundless, enabling them to contend with 2 or 3 opponents of equal stature simultaneously. And as their strength continued to grow, so too would their prowess. However, Iguchin had yet to reach that level, which is why he could not decisively overpower Ujizi. Despite Ujizi's lower cultivation, his swordplay was fierce, yet each clash left him somewhat strained. Observant onlookers could easily discern that if this continued, Ujizi would inevitably face defeat. Aware of his precarious situation, Ujizi gritted his teeth, resolutely wielding his longsword. Channeling his inner energy, he unleashed a spiraling sword aura aimed directly at Iguchin's heart, his entire body following the motion. The 2 massive stones upon which he had previously stood shattered under the force of his overwhelming energy. This was an unyielding strike. Despite its incredible power, should it land, it would gravely injure Iguchin, if not kill him outright. However, in focusing all his strength on this attack, Ujizi abandoned all forms of defense, leaving himself exceedingly vulnerable. Recognizing this, Iguchin hesitated not. With a swift flick of his left foot, he propelled himself backward, retreating towards a pillar in the hall. With a powerful kick against the column, he vaulted into the air, landing deftly on Ujizi's left side. Crack! The instant Iguchin descended, his hand struck ruthlessly at Ujizi's waist. A sharp sound echoed as Ujizi let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Despite his struggles, he could not rise again. Iguchin's strike had utterly incapacitated Ujizi. Though his cultivation remained intact, his body was ruined, his spine shattered. From that moment forth, Ujizi would be nothing but a cripple. Damn it, Iguchin. You shall await your fate. I will ensure that my father annihilates your entire Yi family. Ujizi, enduring excruciating pain, slowly turned over with the assistance of several individuals, glaring at Iguchin with gritted teeth. The murderous intent and hatred emanating from his eyes were unmistakably genuine, leaving no doubt in anyone's mind regarding Ujizi's seriousness. Upon uttering these words, the members of the Yi family were visibly shaken, and Iguchin's gaze transformed into a tempest of fury as he stepped forward, prepared to eliminate this scourge. Ha, cough, cough. Are you afraid? Are you terrified? Iguchin, if you take your own life, I shall spare your family. Otherwise, all of you shall meet your demise, including everyone present. Cough, cough. Ujizi laughed maniacally. His expression contorted with pain, and after several violent coughs, he spat a mouthful of blood before continuing his declaration. Humph. Cease the idle chatter and kill him. I shall endure. However, Ujizi's words incited discontent in one individual, namely Qing Wu, who succinctly uttered a single sentence. No sooner had the words left his lips than Yiguchen charged forward without hesitation, swiftly reaching Yujizi's side before the disciples of the Jade Sword Manor could react. With his ethereal blue claws aimed at Yujizi's throat, a decisive crack echoed as he forcefully twisted, ultimately severing the latter's neck. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. None of the onlookers managed to react in time. When they finally comprehended the situation, Yujizi lay lifeless at Yiguchen's feet, blood gushing forth like a fountain, saturating the ground beneath. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the hall as every individual held their breath, frozen in disbelief. Among them, even the disciples of the Jade Sword Manor were struck dumb, save for Qing Wu, who bore a faint smile of satisfaction. The others were utterly stunned by Yiguchen's audacity to take a life, extinguishing Yujizi's existence. All of this transpired solely due to Qing Wu's single utterance, leaving many unable to fathom the reality. Yiguchen, you dare to slay my senior brother Yujizi. The Jade Sword Manor shall not rest until we exact vengeance upon you. For Yujizi was the sole heir of Elder Yu Yang, a direct disciple of Master Yu Hong, and you have the audacity to kill him. The wrathful shout of a disciple from the Jade Sword Manor pierced the stillness. Chapter 033. The Azure Dragon of the Jinyui. Though the disciples of the Yujian Villa possessed rather ordinary cultivation, there were certainly no fewer than 10 members of the Yi family capable of effortlessly eliminating him. However, his words struck terror into the hearts of the Yi clan. The mere mention of the elder of Yujian Villa and the direct disciple of Yu Hong was indeed formidable. The implications of Yiguchen slaying this individual could potentially embroil the Yi family in a monumental predicament. For Yujian Villa might exact a dreadful vengeance upon the entire Yi lineage due to the death of Yujizi. At this moment, Yi Yun and Yi Hongbin had completely transformed from shades of red to ashen pallor, utterly at a loss regarding how to navigate this crisis. Although Qing Wu had proclaimed his willingness to shoulder the burden, Yujian Villa represented the third most powerful sect within the realm of righteousness, boasting immense strength and masters in residence. Within the Ming dynasty, few dared to provoke such a colossal entity, save for a handful of prominent families that could contend with Yujian Villa. While Qing Wu's identity remained shrouded in mystery and his prowess formidable, whether he would dare challenge Yujian Villa and withstand the repercussions remained an enigma, even if he could endure. It was a daunting question whether Qing Wu would be inclined to offend an entire sect for the sake of the Yi family. It was only natural for the members of the Yi family to harbor such concerns. Yujian Villa? Is it truly so remarkable? Others may fear you, but I do not. I have declared that I will bear this burden. If Yujian Villa harbors any grievances, they may come to seek me out. Qing Wu rose slowly. His voice cold, yet his otherwise unremarkable visage was now suffused with a menacing aura and an inexplicable arrogance. As he spoke, Qing Wu flicked his black robe, and with a swift motion, a golden token shot forth like lightning, landing securely before several disciples of Yujian Villa, embedding itself into the azure stone slab beneath. The disciples, previously inflamed with rage, instantly paled upon seeing the token, nearly collapsing in fear as they gazed at Qing Wu with trembling eyes, stuttering, Jinyui. At this utterance, a collective gasp echoed through the assembly, and those from the Yi family instinctively recoiled a step back. Yiguchen's gaze towards Qing Wu underwent a profound transformation, filled with complexity and astonishment. It must be noted that the Jinyui was not merely a covert organization, it was, in fact, a cornerstone of the Ming dynasty. Despite the existence of millions in the military and countless generals, it was the dreaded Jinyui that truly maintained order within the realm. They represented the martial prowess of the state, wielding an intelligence network beyond imagination, coupled with formidable martial capabilities. In a world rife with martial artists, it was the Jinyui system that allowed the Ming dynasty to suppress the ambitions of powerful families and ensure that no sect within the martial world dared to challenge the dignity of the state. For within the ranks of the Jinyui resided countless formidable experts whose strength surpassed that of any martial sect. The meticulously organized Jinyui possesses immense power. If one were to enumerate the prominent sects within the martial world of this vast continent, Yujian Mountain Manor, Qingshu Temple, and Dazhan Temple would undoubtedly be hailed as the three great sections. Among these, Qingshu Temple and Dazhan Temple have stood the test of time for millennia, boasting unparalleled strength that reaches unimaginable heights. Dazhan Temple reigns supreme in the martial world. No sect dares to claim superiority over it. However, the three great empires and institutions are exceptions to this hierarchy, for they do not belong to the martial realm, yet their might far surpasses that of Dazhan Temple. These three institutions represent the pillars of the only three nations on this continent, which no mere sect of the martial world could ever hope to rival. The Jinyui serves as the military force of the Ming dynasty, a bastion of elite martial practitioners. A staggering 90% of the nation's gathered masters reside within its ranks, making this organization a source of dread. Any individual from the martial world would think twice before provoking the Jinyui. Even the affluent families and powerful clans instinctively retreat when confronted by its members, for the aura of this organization is truly terrifying. Yujin Mountain Manor, located within the borders of the Ming dynasty, naturally falls under the jurisdiction and influence of the Jinyui. The Jinyui possesses a power that instills fear in Yujin Mountain Manor, as it embodies the might of the state. Although Yujin Mountain Manor is formidable, it pales in comparison to the machinery of the state. The Yi family recognized that Qingwu held an extraordinary status, yet they could never have anticipated the reality of the situation. Qingwu was a member of the Jinyui. No wonder his confidence was so audacious, boldly proclaiming to eliminate the disciples of Yujin Mountain Manor. His assurance stemmed from this affiliation. Indeed, my surname is Qing. I am the fifth in my family, and my kin call me Qingwu, but outside, I am known as Qi Long. Do you recognize the name? With a cold laugh, he spoke with pride. Qing Long, the chief commander of the Jinyui, is a figure known to all within the Ming dynasty. It is not just the disciples of Yujin Mountain Manor who are aware of this name. Even Yi Guqin is familiar with it. For Qing Long is the current leader of the Jinyui, overseeing the most enigmatic organization of the Ming Empire. At the age of just 40, he has already attained the realm of a grandmaster. It is said that were it not for worldly entanglements, Qing Long would have already qualified to ascend to the ultimate martial path, potentially becoming the second individual in centuries to transcend the void through martial prowess. Certainly, the name of the Azure Dragon is renowned, not solely due to his position as the commander of the Jinyui, nor merely because of his masterful prowess. His notoriety stems from the connotations of bloodshed, slaughter, and death that his name embodies. For a decade, the Azure Dragon has commanded the Jinyui, during which time countless skilled martial artists have met their demise at the hands of the Jinyui. 7 noble families have been eradicated by him, and 31 martial sects have been annihilated, leaving no trace of life within their ranks. Within the borders of the Ming dynasty, this name evokes more dread than that of the devil and strikes greater terror than that of the Grim Reaper. The disciple from the Yujin villa nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grains, his heart filled with regret. He had ventured out for amusement, accompanying a few senior brothers from the villa, initially believing it to be a delightful escapade. Little did he expect to encounter this demon, the Azure Dragon of the Jinyui. Few dare to provoke the Yujin villa within the Ming dynasty. However, the Azure Dragon is one such being, an entity that the Yujin villa cannot afford to challenge. Chapter 034. How about joining my Jinyui? As a few disciples of the Yujin Mountain Manor turned to flee, a voice suddenly echoed through the air. The speaker was none other than Yi Guqin, clad in a flowing black robe. At that moment, Yi Guqin's expression was as cold as ice. His long black hair tied back neatly. With a swift leap, he positioned himself in front of the 3 individuals carrying the injured, squint-eyed man, as well as the lifeless body of Yujizi, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. What do you intend to do? They stammered, having already witnessed Yujizi's defeat. They knew they were no match for Yi Guqin, especially with the fearsome Jinyui Qing Long presiding over the scene. They were eager to vacate the area and dared not provoke Yi Guqin further. Thus, upon seeing him obstruct their path, they were taken aback, and one trembled as he spoke. Before the words had even left his lips, Yi Guqin sprang into action without a hint of hesitation. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the Yujin disciples lay dead at his feet, the spectral claws of the underworld having claimed them. Only one remained, shivering in fear. And Yi Guqin cast him a glance, uttering a single word, "Scram." The remaining disciple did not hesitate, trembling as he fled like a startled rabbit. Meanwhile, the members of the Yi family exchanged glances filled with complex emotions, unsure of what to say. As for Qingwu, now referred to as Qing Long, he regarded Yi Guqin with a smile, his expression tinged with admiration. Someone, gather the bodies and invite Lord Qi Long to the inner hall for further discussion, was the first command given by Yi Yun, who raised his voice to instruct several servants to collect and prepare the bodies of the Yujin disciples for burial. He then approached Qing Long, speaking in a hushed tone. "Please, Lord Qing Long, accompany me to the inner hall for a conversation." Qing Long nodded slightly and followed Yi Hongwen inside. Yi Yun hesitated, glanced at Yi Guqin, and whispered, "Guqin, you should come along. I believe Lord Qi Long has matters to discuss with you. As for the rest, you may leave. But no one is to disclose anything regarding Lord Qing Long's affairs." Without waiting for a response, he proceeded with Yi Guqin towards the inner hall. The members of the Yi family exchanged looks of bewilderment before departing, none expressing dissent. This situation was far from simple. The notorious Jinyui suddenly extending an olive branch to the Yi family was hard to believe. They could not fathom that there were no ulterior motives at play, especially considering that the Jinyui was not known for their compassion, and their commander, Qi Long, was a figure of immense power and ruthlessness. How could he possibly offer assistance to the Yi family so readily? As the members of the Yi family departed, the subordinates of the Qing Long stood sentinel at the entrance of the inner hall, their statuesque forms resembling that of guardians. Meanwhile, Yi Guqin and the other three entered the room, with Yi Hongwen personally serving tea to Qing Long, while Yi Yun invited Qing Long to take a seat. Once all four had settled, Yi Yun, occupying the esteemed position at the head of the table, hesitated briefly before inquiring, "This time, I am most grateful for your assistance." Esteemed Qi Long, however, if I may be so bold, I am curious as to why you, sir, have chosen to aid the Yi family on this occasion. It was not that Yi Yun harbored suspicions, but rather that the notorious reputation of the Jinyui compelled him to ponder the matter further. As the head of the Yi family, he felt the weight of caution, aware that a single misstep could plunge the entire clan into dire straits, for which he would bear immense responsibility. Qi Long, however, displayed little reaction to Yi Yun's words, instead offering a subtle smile before casually responding, "It is nothing, really. My assistance to the Yi family this time stems solely from my belief that Guqin possesses considerable merit, and thus I chose to lend him a hand. There is no ulterior motive. The Yujian Mountain Manor has grown rather arrogant of late, and indeed deserves a lesson. Otherwise, they might forget that within the Great Ming, there exists a court, and we, the Jinyui, are here as well. Of course, personally, I have great admiration for the 9th young master of the Yi family. He is quite an exceptional talent, barely 14 yet possessing such abilities, having reached the 7th level of inner strength. Among the younger generation, he is nothing short of a prodigy. Furthermore, if I recall correctly, just over a year ago, the 9th young master had unblocked meridians, correct? In a mere year. Achieving such prowess is unprecedented in a millennium across the continent. Such a talent as Guqin naturally deserves support. It would be a pity for such a young individual to fall into the clutches of the Yujian Mountain Manor over a trivial matter. With a shift in tone, Qi Long made another ambiguous statement. Although his words were delivered in a calm manner, they startled both Yi Hongwen and Yi Yun, who exchanged a glance, revealing faint, bittersweet smiles. Though unspoken, it was evident that Qi Long had taken a keen interest in the promising seed that was Yi Guqin. Observing this, Qi Long remained astutely aware, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he turned his gaze to Yi Guqin, appraising him thoughtfully before smiling and saying, "Guqin, since you have addressed me as fifth uncle, I shall not treat you as a stranger. May I boldly inquire if you would consider joining the Jinyui?" It appeared that Qing Long had little regard for the opinions of Yi Yun and Yi Hongwen. His sole concern lay with Yi Guqin's thoughts. Given Qing Long's esteemed position, it was reasonable to assume that his word would leave the Yi family with little choice but to acquiesce, rendering their reactions inconsequential in his considerations. Chapter 035, A Fortuitous Journey Within the Six Gates. Upon hearing the words of the Azure Dragon, Yi Yun and Yi Hongwen exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile, and refrained from voicing their opinions. The Azure Dragon bypassed them, sparing them the discomfort of choosing sides. Since this matter pertained to Yi Guqin, it would be best left for him to decide. Yi Guqin was well aware of the reputation of the Jinyui, which was far from favorable. However, their prowess was unquestionable. By joining the Jinyui, he could secure their protection, and in doing so, the Yi family would gain a formidable ally. Should he rise within the ranks of the Jinyui, it could ensure the safety of the Yi family and deter the Yujian villa from further humiliation. It was, in essence, a twofold gain. Although aligning himself with the Jinyui might tarnish Yi Guqin's reputation, likely earning him disdain from the martial world. As the Jinyui were seen as the imperial watchdogs, this concern paled in comparison to the potential benefits. The disapproval from those he would rather avoid mattered little, as long as he could ensure the safety of his family and protect his father from further indignities. Will joining the Jinyui truly safeguard the Yi family and protect my father from the Yujian villa's oppression? Yi Guqin posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind, disregarding any other considerations. Indeed, once you join the Jinyui, you become one of us. While our reputation may not be stellar, we take exceptional care of our own. I assure you, your family will be safe. As for the Yujian villa, others may fear them, but we do not. This is the territory of the Ming dynasty, and as long as they reside within these borders, they must abide by our rules. Whether they are dragons or tigers, they must comply or face annihilation. The azure dragon sneered, his confidence radiating as he spoke, revealing a steadfast belief in the might of the Jinyui. Very well, then I shall join the Jinyui. Yiguchin resolved without hesitation. With the azure dragon's assurance, he felt at ease about his decision. As the saying goes, the Six Gates is a fine place for cultivation. And this assertion held true. The Jinyui housed countless skilled warriors and wielded immense power, possessing coveted martial arts manuals, rare treasures, and invaluable herbs and elixirs that many martial artists could only dream of. Admittedly, while the Jinyui's reputation might be tainted, the allure of such opportunities drew many, including numerous martial experts, to their ranks. In truth, joining the Jinyui would be beneficial for Yiguchin's training, and with his concerns alleviated, he was more than willing to become a part of this esteemed organization. Haha, how refreshing, how genuine, I find it delightful. A person who is ruthless yet remains sincere, such a character resonates with my sentiments. Since you are willing to join my Jinyui, I shall accept you without reservation. Rest assured, I, Qi Long, am a man of my word. I shall not treat the Yi family unjustly, nor shall I neglect you. You can trust that the benefits of joining my Jinyui are beyond your imagination. Qi Long laughed heartily before continuing. As for Yiguchin, he chose not to elaborate further, merely nodding in understanding. He was well aware of the advantages that came with joining the Jinyui. Some things need not be overly discussed, as long as one comprehends. That suffices. Suddenly, Qi Long seemed to recall something and, with a respectful gesture towards Yi Yun and Yi Hongwan, said, "Esteemed gentlemen, I have some matters to discuss that I wish to address privately with Guchin. I kindly ask for your discretion." Qi Long's courteous demeanor towards Yi Hongwan and Yi Yun was entirely in deference to Yi Guchin. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, Qi Long would hardly spare them a glance. Yi Yun and Yi Hongwan, understanding the situation, were not oblivious to the implications. Having received due respect from Qi Long, they did not linger, offering a polite bow to Yi Guchin before departing slowly. Once the two had vanished, Qi Long, seated in the central position, observed Yi Guchin, who was gently sipping from a white cup adorned with azure patterns, and remarked with a smirk, "A year ago, the Prince of Jade dispatched individuals to escort a washing marrow pill obtained from the Great Zen Temple through the Jianzhou territory. It was intercepted at the back mountain of the Yi family estate by members of the Blood Demon sect. However, upon further investigation, I discovered that the Blood Demon sect never acquired the pill, and the escort, Iron Hand Lu Gang, has vanished without a trace. The Prince of Jade has sent men to inquire several times, yet to no avail. Are you aware of this incident?" "Indeed. I was the one who took the washing marrow pill, and I have already consumed it," Yi Guchin replied without hesitation after a moment of contemplation. He understood that since Qi Long was inquiring about the matter, he was already aware of the truth, thus rendering any attempt at concealment unnecessary. "Oh, you dare to disclose this to me? Are you not afraid that I am sent by the Prince of Jade to apprehend you?" Qi Long responded with a slight smile, neither confirming nor denying the implication. Chapter 036. Wu Qiong, is it true that I will be leaving in a few days? Yi Guchin murmured to himself as he exited the room. After Qi Long had spoken, Yi Guchin engaged in a brief conversation with him before departing. Subsequently, Yi Yun and Yi Hongyan entered, conversing with Qi Long about matters unknown to Yi Guchin, who, at that moment, was enveloped in a poignant sense of impending farewell. However, it was not long before Yi Guchin regained his composure. A glimmer of determination flickered in his clear eyes as he clenched his fists and resolutely declared, "Regardless of the circumstances, before I depart, I shall first take on the Ma family. Ma family, brace yourselves, no matter who you send, I, Yi Guchin, will ensure they face the consequences." He then immersed himself in training once more. The regimen was simple yet excruciating, a trial that would have broken the spirits of most. Yet, Yi Guchin persevered, enduring the grueling days that swiftly passed. On this particular day, the atmosphere in Jianzhou City was especially vibrant, for it marked a significant occasion. The Ma and Yu families, two of the three prominent clans in Jianzhou, had set up a grand arena in the heart of the city, preparing to send forth their young champions to contest for supremacy. Countless tales surrounded the origins of this duel, but such details were inconsequential. What mattered was that this competition was well known throughout Jianzhou. Old and young, nobles and commoners alike, there was not a soul unaware of the event, and not a single individual absent from the gathering. The stands surrounding the arena and the tea houses above were already brimming with attendees, while the streets below were a sea of humanity. In a land where martial prowess is revered, the clash of skilled fighters captivated countless spectators. drawing people from all corners of Jiangzhou to witness the spectacle. To true martial artists, the contest between the younger generations of the Ma and Yi families seemed trivial, akin to children's play, hardly worthy of a glance. However, for the common folk, the youth of the Ma and Yi families were undoubtedly formidable rivals, and their confrontation would surely capture the attention of many. In the center of Jiangzhou City, the Ma family had constructed a grand arena, approximately 50 zheng in length and width, adorned with resplendent red fabric. Beneath the platform, 2 drums awaited, ready to unleash a thunderous sound. Behind the arena stood a temporary seating area, accommodating around 40 to 50 guests, comprised of local martial experts, gentry, and the esteemed governor, among others. Notably, representatives of the Jiang family, the Yi family elders, and various distinguished individuals were present, including Qing Long, all standing poised in anticipation of the tournament's commencement. Yet, while several prominent figures from the Ma family were in attendance, the family patriarch was notably absent, as were many of the elders. This absence led to an undercurrent of skepticism among the attendees. What could the Ma family mean by such a display of arrogance on this momentous day? At that moment, dozens of attendants simultaneously announced, the esteemed young Master Wu Qiong of the Wu family from the capital, the head of the Ma family, along with several elders from the Ma family, have arrived. As the words echoed, the crowd quickly parted, creating a pathway. The members of the Ma family strode forward with an air of superiority, and behind them was a grand palanquin, spacious and robust, draped in exquisite Jiangnan silk, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, exuding an impressive aura. Surrounding the palanquin were numerous attendants clad in black, each bearing a long sword at their waist, presenting a formidable presence that unmistakably marked them as elite protectors of the Wu family. The announcement took everyone by surprise. The Wu family of the capital is renowned within the Ming dynasty, being one of the 3 great families, replete with formidable experts. A behemoth that should not be trifled with. It is said that the Wu family could eradicate the 3 major families of Jiangzhou, and all present in a single night. Such power could not help but instill awe and respect. Consequently, everyone rose to their feet, unwilling to display even a hint of arrogance in the presence of such a colossal entity. The Yi family members were no exception. Yet one individual remained seated, calm and composed, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. This individual was none other than Qing Long. As the crowd stood in reverence, those who had gathered began to retreat, but Qi Long remained steadfast, as unyielding as a mountain. This scene inevitably sparked speculation. Many knew that Qin Long had accompanied the Yi family, given that the Ma family had brought forth the esteemed young Master Wu. It was only fitting for the Yi family to present a remarkable figure in return, lest the competition be rendered futile, with the Yi family destined to lose. Thus, many began to speculate about Qing Long's true identity, their gazes toward him shifting with curiosity. To be candid, young Master Wu Qiong was strikingly handsome, tall, and imposing. With an elevated demeanor that spoke of his profound cultivation, the pronounced temples on his forehead further attested to his prowess. His folding fan added an air of elegance, making him a rare beauty. As for the second miss of the Ma family, at just 18, she was delicate and fair-skinned. Once hailed as the most beautiful woman in Jiashou, this was no mere exaggeration. Together, they formed a striking couple, yet Wu Qiong's demeanor was marred by an air of arrogance. He disregarded the greetings of the local gentry and nobility, ignoring them entirely as he strode straight through the crowd to take his seat at the center of the platform. This condescending attitude left Higuchen feeling somewhat displeased. Chapter 037, The Renowned Solitary Hero, Part 1. Ma Hong followed closely behind Wu Qiong, casting a fleeting glance at Yi Guchen and Qing Long. In hushed tones, he murmured a few words into Wu Qiong's ear. Wu Qiong, with an air of indifference, glanced at Yi Guchen before turning her attention to Qing Long. Upon seeing him, her expression shifted dramatically, and she inwardly lamented, wishing she could turn on her heel and flee immediately. Though others may not recognize Qing Long, Wu Qiong certainly did. The Wu family, one of the 3 prominent clans of the Ming Empire, wielded immense power and was deeply entrenched in the realm, boasting numerous skilled practitioners. They were a formidable entity, and few dared to provoke them within the borders of the Ming. However, Qi Long, the infamous figure of the Jinyui, was among those to be feared. This man, akin to a demonic presence within the empire, was the very individual Wu Qiong most dreaded to offend. Not only did the Jinyui possess terrifying strength, but Qi Long himself stood at the pinnacle of mastery. Were it not for his preoccupations with worldly affairs, he might well have transcended into a grandmaster capable of shattering the void and entering the realm of martial enlightenment. Such a formidable expert was not to be trifled with. Not even Wu Qiong's father, the head of the Wu family, would dare cross Qinglong. Should their elders learn of such an affront, both father and son would be cast out, for the family would never risk offending someone as fearsome as Qinglong. Ah, the young master of the Wu family certainly carries an impressive air. The Wu family's stature is indeed grand. It seems your presence rivals that of the princes in the capital. One wonders if your father commands more respect than his majesty himself, Qinglong remarked. A slight smile gracing his lips. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the gathering. Silence enveloped the room. The previously boisterous atmosphere turned eerily quiet, as all eyes shifted toward Qinglong and the young master of the Wu family, Wu Qiong. The tension in the air was palpable, as the audience eagerly anticipated Wu Qiong's reaction to Qinglong's blatant provocation. Would he respond with a tempestuous retort or merely offer a nonchalant smile, indifferent to the affront? This moment was pivotal, for Wu Qiong's response would reveal not only Qinglong's strength and status, but also the true backing of the Ma and Yi families. Qinglong's words sent a chill down Wu Qiong's spine, his complexion shifting as the weight of the insinuation bore down upon him. This was no trivial matter. If Qinglong chose to pursue it, Wu Qiong would find himself in a precarious situation. While the Wu family was formidable, they lacked the means to contest the entirety of the state. Within the vast expanse of the Ming Empire, who would dare challenge the likes of Qinglong from the Jinyue? From the princes to the common folk, all were well aware of Qinglong's reputation and sought to avoid him. Apart from his majesty, who could command Qinglong? Who had the audacity to suppress him? Qinglong reigned supreme within the Ming, and none would fail to show him a modicum of respect. Thus, yielding to him did not humiliate Wu Qiong, although he had just exhibited an air of arrogance, dismissing everyone around him. He now found himself compelled to regard Qinglong as a junior and to apologize, which was undeniably an awkward situation. Nevertheless, Wu Qiong had no choice but to comply, for he was acutely aware of Qinglong's notorious temper. Should he err in his approach, it mattered not that he was the scion of the Wu family. Qinglong would not hesitate to take his life. Ultimately, he knew all too well that the Wu family would not risk their safety for him against Qinglong, implying that his demise would be in vain. Since you recognize your faults, amend them. Otherwise, should I find any leverage against you, no one will be as lenient as I am, Qinglong remarked with a disdainful scoff, then proceeded to close his eyes, unfazed. However, in that fleeting moment of closure, he noticed that everyone around him instinctively recoiled at the mere mention of his name. A faint smile graced his lips. He was well aware of his fearsome reputation throughout the Ming kingdom, and their reactions were entirely predictable. To speak candidly, Wu Qiong harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Ma family, even resenting his own concubine, Ma Yulan. Had it not been for her incessant complaints about the Jinyue oppressing the Ma family, and had he not been so easily swayed, thinking that his status would command respect from the Jinyue, he would not have felt compelled to boost the Ma family's reputation to appease her. If not for such considerations, today's events would have unfolded differently. He never anticipated that his visit to the humble Jiangzhou city would lead him to cross paths with the formidable Jinyue Qinglong. Truly, it felt like an ill-fated stroke of luck. Why, yes, I shall do my utmost, Wu Qiong stammered, devoid of his earlier arrogance, now exuding utmost humility. Let us commence without further ado. My time is limited. I am here to support Yi Guqin. Have the Ma family arrived? If so, let us begin, Qinglong stated coolly, his commanding tone unmistakably asserting dominance. Yet, not a soul dared to voice dissent. As soon as Qinglong's words fell, the surrounding individuals sprang into action, preparing for the imminent martial contest. Regardless of the outcome of this duel, Qinglong's declaration had already ensured that Yi Guqin would earn renown. Everyone would come to recognize that within Jiangzhou city resided a young man named Yi Guqin, closely associated with the Jinyue Qinglong. The mere fact that Qinglong himself graced the event would elevate Yi Guqin's standing in the martial realm significantly. Chapter 038, The Renowned Solitary Man, Part 2, Undoubtedly. The dominance of Qinglong captivated Yi Guqin, who often fantasized about one day achieving a similar stature. Should he attain such heights, no one would dare belittle the Yi family, nor would they underestimate Yi Guqin himself. If he possessed the formidable strength of Qinglong, would Yu still dare to humiliate the Yi family? If he wielded Qinglong's prowess, would the Feng family of Liuzhou still contemplate the dissolution of their engagement? Alas, there are too many hypothetical scenarios devoid of resolution. After pondering for a moment, Yi Guqin chose to dismiss such thoughts. The path to emulate Qinglong lay solely in the relentless pursuit of self-improvement, with no alternative in sight. Moreover, Yi Guqin harbored his own trump card, the enigmatic jade pendant, his greatest reliance. He firmly believed that one day he would reach a level akin to Qinglong, and that day would not be far off. With Qinglong's command, the Ma family dared not delay, and the prominent figures surrounding them were equally hesitant. In mere moments, the Ma family's chosen contender ascended the arena right after Yi Guqin took his place. A robust young man, around 28 or 29, clasped his fists before Yi Guqin, declaring, "I am Ma Kuei, a third-generation scion of the Ma family." This announcement drew gasps of astonishment from those aware of Ma Kuei's reputation. He was regarded as the most exceptional disciple of the Ma family, the esteemed young master, rumored to possess the cultivation of 7 layers of internal strength, making him the foremost expert among the younger generation in Jiazhou City. If all went according to plan, it was said that he could attain the pinnacle of 10 layers before the age of 40, thus earning significant renown in Jiangzhou. In stark contrast, Yi Guqin was merely 14 years of age, his cultivation unknown, and it was whispered that he had once been a cripple with obstructed meridians. Ma Kuei was twice his age, having trained diligently from a young age to attain his current prowess of 7 layers. The audacity of the Ma family in sending Ma Kuei forth was indeed shameless. Yi Guqin cared not for the Ma family's pride. Wu Qiong was solely concerned with the outcome of this confrontation. Should Yi Guqin suffer defeat or injury, he knew that Qinglong would not let the matter rest. After all, Qinglong had personally chosen to protect Yi Guqin. Whether Yi Guqin was defeated or harmed, Qinglong's protective nature would ensure that the Ma family faced dire consequences. And Wu Qiong feared that he too would be ensnared in the fallout. However, in this moment, he found himself unable to voice his concerns, resorting instead to expressing his anger through his gaze. He secretly hoped that Ma Kuei would recognize the gravity of the situation and concede to Yi Guqin, lest the Ma family face his wrath without Qinglong's intervention. Enough talk, let us begin. Yi Guqin, without hesitation, surged forward, his movements akin to lightning. In the blink of an eye, he reached Ma Kuei's side, unleashing a flurry of claw-like strikes that illuminated the air, aimed directly at Ma Kuei. Initially, Ma Kuei remained arrogantly stationary, perceiving Yi Guqin merely as a child, a mere 14-year-old boy, who, prior to this encounter, was rumored to be a waste with blocked meridians. Such a being, he thought, did not warrant his serious attention. A casual effort to defeat him would suffice. However, he was utterly unprepared for the ferocity and swiftness of Yi Guqin's onslaught, which was so rapid that it left him momentarily disoriented. Caught off guard, Ma Kuei suffered a significant gash to his left shoulder, the flesh torn away by Yi Guqin's strike. Had he not evaded quickly, he might have found his throat crushed by the boy's merciless grip. This turn of events caused a stir among the onlookers. None anticipated Yi Guqin to possess such formidable prowess, striking with such vicious intent from the outset. Ma Kuei, now aware of the gravity of the situation, promptly engaged with all his might, yet the pain in his shoulder inevitably diminished his strength. Yi Guqin pressed the attack relentlessly, while Ma Kuei began to strike back with the formidable ghostly claw technique, leaving him in a state of disarray. Nevertheless, he managed to defend himself. In a sudden clash, both fighters exchanged powerful blows. Yi Guqin was sent flying, yet he executed a roll and landed deftly on his feet. Meanwhile, Ma Kuei staggered back several paces, teetering perilously close to the edge of the arena. It was at this moment that the crowd began to regard Yi Guqin with newfound respect, including Wu Qiong, who could not help but acknowledge that at 14, he had never possessed such strength. A 7th-level expert at such a young age was indeed alarming. It was no wonder that Qinglong valued him so highly. Such talent inspired even Wu Qiong to feel a sense of admiration. Though a 7th-level expert may not seem extraordinary, once integrated into the Wu family, decades later, he could very well become a master himself. Qinglong has an eye for talent. This young brother Yi Guqin possesses extraordinary abilities. At just 14, he has already reached the 7th level. Surely, he will achieve a transcendent realm in the future, destined to become another master in a few decades. Wu Qiong murmured, leaning closer to Qinglong. Indeed, one cannot overlook the exceptional talent of Guqin. He has already joined my Imperial Guards. So do extend your support in the future, Qinglong replied with a light-hearted smile, his indifference palpable. His words, however, were mere formalities. Did the Imperial Guards truly require the Wu family's assistance? The answer was a resounding no. Oh, he has joined the Imperial Guards? Ah, I see. Congratulations are in order for you, Lord Qinglong, Wu Qiong remarked, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes, his expression reflecting a knowing acknowledgement. He then turned his gaze back to the arena, silently mourning for Ma Kuei of the Ma family. Poor Ma family, Poor Ma Kuei. Why provoke anyone but the Imperial Guards? Should Yiguchen emerge victorious from this contest, it would be one thing. But if he were to lose, the Ma family would surely face dire repercussions. If any harm befalls him, the Ma family might find themselves utterly destroyed. After all, from Qinlong's words, it is clear that Yiguchen is a key figure in the cultivation efforts of the Imperial Guards. Such a person is akin to a tiger's den, untouchable. Chapter 39, The Rise of Yiguchen, Part 3. While Wuqiong was lost in thought, Yiguchen and Ma Kuei continued their fierce exchange without the slightest pause. They engaged in swift and relentless attacks, with Yiguchen's ghostly claws striking mercilessly at Ma Kuei's vulnerable points: his throat, eyes, the back of his head, lower regions, and abdomen. Occasionally, he targeted Ma Kuei's existing wounds, leaving the latter in a state of utter disarray. At the age of 29, Ma Kuei was more than twice the age of Yiguchen, on the brink of middle age. Initially, his engagement with Yiguchen seemed an unfair match. Yet now he found himself in a precarious predicament, forced into a frantic and chaotic response. The calmness that is essential in a duel had eluded him, and spectators began to frown in concern, unable to suppress their sighs. The moment Ma Kuei's movements became disordered, the outcome of the match was all but sealed. As anticipated, Yiguchen seized the opportunity presented by Ma Kuei's disarray and swiftly maneuvered to his left side. With a decisive motion, he grasped Ma Kuei's injury and applied tremendous force. A resounding crack echoed as Ma Kuei's shoulder was shattered, and with a brutal yank, Yiguchen tore half of Ma Kuei's arm away, causing blood to spurt forth like a fountain, staining the crimson carpet beneath them. The scene was gruesome, prompting many to turn away in horror. With a cry of agony, Ma Kuei collapsed to the ground, clutching his arm and rolling in pain. Yiguchen, undeterred, continued his assault, targeting Ma Kuei's dantian and left leg with two precise strikes that obliterated his energy center and severed the meridians in his leg. This display of brutality left the crowd gasping in shock. Though Yiguchen had already claimed victory, this final blow rendered Ma Kuei utterly incapacitated, likely condemning him to a life of helplessness unless he encountered a legendary figure capable of restoring his abilities. Yiguchen's ruthlessness instilled a sense of dread among the onlookers. His remarkable prowess at such a young age, coupled with his merciless nature, sent chills down their spines. Wuqiong could not help but gasp in realization. If Yiguchen were to continue his ascent, he might very well become a figure akin to the legendary Qinglong. Understanding the weight of Qinglong's regard for Yiguchen became clearer to him, not merely due to his prodigious talent, but also because of the striking similarities in temperament between them. "You have lost," Yiguchen declared, casting a disdainful glance at Ma Kuei before turning his attention to the distinguished spectators and martial artists seated above, particularly focusing on the chief judge, Governor Jiang Chunlu. The gaze of Yiguchen was somewhat overwhelming for Jiang Chunlu, the local governor. Although he was the head of the Jiang family, his cultivation was not particularly high. Approaching 50 years of age, his strength paled in comparison to Yiguchen's. Under the piercing intensity of Yiguchen's stare, Jiang Chunlu found it difficult to endure. After a couple of coughs, he surveyed the crowd and announced, "Ahem. I hereby declare on behalf of everyone that in today's arena battle, Yiguchen of the Yi family emerges victorious." Following his proclamation, the surrounding crowd erupted into cheers. Despite the somewhat bloody nature of the contest and Yiguchen's ruthless tactics, which did not garner unanimous approval, there was no denying that it was an exhilarating exhibition. Yiguchen's unexpected triumph, achieved through sheer strength, was indisputable, earning him ample applause and adulation. Though this competition was merely a means to settle grievances between the Ma and Yi families, it catapulted Yiguchen into the limelight. A 14-year-old master at the 7th layer of cultivation was indeed a rarity in the martial world, while not entirely unheard of over a century. Such prodigies were exceedingly scarce in recent decades, and never had such a figure grace the Jiangzhou region. This arena battle established Yiguchen's reputation, and as rumors spread among the populace, it became evident that he could no longer remain in obscurity. His name would soon be known and revered by many. "Congratulations to Lord Qinlong. The Jinyui has gained another promising talent," remarked Wufeng, seated upon the high platform. As he slightly inclined his hands towards Qinlong and spoke in a hushed tone, casting a glance at Yiguchen on the arena, his expression becoming quite complex. "It matters not. Guchen still requires further honing," Qinlong replied. "To be candid, I am over 40 now and wish to spend the coming years contemplating the possibility of transcending my current realm and achieving enlightenment through martial arts. I do not intend to involve myself further in Jinyui affairs." If Guchen proves himself worthy, perhaps I might entrust the Jinyui to him. Young Master Wu, I trust you are aware of the Jinyui's principles. I would prefer to avoid any lingering animosities between the Ma and Yi families as a result of today's events. Otherwise, I may have to act with a heavier hand once more, Qinglong stated, reclining slightly in his chair, a wine cup in hand. His eyes narrowed as he spoke. Indeed, I understand, Wu Feng replied with a chuckle. A faint smile graced Qinglong's lips as he stood, making his way toward the arena, where the Yi family had already gathered to celebrate Yi Guchen's victory. Having said his piece, he turned and discreetly departed. Although he wished to foster a rapport with Yi Guchen, he sensed that, in the presence of Qinglong, it would be prudent to forego any ulterior motives, lest he meet a dire fate. Chapter 040. The garrison at Tianmen Mountain. The martial competition had concluded, and the golden silk armor sent by Wu Qiong had reached Yi Guchen. However, he chose not to don it himself, instead bestowing it upon his father, Yi Hongwen. Having attained a certain level of cultivation, he felt secure within the ranks of the Jinyui. And while the armor was indeed exceptional, boasting the claim of being impervious to blades and spears, it would serve little purpose for him and could potentially hinder his growth. Thus, it was more fitting for him to pass it on to his father, who, having lost his own cultivation, would find it suitable. After a heartfelt farewell, Yi Guchen departed Jiangzhou City with Qinglong and the others, setting their sights on the capital. Yanjing, the capital of the Great Ming Empire, is situated in the eastern part of the Fengyan continent, along the banks of the Luoshui River. The city stands magnificently with towering walls, thriving economy, abundant population, and delightful climate, boasting a rich history spanning thousands of years. It existed long before the establishment of the Great Ming Empire 700 years ago and became the imperial capital thereafter, flourishing ever since. Today, it ranks among the most prosperous cities on the continent, with a population in the millions and countless merchants, housing many prominent families. After roughly a month of relentless travel, Yi Guchen and his companions arrived at the outskirts of Yanjing City. Gazing upon the grand city, rumored to host an army exceeding 800,000, Yi Guchen felt a surge of emotions. However, he did not have the opportunity to enter and explore the city. Upon reaching its outskirts, he parted ways with Qinglong, who had urgent matters to attend to, leaving Yi Guchen in the care of Lu Qi, who guided him towards Tianmen Mountain. Tianmen Mountain lies approximately 50 miles southwest of Yanjing, characterized by its steep terrain and strategic defensibility, complemented by a pleasant environment. It is nestled against a vast forest and is traversed by the Luoshui River, with fertile lands cultivated behind it that ensure self-sufficiency. Thus, from the inception of the Great Ming Empire, it was designated for the special organization known as the Jinyui. For 7 centuries, access to Tianmen Mountain has been strictly prohibited for outsiders, guarded by a formidable force of 100,000 soldiers, harboring countless masters within its mysterious confines, effectively rendering it a nation within a nation. Without a doubt, this place is the most enigmatic within the borders of the Great Ming Empire. After riding swiftly alongside Lu Qi for over an hour, a sprawling expanse of military tents came into view, where thousands of soldiers were engaged in drills. At the center of the encampment, a narrow path wound its way into the mountain, flanked by hundreds of armed soldiers standing vigilant. Halt! Who dares approach Tianmen Mountain? As Yi Guchen and Lu Qi drew near, the soldiers stationed there brandished their weapons, aiming them at the pair, and one of them shouted, "Jinyui Qianhu Lu Qi." Lu Qi called out loudly, producing a golden token. Upon seeing the token, the soldiers retreated, and without hesitation, Lu Qi led Yi Guchen into the mountains, spurring their horses forward, leaving behind a cloud of swirling dust along the narrow path. After half an hour, they arrived at the foot of the mountain, dismounted, and entrusted their steeds to the station troops below. With Yi Guchen in tow, they began their ascent. After walking a few dozen paces, they came upon a camp situated between 2 mountains, manned by over 100 elite guards clad in crimson silk, adorned with grand red capes emblazoned with golden eagles. These formidable figures stood armed at the sides, while dozens more ready with bows and crossbows were on vigilant watch, presenting an imposing fortress-like presence. Clearly, these individuals recognized Lu Qi. Upon his arrival, they greeted him with respect, offering no obstacles or unnecessary words, and promptly allowed him passage. After traversing the encampment, they continued along a winding, rugged path. Yi Guchen followed Lu Qi at a measured pace, occasionally encountering checkpoints where squads of the elite guards patrolled, their defenses remarkably tight. Additionally, Yi Guchen observed numerous hidden fortifications, where figures were fleetingly visible among the trees, undoubtedly the hidden masters of the elite guards. Unconsciously, Yiguchin envisioned what fate might befall anyone unaware who dared to intrude upon the stronghold of the elite guards, pondering they would likely meet a grim end. Lu Qi noticed the expression on Yiguchin's face and smiled slightly, saying, "Brother Guchin, do not be astonished. Tianmin Mountain has been the stronghold of the elite guards for 7 centuries, and it harbors countless secrets that necessitate stringent defenses, beyond the 100,000 troops outside. Our elite guards maintain a garrison of 80,000 here, dedicated to safeguarding undisclosed mysteries. You must understand. This mountain is not only filled with martial arts manuals amassed by the elite guards over the centuries, but also countless elixirs, precious herbs, and medicinal formulas. Many extraordinary individuals have been gathered here, along with royal secrets and various documents held by the elite guards, as well as the secrets of numerous ministers and noble families. Even a hint of such revelations could unleash a storm of bloodshed, which is why we must exercise utmost caution." "Indeed, I understand," Yiguchin replied softly, nodding. "Oh, that is good to hear. Let us proceed. We are nearly there. Just a bit further, and we shall reach the garrison. Imagine, 80,000 elite guards stationed here, many of whom are formidable experts. With guidance from them, you could greatly benefit," Lu Qi said with a slight smile, continuing to lead Yiguchin onward. Before long, they arrived at a vast plain nestled among the mountains, where a city stood at its center. Though not particularly large, smaller even than Jiangzhou, it commanded respect, for not a single commoner resided there. This place was entirely occupied by the fearsome elite guards. It was indeed their stronghold. Chapter 041, The 9 Elders of Tianxiang Courtyard, Part 1. The structure of the Jinyui is intricate and its numbers vast. With 100,000 Jinyui instilling fear across the land, this is not without reason. Beyond their exceptional armaments, the countless martial arts manuals and innumerable precious herbs form the foundation of the Jinyui's supremacy over the entire Ming dynasty and even the tumultuous continent. Equally significant is their unparalleled talent acquisition system, which selects thousands of exceptionally gifted children from a population of hundreds of millions each year, sending them to the Jinyui stronghold at Tianminshan for rigorous training. These children, imbued with ideology and martial skills, will, upon achieving any measure of success, become the elite of the Jinyui. Trained from a tender age, they possess strength unimaginable to others, which is the fundamental reason behind the Jinyui's enduring presence for centuries. After traversing the city of Tianminshan, Yiguchin and Lu Qi arrived at a secluded small lake. The lake, not particularly large, was formed by a mountain spring flowing from above, approximately 100 meters wide, with an uncertain depth. Beside the lake stood a uniquely styled courtyard, comprised of dozens of wooden houses with green tiles and gray bricks, surrounding a modest courtyard devoid of furnishings. Outside the courtyard, several towering cypress trees stood sentinel. Above the entrance hung a sign inscribed with the 3 powerful characters of Tianxiang Courtyard, demonstrating the impressive calligraphy of a masterful hand. Yiguchin remained silent, casting his gaze toward Lu Qi beside him. He was puzzled as to why Lu Qi had brought him here, although he was unaware of the significance of this place. His subconscious sensed its complexity. The city was teeming with Jinyui, while figures lurked in the surrounding woods, suggesting that the Jinyui's experts had left no stone unturned in their vigilance over Tianminshan. Yet here, within a radius of 1,000 meters, not a single Jinyui expert was in sight, indicating that this location was anything but ordinary. As if sensing Yiguchin's thoughts, Lu Qi smiled faintly and whispered, "Brother Guchin, follow me. Fear not, for there is no danger here. The residents are all elders of the Jinyui, with the 9 elders residing within. They are all formidable masters of innate realms, and among them are 2 who have even reached the level of grandmasters. Lord Qilong has instructed me to bring you here, implying that you shall reside here in the future. Staying with the elders will not only be beneficial for your cultivation, but will also afford you experiences and advantages beyond your imagination." As he spoke, Lu Qi led Yiguchin toward Tianxiang Courtyard. Upon stepping through its gates, a commanding voice echoed, "Who dares to trespass into Tianxiang Courtyard? Do you not fear for your life? That rascal Qinglong is becoming increasingly unruly. Does he not know that Tianxiang Courtyard is a forbidden ground of the Jinyui?" As soon as the words fell, an elderly man, seemingly around 60 yet still exuding vigor, with a tall stature and a flowing white beard, appeared before Yiguchin and Lu Qi, his countenance icy and laced with anger. This young lad appears to be of modest age, yet possesses the formidable prowess of the 7th level of inner strength. It seems he is indeed quite remarkable. That rascal, Qinglong, must be intent on nurturing a successor to undertake the affairs of the Jinui. Humph, a commendable ambition. He truly ought to reflect on this. This lad stands the greatest chance of comprehending the final barrier, transcending into the Tao through martial arts, shattering the void. Yet, for his aspirations, we are to bear the burden? Speak. Who is Qilong designated to mentor this young man? Listening to these words, the elder Tian stroked his beard contemplatively, then cast a glance at Yi Guchen, chuckling softly as he spoke. Ignoring the departing Lu Qi, the elder in black robes addressed Yi Guchen with a measured tone. Young man, there is a room to your left where you shall reside temporarily. Do not wander aimlessly. There are dozens of mute servants here. Should you require anything, feel free to instruct them. You may also visit the central study, which contains insights and notes from our 9 esteemed elders on the principles of heaven and earth, the vast universe, and the divine. I trust you will find them beneficial. In due course, consider whom you wish to take as your mentor. We shall decide this matter when Qinglong arrives. With that, the elder Tian turned gracefully and vanished from Yi Guchen's sight. Left in the courtyard, Yi Guchen stood in silent contemplation, glancing at the room in the corner to his left. With a resigned shrug, he picked up his modest belongings and proceeded toward the designated room. Several mute servants promptly followed, gesturing animatedly as they assisted him in settling in, offering sweet tea and water with an enthusiastic demeanor. Yet, he had yet to encounter any of the 9 elders. Apart from the elder Tian who had just appeared, he had not seen a single shadow of the others. Having arranged a few essentials, Yi Guchen stepped outside and made his way to the central room as instructed by elder Tian. Along the path, he observed 9 equally sized houses standing majestically on either side, each adorned with 2 mute servants at the entrance. Each door bore a plaque inscribed with the characters for heaven and earth, the vast universe, and the divine, signifying the identities of the 9 individuals. Chapter 042, The 9 Elders of Tianxiang Academy, Part 2. Upon entering the central hall, Yi Guchen beheld 9 bookshelves, each adorned with the emblem of an elder on its left side, prominently displaying the names of the 9 esteemed elders. Beside each bookshelf lay not only a plethora of thick tomes but also a slender register containing succinct introductions to the martial arts practiced by these elders, along with their respective abilities. After perusing the descriptions, he delved into the profiles of the other elders, each offering a general overview. It became evident that these elders were each remarkable in their own right. However, amidst the vast cosmos, only Elder Tian had attained the pinnacle of mastery, a true grandmaster of innate prowess. While the other 8 had been entrenched in their innate cultivation for a considerable period, none had yet achieved a breakthrough. Yet, although the other 7 elders did not possess the formidable strength of Elder Tian, they were each exceptional in their unique talents, demonstrating skills that were beyond the imagination of ordinary practitioners, thus earning their place as luminaries in the martial world. For instance, Elder D excelled in the art of lightness, known as Zhi Qi Tianya, a form of agility that was unparalleled, said to be so elusive that if Elder D chose not to engage in combat, even 3 grandmasters would find it impossible to detain him. Elder Xian, on the other hand, specialized in the enigmatic realms of the I Ching and the 8 trigrams, dabbling in the mysterious arts of Qimin Dunjia. While some of his claims may seem fantastical, it is well known that he once orchestrated a deadly formation that led to the annihilation of 48,000 water bandits plaguing Jiang'an, an event that resonated throughout the land. Elder Huang was particularly striking, having achieved remarkable prowess in the art of external training. His mastery of the Golden Bell Shield reached an extraordinary level, transitioning from external to internal realms, thus stepping into the realm of innate strength. His physical form was impervious to blades and bullets, resilient against fire and water. Though not a grandmaster, his abilities surpassed those of many, demonstrating ferocity in combat that rivaled true masters. In battle, he was a formidable force, often likened to a killing machine, capable of dominating any battlefield. It is said that before joining the Imperial Guards, Elder Huang was a celebrated general on the borders, renowned for his formidable achievements before being compelled to join the ranks of the Imperial Guards for reasons shrouded in mystery. Elder Yu, a master of medicine, possessed extraordinary healing skills. According to his own assertions, he could rejuvenate the dead, restoring life to the nearly lifeless and mending even the gravest of injuries. If Elder Yu wished for one to survive, not even the King of Hell could claim them. In stark contrast, Elder Zhou was a master of poisons, unparalleled in his craft. Aside from Elder Yu, none could rescue those ensnared by his toxins. Exposure to his venom was a certain death sentence. The majority of poisons utilized by the Imperial Guards were developed and disseminated by Elder Zhou, underscoring his formidable reputation. Elder Hong possesses remarkable aquatic skills. Akin to a dragon that traverses the rivers, even masters of combat must tread carefully in his presence. In contrast, Elder Huang is a unique figure, excelling in various arts such as body contraction, disguise, and lock-picking, among others. Notably, he is an adept investigator, renowned for his exceptional ability to gather intelligence. In the past, he was responsible for intelligence operations within the Jinyue, underscoring his formidable prowess. As for the enigmatic Elder Shin, shrouded in mystery, his name alone evokes intrigue. His biography is devoid of details, containing but a single poignant line that stirs profound reflection. In a lifetime of invincibility, yet the path to enlightenment remains elusive, alas. Woe is me. This succinct phrase has instilled in Yi Guqin an immeasurable respect for Elder Shin, whose stature is beyond the reach of the current Yi Guqin. It is evident that Elder Shin stands at the pinnacle of the master tier, poised on the brink of transcending the material realm, yet this leap, though seemingly simple in concept, is fraught with insurmountable challenges. Despite his exceptional talents, Elder Shin has yet to attain this breakthrough. Having perused these introductions, Yi Guqin has garnered a general understanding of the 9 esteemed elders. Although each of them can offer guidance to this modest 7th-tier adept, he recognizes that true wisdom lies in learning from only 4 individuals: Elder Tian, Elder Di, Elder Huang, and Elder Shun. The expertise of the others may be tangentially beneficial, yet excessive learning from them could prove detrimental rather than advantageous. Of course, these musings remain mere contemplations of Yi Guqin. The true decision of whom to learn from and who will provide guidance is beyond his current authority. His strength and status dictate that certain matters are not within his control. Life is often fraught with unforeseen circumstances that shape one's destiny and future. Yi Guqin considers himself fortunate, for he possesses a high starting point and a fate that others might envy. Although he cannot fully dictate his future in certain aspects, he firmly believes that a day will come when no one else can decide his fate, only he can. That day is not far off. Chapter 043, Night Conversations Today. I have observed that young lad, and I must say, he is rather impressive. At the tender age of 14 or 15, possessing the prowess of the 7th level of internal strength, he can certainly be regarded as a prodigy. Your decision to send him here signifies the esteem in which you hold him, as you now serve as the chief commander of the Jinyue. The authority over its affairs rests in your hands, while we, the elder generation, have long since retired. However, could you not find someone else to train him? Although he is indeed a remarkable talent, this place is of utmost importance. The elder sitting at the head of the table, the heavenly elder, was the first to speak, casting a solemn glance at Qinglong. The other elders, though silent, displayed expressions of a similar nature. In different circumstances, training a junior expert for the Jinyue would not raise concerns, yet this locale is distinct. It is the sacred ground of the Jinyue Tianxiang courtyard. In my opinion, there are too few capable individuals to instruct him. Aside from myself within the Jinyue, I have reservations about others. I believe that only a few esteemed elders are suitable to guide such a talent, which is why I have made this decision. I hope the elders can understand. Qinglong articulated after a moment of contemplation. Oh, what do you mean by that? The Earth Elder was momentarily taken aback before inquiring further, though the others remained silent. They regarded Qinglong with expressions of concern, eager for a reasonable explanation. While there are not many 7th-level experts at the age of 14 or 15, they are not entirely absent. The label of genius is merely a compliment, and it is not particularly exceptional. As senior members of the Jinyue, they have encountered numerous prodigies, and individuals like Yi Guqin are not extraordinary. Indeed, furthermore, I can assure you that he has not consumed any miraculous elixirs or rare treasures. Qinglong spoke with certainty, having conducted thorough preparations and investigations into Yi Guqin beforehand. Thus he was confident in this assertion. If that is the case, then he is indeed an extraordinary individual. However, how did he manage to unblock his meridians, given that he was born with obstructions? This is no simple feat. It seems this young man harbors some secrets. Eldest, I entrust his instruction to you. If others are interested, they may assist in his training as well. If what Qinglong states is accurate, this young man will undoubtedly become a remarkable figure in the future. Such talent is precisely what the Jinyue requires. Furthermore, as we elders approach the twilight of our lives, it is time to seek a successor to pass on our legacy. If possible, imparting some wisdom to him would be beneficial. The divine elder surveyed the group before speaking in a tone that, while calm, carried an undeniable authority. Yes, eldest, I understand what to do. The heavenly elder displayed a disposition of compliance towards the divine elder's words, promptly rising to offer a respectful bow. Afterward, he slowly took his seat once more, his eyes beginning to sparkle with the anticipation of how he might guide Yiguchen. The thoughts of the other elders began to stir, for in these times, finding a suitable successor is no simple task. If what the Azure Dragon has stated is true, this young man is indeed a rare gem of talent. Nurturing him further would be advantageous. Should he inherit the mantle, it would fulfill a long-held wish. Observing the elders' changing expressions, Azure Dragon remained silent, standing patiently as he awaited their further discourse. Although he held the esteemed position of the commander of the Jinui, second only to the Emperor, in this gathering, he was merely a junior. Among those present, at least 3 had once occupied his current role, and at least 2 possessed strength surpassing his own. When they roamed the world, he had still been a mere child, and before them, Azure Dragon dared not exhibit even a hint of arrogance. Very well, this matter is settled. However, Azure Dragon, you are aware of the significance of the Tianxiang courtyard. Henceforth, without my explicit command, you must never bring anyone here again. Should any misfortune occur, you shall be deemed the eternal sinner of my Jinui. I will personally ensure your demise if it comes to that. Do you understand? The divine elder continued, a glimmer of menace flashing in his eyes as he spoke. Azure Dragon, upon hearing these words, trembled, refraining from further comment, his heart filled with trepidation. He was acutely aware of the Tianxiang courtyard's nature. It was a forbidden realm for the Jinui, housing their greatest secrets, impermissible for outsiders. His impulsive decision to allow Lu Qi to bring others had indeed been rather reckless. Thus, he hurriedly clasped his hands and replied, "Yes, Divine Elder, Azure Dragon shall never dare to do so again." "Very well, you may leave. We shall instruct that lad. Your presence here is no longer required. Second, you will teach that young man tomorrow. Additionally, inform him that he is permitted to roam only the front courtyard of Tianxiang. Without permission, he must not set foot in the rear courtyard. Failure to comply will result in merciless consequences. Now, you may disperse," the divine elder declared with great authority, turning sharply to depart, disregarding those around him as he vanished from the hall. Chapter 044, The Heavenly Demon Blade Technique at the Break of Dawn. As the sun began to rise and the sky was still dimly lit, a grand door within the Tianxiang courtyard gradually opened. Yiguchen emerged from his chamber, embarking on his daily regimen of exercise. Although he currently focused on cultivating his inner strength, he had never forsaken physical training. Each day as practice was indispensable. Yiguchen held dearly to Chairman Mao's adage, "The body is the capital of revolution." Though he was not engaged in any revolution, the wisdom of this statement remained pertinent. To Yiguchen, the body was the foundation of cultivation. All inner strength training essentially involved absorbing the energy of the universe and consolidating it within oneself to enhance one's capabilities. This endeavor necessitated a robust physique, which was absolutely essential. After half an hour of training, the 8 grand doors of the courtyard swung open simultaneously, and 8 figures stepped out from their respective chambers. Upon noticing Yiguchen, they could not help but exclaim in surprise, exchanging glances that reflected their astonishment. In this era, it was rare to find young individuals so diligent, particularly those of such extraordinary talent. While innate ability was crucial, the importance of effort could not be overstated. Without the willingness to strive, raw talent would ultimately be squandered. However, Yiguchen evidently embodied the perfect harmony of both attributes, leaving several elders mildly astonished, followed by satisfied smiles. "Kid, prepare to receive my challenge," boomed Elder Tian. As he charged forward, a flash of blade light emanating from his hand, aimed directly at Yiguchen. Although proficient in sword techniques, his prowess rendered him confident enough to engage without weapons. Fighting unarmed was a foregone conclusion in his mind. Elder Tian's sudden assault startled Yiguchen, who swiftly dodged, resulting in several stone slabs around him shattering into fragments, scattering debris into the air. You managed to evade 1/10 of my strength? Impressive. Let us see how you handle this," Elder Tian remarked, a mix of surprise and amusement in his voice, as he approached Yiguchen. With a slight exertion, Yiguchen immediately felt an overwhelming pressure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he braced himself for the encounter. After exchanging dozens of blows, Elder Tian gently pushed Yiguchen, sending him sprawling several meters away, landing ungracefully on the ground. Fortunately, his body sustained minimal damage, merely experiencing slight internal vibrations and a sense of soreness. Elder Tian, observing him, chuckled and said, "You did well, kid. I used 1.5/10 of my strength. and for someone at the 7th level of inner strength to endure dozens of exchanges is commendable. Now, tidy yourself up and follow me into the mountains. Today, I shall begin your training. With a hearty laugh, Elder Tian spoke without allowing Yi Guchen a moment to respond before turning to depart. Without elaborating further, Elder Tian cast a casual glance at Yi Guchen and simply stated, "Let us go." As the words barely left his lips, Yi Guchen dashed forth like a wraith, not daring to pause for a moment, hastening to follow Elder Tian's form deep into the forest of Tianmen Mountain. Upon reaching a clearing, Elder Tian abruptly halted, casting a glance at Yi Guchen before saying, "My forte lies in the heavenly demon blade technique, which you must surely be aware of. I shall not elaborate further. You require no guidance in your inner strength cultivation. The origins of your Yi family are known well to the Jinyui, so you need not dwell on the imperial ultimate skill you practice. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to inquire, and I shall provide clarity. Today, I will impart to you the heavenly demon blade technique, and you must pay close attention, for I shall only demonstrate once." With that, Elder Tian drew a long, black blade from his waist, directing it towards a great tree before him. He began to showcase the technique, which, though not intricate, comprised merely 7 moves. Yi Guchen, fully concentrated and devoid of any laxity, observed intently. However, he refrained from overthinking. A moment's reflection revealed that these seemingly simple moves were rife with boundless variations, concealing enigmatic secrets. Yet, given Yi Guchen's current level of cultivation, he could discern nothing, and soon found himself engulfed in confusion, his emotions growing restless, his inner energy surging uncontrollably, and his eyes turning a shade of crimson, an indication that the side effects of the imperial ultimate skill were beginning to resurface. At that instant, a flash of light emanated from the black jade resting against Yi Guchen's chest, a chill coursing through his mind. He felt as though he glimpsed something, elements within the blade technique that appeared to merge with an elusive realm, a profound and inscrutable state that defied clarity. Unconsciously, Yi Guchen became entranced, and when Elder Tian sheathed his blade, he found himself rooted in place, lost in contemplation. The nuances of Elder Tian's earlier movements had ensnared him completely, rendering him incapable of escape. Ah, what is this boy's demeanor? It was merely a technique. Why such a reaction? Could it be that he has perceived the essence within? Elder Tian mused softly, observing Yi Guchen's response with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. He then shook his head. The concept of essence was simple in theory, but profoundly challenging to grasp. It was not something one could merely sense at will. Given that Yi Guchen had only achieved the 7th level of inner strength, it was implausible for him to perceive such essence. Countless masters at the pinnacle of the 10th level had found themselves stymied at this juncture. Without the requisite realm, even the highest inner strength was in vain. Once one attained that realm, years of arduous cultivation could yield entry into the innate state. This realm, referred to as essence, was deceptively simple in nomenclature. Yet it had confounded many a hero throughout the ages. Not to mention, he himself had toiled for years in silent meditation to catch a fleeting glimpse of essence, allowing him to break through. Surely, Yi Guchen, no matter how gifted, could not possibly perceive the essence within the blade technique at this moment. Chapter 045. The realm of the soul. It is uncertain how much time had elapsed, but when Yi Guchen regained consciousness, a glimmer of enlightenment seemed to emerge in his mind. His thoughts became remarkably clearer, and he distinctly sensed that his mental focus had sharpened compared to before, which left him in a state of perplexity. Were you in a daze just now? Or did you perceive something? Elder Tian appeared beside Yi Guchen and, furrowing his brow, inquired. Although he internally doubted that Yi Guchen could truly grasp his realm, he could not resist the urge to ask. I believe I sensed a peculiar energy and law embedded within the sword technique, along with a profound understanding, an exceptional insight into the essence of the sword technique. Yi Guchen confessed without reservation. The situation was unusual, and he felt compelled to seek Elder Tian's counsel, uncertain whether this was advantageous or detrimental for him. What? Are you speaking the truth? You genuinely perceive my realm? Elder Tian's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly approached Yi Guchen, seizing his arm with palpable excitement. The calm demeanor he had previously exhibited was utterly replaced by an overwhelming display of emotion. How is this possible? How can you, at the pinnacle of the 10th layer, comprehend a realm? Are you truly a prodigy? An unparalleled genius? Elder Tian stammered, his body trembling with disbelief. Is there a problem with that? Yi Guchen inquired, his curiosity piqued. Elder Tian had always maintained an air of composure in Yi Guchen's memories. exhibiting laughter and mirth while remaining unfazed by any circumstance, as though nothing could provoke a significant emotional upheaval within him. Yet, witnessing Elder Tian's current reaction stirred Yiguchen's intrigue. Problems? Indeed, there are substantial issues. Do you understand how challenging it is to attain a realm of such mastery? The majority of individuals focus their cultivation on physical enhancement. Once the body reaches a certain level, they begin unblocking meridians and continuously elevate themselves. Upon opening the 9 major meridians, one enters the realm of inner strength at the 10th layer. There are various methods to reach this 10th layer, such as consuming celestial treasures, ingesting numerous potency-enhancing elixirs, or having several master-level experts assist in unblocking meridians, allowing one to instantly become a 10th layer inner strength expert. Thus, while the number of individuals achieving the 10th layer is not negligible, it is still relatively limited. I dare say there are at least 8,000, if not 10,000, experts at the pinnacle of the 10th layer across the realm. However, how many innate masters exist? I assure you, they number fewer than 1,000, perhaps even less. And why is that? Let me elucidate that this entire matter stems from the issue of realms. To ascend from the acquired to the innate realm, one must not only possess sufficient internal strength but also attain a profound understanding of the universe. It is essential to cultivate a unique technique that facilitates personal comprehension of the realm and refines the soul. Through continual reflection on these realms, one can fortify their spiritual essence and mental prowess. Only upon reaching a certain level can one, armed with the prowess of the pinnacle 10th layer, break through into the innate realm. This elucidates why so many experts at the peak of the 10th layer find themselves stagnated, unable to progress into the innate realm. The understanding of realms is a challenge that even 10 masters at the pinnacle of the 10th layer may not be able to grasp. This arduous process is indeed quite daunting. Yet, you possess only the 7th layer of mastery, having merely glanced at my sword technique. And without even having practiced it, you have managed to comprehend my artistic intent and refine your spiritual essence. I am at a loss for words. You are truly an anomaly, an unprecedented marvel throughout history. It is crucial to recognize that the greatest obstacle to advancing into the innate realm lies within the initial step of comprehension. Although countless innate techniques exist, many 10th layer experts possess them. The true rarity lies in those who can perceive the essence within. If this news were to spread, one can only imagine how many 10th layer masters would be driven to the brink of despair. Elder Tian seemed profoundly affected, expressing a torrent of thoughts to Yiguchen. Soul? Spirit? How does one refine these two? Yiguchen inquired, furrowing his brow instinctively after hearing this. Comprehension. Grasp the rules of the universe, the essence of all existence. The intricacies of human experience, the cycle of life and death, these are all forms of understanding. Each individual's comprehension is unique. Yet there is a commonality. If you gain insight in a particular area and deepen that understanding, your soul's realm will inevitably advance. Just as with my sword technique, it embodies a particular essence, a reflection of my understanding. It is precisely this comprehension that enabled me to break through into the innate realm, even achieving a significant mastery therein. However, due to my insufficient understanding, I currently remain at the pinnacle of the innate realm, unable to transcend into the path of martial transcendence and shatter the void. My sword technique encapsulates my essence and understanding. For now, your task is merely to practice and master the sword technique. Once you truly grasp it and cultivate your own insights, entering the innate realm will pose no challenge. You will simply need to steadily enhance your power, without the lengthy wait for comprehension that others endure. With sufficient prowess, transitioning into the innate realm will be but a natural progression. Elder Tian spoke extensively, as if fearing that Yiguchen might forget his teachings, imparting all he knew without reservation. Profoundness, soul, comprehension. I understand now, Elder Tian, Yiguchen murmured, half closing his eyes in contemplation. It is sufficient for you to know this. Here, I will practice my swordsmanship. Since you can perceive my intent, you must have also memorized my techniques. You may begin your practice. I have matters to discuss with the esteemed Elder Shin, so I shall not accompany you further. Elder Tian nodded slightly and spoke in a grave tone. Then, with a swift movement, he vanished from Yiguchen's sight, appearing eager to report this matter to Elder Shin. Chapter 46. The End? The Beginning? As for Elder Tian, he hastened towards the Tianxiang courtyard, entering without hesitation and making his way directly to the residence of Elder Shin. He recounted the events that had just transpired, to which Elder Shin responded with considerable astonishment. He then remarked, I understand now. It appears that Yiguchen is indeed remarkable. One must recognize that the cultivation of the soul realm is best commenced at a young age, as the vigor of youth greatly enhances the efficacy of this practice. At merely 14 years of age, with only a 7th level internal strength, if he is nurtured properly now, his future entry into the innate realm will surely be in natural progression. Who knows, he might even surpass the realms that have eluded both you and me for so long. Second brother, take good care of him, and strive not to interfere with his training. Additionally, have 3rd and 5th elder accompany you to impart their unique skills to him, allowing him to experience the essence of their techniques. 3rd's distant horizons and 5th's golden bell shield embody perspectives that are distinctly different from yours. Should he manage to cultivate these, his future prospects will be boundless. Understood. Elder Tion replied without a moment's hesitation, clasping his fist before swiftly departing, leaving Elder Shen alone, murmuring to himself, shattering the void, entering the path through martial arts? How is shattering the void truly so simple? The world believes this to be the end. Yet they are blissfully unaware that it is merely a beginning. How laughable! Although I have discerned the location of this beginning, I shall forever remain incapable of breaking through. Nonetheless, heaven has not been unkind to me. I have finally discovered an extraordinary talent. Perhaps he might breach that threshold. Yiguchen, oh Yiguchen. I hope you do not disappoint me with that. He rose and walked towards his own quarters. Elder Shen's words went unheard, and his secret was destined to remain unknown. Perhaps someone once knew it, but now they were long gone. Elder Tion, Elder D, and Elder Huang, having set out according to Elder Shen's instructions, found Yiguchen deeply engrossed in Elder Tion's celestial demon blade technique. As he wielded it, a faint aura of comprehension began to emanate from him, prompting the 3 elders to exchange astonished glances. Elder Tion sighed ruefully, murmuring, "In my youth, it took me 3 years to reach the level of understanding he has achieved in less than 3 hours. This lad is truly a genius. Not merely a genius, but a prodigy. It is astonishing how he grasps what others cannot comprehend in a lifetime within mere hours. I have always held myself in high regard. Yet now it seems I have merely been a frog at the bottom of a well. After decades of such a narrow perspective, today I have finally opened my eyes. Just earlier, when second brother suggested I teach him distant horizons, I had my reservations. One insight is already commendable. While broader exposure enhances understanding and benefits the cultivation of the soul realm, there are times when wanting too much can lead to confusion. However, it appears that imparting this knowledge to him would be entirely appropriate. The elder of the earth stood there, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he expressed his helplessness. Second brother, third brother, your realms are understandable. However, I fail to comprehend why the eldest has summoned me to demonstrate as well. Could it be that he wishes for me to teach him the external arts? It is well known that techniques, swordplay, and lightness skills can be swiftly honed with internal energy. Yet, mastering external arts is no simple feat. I toiled for 50 years before attaining the innate realm. The elder of the earth hesitated, fully aware of the arduous journey of mastering external arts, particularly the golden bell shield, which demands an immense investment of time. He knew well that such mastery could not be achieved overnight. It necessitates countless hours of dedication. Should Yi Guchen embark on this path, it might not bode well for him, potentially hindering his progress. If such a prodigy were to falter due to this, he would bear the burden of being a sinner within the Jinui. This discourse left the 2 elders of heaven and earth momentarily dumbfounded, their brows furrowing in confusion regarding the eldest's reasoning for such an arrangement. However, after a moment of contemplation, the elder of heaven spoke. Fifth brother, do not dwell on these thoughts. Simply follow the eldest's instructions. The golden bell shield you possess is distinct from the others. It has been refined through your modifications and embodies a harmonious blend of internal and external cultivation. Furthermore, you are the first recorded individual throughout history to have cultivated external arts to the innate realm and have comprehended your own realm. Transmitting this knowledge to him bears no detriment. The eldest's decisions have never faltered, and I trust this will be no exception. Upon hearing these words, the elder of earth was initially taken aback but soon nodded vigorously. The eldest's words were infallible. This belief was not only held by the elder of heaven but also deeply ingrained in the elder of earth. From their childhood, the enigmatic elder had already been a prominent figure within the Jinui, a near-mythical presence among the elders, whose words were universally accepted as truth. After a while, when Yiguchen ceased his cultivation, feeling somewhat fatigued, he gently withdrew from his meditative state. Yet, he discerned a notable refinement in his spirit. an enhancement he could clearly perceive, which brought a joyful smile to his face. It was then that he noticed the three elders standing before him. Initially startled, he promptly saluted them. "Greetings, esteemed elders. What brings you here today?" "Nothing of great concern. The eldest has sent us to instruct you. From this day forth, you shall not only learn the heavenly demon blade technique, but also Inch of Heaven and Elder Five's Golden Bell Shield. Henceforth, the three of us shall jointly guide your training. Now, begin by studying Inch of Heaven's lightness skill with Elder 3, the Elder of Heaven declared, offering Yi Guchen no opportunity to protest. Without delay, the Elder of Earth stepped forward to commence teaching Yi Guchen the exquisite techniques of Inch of Heaven. At the edge of the world reveals a different realm of meanings, one that pertains to the essence of speed. The Elder, clearly having gained his own insights, shared them unreservedly with Yi Guchen, allowing him to gradually immerse himself in this experience. Subconsciously, Yi Guchen began to mimic the Elder's movements. Initially, he felt somewhat bewildered and struggled to grasp the concept. However, akin to the Elder's own journey, after a fleeting shimmer of light danced across the black jade at his chest, Yi Guchen achieved a profound clarity and truly sensed the underlying essence of this realm. Chapter 047. The Golden Bell Shield. Both the heavenly demon blade technique and the distance of a finger are forms of martial arts, pure methods of energy manipulation. Thus, the two elders of heaven and earth can convey their profound insights through their techniques and movements. With the assistance of the mysterious black jade, Yi Guchen can also grasp the essence within. However, the Golden Bell Shield of Elder Huang is not easily cultivated. Its essence remains elusive. Elder Huang merely conveyed to Yi Guchen, "All my understanding resides within my technique. The Golden Bell Shield has been modified by me. It is vastly different from its original form. If you wish to perceive my essence, you must cultivate the Golden Bell Shield." The Golden Bell Shield, in essence, is rather commonplace and lacks monetary value. Its cultivation is arduous, yielding minimal achievements while demanding an extraordinary investment of time. Most circulating versions are incomplete, with the authentic manuscript said to be preserved in the Great Zen Temple. However, few of the monks there engage in its practice. Although these monks spend their days in meditation and fasting, many are loath to invest their efforts in this laborious and time-consuming endeavor, the Golden Bell Shield. Those who do pursue such external techniques tend to be rogues from the martial world or skilled soldiers, as this practice maximizes their lethality. How formidable is the Golden Bell Shield once perfected? Yi Guchen inquired, voicing his most pressing concern. He felt uncertain. If it proved powerful, he would not hesitate to invest more effort into mastering it. Even if he did not achieve greatness, it would at least significantly benefit his physical well-being. Conversely, if it lacked potency, he would prefer to abandon it in favor of more beneficial pursuits. How formidable? I cannot say for certain. I have modified the Golden Bell Shield, yet its fundamental structure remains unchanged. It consists of 12 layers, each exponentially enhancing physical strength, speed, and reflexes. The first 3 layers primarily serve to bolster one's physique. Beyond the 6th layer, one can withstand the attacks of ordinary blades and swords. I have reached the 10th layer, rendering me nearly impervious to harm. Fire and water cannot affect me. Currently, unless faced with a master-level expert, no one can inflict injury upon me. In battles against opponents of the same level, I can contend with 3 or more simultaneously, ensuring my own safety. Elder Huang proclaimed with pride. Although he is merely at the innate realm, his prowess rivals that of a master. Even half of the master-level experts would find it exceedingly challenging to confront him. Illustrating the extent of his capabilities, Yi Guchen was momentarily taken aback, but then a glimmer of fervor ignited in his eyes. If his internal energy cultivation reached the innate realm, combined with a physical cultivation of the same level, would he not be able to rival master-level experts? What if both realms were elevated to the master level? Such thoughts surpassed what Yi Guchen dared to envision. However, Yi Guchen still felt a twinge of hesitation. He understood the adage that one should not overreach. Yet, a persistent voice within him urged him onward, compelling him to cultivate the Golden Bell Shield. The source of this voice was unknown to Yi Guchen, but its presence was undeniable. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and spoke resolutely. "Very well. I shall cultivate. The first 3 levels require you to immerse your body in medicinal herbs. I will arrange for some exquisite and precious materials, each worth its weight in gold. Do not squander them. You must soak in them for a month, dedicating at least 2 hours each day. The longer you endure, the greater the benefits. As for the cultivation route, I have detailed instructions here. You will first practice alongside your second and third brothers. I will wait for you in your room after nightfall to prepare," Elder Huang said solemnly. tossing a gold thread-bound manual of the Golden Bell shield before vanishing from sight. The two elders exchanged glances, then turned to Yiguchen and proclaimed loudly, "Enough staring. For this month, you shall train with us relentlessly. Do not falter, continue your practice. Integrate the techniques of Shi Qi Tianya and Tian Mo Dao Fa. You must achieve a state where your intentions flow freely and your body movements blend seamlessly with your sword techniques. Only then will you have succeeded." Yiguchen was momentarily taken aback by their words, feeling an urgent need to start training without delay. However, merging two disparate systems of technique was no simple feat, especially since he was not proficient in either. Achieving such a synthesis would not be accomplished in a fleeting moment. It required continuous practice amidst the elders' guidance and admonishments. As the day wore on, he made considerable progress. Seated cross-legged, Yiguchen entered a deep state of cultivation. Time slipped away until the door to his room was suddenly thrust open. Gradually, he awoke from his trance to find Elder Huang smiling at him. Observing that he was awake, the elder said with a calm demeanor, "You're awake? If so, let us commence." "Commence? How do we begin?" Yiguchen instinctively inquired. Elder Huang furrowed his brow, visibly displeased, and replied, "How else would we begin? Remember the cultivation method of the Golden Bell shield, then strip and enter the immersion. Adhere to the cultivation route, and continuously channel your energy within. You must endure for at least 2 hours. The longer you can withstand it, the better. Do not waste this opportunity. There are hundreds of medicinal herbs within, including a millennium-old Hishowu, 500-year-old ginseng, and 800-year-old reisher, each a rare treasure. A mere mortal could gain years of prowess from them, and even the Jin Iwei do not possess many. Do not let this go to waste. If you cannot endure, I will forcibly place you inside myself. It is best not to provoke me." Chapter 048, The Eighth Layer Realm, Part 1. What of the millennium-old Hishowu? The 500-year ginseng? The 800-year-old lingji? While Yiguchen may be unaware of other medicinal herbs, the mere existence of these three is astonishing. Each of these treasures is enough to drive one to madness. For martial artists, their consumption can augment years of prowess, serving as sacred elixirs for strengthening the body and healing wounds. Though it is unnecessary to assert that any one of these would incite a tempest of bloodshed, they undoubtedly belong to the category of rare and invaluable treasures. Elder Huang's assembly of these ingredients into a medicinal bath speaks volumes of their exceptional worth. Yiguchen harbored no doubts. If these herbs were presented before him for gradual consumption, they would suffice to elevate his inner strength to the 8th realm. And perhaps even the 9th realm would not be beyond reach. The potent essence contained within these herbs could enable a master of inner strength to achieve continuous enhancement. Yet, to utilize these precious materials for a medicinal bath feels akin to squandering a priceless resource. Well, what are you standing there for? Having read it, step inside. Elder Huang commanded, his brow furrowed and voice cold. Without hesitation, Yiguchen grasped the not-so-thick Golden Bell shield manual, glanced through it, and promptly committed it to memory before gradually submerging himself into the now-boiling circular wooden tub. Upon entering, aside from a faint sensation of heat, there were no immediate feelings. The temperature of the medicinal bath was exceedingly high, momentarily leaving Yiguchen somewhat unaccustomed. He held his breath and slowly closed his eyes, enduring the scorching discomfort as he sought to immerse himself in the experience. After a while, as he adjusted to the warmth and felt his body flush with a crimson tide, a tingling and itching sensation began to arise, followed by a tearing pain that was momentarily overwhelming. Yiguchen felt an urge to leap from the medicinal bath, yet he ultimately restrained himself. To exit now would be a tremendous waste, and he understood that this was a process integral to his strength enhancement. For the sake of avenging past grievances, he reminded himself that he must endure what others cannot. Only by doing so could he expedite his growth and achieve his aspirations. The energy cultivation route of the Golden Bell shield diverged from the typical circulation of inner strength. It uniquely harnessed the operation of several acupoints to absorb the surrounding external forces, continuously fortifying his physical strength through the flow of energy. Remarkably, this form of cultivation did not conflict with inner power training. Rather, it complemented it, yielding synergistic effects. However, the journey was not as straightforward as it seemed. The enhancement of one's physical form undoubtedly bears its advantages. However, such strengthening tends to divert a significant portion of the celestial energy absorbed from the external environment. This energy is then allocated to the body, fostering a continuous process of absorption and vitality. While this may indeed constitute a stable and progressive endeavor, the dilemma lies in the fact that such an approach can considerably hinder the speed of one's cultivation, potentially reducing it to a mere tenth of its potential. This is not a favorable outcome for the overall elevation of one's strength, as achieving such enhancement necessitates an immense investment of time. This elucidates why the practice of the Golden Bell Shield is characterized by its balanced and harmonious nature, allowing for a cultivation process that is nearly devoid of errors. Aside from the initial phase requiring an abundance of medicinal herbs to solidify one's foundation, diligent practice invariably yields results. Yet, the reluctance of many to engage in such training stems from the finite nature of human life. While one may find that the Golden Bell Shield ultimately falls short compared to other techniques, a practitioner dedicating 10 years to it may only attain a modest level of inner strength, perhaps at the 4th or 5th stage. In contrast, another individual might achieve mastery at the 6th or even 7th stage through the study of a different discipline over the same span of time. If one were to train concurrently for 20 years, a practitioner of the Golden Bell Shield might find themselves at only the 5th or 6th stage, whereas a gifted individual pursuing alternative techniques could potentially reach the pinnacle of the 10th stage or even break through to the innate realm. This disparity elucidates why many are hesitant to invest their time in such a fundamentally centered and tranquil practice, given an average lifespan. It is exceedingly challenging to attain significant accomplishments therein, with individuals like Elder Huang being exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, Yi Guqin feels no such burden. With his remarkable cultivation speed and abundant spiritual energy at his disposal, he possesses sufficient confidence that even while practicing the Golden Bell Shield, his rate of progress will not lag behind that of others. Moreover, engaging in this discipline will enhance his overall strength and combat prowess, proving immensely beneficial for his future endeavors, particularly in his quest for vengeance. Yi Guqin commenced the gradual circulation of the Golden Bell Shield technique, progressively immersing himself in the process. He began to absorb the rich energies emanating from the medicinal bath, allowing his entire being to adapt to its essence. Through the exercise of his internal energy, he continuously assimilated the vital components of the herbs, experiencing a gentle tingling and itching sensation. However, as Yi Guqin persisted in the flow of his inner strength, that sensation gradually dissipated. He perceived a pure energy entering his body through his skin, transforming him steadily, enhancing his physical form. Furthermore, the medicinal potency began to penetrate into his dantian, coalescing into a formidable force that incrementally elevated Yi Guqin's cultivation alongside the relentless movement of his energy. He sensed that with each passing moment of his practice, his strength was enhancing. The duration of this process remained uncertain, but upon awakening, Yi Guqin discovered that the once murky medicinal bath had become remarkably clear. To his astonishment, his internal energy had significantly increased, approaching the late 7th stage of cultivation. This progress far surpassed the results of his solitary training over the past fortnight, and he experienced a pronounced augmentation in his physical prowess. Thus, he successfully cultivated the first layer of the Golden Bell Shield. Chapter 49, The 8th Layer of Realm, Part 2. The practice of the Golden Bell Shield is undoubtedly arduous. While the cultivation process is centered on tranquility and stability, its inherent steadiness demands a significant investment of time, particularly in the initial layers. Although a plethora of rare and precious herbs are available, Elder Huang did not anticipate that Yi Guqin would achieve a breakthrough overnight. In his estimation, Yi Guqin would require approximately 4 to 5 days to conquer the first layer, followed by a month of utilizing the valuable medicinal baths to ascend through the 3 most challenging layers. This would suffice, yet Yi Guqin's performance astonished Elder Huang. He had not expected such a turn of events. Have you already reached the first layer? Elder Huang remarked, his voice calm, yet imbued with a hint of astonishment. Your progress is remarkable. Frankly, your body's absorption capacity exceeds my expectations. I recall my own first attempt, where I gritted my teeth and managed merely 2 hours. You have done exceptionally well. He regarded Yi Guqin with a steady gaze, his demeanor still somber, yet his eyes sparkled with admiration. Enough of that, he continued. Talent is talent. There's no need for modesty in my presence. Your 2nd brother and 5th brother are awaiting you. You trained with them during the day, and I have prepared the medicinal bath for you. We shall resume this evening. You must persevere for a month. With these words, Elder Huang cast a placid glance at Yi Guqin before turning and striding out of the room, crossing the threshold with purposeful steps and vanishing down the ancient corridor. Yi Guqin hesitated not, emerging into the open air. He stretched his limbs, delighting in the newfound vigor that coursed through his body. His physique felt more robust, agility heightened, and strength markedly enhanced. This exhilarated him. It had been ages since he had experienced such fortification, as if he had reached a plateau beyond which further advancement seemed implausible. Yet, the Golden Bell Shield had bestowed upon him a tangible elevation, a most welcome development. Dressed and eager, he hastened outside, mindful not to keep the two elders waiting, a display of disrespect he wished to avoid. He departed with purpose, making his way swiftly to the forest on the back mountain. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, he arrived at the wooded area, where he found Elder Tion in black attire and Elder D clad in blue, both already positioned side by side. Upon noticing their presence, Yiguchen swiftly approached, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, esteemed elders. I apologize for the delay." When the two elders of heaven and earth first encountered Yiguchen, they were somewhat displeased. After all, tardiness is hardly a commendable habit, and the youth should be more diligent. It was quite unacceptable for them to have to wait so long in the early morning. However, upon casting a glance at Yiguchen, their eyes sparkled with astonishment. The Elder of Heaven swiftly approached Yiguchen, scrutinizing him intently before grasping his wrist. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Have you achieved the first layer of the Golden Bell Shield? And your internal energy has also made a breakthrough?" "Yes, it was an inadvertent breakthrough," Yiguchen replied modestly. To be honest, he found the entire situation rather baffling. He had merely followed the prescribed cultivation route without engaging in any extraordinary actions, yet the outcome was unexpectedly remarkable. He had stumbled into a breakthrough. Nevertheless, his words left the two elders at a loss for words. They were well aware of the arduous nature of mastering the Golden Bell Shield and the time required for an internal energy breakthrough. To have accomplished such a feat overnight, and to attribute it to mere happenstance, left them utterly speechless. Cough, cough. Enough of that. Continue your practice of the heavenly demon blade technique in the inch of heaven, the Elder of Heaven declared, turning away as he did not wish to dwell further on the matter. Thus, training commenced. During the day, Yiguchen focused on the heavenly demon blade technique and inch of heaven, both to hone these exceptional skills and to cultivate his own understanding, allowing for continuous insight. This not only benefited his future, but also led to a noticeable acceleration in his cultivation speed. At night, Yiguchen trained the Golden Bell Shield under the guidance of Elder Huang, with scarcely a moment's respite. A month passed swiftly, neither too fast nor too slow. But in the blink of an eye, it was over. Time flowed by like a river, often unnoticed. Throughout this month, Yiguchen endured considerable fatigue, yet felt immensely fulfilled. He had never experienced such a profound sense of accomplishment, spending each day in rigorous training and constant breakthroughs. Each day brought new progress, earning him the admiration of the elders and bestowing upon him significant benefits. By the end of the month, Yiguchen had advanced the Golden Bell Shield to the third layer, achieving a remarkable enhancement in physical strength, quality, and agility. Most importantly, his internal energy cultivation also improved significantly due to the powerful herbs he had been consuming. Yiguchen finally broke through another acupoint, ascending to the 8th layer of mastery. While the 8th layer may not signify a true master, it was nonetheless impressive. In the past, within Jiangzhou City, such cultivation would have marked him as a genuine expert, with few capable of matching him, allowing him to establish himself as a formidable presence in smaller locales. However, Yiguchen is not content with this. His aspirations reach far beyond the present. The power he seeks is certainly not limited to merely the 8th level of internal strength. He requires continual breakthroughs, for his current capabilities are far from sufficient. Chapter 050, The Blood Prison of the Jinyu. A month of rigorous training swiftly drew to a close, granting Yiguchen a day of respite. At the break of dawn the following day, the door to his chamber was opened by an attendant, a mute servant who, after performing a respectful bow, gestured towards the central hall. Understanding the unspoken message, Yiguchen recognized that the elders were summoning him to the central assembly. Nodding in acknowledgement, he uttered a quiet affirmation before turning to stride towards the hall. Upon his arrival, he found the 9 elders seated in an orderly manner. As Yiguchen entered, their gazes converged upon him. The Elder of Heaven, along with Elder Earth and Elder Huang, inclined their heads slightly in greeting, their eyes conveying a wealth of sentiments, approval, satisfaction, and even solace, as if to signify that an opportunity awaited him. "Greetings to the esteemed elders," Yiguchen proclaimed as he approached the center of the hall, performing a respectful gesture towards the venerable figures before him. The 9 elders nodded in unison, their eyes piercing as they regarded Yiguchen intently. They exchanged glances, each nodding subtly in agreement, clearly pleased with his progress. Elder Tion then rose, addressing the assembly with a resonant voice. "Esteemed colleagues, you have all witnessed Yiguchen's remarkable advancement, In just a month, he has ascended from the 7th to the 8th level of inner strength. And his mastery of the Golden Bell Shield has reached the 3rd tier. I trust he will support my proposition to allow Yi Guchen to enter that esteemed place for further cultivation. I second that. Elder Di Xing promptly concurred. Having guided Yi Guchen for a month and expressing his satisfaction with the young disciple's progress, I also seconded. Elder Huang followed suit. One by one, the elders, after a moment of contemplation, stood in agreement, their nods affirming their collective support for Yi Guchen. 8 of the 9 elders chose to endorse the motion. And though Yi Guchen remained unaware of the specifics of the proceedings, he was certain of one thing: the place he was to enter was undoubtedly extraordinary, shrouded in secrecy and significance, warranting a vote from the 9 elders for his admission. A wave of curiosity surged within him, igniting a fervent desire to uncover the mysteries of the place Elder Tian had mentioned. Yi Guchen understood that only through relentless challenges could one achieve continuous growth. His intrigue for this enigmatic location grew, and an unmistakable urgency began to stir within him. Well then, since you have all chosen to support this motion, I have no objections. Second elder, please escort Yi Guchen there, Elder Tian concluded. After several elders expressed their opinions, their gazes turned towards the Grand Elder seated at the center. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before nodding and speaking thus. Upon finishing his words, he directed his sharp gaze towards Yi Guchen, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. He scrutinized him for an extended period, causing Yi Guchen's heart to flutter with unease, before slowly articulating, "Remember, the destination you are bound for holds great significance for the Jinyui. Therefore, I implore you to understand that regardless of what you encounter, witness, or endure there, it is imperative that you refrain from uttering a single word to outsiders. Should you fail to heed this warning, no matter where you may find yourself in this world, you will inevitably be pursued by the Jinyui. Moreover, if necessary, I shall personally see to your demise. Unless you can transcend to the martial path and shatter the void, your fate is sealed." "Ah, very well. You are one of us in the Jinyui. Once you enter, you remain with us for life. I trust you comprehend this principle without further elaboration. Now, go. Accompany Elder Tian. I hope you do not disappoint the collective expectations of the elders." To be candid, had it not been for the joint recommendation of Elder Tian, Elder Di, and Elder Huang, I would never have permitted your entry into that place. Cherish this opportunity, even though it is fraught with peril. However, if you can navigate through it safely for a time, I assure you, unexpected rewards await you, the Grand Elder concluded. After which he closed his eyes and waved his hand. Observing this, Elder Tian rose and saluted the Grand Elder, then exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Guchen before gradually departing the hall. Once outside, Elder Tian regarded Yi Guchen and inquired, "Do you have anything to prepare? If so, make haste, for we shall be leaving shortly. You are likely to remain there for quite some time, so it is wise to be ready." "No, I am quite easygoing. As long as there is food and drink, I require nothing more. We can set off immediately," Yi Guchen replied, momentarily taken aback, then smiling faintly. Indeed, he had no preparations to make and was ready to enter at any moment, although he was uncertain of the nature of a destination. The Grand Elder's words and the reactions of the other elders indicated that it was extraordinary, stirring an eagerness within him. "Very well, then let us proceed," Elder Tian said calmly. After speaking, he led Yi Guchen towards the backyard. The backyard was a stark contrast to the front courtyard, presenting an elegant garden. While the garden itself bore no remarkable features, it was populated by dozens of mute servants that Yi Guchen had never encountered before. These servants bore a striking resemblance to those in the front courtyard. Yet Yi Guchen could distinctly sense that each of these mute servants possessed a cultivation level of 6 or above. Scattered throughout the small courtyard were approximately 50 to 60 individuals, standing rigidly, effectively forming a tight and vigilant perimeter. Yi Guchen said little, merely following the footsteps of Elder Tian as they slowly advanced. Upon reaching the position of the artificial mountain, Elder Tian came to a halt, directing his gaze towards the mute servants. The servants, initially taken aback, promptly turned away, each averting their gaze elsewhere. This allowed Elder Tian to make his move. Approaching a hidden area of the artificial mountain, he gently turned a seemingly unremarkable stone, and as it shifted, a grand compass materialized on the left side, marked with the positions of the 8 trigrams and adorned with unknown patterns. After a series of intricate maneuvers, Elder Tian activated the compass, causing the artificial mountain to tremble gently. Suddenly, a stone door emerged within the mountain, revealing an underground passage beneath the ground, flickering with dim flames. The passage beckoned Yi Guchen to step inside, following Elder Tian as they ventured forth. Behind them, the massive door thunderously closed, sealing their entrance into the shadowy tunnel. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yiguchen whispered, "Elder Tian, where are we headed?" Upon hearing this, Elder Tian paused, casting a glance at Yiguchen before breaking into a cold smile, enunciating deliberately, "Jinui, Blood Prison." Chapter 051, The Blood Prison of the Elder. Among the formidable figures of the martial world and the commanding generals of the borders, some possess immense charisma. A mere word from them could galvanize thousands to their cause, potentially stirring upheaval across entire regions. These individuals have been clandestinely apprehended and confined here, rendering the Blood Prison of the Jinui a paramount concern for the organization. Despite its notorious reputation, known to nearly all, its precise location remains shrouded in mystery. This is the greatest secret of the Jinui. Yiguchen, although aware that several elders might lead him to a highly secretive place, never anticipated that it would be the fabled Blood Prison of the Jinui. His heart was overwhelmed with shock, his expression shifting slightly, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, silently trailing behind the elder as they traversed the dimly lit underground corridor. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, upon again beholding the light, Yiguchen realized they had arrived at a secluded paradise nestled amidst towering mountains. The peaks surrounding them ascended towards the heavens, seemingly insurmountable, while crystalline springs and cascading waterfalls adorned the landscape, accompanied by lush grasses and swaying trees. A neatly arranged path of pebbles led directly to the center, where a fortress constructed from stone loomed large and imposing. Its entrance was secured by iron pillars as thick as a man's body, the structure itself impervious and resolute. Upon the fortress, hundreds of adept Jinui clad in crimson garments patrolled vigilantly, meticulously observing their surroundings. Encircling this fortress were several villages, bustling with life, housing thousands of inhabitants, men and women, the young and the elderly, some toiling in the fields, others engaged in conversation. Absent the grand fortress, this locale could easily be mistaken for a tranquil haven untouched by strife. As if sensing Yiguchen's astonishment, the elder chuckled softly, nodding towards the dozens of respectful Jinui kneeling nearby. He then lowered his voice to explain, "The people here have dwelled in this place since the inception of the Jinui, guarding the Blood Prison for generations without ever departing. Several villages have formed around the Blood Prison, passing down their legacy in service to the Jinui." "The Blood Prison?" Yiguchen inquired quietly. "I have heard of its name, but what truly lies within? Why have you brought me here?" "Ah, to bring you here? Naturally. It is to facilitate your training. The Blood Prison houses countless masters in confinement. Your task is to continuously hone your skills within. Trust me, you will not regret entering. You will undoubtedly experience significant growth. We have imparted to you all we could teach. The remainder rests upon your own endeavors. The elders and Commander Qinglong hold high expectations for you, so you must achieve the innate realm here. Should you fail to reach this state, you shall not exit the Blood Prison. Everything hinges on your own efforts." The elder spoke with a gentle smile. Yet the weight of his words left Yiguchen feeling a profound sense of dread. The innate realm? Achieving the innate realm is no simple feat. Across the vast expanse of the world, there are countless martial artists, yet those who truly attain the innate realm are undoubtedly one in a myriad. Among so many practitioners, it is likely that one could scarcely find even 1,000 innate experts, if not fewer. Over the past month, although my progress has been rapid, I have merely reached the 8th level of cultivation. Furthermore, I am burdened by an immense hindrance, the Golden Bell Shield. Were it not for the existence of the Black Jade, a veritable cheat, and the immensely concentrated spiritual energy from the outside world, I fear I would not even dare to dream of the innate realm." With a bitter smile, I nodded in silence, fully aware that my options were now limited. Aside from entering the Blood Prison to hone my abilities, I had no other alternatives. This decision was beyond my purview. Moreover, my entry into the Blood Prison serves as a test for myself, as well as a reflection of the expectations the elders of the Jinui have for me. Countless individuals yearn for the opportunity to enter this place, yet few are granted it. My ability to gain entry is a stroke of immense fortune. What more could I desire? "Very well, follow me," said Elder Tian, a gentle smile gracing his features as he took my arm and led me toward the castle. It was evident that Elder Tian was no stranger to this place. The guards of the Jinui greeted him with familiarity, kneeling in reverence as they acknowledged his presence. They cast a curious glance towards me, yet remained silent, their demeanor solemn and respectful. Upon entering the Blood Prison, the dim flicker of torches was the sole source of illumination, and a heavy, acrid scent of blood assaulted my senses, causing me to feel somewhat disoriented. My heart raced in response to the overwhelming atmosphere. Ascending the stone staircase, we soon reached the pinnacle of the castle. At the center of this uppermost level stood a grand door forged from black iron, flanked by 8 elite Jinui guards, each at the pinnacle of the 10th level of cultivation. Upon recognizing Elder Tian, they hastily opened the door. With a resounding creak, a middle-aged man emerged from within. Clad in blood-red satin, his hair slightly sparse, he appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, exuding an aura of grim authority that was both intimidating and commanding without any need for anger. Chapter 052. The Arena of Life and Death, Part 1. Elder Xing cast a faint smile upon noticing Elder Tian, nodding slightly before shifting his gaze towards Yi Guqin, expressing curiosity as he inquired, "Is he the Yi Guqin you speak of?" "Indeed, Guqin is a talent highly regarded by all of us, which is why the Grand Elder entrusted me with bringing him here to you. I am confident that you will not disappoint me." After casting a glance at Elder Xing, Elder Tian casually took a seat and smiled. Though Elder Tian had a peculiar temperament, he was far more approachable than Elder Xing's, who clearly exuded an aura that suggested he was not one to be trifled with. Despite the brief smile he had displayed, Elder Xing's demeanor still instilled in Yi Guqin a sense of distance. "Is that so? You have rarely brought anyone here over the years." To possess an 8th level cultivation at merely 14 or 15 years of age is indeed remarkable, if properly trained. It is not impossible for him to reach the innate stage by his 20s. No wonder you hold him in such high esteem, allowing him to enter the blood prison. In that case, rest assured, I will ensure he receives proper guidance," Elder Xing remarked coolly after giving Yi Guqin a fleeting glance. "Very well, I entrust him to your care. I shall take my leave now, as the Grand Elder will soon send a batch of medicinal materials. And Old Six will also be arriving. With Old Six around, even the dead can be revived, so you may proceed with your training without hesitation. I bid you farewell," Elder Tian said succinctly, rising to his feet with a grin before turning to depart. The spacious room now contained only Elder Xing and Yi Guqin, who exchanged glances. After sizing Yi Guqin up, Elder Xing, with a stern expression, commanded, "Follow me. I shall arrange your training immediately." Without waiting for Yi Guqin's response, he strode out, prompting Yi Guqin to hastily follow in his footsteps. As they navigated through the labyrinthine corridors of the blood prison, Yi Guqin keenly observed the stringent security measures in place, guards stationed every 5 steps and sentries every 10, alongside numerous concealed mechanisms that could spell instant doom for the unwary. After Elder Xing turned a corner, they descended further until they arrived at an underground arena. In the center stood hundreds of elite guards clad in resplendent red uniforms. Encircling the area, surrounding the square were countless cages, each containing a prisoner. At the heart of the arena was a platform hewn from blue stone, where 2 combatants engaged in a life and death struggle. One wielded a longsword, while the other, a guard adorned in crimson robes, brandished a hook sword. It was evident to any observer that the 2 were locked in a fierce and genuine battle, each strike executed with lethal intent and devoid of feigned attacks. In the midst of this arena, all the members of the Jinui stood motionless, quietly observing the scene, some even cheering on with fervor. Meanwhile, the prisoners confined within their cages shouted frantically, "Kill him! Kill him!" It was evident that their hatred towards the Jinui was palpable, as they glared with fiery eyes at the figure clad in a blood-red robe, wielding a curved dagger. "What is this place, Elder Xing?" Yi Guqin instinctively inquired, turning his head. "Here? This is the life and death arena," Elder Xing replied with a slight smile, casting a glance at Yi Guqin. "The life and death arena?" Yi Guqin asked in surprise, as he was not well versed in its significance. Indeed, every year, the Jinui captures a multitude of martial arts experts from the outside world. While many are executed, a portion are taken to the blood prison. These individuals are genuine masters. Only those with at least an 8th level cultivation and unique skills or hidden manuscripts are brought here. Once we extract the necessary information from them, they become worthless and are condemned to eternal confinement in the blood prison. However, the blood prison has been established for 7 centuries and is rather limited in space. If all these individuals were to remain alive, it would impose great pressure on us, and we would have no means to accommodate them. Thus, several centuries ago, the elder stationed here devised a method to establish a life and death arena where prisoners would duel. The victor lives, while the vanquished dies. Subsequently, the Jinui stationed here also joined the ranks of the life and death arena. For those wishing to enhance their strength, the fastest method is undoubtedly through life and death duels. Here, one can find masters from any level of expertise. Those with confidence will step up to challenge their opponents, seeking breakthroughs between life and death. This is the essence of the life and death arena. Elder Xing spoke with a casual tone, yet it did not conceal the bloodshed that permeated the air. Gazing at the arena, darkened by years of combat. One could only imagine the countless lives lost upon that blood-soaked ground. Yi Guqin remained silent, while Elder Xing continued. You will train here from now on. I assure you, you will experience rapid growth. When you can stand here undefeated and conquer all adversaries, I will arrange for you to advance to a new location. If you can survive in that place, I guarantee you will become a congenital expert, of course. The prerequisite is that you must live. Yi Guqin could comprehend the earlier statements, as he had anticipated such a fate upon entering this realm. However, Elder Xing's subsequent words sent a chill down his spine, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 053, Mortal Combat, Part 2, at this very moment. The two contenders on the arena had commenced their fateful duel. The skilled member of the Jinui clearly held the upper hand. With a deft movement of his Wu hook, he swiftly evaded to the opponent's rear. The swordsman, a prisoner, found his strikes faltering, his body instinctively leaning forward, seizing the opportunity without hesitation. The Jinui expert maneuvered his weapon, inflicting a deep gash across the prisoner's back. A gruesome wound appeared instantaneously, exposing the stark white of the spine to the air. Blood oozing from the torn fabric and trickling down, rendering the scene exceptionally macabre. After struggling for a few moments, the swordsman gradually succumbed. His eyes filled with unyielding defiance as he fell. Yet, tragically, his struggle bore no fruit. After a few final convulsions, he collapsed onto the ground, unable to rise again. Well, that concludes their bout. It is now your turn, Elder Xing remarked with a satisfied glance at the Jinui expert. A faint smile gracing his lips as he turned to Yi Guqin. Yi Guqin nodded in acknowledgement, then leaped into the air, soaring several meters before landing firmly upon the arena. Simultaneously, at Elder Xing's signal, a cage slowly creaked open, and an elderly man, clad in tattered garments with hair as white as snow, suddenly surged forth. Like a frenzied lion, he lunged towards the stage, unhesitatingly executing a 180-degree spin and delivering a powerful punch aimed at Yi Guqin's chest. Yi Guqin dared not hesitate. He braced himself with all his strength, positioning his hands defensively at his chest. They collided with a resounding thud, yet the adversary's might was overwhelming. Even Yi Guqin was forced to stagger back several steps. Had he not reacted swiftly to plant one foot firmly against the stone slab of the arena, using the resulting force to stabilize his stance, he might have been sent tumbling off the stage. From this alone, it was evident that the opponent possessed formidable cultivation, undoubtedly at least at the 8th level, likely nearing the 9th level of internal energy mastery. This individual could be considered a top-tier expert, and judging by his movements, it was clear that his strength surpassed that of ordinary men. The circumstances of his imprisonment hinted at some concealed secrets. Otherwise, he would not have been confined by the Jinui. Mindful of the threat, Yi Guqin summoned a flash of blue light in his hand, activating the spectral demon claw. He then employed the swift agility of the inch of heaven technique, maneuvering around his opponent. The elder clearly belonged to the category of those with extraordinary resilience and immense strength. Faced with such an adversary, Yi Guqin, aware of his inferior cultivation, refrained from direct confrontation, instead opting for evasive tactics. As Yi Guqin danced around, the elder's speed was evidently insufficient to match his own. However, in their exchanges, Yi Guqin's strength was also lacking, leading to a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. Renowned for its ferocity, the spectral demon claw was unleashed with ruthless precision. With Yi Guqin's rapid movements, the elder, caught off guard, found himself at a significant disadvantage against someone whose cultivation was evidently beneath his own. In a short span, the elder's body became marred with numerous wounds. Blood continuously flowed from the frail, elderly prisoner, causing his movements to grow sluggish. Observing this, Yi Guqin believed he had found an opportunity. Suddenly, he charged forward, his ghostly claws aimed directly at the prisoner's throat, intent on delivering a fatal blow. However, at that moment, the prisoner let out a thunderous roar. His eyes sparkled with a fierce light, and his previously sluggish movements became remarkably agile. He lunged toward Yi Guqin, exploiting the opening in his attack, and delivered a powerful punch that struck Yi Guqin squarely in the chest. A sickening crack echoed as if Yi Guqin's chest had shattered, propelling him backward like a cannonball. Simultaneously, in the throes of injury, Yi Guqin managed to rend the prisoner's throat with his ghostly claws. The outcome was that Yi Guqin was sent flying, his chest shattered. Had it not been for his cultivation of the Golden Bell Shield, which fortified his body significantly beyond that of an ordinary person, he might have been fatally pierced by that punch. Nonetheless, he lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, slipping into unconsciousness. As for the elderly prisoner, he struggled a few times before gradually collapsing, clearly in worse condition than Yi Guqin. His throat was a gruesome sight, completely torn apart. Even a divine being could hardly save him now, and in this place, his life or death went unnoticed. With a wave of a hand, several elite guards quickly surrounded Yiguchin, sealing his acupoints and assisting him in staunching the bleeding before carrying him away. The medical expertise of the elite guards was commendable. As long as Yiguchin did not perish, healing him would not pose a challenge. However, at that moment, no one noticed the black jade pendant on Yiguchin's chest emitting an eerie glow. A stream of black light merged into his body, subtle and swift, eluding the keen senses of the elite guards nearby. After an indeterminate period, when Yiguchin gradually regained consciousness, he felt as though he were submerged in a cauldron of medicinal concoctions. The pungent aroma of herbs was overwhelming, inducing a wave of nausea, and his body felt somewhat stiff yet remarkably invigorated. Yiguchin distinctly sensed an enhancement in his strength. Instinctively channeling his internal energy, he realized his power had indeed increased. The battle between life and death proved to be the most effective means of enhancing one's abilities. The notion that continuous training amidst peril leads to breakthroughs was indeed true. Most astonishingly, as he activated the Golden Bell shield, he suddenly discovered that he had unknowingly ascended to the 4th level of mastery. This revelation left Yiguchin in awe, for he had estimated that achieving the 4th level would require at least 3 to 5 months of diligent cultivation. Yet, unexpectedly, he had achieved this breakthrough in the wake of a single fierce encounter. Unconsciously, Yiguchin pondered the implications of continuously transcending his limits. If he were to achieve breakthroughs in every life and death battle, what form would the outcome take? If that were the case, to what heights might he ascend in the future? Perhaps even Yiguchin himself dared not envision the possibilities. Chapter 054, The Arena of Life and Death, Part 3. Ah, young man, you have awakened. I did not anticipate your recovery would be so swift. Given the severity of your injuries, I had presumed it would take at least 3 days for you to regain consciousness and that you would remain immobile for a fortnight. Yet, here we are. Less than a day later, and you are already alert. Remarkable. While attending to your wounds, I distinctly sensed a mysterious life force within you, traversing your body and facilitating your healing autonomously. Truly extraordinary. In my decades of practice, I have encountered countless individuals, but none have exhibited such a phenomenon. It is no wonder you have achieved such rapid advancement. It appears you possess an exceptional gift. Initially, I harbored some reservations about being assigned to oversee your care at the behest of the esteemed God Elder. However, it seems I shall not be lonely after all. For your body harbors many secrets. Perhaps my medical expertise could reach new heights through your case. Elder Yu, standing nearby, gazed at Yiguchin with palpable excitement, his eyes glinting with fervor as he whispered to him. The intensity of his gaze sent a shiver down Yiguchin's spine. The most terrifying individuals are not the ruthless murderers, but rather the deranged scholars. A mad physician can be obsessively fixated, capable of unimaginable horrors. Feel free to leave. In truth, hiding is futile. Here, you are bound to sustain injuries. Rest assured, my intentions are solely to study the enigmatic power within you. I harbor no ill will towards you. Although I may be somewhat eccentric, I do recognize the weight of matters. You are a person of significance to the God Elder and the future of the Genie Way. I would not dare to harm you. Nevertheless, do not perish. Should you die, I cannot fathom how I would react. Elder Yu smiled faintly, his sparse hair combined with that peculiar grin evoked a sense of unease. I understand, Elder Yu. I shall take my leave now. Yiguchin's lips twitched involuntarily as he instinctively spoke, and with a sudden leap, he sprang from the medicinal vat, donned his clothing, and hastily fled, leaving Elder Yu standing behind with an eerie smile as he watched Yiguchin depart. Life within this blood prison was monotonous for Yiguchin. The Elder of Punishment had arranged a room for him within the confines of the prison. His daily existence revolved around cultivation, practicing and refining his skills, leaving little else to occupy his time beyond the relentless grind of training. Yiguchin had an array of skills to master, including the Tiamon knife technique, the Zakidianya, the Golden Bell shield, and the Netherworld Ghost Claw, alongside his own cultivation of the Imperial Supreme technique. Each day, he diligently practiced these arts. However, they were not the primary focus of his efforts. The most crucial and indispensable aspect of his existence was the relentless series of challenges he faced almost daily. In the blood purgatory, amidst the arena of life and death, countless formidable opponents awaited him, though none reached the level of innate mastery, nor were there any at the pinnacle of the 10th tier. Each adversary possessed unique and formidable skills. Anyone apprehended by the Jinui and imprisoned in the blood purgatory had some extraordinary techniques unknown to others. The variety of these skills was endless. While they may not have been 10th-tier masters, in comparison to true experts outside, the balance of power was uncertain. Thus, every day, Yi Guqin engaged in these perilous duels, often emerging victorious by a hair's breadth, each time returning with grave injuries. Had it not been for his training in the Golden Bell Shield, the mysterious Black Jade, and Elder Yu's protective presence, he would have perished countless times. Yet, the crux of the matter was not merely these factors. Importantly, the opponents selected by Elder Xing were only marginally stronger than Yi Guqin, not invincible foes. Had Elder Xing deliberately pitted him against peak 9th-tier fighters with lethal techniques, Yi Guqin would have likely met his demise long ago, leaving no trace behind. Crack. As Yi Guqin effortlessly snapped the neck of a 9th-tier master, he stood proudly in the arena, casting a cold gaze around at the prisoners. With a commanding voice, he bellowed, "Who dares to challenge me?" His words echoed in a deathly silence. Over the past 3 months, Yi Guqin had stood in this very spot. Akin to an indomitable cockroach, despite sustaining numerous injuries, he miraculously reappeared each subsequent day, his strength seemingly augmented. The prisoners had grown accustomed to Yi Guqin. None who had faced him had survived. Out of the 400 to 500 captives, nearly 100 had perished at his hands in just 3 months, instilling a palpable fear that deterred any further challengers. The reason was simple. While pride held significance, life held greater value. Despite their disdain for this young Jinhui, they had to consider their own survival, knowing none possessed the certainty to triumph over Yi Guqin. "I shall." A sudden, gruff voice cut through the air as a man with a scar on the left side of his face emerged from the throng of prisoners. Approaching the iron bars, he coldly stated, his eyes glinting like those of a venomous wolf, fixated intently on Yi Guqin. "Ah, haha, the Northwest Poison Wolf. TSK. The desert swordsman from the Northwest, wielding the fierce and ruthless sandblade technique, has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level. Had he not been captured by our people, he would likely have ascended to the 10th level by now. He certainly qualifies as a formidable expert. TSK. His strength rivals that of someone at the 10th level of internal energy cultivation." Elder Xing, upon seeing the newcomer, emitted a soft exclamation before chuckling quietly. After uttering these words, he cast his gaze towards Yi Guqin, pondering the thoughts that occupied the young man's mind. Chapter 055. A stunning blade. As the Northwest Poison Wolf made his entrance, the surrounding prisoners focused their gaze upon him, their expressions brimming with excitement. Though they refrained from shouting wildly, their eyes conveyed unwavering support, akin to that of loyal subjects rallying behind a righteous envoy. To these captives, the Northwest Poison Wolf appeared as a valiant warrior poised to vanquish a great evil. In their eyes, this master from the black armored camp of the Great Qin, notorious for countless slayings in the Northwest, embodied justice itself. In the confrontation against Yi Guqin, the Northwest Poison Wolf brandished a battle blade, while Yi Guqin, too, revealed his weapon, a remarkably sharp long knife. Standing resolutely upon the arena, he regarded the Northwest Poison Wolf with narrowed eyes. Without uttering a word, this expert from the black armored camp of the Great Qin leaped from the ground, soaring onto the stage. With a deft twist of his long knife, a fierce blade aura erupted, aimed directly at Yi Guqin's face. Yi Guqin deftly evaded the attack, executing a 180-degree spin with his knife, releasing a sharp blade aura of his own, intermingled with an overwhelming killing intent. This marked Yi Guqin's inaugural strike, executed with a ferocity that was both ruthless and imbued with profound blade intent. The spectators found themselves momentarily breathless, ensnared by the dark, bloody atmosphere and the palpable killing aura. Even the Northwest Poison Wolf was not exempt from this enchantment. However, being a seasoned expert from the black armored camp, the Northwest Poison Wolf possessed a mental fortitude beyond the ordinary. After a brief moment of astonishment, he regained his composure, deftly maneuvering his long knife to parry Yi Guqin's onslaught. Yet, despite his efforts, the fierce collision forced the Northwest Poison Wolf to retreat a half-step while suspended in midair. Damn it! How could the blade intent be so powerful? He muttered under his breath, his caution heightened as he charged forward to engage Yi Guqin once more. The two resumed their fierce battle. Yet a sense of dread began to creep into the Northwest Poison Wolf's mind. He was well aware of the concept of blade intent and had witnessed its manifestation. Though he had never truly grasped it, it represented a realm accessible only to innate masters, far beyond his current comprehension. What astonished him most was the realization that this mere youth, not yet in his 20s, could wield blade intent with such prowess, drawing him into its depths. Had it not been for his own rigorous training and previous insights into blade intent, that last strike might have proven fatal. This realization filled the Northwest Poison Wolf with trepidation. Engaging with someone possessing blade intent required utmost caution. A moment's inattention could lead to being ensnared by the opponent's profound essence, unleashing a formidable force capable of shattering him in an instant. He had witnessed the might of innate masters, a power that was unequivocally beyond the reach of those who had not yet ascended to such heights. Though the difference between innate and acquired abilities is but a single character, the chasm between their strengths is immeasurable. One must recognize that a master who has just entered the realm of the innate can effortlessly challenge 10 peak acquired masters simultaneously. This exemplifies the disparity between the two. A qualitative divide. The innate sword intent, albeit merely an intent, can amplify Yi Guqin's power manifold. Those emerging from the black armored camp are rather unimpressive, aren't they? TSK, is he truly intimidated by mere innate sword intent? I had initially intended to present this little fellow with greater challenges, but it appears he lacks the capability. Perhaps there's genuinely no one here who can contend with this young lad. Should I consider casting him into that perilous place? TSK. But that location is far too treacherous. Even I would hesitate to guarantee my own safe return. How could he manage? Elder Xing, observing the duel between the two, found himself unconsciously contemplating the situation. After a moment's pause, a playful smile crept upon Elder Xing's lips as he murmured to himself, I was somewhat apprehensive. Yet it seems this young fellow's comprehension of intent has reached this level. TSK. It appears I can allow him a chance to enter, and perhaps he might indeed conjure some unexpected outcomes. Chapter 056. The threshold of life and death. Yi Guqin lay in a state of unconsciousness, akin to the aftermath of his numerous injuries. Upon awakening, he sensed a remarkable enhancement in his physical prowess. His mastery of the Golden Bell Shield inexplicably ascended to the 8th level, enabling him to contend with a master at the 10th level solely through his physical strength. Miraculously, his internal energy cultivation also reached the pinnacle of the 9th level. The reasons behind such unprecedented advancement eluded even him. The swiftness of his progress was astonishing, and Elder Yu, who stood nearby, revealed a cryptic smile as he murmured while observing the direction of Yi Guqin's disappearance. Another breakthrough? This lad is truly a marvel. I wonder what secrets he harbors. Honestly, I wouldn't harm you. At most, I might dissect you. What is there to fear if you want to die from it? Fortunately, Yi Guqin was oblivious to these words. Had he heard them, he would have been engulfed in a cold sweat, exclaiming that the most terrifying entities in this world are not the murderous tyrants, but rather the deranged scientists, for they embody the essence of madness and inhumanity. Upon the arrival of Elder Xing, Yi Guqin appeared somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Elder Xing would be waiting for him, and it was evident that the elder had matters of importance to discuss, though the specifics remained unknown to Yi Guqin. Yes, it is indeed me. Why the lack of a warm welcome? Elder Xing remarked with a faint smile, his demeanor causing Yi Guqin to momentarily freeze. This was an unfamiliar aspect of Elder Xing, as he had never witnessed the elder smile, perhaps only once during his initial visit to this place under the guidance of Elder Tian. It seems you have achieved another breakthrough. This one is quite significant. I have come to inform you that in a few days, I will arrange for you to enter the death prison. That is the ultimate place for your advancement to the innate realm. Initially, I thought it might be too soon for you to enter, yet it appears my concerns are unwarranted. You are fully qualified for it. If you can survive there for a year, I believe your progress will indeed allow you to reach the innate realm. So, prepare yourself well. I shall take my leave now, Elder Xing stated in a tone that bore the weight of command, though it seemed he was merely consulting Yi Guqin. To this, Yi Guqin felt no discontent. Rather, excitement filled his heart. His curiosity about that place was insatiable. The more perilous the location, the greater the challenge, and the more exhilarated he became. As Elder Xing departed, Yi Guqin said little, merely nodding in acknowledgement before entering his quarters. He now had more pressing matters to attend to, namely, the challenge of unlocking the Ren and Du meridians, the final gateways among the 9 major acupoints of the human body. It is well known that the human body possesses 9 significant acupoints. Each one that is unlocked grants an enhancement of strength. This notion has nearly become a universal law, as every adept follows this path, continuously absorbing the ethereal energies of the universe, gradually transforming their physique, and accumulating internal power to persistently open these acupoints. Advancing step by step, the first 8 acupoints do not impose particularly stringent requirements. Sufficient internal energy suffices to penetrate them, leading to an enhancement in strength. Although individual talent may influence the rate of internal energy absorption, resulting in many never achieving remarkable accomplishments in their lifetime, diligent cultivation and ample time can eventually lead to breakthroughs. However, upon reaching the 9th level, ascending to the pinnacle of this realm, the transition to the 10th level is far from a simple endeavor. At this juncture, one must unlock the most crucial and perilous acupoint among the 9, the Ren and Du acupoints, often referred to as the dual meridians of life and death, the legendary threshold of existence itself. This designation as the threshold of life and death arises from the inherent fragility of the Ren and Du acupoints, which are intricately linked to the most vulnerable meridians of the human body. These acupoints tightly constrain the flow of internal energy, hindering human breakthroughs. While overcoming this barrier may not fundamentally differ from previous challenges, a critical point remains: to breach the threshold of life and death, one has overwhelming internal energy risks damaging the meridians. A single misstep could lead to the acupoints opening but simultaneously result in the severing of meridians, potentially leaving one incapacitated or, worse yet, leading to immediate demise. Throughout history, countless masters have perished in this pursuit, instilling a pervasive caution that has deterred many from recklessly attempting to breach the threshold of life and death. Although many individuals have reached the 9th pinnacle, few possess the audacity to challenge this boundary. The reason is clear: it necessitates relentless training and fortification of the body and meridians, a process that can span several years, during which many stagnate. Yet Yi Guqin harbors no such fears. Having cultivated the Golden Bell Shield, he has attained the 8th layer, achieving an internal state that has significantly strengthened his meridians and organs. Moreover, the Imperial Ultimate skill itself is designed to fortify these very aspects, creating a synergy that has endowed Yi Guqin with extraordinary meridian resilience, thus enabling him to boldly confront the 10th level immediately after reaching the 9th pinnacle. With the door securely closed, Yi Guqin settled cross-legged, propping the entrance to ensure his solitude before gradually channeling his internal energy to challenge the threshold of life and death. His meticulous caution is understandable. At this moment, the greatest fear lies in external disturbances. Even with ample preparation, the nature of the threshold of life and death is unparalleled. A single error in this endeavor could lead to fatal consequences. Therefore, he cannot afford the slightest lapse in vigilance. Calming his thoughts, Yi Guqin gradually immersed himself in his cultivation. Redirecting his internal energy and circulating it through his meridians, he focused on the central points of the Ren and Du meridians. Under Yi Guqin's guidance, the internal energy slowly surged towards the threshold of life and death, continuously gathering until, after the first accumulation, it began to exert pressure. With a resounding impact, Yi Guqin distinctly felt the collision of his internal energy against his meridians. Although externally nothing appeared amiss, the inherent peril was known solely to him. In that moment, his heart began to race, and he could palpably sense his meridians trembling. Had they not been sufficiently resilient, that forceful impact could have shattered them utterly. However, this fierce collision was not without consequence. At the very least, it had resulted in a slight loosening of the threshold of life and death. While the change was subtle, it was nonetheless significant. Once again, he summoned his internal energy, this time accumulating a far greater force than before. If his previous attempt had been merely exploratory, this time he was resolute and earnest. A considerable reservoir of internal energy began to coalesce, and, driven by a sudden resolve, he unleashed a powerful thrust against the acupoint. In an instant, Yi Guqin's entire body quaked, and he felt a sharp pang of pain, particularly in his meridian points. Fortunately, his meridians remained intact. Despite the tumultuous vibrations caused by the internal energy, this attempt successfully loosened the acupoint, allowing a trickle of true qi to begin flowing into the Ren and Du meridians. This revelation ignited a fervor within Yi Guqin. Without hesitation, he mustered all his courage and drew upon every ounce of strength, continuously gathering his energy. He refrained from repeated, reckless assaults, understanding that such actions would be detrimental. Instead, he opted for a measured approach, building up to a decisive strike to conquer this acupoint in one fell swoop. Suddenly, he concentrated all his might into a single, forceful blow. Yi Guqin's body trembled violently, and a thin stream of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet, this time, the impact forcefully opened the acupoint, causing the previously obstructive material to vanish without a trace. His internal energy surged like a tidal wave, flooding him with abandon. In that fleeting moment, Yi Guqin felt as though his dantian had expanded significantly, as if reaching a new limit. while the tidal force flowed into the Ren and Du meridians, setting into motion a complete circulation of the great Zhou Tian. Yiguchen realized he had ascended to the initial stage of the 10th layer of cultivation. Though it was merely the beginning of this 10th stage, it was more than sufficient. Chapter 57. The Death Prison. A week later, having stabilized his cultivation, Yiguchen was visited by Elder Xing. Observing Yiguchen, who had not left his quarters for an entire week yet achieved the 10th level of cultivation. Elder Xing's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. After a prolonged gaze, he finally uttered with a hint of dryness, "I did not expect you to have broken through yet again. Come, I initially harbored some concerns, but now it seems you should face no issues ahead. I hope you will not disappoint me." With that, he disregarded Yiguchen and strode forward, prompting Yiguchen to hasten after him. They navigated through winding paths toward a concealed location within the blood prison. In a shadowy compartment, dozens of elite Jinui stood poised with their sabers at the entrance, standing tall and proud. Upon the arrival of Elder Xing and Yiguchen, they saluted, ultimately revealing a stone wall at the center that slowly gave way, as they twisted a torch above, unveiling a passageway beneath. Descending the passage, they entered a subterranean cavern where hundreds of Jinui were stationed. This cave was fortified with robust defenses, a bastion constructed entirely of iron, sealing all entrances and exits. Hundreds of Jinui, armed with strong crossbows, guarded this stronghold. The cave contained numerous chambers, each equipped with a small arrow slit, allowing archers to strike outward, while any assailants would need to breach the 3-foot-thick iron fortress. Additionally, the fortress was adorned with countless sharp iron spikes to deter any intruders. There was but a single exit, a steel suspension bridge located centrally, allowing passage for only one person at a time. Beyond that, there were no other routes. Such fortifications, coupled with the presence of hundreds of elite Jinui, rendered it nearly impossible for even a dozen innate-level masters to breach. As long as the stronghold remained steadfast, no matter how formidable one's cultivation, escape would be unthinkable. Yiguchen gazed in astonishment at the iron fortress, his face reflecting a sense of shock. Elder Xing, noticing his reaction, displayed a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes, seemingly proud of the Jinui's meticulously crafted defenses. Approaching Yiguchen, Elder Xing whispered, "This is the death prison of the Jinui. Within, you will find masters of cultivation above the 10th level, alongside some innate practitioners, all confined here. What I require of you is to endure for 1 year, by any means necessary. After a year, I will release you. Remember, trust no one inside and remain vigilant. Otherwise, your life will be forfeit." "Understood, Elder Xing." Yiguchen replied, momentarily taken aback before responding in a low voice. After speaking, he turned and crossed the steel bridge, slowly stepping into the dimly lit confines of the death prison. In the ominous realm known as the death prison, torches and light are conspicuously absent. However, the cavern is adorned with luminous jade stones that illuminate the entire expanse, rendering it as bright as day. As Yiguchen stepped inside, dozens of eyes fixated upon him. Yet he remained oblivious to their scrutiny. The death prison has endured for 7 centuries, imprisoning countless masters, the fate of whom remains a mystery. It is unknown how many have perished and how many still linger, with the total number of occupants remaining elusive even to the elder in charge of the blood prison. Those who enter this place have lost their value. They are formidable individuals who cannot be killed yet are equally unfit to be released. Here, one encounters a veritable den of cannibalism. At midday, when rations are distributed, the food provided by the Imperial Guard is meager. From a high platform within this iron fortress, a hidden door was opened, and an elite guard tossed out a large bundle. In an instant, dozens of figures rushed forward, fiercely competing for the scant provisions. They soon began to clash violently, a scene that took Yiguchen by surprise. Although he had sensed some attention directed towards him, he had hardly expected such a multitude. Momentarily stunned, he quickly sidestepped, wary of engaging, for among the combatants were not only numerous experts at the 10th level but also several innate masters, individuals he dared not provoke. Before long, the food was consumed, yet some were left wanting and began to glare at one another, igniting another round of fierce combat. After several lives were claimed, the turmoil subsided. "Ah, what is it that captivates your gaze, young one? Remarkable indeed, to find someone of your age within the death prison, possessing the cultivation of the 10th level. Such talent is exceedingly rare. Alas, it seems you have crossed the Imperial Guard, and your hope of ever escaping this place is likely extinguished." Suddenly, a voice emerged beside Yiguchen, belonging to a disheveled elderly man with white hair, who regarded him with a smile while scrutinizing him. "Who are you?" Yiguchen responded, startled, as he had not sensed the old man's presence prior. It was as if he had materialized from thin air. I am Yin Kong, like you, captured by the Imperial Guard. However, I have been here far longer than you. You witnessed the earlier commotion. This is indeed a world where people consume one another. They will readily engage in battle over the paltry resources available. Despite your 10th level prowess, the death prison harbors numerous innate masters and at least hundreds at the 10th level. You are in considerable danger here, Yin Kong said with a grin, his voice low. What do you mean by that? Yi Guchen replied, eyeing Yin Kong warily. Prior to entering this place, Elder Xing had cautioned him against trusting anyone here, compelling him to remain vigilant. Never mind. I merely wish to offer you a word of advice as a newcomer. How is it that at such a tender age, you have achieved so much? Follow me. And while I cannot guarantee you much, I can assure you that you will not starve here, nor will you fall victim to others, Yin Kong said with a smile. Gazing at Yi Guchen, this statement momentarily stunned Yi Guchen, who then respectfully clasped his hands and replied, if that is the case, I thank you, senior. Yi Guchen was not well acquainted with Yin Kong, but as a newcomer, he decided it would be prudent to follow him. Though uncertain of Yin Kong's true intentions or motives for approaching him, Yi Guchen felt reassured by the fact that Yin Kong had resided here for many years, making him somewhat of a familiar face. At least you are perceptive, Yin Kong chuckled. However, as he spoke, his expression suddenly shifted, and he exclaimed, but alas, it is too late. Several figures had blocked the path between Yi Guchen and Yin Kong. One of them, a bald brute, stepped forward with a derisive sneer. Addressing Yin Kong, another newcomer has arrived. Do you intend to take him as well? Humph, your appetite seems rather insatiable. Do you wish to claim everyone without discerning their backgrounds? Backgrounds? We do not concern ourselves with such matters here, unlike you who dismiss those lacking noble lineage. We are practitioners of the demonic path, and origins hold no significance once one enters this place. This young man shows promise. I find him quite agreeable and naturally. I wish to recruit him. If you have any grievances, feel free to voice them. I am not afraid of you, Yin Kong retorted with a sneer. In the midst of this exchange, he seized the opportunity to strike. A flash of red light surged forth, aimed directly at the bald brute, who, caught off guard by the assault, bellowed in fury. Yin Kong, how dare you? Without hesitation, he retaliated, engaging in combat with Yin Kong. The clash of these two formidable adversaries startled Yi Guchen, for both were innate masters, their confrontation exuding an overwhelming aura that compelled onlookers to retreat. As Yin Kong and the bald brute clashed, the latter's subordinates withdrew, turning their attention toward Yi Guchen. One of them shouted, "Seize him." In an instant, several of them lunged at Yi Guchen, who felt compelled to act swiftly. Summoning the Phantom Claw, he met their advance. Yet he was cautious not to become too entangled in the skirmish. Facing multiple adversaries, all of whom were 10th tier experts, Yi Guchen could not afford to be reckless. Instead, he feigned a few attacks before pivoting and fleeing, prompting the assailants to pursue him without hesitation. In an instant, the entire death row became a cacophony of chaos. The space known as the death row, neither vast nor diminutive, became a battlefield as Yin Kong and his adversary clashed, drawing the attention of onlookers. Moments later, hundreds of individuals surged into the fray, some rallying to Yin Kong's side, while others supported the bald giant. The scene quickly devolved into turmoil, with a few brave souls rushing to aid Yi Guchen. Ultimately, after a fierce confrontation resulting in several casualties, the factions gradually withdrew. Yi Guchen was then taken by Yin Kong into the ranks of their legitimate faction, the demonic sect. Chapter 58. The Immortal in Tiandang Mountain. Within the confines of the death prison, the warriors are divided into two factions. One of these factions is aligned with the demonic path, and Yin Kong is a member of this group. The other faction comprises practitioners of the righteous path, primarily consisting of notorious masters from the martial world and individuals from the demonic sect. After being captured by the Genie Way, these individuals instinctively banded together to form a coalition aimed at opposing the righteous practitioners, thereby enhancing their chances of survival in the death prison. Food is scarce here, with daily rations being limited. Consequently, the two factions engage in fierce skirmishes every few days, fueled by existing animosities and the necessity to reduce their numbers. Indeed, the death prison is confined in size, devoid of any source of sustenance, with the only food supply originating from a single parcel delivered by the Genie Way each day. Although a parcel may suffice for dozens to feast, it pales in comparison to the hundreds of inmates present, leaving the majority in a state of hunger. As the population swells, the scarcity of food intensifies, leading to the continuous clashes between the two factions since the formation of their rivalry many years ago. The strong are preserved, while the weak are gradually eliminated, a brutal method aimed at diminishing the population within the prison. In the blink of an eye, Yiguchin has spent a year in this harrowing environment. Throughout this time, he has endured countless battles, continuously evolving and fortifying his abilities. A year can seem fleeting, yet it is a significant span during which Yiguchin has gained extensive combat experience, his external cultivation having reached the 10th level of the Golden Bell Shield, while his internal mastery has ascended to the innate realm, resulting in a profound transformation of his strength. With his current cultivation, both internal and external, having entered the innate realm, Yiguchin is arguably the foremost expert of the demonic faction. Over the past year, countless practitioners of the righteous path have fallen to his hands, and he himself has danced on the precipice of death innumerable times. Were it not for the enigmatic black jade protecting him and the fortitude granted by his Golden Bell Shield, he might have perished countless times. Especially in the absence of Elder Yu and the endless supply of precious medicinal herbs to mend his wounds, his survival relies solely on his own resilience. Yin Kong. I am leaving. Tomorrow, I shall depart. Will you come with me? In a dimly lit chamber within the death prison, Yiguchin spoke softly to Yin Kong, who before him has changed drastically over the year. Yin Kong, now unable to walk and stripped of all his cultivation, teeters on the brink of death. Without Yiguchin's unwavering care, he would likely have succumbed long ago in this merciless prison. The transformation of Yin Kong can ultimately be traced back to 6 months ago when, in an encounter with the Righteous Alliance, he sacrificed his own power to protect Yiguchin. In that fateful clash, he was rendered powerless and had his legs brutally severed. Had it not been for the intervention of the Demon Alliance, Yin Kong might not have survived. This incident has remained etched in Yiguchin's heart, compelling him to care for Yin Kong, thereby forging an unbreakable bond between them, akin to that of family. Are you leaving? Yin Kong mused, a hint of foreknowledge in his tone. I always knew this day would come. Others may not have noticed, but I perceive your uniqueness. It is uncommon for someone so young to find themselves imprisoned in the death cage. I vividly recall your arrival. Your garments were pristine, and you bore no wounds. Others may have overlooked this, yet I have spent 20 years in this grim place, witnessing countless souls enter, but none like you. At that moment, I sensed that your identity was far from ordinary. It appears I was correct. You are indeed preparing to depart. As he gazed at Yiguchin, a gentle smile graced Yin Kong's lips, and he spoke softly. His words caused a shift in Yiguchin's demeanor, leaving him momentarily speechless, ultimately opting for silence. Yin Kong, unfazed, continued with a serene smile. Do you understand why I kept my suspicions to myself? Although I suspected you were from the Genie Way, sent here for training, I refrained from voicing my thoughts. Before I arrived, I had a son, roughly your age, and you bear a striking resemblance to him. Seeing you evokes memories of my child, which is why I spared your life and chose not to expose you. Instead, I guided you into the ranks of the demon faction. Enough of this. Let us prepare to leave. I have arranged my departure for noon tomorrow, and I shall take you with me. Yiguchin's expression was a tapestry of emotions, and he finally uttered a single line. No. I am acutely aware of my own circumstances. Had it not been for you these past 6 months, I would have perished. The death cage is a place where only the ruthless survive. Although I once held a position of some esteem within the demon faction, my worth has diminished since my incapacitation. Without your assistance, I would have starved long ago. Now, though I remain alive, I know that once I step outside, my days are numbered. My vitality has waned, and I survive only by the last vestiges of my strength. Death is but a matter of time. Since you are leaving, it seems only fitting that I should meet my end here. There is no need for further discussion. You are unaware of the complexities of my situation with the Genie Way. Our issues cannot be resolved. They will not permit me to leave this place. If you insist on taking me with you, it will only create hardship for you, and I would never wish to impose upon you. Yin Kong offered a faint smile, responding calmly. What nonsense! What do you mean by imposing? I feel no burden whatsoever. I will take you with me. Yiguchin, upon hearing these words, was seized by a fit of rage. Such was his nature. Despite having witnessed countless betrayals and the darkest sides of humanity within the confines of the death row, he remained steadfast in his character, loyal and honorable. This was Yiguchin. Is that so? You cannot change what I have decided. Yin Kong remarked with a faint smile, yet as he spoke, a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. Yin Kong, what are you doing? Upon witnessing this distressing scene, Yi Guchen's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried to support Yin Kong. Alas, Yin Kong's vitality had already waned. He had just expended the last vestige of his life force, leaving him but a step away from death. Cough, cough. It is nothing, merely fulfilling what I must do. No, do not speak. I have matters to entrust to you. Yin Kong managed a pained smile, then coughed twice before continuing. Yi Guchen said nothing further, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he nodded silently, his hands tightly clasped together. Yin Kong glanced at Yi Guchen and whispered, I have 2 matters to impart to you. The first, cough, cough. The first is regarding my family. You must go to Jiangnan, to Yangzhou, and seek out the Yin family. See if they are still there. If they are, please look after them. If not, then so be it. The second, you must remember this clearly. Cough, cough. The Jinui captured me for this reason. I have kept it secret, my greatest secret. But today I wish to share it with you. I do not want this secret to vanish with me. Guchen, cough, cough. Remember, breaking through the void, entering the Tao through martial prowess, is not the end, merely the beginning. Remember, Central Tiandang Mountain. Within Tiandang Mountain lies immortals. With the last of his strength, Yin Kong spoke his final words, and with that, his eyes rolled back as he departed from this world, leaving Yi Guchen with a profound message. Chapter 059. The Commandant of the Jinui. The words, is there a celestial being in the Tiandiao Mountain? Perplexed Yi Guchen, for he could not fathom the meaning behind Yin Kong's statement. It was only after he interred Yin Kong that, upon leaving the deathly prison the following day, he remained in the dark regarding the true significance of Yin Kong's words. In Yi Guchen's heart, the pinnacle of martial arts lay in entering the Tao through martial prowess and shattering the void. Yet, Yin Kong's assertion suggested otherwise, implying that entering the Tao through martial means and breaking the void was not the culmination, but merely the beginning. Was there something concealed beyond this threshold? Such thoughts swirled in Yi Guchen's mind. On the next day, Yi Guchen departed the deathly prison under the cloak of midnight, when the vicinity of the Iron Fortress was devoid of any onlookers. This timing allowed for a discreet exit, as drawing attention could provoke unwanted complications. After all, the individuals confined within the prison were implacable foes of the Jinui. Should they discover that Yi Guchen was a formidable master from the Jinui, both righteous and nefarious forces would likely conspire to eliminate him, ensuring he would never step beyond the prison's confines. As Yi Guchen traversed the iron suspension bridge into the blood prison, he encountered a dozen individuals familiar to him, among them, the 10 elders, including the chief elder, and the long-unseen commandant of the Jinui, Qinglong. Observing Yi Guchen, who appeared somewhat disheveled and weary yet markedly more composed than before, the elders and Qinglong exchanged glances, each reflecting a glimmer of joy. Clearly, Yi Guchen had not disappointed them. He had endured a year within the deathly prison and achieved considerable progress. All present were innate masters, and they could discern the unmistakable aura of an innate expert emanating from him. Aha, you lad, you truly have not let us down. After over a year in this blood prison, you have managed to break through to the innate realm. It was worth it for us old fellows to specially open the blood prison's passage for you, exclaimed the chief elder as he approached, and jovially patted Yi Guchen on the shoulder, his delight evident. The Jinui's most pressing concern was the insufficiency of skilled successors, with the younger generation lacking in talent. Yi Guchen's emergence indeed filled this void. At merely 16 years of age, he had already entered the innate realm. While not entirely unique, his achievement was undoubtedly a rarity in a century. The legendary sword god, Xie Feng, had attained the innate realm at 18, and Yi Guchen had surpassed him by 2 years. The potential for his future accomplishments seemed limitless. The elders and Commandant Qinglong's eyes sparkled with anticipation at the prospect of a formidable warrior who could enter the Tao through martial prowess and shatter the void. Ah, indeed. You are quite remarkable, having attained the innate realm at the tender age of 16. Impressive, indeed. However, do not let this accomplishment lead to complacency. The Jinui no longer possesses the means to further your training. To advance further, you must venture beyond, gaining diverse experiences and insights, forging a path uniquely your own, which will enable you to achieve further breakthroughs. I hope you will not disappoint me. Looking at the bronze-masked elder Yi Guchen, he spoke in a low voice, his gaze towards Yi Guchen imbued with a complexity that was difficult to discern. Was it relief or nostalgia? Indeed, we, the old fellows, have deliberated upon this matter. You need not remain in Tianxiang Academy. This place holds little benefit for you now. We have conferred with Qi Long, and as per the regulations of the Jinui, The position of the 4 commanding officers requires one to be an innate master. Yet, the current younger generation has proven rather unremarkable. Presently, the only commander is Qi Long. With only 3 of the 4 command positions filled, your prowess has reached such heights that we have resolved to appoint you as a commanding officer of the Jinyui, to assist Qi Long while simultaneously honing your own skills. You are the future of the Jinyui, and we, the elder generation, hope to witness your surpassing of us in our lifetime. The elder nodded and stepped forward, speaking softly, clearly indicating that this arrangement for Yi Guqin had been previously established. Before arriving here, several elders and Qi Long had reached a consensus. Should Yi Guqin survive and attain the innate realm, he would be made a commanding officer, aiding Qi Long in the Jinyui's development, while also serving to sharpen his own abilities, facilitating his eventual takeover of the Jinyui. Once one joins the Jinyui, they are bound for life. Although Yi Guqin's tenure with the Jinyui has been brief, there is no fear of his future betrayal. Such talent must be nurtured, for the benefit of both the Jinyui and Yi Guqin himself. The commanding officer of the Jinyui? Does this not require the emperor's approval? Yi Guqin initially paused, then inquired with surprise, for in his mind, the Jinyui, despite its formidable power, ultimately serves the royal family, and all matters, great and small, should be sanctioned by the throne, especially a position as significant as that of a commanding officer. The emperor? The affairs of the Jinyui are within our purview, requiring no external interference. The appointment of the commanding officer is a decision we make ourselves. Perhaps 300 years ago, this would have necessitated the emperor's decree, but now, it suffices for us to decide independently. Elder Zhou smiled proudly, speaking with a nonchalance that belied the weight of his words, revealing much that left Yi Guqin astounded. Upon receiving this news, Yi Guqin's first instinct was to recognize the growing power of the Jinyui, which had evidently expanded to a point where it could almost disregard imperial authority. It was alarming that significant appointments, such as that of the genie commander, were no longer subjected to the emperor's approval. This was certainly not favorable for the emperor. However, for Yi Guqin, it might not be entirely disadvantageous. He had always preferred to operate without excessive constraints and despised the need to bow and scrape before the nobility and royal relatives. It appeared that he no longer needed to worry about such matters, provided he did not overstep his bounds. Not lingering on this issue for too long, Yi Guqin was soon escorted out of the blood prison by Qi Long and others. A celebratory feast was inevitable, and with no outsiders present, Yi Guqin shared drinks and laughter with the elders and the Jinyui commander, Qi Long. Though the conversation was sparse, it was enough to astonish Yi Guqin. He had not anticipated the magnitude of his newfound authority. What did it mean to possess the power to eliminate anyone he deemed a threat to the stability of the South? The ability to command troops from various regions? What did it signify that he could make decisions as long as he did not go too far? Was there even a need to ask? This was no longer merely the commander of the Jinyui. He had become a local sovereign in the South. With such power in hand, who would dare to provoke him? As these thoughts raced through Yi Guqin's mind, his heart began to race with excitement. With this position and such authority, a slight push from him could restore the Yi family's former glory in the South, ensuring they would no longer be subjected to bullying. His fervent training had always been for the sake of the Yi family, to protect his father and ensure their safety. Now, with this position, he could finally realize those ambitions. Ignoring Yi Guqin's fervor, Qi Long patiently awaited the moment when Yi Guqin could compose himself before stating calmly, "The other 3 commanders are currently occupied with their own affairs and have already departed. I will introduce you to them when the opportunity arises. However, I have a matter that requires your attention. In the South, at the Jade Sword Manor and the 13 linked forts on the Great River, the bandits of the 9 mountains and 18 villages have been restless lately. Even masters from the 3 major demonic sects are heading south. Please investigate this situation, and if necessary, eliminate them." With a furrowed brow, Qi Long remarked that recent intelligence indicated a certain unrest within the southern martial world. Although the precise cause remained elusive, Qi Long was acutely aware that this matter was unlikely to be straightforward. Otherwise, it would not have provoked such a flurry of activity among the prominent powers of the South. Ordinarily, this would not be a significant issue, as these martial lords have never been particularly tranquil. However, in the past, the Jinyui had always possessed clear intelligence regarding their movements. This time, though, every one of them seemed to be in a state of agitation, and the Jinyui were left completely in the dark as to the reasons behind it. Thus, Qi Long had tasked Yi Guqin with this undertaking, which could also serve as a test of Yi Guqin's capabilities. After all, neither Yujin Mountain Manor nor the 13 linked forts, nor the green forest's 9 mountains and 18 strongholds were to be trifled with, as each boasted an abundance of formidable experts. Consequently, it would not be an easy endeavor for Yi Guchen to navigate this situation. Chapter 060, The Secret Vault of the Sword God My Lord. An urgent message from the south, 800 miles. At that moment, a hurried voice echoed from outside the door. A man clad in a resplendent crimson robe rushed in anxiously, respectfully kneeling before the ground. As he produced a sealed letter from his waist and presented it to the Qing Long. Once the messenger departed, Qi Long cast a glance at Yi Guchen and spoke softly. This urgent report from the southern Jinyui reveals unrest among the martial experts, as well as the descent of demonic practitioners. Their movements are attributed to a treasure map left by the foremost martial artist of 3 centuries past, Xie Feng. It is said that this map contains not only the secrets of Xie Feng's unparalleled sword techniques but also some unknown mysteries. This treasure map has been lost for a millennium, but recently it is rumored to have been acquired by the Qin family of Yangzhou. Consequently, various sects in the martial world are stirring with anticipation over this matter. What does my lord intend? Yi Guchen inquired cautiously, recognizing that the course of action hinged upon Qinglong's decision. Since the treasure map has surfaced within the realm of the Ming, it rightfully belongs to the Jinyui. Anyone who dares to covet this map shall be met with lethal force. Those who oppose the Jinyui shall face annihilation along with their entire lineage. Qinglong's eyes narrowed as he spoke, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him, revealing his unwavering determination to seize the sword god's secret vault. I understand what must be done. Yi Guchen nodded, fully aware of his responsibilities. Although the task was formidable and fraught with challenges, he was no longer the same person he once was. Having endured a year within the confines of a death row, he had grown accustomed to the intrigues, deceptions, and bloodshed, and thus felt no hesitation. To him, he was now a part of the Jinyui, while all others were adversaries. Anyone who dared to oppose the Jinyui was, in fact, opposing him, and such individuals deserved their fate. Indeed, Qinglong acknowledged with a nod, then clapped his hands. At a signal, a dozen figures surged into the room, swiftly kneeling before him. 12 individuals adorned with bronze masks, each depicting one of the 12 zodiac animals, presented themselves. Greetings, my lord. The 12 figures bowed respectfully before the 2 men. These were the 12 zodiac of the southern Jinyui, each a seasoned captain, possessing martial prowess at the pinnacle of the 10th level. They were known as a rat, a ox, a tiger, a rabbit, a dragon, a snake, and a pig. As elite members of the Jinyui, each possessed unique skills. They will accompany you on this journey to Jiangnan, which will prove advantageous. Additionally, take along 3,000 Jinyui from the southern camp. We shall set forth by dawn, Qinglong instructed, smiling at the kneeling group. Understood. I shall comply, Yi Guchen replied, having resolved that it was time to depart from the Tianmen mountain of the Jinyui. The following day, Yi Guchen set forth with the 12 zodiac and 3,000 elite members of the Imperial Guards towards the Tianmen mountain, hastening their journey to Jiangnan. Along the way, they shifted to waterways en route to Yangzhou. Meanwhile, a tempest of upheaval engulfed the entire martial world. Chaos reigned supreme. Originally, knowledge of the hidden treasures of the sword god, Xie Feng, was confined to a select few. Although the treasure map left by Xie Feng had once stirred a maelstrom of bloodshed, it mysteriously vanished over time, leading many to forget the incident. The recent revelation that the Qin family of Yangzhou had acquired this treasure map leaked inadvertently from the lips of the young master during a drunken revelry. Initially, only a handful of powerful factions in the vicinity of Jiangnan received wind of this news, prompting clandestine maneuvers. Yet, the secret was ultimately exposed, sending shockwaves throughout the realm and igniting a fervor among all. Who is sword god Xie Feng? For 3 centuries, he has been the unparalleled master of the martial world, the singular figure who transcended the void through martial prowess. His formidable cultivation is legendary, and it is said that within his hidden trove lie not only the martial arts predating his transcendence, but also profound insights and astonishing secrets related to Xie Feng himself. For any martial artist, this treasure represents an immense fortune, incomparable to any other. To acquire Xie Feng's sword techniques and martial arts would profoundly benefit a warrior's journey. A family fortunate enough to possess such a treasure could witness an exponential enhancement of their power. Even those formidable factions that have previously boasted of void-breaking warriors understand the immense value of Xie Feng's secret trove. Thus, upon the dissemination of this news, countless aspiring martial artists, previously relegated to obscurity, turned their attention to the Qin family in Yangzhou. Small families and factions within the martial world likewise set their sights upon this target, and major sects dispatched their finest experts to Jiangnan. Not only them, but even the black armored camp of the Great Qin and the Blood Dragon army of the Han sent their own elite warriors to seize the opportunity for the treasure map and, ultimately, the sword god's hidden wealth. In an instant, the entire Ming Empire was swept into a tempest of intrigue. Yangzhou became the epicenter of this contest, witnessing an influx of formidable figures over the span of mere months. The martial world teemed with practitioners, their numbers ever increasing. However, comparatively, no one has yet taken action, not out of fear, but rather due to an inability to do so. With the arrival of numerous formidable figures from various factions, and the influx of countless individuals from the martial world, Yangzhou City now resembles a powder keg, poised to ignite at any moment. Each party harbors reservations towards one another, resulting in a temporary hesitance to act recklessly. This has afforded the Qin family a brief respite. Otherwise, they would likely have been ground to dust in this world. Although they proclaim to be the foremost family in Yangzhou, they remain notably feeble and vulnerable amidst the plethora of aristocratic families and esteemed sects. Akin to a small boat adrift in a vast ocean, ever at risk of capsizing. Chapter 61. Observing the tiger fight from the mountain, Yi Guqin led 3,000 elite Jinyui southward, hastening towards Yangzhou City in Jiangnan Prefecture. This city was not only the stronghold of the Qin family, but also the ancestral home of Yin Kong. According to Yin Kong's last words, his son still resided there, and he hoped Yi Guqin would look after him. Yi Guqin, of course, would not refuse such a request. After all, Yin Kong had shown him great kindness, and it was due to him that he ultimately lost his cultivation and met his demise. This left Yi Guqin with a lingering sense of indebtedness. Thus, he naturally felt compelled to care for Yin Kong's family, as his current cultivation and status rendered such matters trifling. The formidable contingent of 3,000 Jinyui marched majestically towards Yangzhou, deploying dozens of naval vessels, which inevitably attracted considerable attention. As soon as they entered the Jiangnan territory, news of their arrival spread like wildfire. The martial world was abuzz, aware that the Jinyui's intervention would complicate matters significantly. With the Jinyui's assertive involvement, the situation grew increasingly intricate. Numerous martial artists began to converge upon Yangzhou, many of whom were restless and seemingly ready for action. Had it not been for their mutual constraints, the Qin family would likely have vanished amidst the throngs of people long ago. The 3,000 Jinyui experts made their way into Jiangnan, traversing the waterways towards Yangzhou. Meanwhile, Yi Guqin discreetly led the 12 Zodiac members, riding at a swift pace towards the city. He was no fool. He understood the Jinyui's overwhelming power. Once news of their approach spread, certain factions would undoubtedly act impulsively. Thus, he needed to arrive in Yangzhou before any forces took action, ensuring he could thwart their plans and secure the coveted map to the sword god's hidden treasure. My lord, we have arrived at the Qin family estate. We have arranged a residence across from them for your brief respite, Along quickly reported upon entering Yangzhou. Having connected with local Jinyui forces, he approached Yi Guqin and spoke in hushed tones, uncertain of the young commander's capabilities that had garnered the trust of the chief commander and various elders. Yet, the Jinyui hierarchy was strict, and he dared not show any disrespect. Very well, let us rest for now. It is already 10 in the afternoon. After lunch, everyone should take a good nap. You have all been weary from our relentless journey. We shall take action tonight at the hour of the rat, Yi Guqin replied, nodding in acknowledgement of Along's words. He knew well that everyone was exhausted from their travels. However, time was of the essence to prevent any unforeseen complications. He intended to initiate their plans immediately upon arrival to avoid being outmaneuvered. As twilight descended upon the city of Yangzhou, an extraordinary tranquility enveloped the streets, where the cobblestones lay deserted. Near the Chun family residence, an eerie silence prevailed, suffused with a stifling atmosphere that weighed heavily upon the air. The vigilant servants of the Chun household stood rigidly, their eyes darting nervously about, inexplicably on edge. At that moment, the back door of the Chun residence creaked open, and an elderly servant emerged cautiously. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the absence of any onlookers, he gestured toward the interior. A majestic chestnut steed appeared at the threshold, slowly making its way forward, bearing a young man who cast a reluctant glance back at the Qin estate, preparing to depart. Minqing, remember, once you leave the city, conceal yourself immediately. Do not show your face for several years. Wait until the storm has passed and the incident is forgotten before you seek out the sword god's hidden treasure. The Qin family is likely facing grave peril this time. Your actions will determine its fate, spoke an elderly man, his voice thick with emotion. as he patted the horse's flank with a sense of melancholy. Originally, the discovery of the Sword God's treasure map should have been a cause for celebration for the Qin family. Yet, the unfortunate leak of this information had plunged them into dire straits. The elder, none other than the family patriarch Qin, a sagacious man, realized the impending doom that loomed over them. After much contemplation, he resolved to send his grandson, Qin Minsheng, away with the treasure map in hopes of preserving a glimmer of hope for the family's revival. Otherwise, even if the Qin family surrendered the map, they would still face inevitable destruction. At times, treasures may entice the heart, yet one must consider whether they possess the capacity to claim such riches. The adage "a common man bears guilt for possessing precious things" encapsulates this truth. Possessing that which one cannot defend often heralds impending doom. "Yes, grandfather. You need not worry. I will not disappoint you," Qin Minsheng replied, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his voice quivering. Without another word, he mounted the chestnut steed, ready to depart. Just then, a shadowy figure suddenly materialized in the sky, hurtling toward Qin Minsheng. A piercing whinny echoed as the horse was brutally slain, its body exploding into a shower of flesh. Qin Minsheng was seized and lifted by the assailant, who cackled with malevolence. "Ha! Trying to flee? Qin Dongri, you underestimate my blood demon sect. Today, the Sword God's treasure shall belong to me, Li Liangfu." With that, he swiftly dispatched Qin Minsheng, extracting the parchment map from the young man's garments before turning to make his escape. At that moment, a figure suddenly blocked Li Liangfu's path. After a brief exchange of blows, both retreated a step. A flash of sword light surged from behind, aiming directly at Li Liangfu, slicing through his garments. Had he not reacted swiftly, that strike would have claimed his life. Whether it is Yu Jing or Ling Yunzi, both individuals are renowned masters within the martial world, holding esteemed positions on the celestial rankings as celebrated innate experts. Although their standings may not be among the very top, their prowess is nonetheless formidable and comparable to his own. If faced with one of them alone, Li Liangfu would feel confident in his ability to contend. However, facing both simultaneously leaves him with little assurance. Li Liangfu, the Sword God's secret treasure, is a legacy left by the legendary Xie Feng, a revered elder of our righteous martial arts. Naturally, such a treasure cannot fall into the hands of a heretic like you, Yu Jing declared coldly, her long sword brandished menacingly towards Li Liangfu, signaling her readiness to engage in battle at the slightest provocation. "You speak the truth, brother Yu Jing. Even if this treasure cannot be claimed by my Qing Su temple, it certainly must not be allowed to fall into the hands of the bloodslaughter demon sect. Li Liangfu, if you are wise, surrender the map to the Sword God's secret treasure, and I may spare your life," Ling Yunzi asserted, refusing to back down. "Ha! Spare my life? By your hand? How foolish!" Li Liangfu retorted with a scornful snort, issuing a command that summoned dozens of figures to materialize behind him, weapons drawn and charging forward without hesitation. Neither Yu Jing nor Ling Yunzi were meek opponents. They had not come alone. Both the Jade Sword Manor and Qing Su Temple boasted remarkable strength and countless disciples. As the blood-slaughter demon sect surged forth, their forces soon followed suit, resulting in a chaotic clash of hundreds of masters. Ignoring the surrounding conflict, Yu Jing and Ling Yunzi pressed on, directly confronting Li Liangfu, blocking his path, and engaging him in combat. Meanwhile, the originally intended overseers of this encounter, the Qin family from Yangzhou, helplessly found themselves as mere spectators, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. "My lord, should we not intervene? At this rate, Li Liangfu will be overwhelmed. If he falters, the treasure will fall into the hands of the Jade Sword Manor and Qing Su Temple, making it exceedingly difficult for us to reclaim it." A Hu whispered to Yi Guqin, observing the carnage from a distant loft. "Fear not, for this is merely the beginning. Have you not perceived that we are not the only ones lying in wait? Others are poised to act as well. The Jade Sword Manor, Qing Su Temple, and the Blood-Slaughter Demon sect merely took the initiative a bit too early. As the saying goes, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole is behind. The major factions have yet to join the fray. Why should we rush? It is far wiser to sit back and watch the tiger fight," Yi Guqin replied softly, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the tumult below from the lofty vantage point. "Fortunately, I hastened my arrival, for otherwise, the Sword God's secret treasure might have truly been seized by others." Chapter 062, Renowned Across the Land, Part 1. The Blood Fiend demonic path ranks third among the martial arts factions, possessing extraordinary power and a notorious reputation for its ruthlessness. Masters from various sects tremble at the mere mention of the Blood Fiend demonic path. The Qingshu Temple, undoubtedly, boast strength that surpasses even the esteemed Yujin Mountain Manor, which ranks third in the martial world. With countless adept practitioners, it is rightfully considered the foremost sanctum of Taoism, rivaling even the great Zen temple in prowess. Housing thousands of disciples and masters, the extent of their power is evident. The clash of these three formidable forces within the city of Yangzhou is predictable, leading to continuous skirmishes. However, this time, the blood fiend demonic path is evidently at a disadvantage, as their numbers are insufficient. With only Li Liangfu as their sole innate master, the alliance between Yujin Mountain Manor and Qingshu Temple makes Li Liangfu's defeat merely a matter of time. As Li Liangfu nears his breaking point, someone can no longer contain their impatience. A sweet voice rings out. I had my doubts about the alleged despicability of the righteous path, but witnessing it today, it is indeed true. Your collaboration between Qingshu Temple and Yujin Mountain Manor against the blood fiend demonic path lacks merit. Today, the sure demonic path shall lend its assistance. As the words are spoken, dozens of figures materialize, and the speaker, a lithe and graceful woman, joins the fray to aid Li Liangfu against Yu Jing and Ling Yunzi. Her prowess is immediately apparent. At around 30 years old, she has already attained innate mastery. Her intervention swiftly alters the tide of battle, restoring balance between the two factions, making it difficult for either side to gain the upper hand. With the sure demonic path entering the fray, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. The situation is clearly amiss. It has transcended mere competition, resembling a grand contest of righteousness versus malevolence. Soon, various factions can no longer remain passive, and masters from both the righteous and demonic paths emerge, while martial families join the conflict. The streets adjacent to the Qin family, though narrow, witnessed thousands of martial experts engaging in fierce combat. While it was anticipated that the sword goddess' secret treasure would incite a storm of bloodshed, none could have predicted the chaos would escalate to such a degree. This was no mere pursuit of treasure. It resembled an all-out battle between good and evil within the city of Yangzhou. Countless casualties ensue, with cries of anguish echoing throughout the city, as lives are lost with every passing moment. Master, shall we not make our move? The 12 Zodiac, witnessing the unfolding chaos, can no longer remain idle. Everyone is engrossed in the contention for the sword goddess treasure map. The map has shifted hands from Li Liangfu to Yu Jing, and then to another master of the demonic path, continuously changing possession. It is evident that the scene is nothing short of spectacular. With over a dozen innate masters embroiled in the struggle, now is the opportune moment to act, once the righteous and demonic factions determine a victor. Seizing the treasure map will become exceedingly challenging. Act? There's no rush. Not everyone has revealed themselves yet. Yiguchen listened intently and replied in a deep voice. He had already sensed that amidst the bustling scene, two major factions were conspicuously absent, the Bloodslaughter Demon Sect and the Azura Demon Sect. The Jade Sword Villa and the Qingshu Temple had sent their representatives. How could the esteemed Dajin Temple, the foremost righteous sect, and the formidable heavenly demon sect of the demonic path not have sent their champions? Furthermore, reports indicated that the elite forces of the Qin Black Armored Camp and the Han Blood Dragon Army were also on their way, yet none had appeared. How could he possibly break through alone? Upon hearing his words, the 12 Zodiac members fell silent, resuming their watch. At last, as the demonic faction gained the upper hand, the experts from Dajin Temple could no longer remain in the shadows. A resonant voice echoed through the air, Amitba. Following this chant, the combatants retreated, both the righteous and the wicked drawing back warily to assess one another. However, the several innate experts in the center did not immediately disperse. They continued to vie for dominance, though both sides had taken a step back, leaving the coveted treasure map lying centrally upon the ground. Dajin Temple. The practitioners of the demonic path gasped in astonishment, sensing a palpable pressure as the sudden involvement of Dajin Temple, the preeminent righteous sect, signified undeniable strength. With countless skilled practitioners at their disposal, their intervention was clearly well prepared. What had initially been a standoff was now precariously unbalanced with the addition of Dajin Temple's influence. Amitba. Esteemed patrons, must we incite a storm of bloodshed over a mere treasure map? How lamentable. Instead, allow this humble monk to safeguard the map within the scripture repository of Dajin Temple, thus preventing further bloodshed. A towering monk emerged, delivering a respectful bow to the assembly before speaking. Following him were 18 bald arhats, instantly recognizable as the famed 18 arhats of Dajin Temple. Place it within Dajin Temple's scripture repository? You speak sweetly, Jekong monk. Yet who can ascertain whether your sanctimonious sect might not hoard the treasure map for yourselves? It would be far safer within the heavenly demon sect secret vault. A resonant voice rang out as an elderly figure clad in black materialized amidst the throng. Flanked by 24 black-clad assassins, the notorious 24 killing gods of the heavenly demon sect. The enmity between the heavenly demon sect and Dajin Temple was not a recent development. They had long harbored mutual disdain. Whenever an opportunity arose, they would invariably engage in fierce contests, their clashes marked by relentless hostility. The animosity between the foremost sects of the demonic and righteous paths was evidently of an irreconcilable nature. Upon hearing the retort, Jiekong Monk's fury ignited. His brows furrowed as he exclaimed, "Lu Tiansheng, you scoundrels of the heavenly demon sect dare to show yourselves at this juncture. Even if the sword god's secret vault is destroyed, it shall never fall into your hands. It seems we are destined for confrontation today." "Heh, that is precisely my intent." Lu Tiansheng of the heavenly demon sect smirked, stepping forward without reservation. In an instant, the atmosphere crackled with tension. The clash between righteousness and wickedness on the brink of eruption. Chapter 063, Renowned Across the Land, Part 2, in the midst of conversation. The monk Jiekong of the Great Zen Temple suddenly darted forth, emanating a radiant light of the Buddha. With a grand gesture of his hand, a golden Buddha's hand materialized and surged towards Lu Tiansheng. Unfazed, Lu Tiansheng wielded his longsword, unleashing a streak of black sword light that collided directly with the golden hand. Both combatants staggered back a step, neither gaining the upper hand. However, from this brief exchange, it was evident that their cultivation surpassed that of ordinary innate masters. Although neither had reached the pinnacle of innate mastery, they were remarkably close. The sight of their confrontation erupted, revealing a chasm over 1 meter deep and 4 to 5 meters wide, shattering the azure stone slabs and leaving the ground pockmarked. The destructive power of these two was indeed formidable. Both combatants harnessed their innate true energy, amplifying the potency of their techniques severalfold through the energy in the air. Such prowess was truly extraordinary, a skill reserved for only the most profound sects of the martial world. The infamous techniques of the revered Yiguchen's ghostly claw also belonged to this echelon. If the previous iteration of the ghostly claw could merely cleave gold and break stone, the current form was capable of projecting internal force outward, exhibiting astonishing might, rivaling, if not surpassing, the earlier golden hand. The Great Zen Temple and the heavenly demon sect represented the opposing forces of righteousness and evil within the martial world, and the outcome of their clash was predictable. As Jiekong and Lu Tiansheng engaged in battle, the 18 arhats of the Great Zen Temple bellowed in unison, their bodies radiating golden light as they charged forth, wielding long staffs toward the members of the heavenly demon sect. The 24 gods of death from the heavenly demon sect did not falter either, brandishing their 24 blood-red long swords and forming a sword array that ensnared the 18 arhats. As combat erupted on one side, the previously observant masters of both righteousness and evil sprang into action, thousands of adept fighters intertwining once more. The scene descended into utter chaos. Observing from a distant balcony, Yiguchen wore a satisfied smile. This was precisely the outcome he desired. The more chaotic the scene, the better, for otherwise it would have been challenging for him to intervene. The contest for the treasure map primarily unfolded among a dozen innate masters, each vying fiercely for possession. Both factions were consumed with fervor over this map left behind by the sword god Xiefeng. Although this treasure was indeed valued, it had not initially warranted a full-scale battle between good and evil. Smaller sects might have succumbed to such madness. But the 3 great demonic sects and the 3 righteous sects each possessed centuries of heritage. Each had experienced formidable warriors capable of shattering the void. While the legacy of the sword god Xiefeng was precious, it alone should not have incited such desperate conflict. The primary motivator was a matter of pride. Had the 3 great demonic sects not intervened, the 3 righteous sects would not have been compelled to act so recklessly. Conversely, the situation had escalated to a point of no return, and neither side would relent without a decisive confrontation of life and death. The contest for the treasure map had escalated into a frenzy, with not only ordinary masters, but also innate experts suffering casualties amidst the fray. As the death toll climbed, Yiguchen could no longer restrain himself. The moment the treasure map fell into the hands of the monk Jiekong, Yiguchen sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a streak of light, rushing forth with a speed that rendered him unparalleled among his peers. No one of comparable skill could match his velocity as he swiftly positioned himself behind the monk. With a flourish of his hands, imbued with a ghostly blue light, 2 ethereal claws materialized and lunged towards Jiekong's back. A piercing scream escaped the monk as his back was brutally torn apart by Yi Guchen's assault, leaving his chest penetrated, devoid of any chance to resist before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Seizing the parchment scroll, Yi Guchen executed a nimble leap to the rooftop opposite, his swiftness astonishing. Although Yi Guchen possessed equal mastery in both internal and external disciplines at the innate level, theoretically surpassing Jiekong in strength, eliminating the monk so effortlessly was no simple feat. His success stemmed from the prior injuries sustained by the innate experts during their clashes, leaving Jiekong wounded. Furthermore, Yi Guchen's surprise attack, coupled with his extraordinary speed, rendered Jiekong defenseless, culminating in such an unexpected outcome. Otherwise, it would have been far more challenging. The sudden demise of Jiekong and the theft of the treasure map halted the battle. The innate masters ceased their skirmishes, and the experts from both righteous and evil factions retreated, their gazes fixated upon Yi Guchen. Despite the hundreds of fallen comrades littering the ground, no one paid them any heed. Haha, this treasure map now belongs to me, Yi Guchen. Should anyone contest this? They are welcome to challenge me at the Jinui Tianmention. Yi Guchen laughed heartily, proclaiming boldly before making his swift exit. The presence of over a dozen innate masters rendered the idea of defeating them all absurd, unless he were at the pinnacle of mastery. Claiming victory over them was a daunting task. A misstep could easily lead to his demise. The mention of the Jinui left those around him momentarily stunned, their disbelief palpable as they turned to gaze at Yi Guchen. It was inconceivable that such a formidable and youthful expert, appearing no older than 15 or 16, could exist within the ranks of the Jinui, having dispatched Jiekong in a single blow. The surrounding masters were filled with trepidation, pondering the potential of this young man. If given time, he could very well ascend to the status of a master, and perhaps even transcend into the realm of the void, achieving enlightenment through martial prowess. However, this moment of astonishment was fleeting. Soon after, a dozen or so experts from both the righteous and evil factions rose to their feet, commencing their pursuit of Yi Guchen. The significance of the treasure map was paramount, and they could not allow him to abscond with it so easily. The pursuit of Yi Guchen by a dozen innate masters is undoubtedly a rare occurrence in the realm of martial arts, a feat that could instill pride in anyone, even in the face of potential failure. For even should he falter, it would be without shame, as facing a coalition of such formidable innate experts is no trifling matter. Even for those at the master level, the 12 Zodiac initially contemplated intervening to assist, but soon opted for concealment. The clash among innate masters was beyond their capacity to influence. Their involvement would not only be unhelpful but could also complicate matters further. Thus, they chose to endure in silence, confident that Yi Guchen would prevail. After all, his audacity to act publicly and proclaim his name suggested he possessed some formidable backing. Yi Guchen reduced his pace, heading towards the south of the city, ensuring he remained just ahead of his pursuers. His speed was such that he could have easily outpaced them entirely. The name of his remarkable skill, within reach, beyond horizon, was not without merit. The unfolding scene was beyond anyone's expectations. In the blink of an eye, an innate master fell to Yi Guchen's hand, the entire encounter lasting barely a second. No one could have anticipated such an outcome. The foremost assailant, though swift, was among the weakest of the group, yet he was still an innate master. And to be so effortlessly slain by Yi Guchen was utterly astonishing. How could that young man be so formidable? A single punch to dispatch an innate master? The thought arose unbidden among the pursuers, each grappling with a strange apprehension. As for the unfortunate innate master, he was forsaken amidst their singular focus on Yi Guchen. With so many renowned figures of the martial world converging, the prospect of two of their own being slain and a treasure map stolen would spell disgrace for their future endeavors. Yet, one among them felt a unique dread, Yu Jing. He had heard of Yi Guchen, and as an elder of the Jade Sword Villa, he was familiar with the name and its associations with the Yi family of Jiangzhou. Aware of the animosity between the Yi clan and his own sect, previously he had dismissed the threat Yi Guchen posed, even after hearing of his abduction by the Qinglong of the Imperial Guard. But now, in just a few years, Yi Guchen had achieved unprecedented prowess, capable of slaying 2 innate masters and evading a dozen others. This level of skill surpassed Yu Jing's imagination, a feat he believed himself incapable of achieving. The sheer terror of Yi Guchen as potential left Yu Jing resolute. He vowed that this time, Yi Guchen must not escape. He must be eliminated, for if not, the Jade Sword Villa could face dire consequences in the future. Chapter 64, Renowned Across the Land, Part 3, A dozen innate masters pursued Yi Guchen, who relentlessly fled with extraordinary stamina that surpassed all expectations. The pursuing experts, exhausted yet unable to catch up, found themselves perpetually tantalized. As each time they seemed on the verge of closing the gap, Yiguchen would deftly elude them. After several circuits around Yangzhou City, they still could not overtake him. Damn it, how can this be? Does this kid never tire? This thought simultaneously blossomed in the minds of the exhausted masters as they gasped for breath, observing their plight. A faint smile played upon Yiguchen's lips. Sensing that the innate masters were beginning to comprehend his intention of leading them in circles and contemplating surrender, he casually tossed the parchment containing the treasure map into the midst of the crowd, exclaiming, "Here is the treasure map for you. I have no use for it. My only target is Yu Jing." Upon hearing his words and seeing the parchment fly toward them, the innate masters were momentarily taken aback before hastily diving into a fray over the precious map. They could scarcely afford to neglect such a crucial artifact, which pertained to the legendary sword god's hidden treasures. It was imperative that they did not allow it to fall into the hands of their rivals. As for Yu Jing, who had the time to consider him in this moment, little did they know of the connection between him and Yiguchen, nor the animosity that might exist. For the innate masters, Yu Jing's fate seemed inconsequential. Their sole focus was the treasure map, which held paramount importance. Elation surged among them as Yiguchen relinquished the map, yet Yu Jing remained anything but pleased, for Yiguchen had set his sights upon him, and he harbored no confidence in his ability to triumph over the formidable foe. "Humph, the audacity of the youth shall meet its end," Yu Jing scoffed, extending his sword to unleash a fierce beam of light aimed directly at Yiguchen's face, his lethal technique bearing down upon him. In response, Yiguchen let out a cold laugh. Although Yu Jing's swordplay possessed considerable might, he was unfazed, having cultivated his external skills to the innate realm and reached the 10th layer of the Golden Bell Shield. He no longer feared Yu Jing's assault. Even during his time in the death prison, he had withstood attacks from innate experts wielding swords. While the pain had been undeniable, it was insufficient to inflict true harm upon him. The clash between them resulted in a stalemate, with both sides showcasing their prowess. Although Yiguchen held a slight advantage, Yu Jing was no pushover, being a long-standing elder of the Yujin manor and a seasoned innate master. Thus, after exchanging dozens of blows, neither could claim victory. Frustrated, Yiguchen decided to feign a weakness, which thrilled Yu Jing, who capitalized on the opportunity to thrust his sword toward the exposed area of Yiguchen's chest. With a resounding clash of metal, Yiguchen braced himself against the blade of Yu Jing. Although the pain was palpable and the sword had torn through the fabric of his chest, it caused him no substantial harm, merely a sensation akin to a tearing agony, leaving him largely unscathed. Seizing the moment, Yiguchen closed in on Yu Jing. Without uttering a word, he swiftly grasped the opponent's neck and forcefully twisted, causing Yu Jing to roll his eyes back and collapse to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. In that fleeting moment of defeat, Yu Jing's expression was one of disbelief and resentment as he summoned his last vestige of strength to exclaim, "Impossible." The Golden Bell Shield. Having dispatched Yu Jing, Yiguchen turned his attention to the remaining innate experts, who had descended into a frenzied melee, their eyes clouded with a bloodlust driven by the relentless pursuit of the treasure map. With a dozen participants reduced to 8 or 9, distinctions between allies and foes had dissolved, as all were willing to kill for the coveted artifact. There were no longer concerns for righteousness or malevolence. The treasure map had become a harbinger of death. Whoever possessed it was destined to die. Yet, the remaining innate masters continued their reckless struggle, oblivious to the enigmatic smile that had crept onto Yiguchen's lips. With the loss of the monk Jiekong and Yu Jing, the righteous faction was nearly decimated, while the demonic side fared little better. Only 3 figures remained on the battleground: Ling Yunzi of Qingshu Temple, Li Liangfu of the Blood Fiend sect, and Lu Tianqing of the Heavenly Demon sect. At that moment, the treasure map lay in Lu Tianqing's grasp, while the other 2 fixed their gaze upon him. Each of the 3 stood wounded, exchanging wary glances, none daring to make the first move. However, their hesitation did not signify that Yiguchen would remain idle. Having dealt with Yu Jing, he charged directly towards Lu Tianqing, catching him off guard and swiftly claiming the treasure map. He then regarded the 2 remaining adversaries with a calm demeanor. Lu Tianqing's sudden demise left Li Liangfu and Ling Yunzi momentarily stunned, before they shared a knowing glance and, without a word, unleashed their most formidable techniques upon Yiguchen. They recognized that if they did not join forces, they would likely meet their end at his hands. Undoubtedly, these 2 seasoned masters were formidable. Their long-standing rivalry had made them well acquainted with each other's capabilities. When they combined their efforts, it was as if they had trained together for years. Yiguchen found himself at a disadvantage, enduring several strikes that compromised his defenses. Had it not been for his mastery of the Golden Bell Shield, cultivated to its 10th layer, and his swift reflexes, he might have already succumbed. As Yiguchen exchanged blows with Ling Yunzi, the latter, wounded, staggered back several paces, spewing blood, while Yiguchen too felt a violent jolt through his body, his internal organs protesting under the force of the encounter. Indeed, the internal arts of Qingshu Temple were formidable beyond measure. However, this very opportunity allowed Li Liangfu to seize the moment, and without uttering a word, he unleashed a barrage of punches directed at Yiguchen. Each blow struck fiercely, forcing Yiguchen to stagger back several paces, spitting a small mouthful of blood. Yet, remarkably, his body remained largely unscathed. What? How is this possible? You have cultivated the Golden Bell Shield? Damn it, how could this be? Aside from Elder Huang, another from the Jinyui has mastered the Golden Bell Shield to such an extent. Upon witnessing that Yiguchen was neither injured nor dead, Li Liangfu could not help but exclaim in astonishment. It was well known that his fists were his greatest weapon. Even innate masters would struggle to withstand a single blow from him, and those who encountered him typically met their demise. Yet, Yiguchen had endured multiple strikes without serious harm, merely coughing up a small amount of blood. This left Li Liangfu utterly astounded. The only explanation for this situation was that Yiguchen had indeed cultivated the Golden Bell Shield, akin to Elder Huang of the Jinyui, a practitioner not yet a master, yet surpassing innate experts in external martial arts. Since you have uncovered the truth, there is no need for pretense. I have perfected both my internal and external cultivation. Reaching the innate realm, therefore, it is not my fault if you two perish due to my injuries. Yiguchen retorted with a cold laugh, and without hesitation, he charged forward. The phantom ghost claw came into play, and in the sky, dozens of ethereal blue claw shadows emerged. In an instant, the bewildered Li Liangfu was torn asunder by Yiguchen. With Li Liangfu's demise, Ling Yunzi dared not linger. He turned tail and fled. The sheer terror emanating from this young man was overwhelming. Already, more than a dozen innate masters had met their end directly or indirectly at his hands. Even with Li Liangfu's assistance, they were no match for him. With both internal and external cultivation reaching the innate realm, such an individual could rival a master. He was not someone Ling Yunzi could confront. Thus, his first instinct upon Li Liangfu's death was to escape. Yet, regrettably, had Ling Yunzi chosen to remain, he might have found a sliver of hope. His retreat effectively severed any chance of survival. Yiguchen's speed was astonishing. In a mere moment, he caught up with Ling Yunzi and delivered a decisive punch to the back of his head, crushing it entirely. Ling Yunzi fell instantly. After dispatching Ling Yunzi, Yiguchen surveyed the scene of carnage, a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. He then vanished into the woods beyond the city, clutching the treasure map. The following day, as numerous disciples and masters from various martial sects ventured out of the city to seek the innate masters, they discovered that each had perished. As for Yiguchen, he had vanished without a trace. This led everyone to conclude that Yiguchen had slain the numerous innate masters and subsequently hidden away with the treasure map, which had fallen into the hands of the Jinyui. In an instant, Yiguchen's reputation spread far and wide. Not a soul was unaware of his name. Various factions sent messages by carrier pigeon, and he became almost mythic, a legendary master, a prodigy barely in his teens. The entire continent was shaken by the news of a teenage master capable of vanquishing renowned innate experts. What else could he be but a master? And undoubtedly a figure of the highest caliber among them? Moreover, this is not the most significant aspect. The crux lies in the fact that at his current age, Yiguchen has achieved such remarkable cultivation. The potential for his future accomplishments is indeed fathomable, as he is undoubtedly another individual with the promise to shatter the void and transcend into the realm of martial arts. In an instant, the elite practitioners across the land turned their gazes towards him, and within a matter of days, the name Yiguchen reverberated throughout the entire continent. Chapter 065, The Black Armored Camp and the Blood Dragon Army. The Black Armored Camp of the Great Qin and the Blood Dragon Army of the Great Han stand as two formidable organizations, rivaling the esteemed Ming's Jinyui in prestige and power, dominating the martial world. However, these two entities differ significantly from the Jinyui. The Great Qin's Black Armored Camp is comprised of loyal corpses sworn to the Qin dynasty, formed from numerous hereditary families dedicated to the imperial lineage. In contrast, the Blood Dragon Army is led by successive members of the Han royal family, with the imperial clan predominantly represented among its ranks, exhibiting an unwavering loyalty to the Han dynasty. Unlike the Jinui, which has grown cumbersome as a state apparatus, the former two organizations exhibit a more cohesive strength. Yet, in sheer martial prowess, the Jinui undeniably holds the preeminent position. To speak candidly, the treasure map in question possesses no extraordinary attributes. It resembles an ordinary parchment scroll adorned with irregular patterns. After scrutinizing it for an extended period, Yiguchin found himself unable to discern any significant details, ultimately resigning to the notion of abandonment. Despite several days of relentless study yielding no results, it was finally Eishu who provided a breakthrough suggestion. After soaking the map in water, Yiguchin was finally able to discern a depiction of a map, specifically one from 3 centuries ago of the Ming Empire, prominently marking a mountain peak. Within this peak lay a cave, which evidently served as the hiding place of the sword goddess treasure. Upon further examination, Yiguchin deduced that this hidden treasure was located within the ice cave at the rear of the Yi family estate. Upon receiving this revelation, Yiguchin was overwhelmed with astonishment. It is worth noting that the ice cave is the ancestral ground of the Yi family, established 5 centuries prior when they relocated to this site. Given that the sword god, Xiafeng, was a figure from 300 years ago, the notion that his secret cache could be concealed within the Yi family's sacred grounds was perplexing and alarming to Yiguchin. Gratefully, he had come into possession of this treasure map. Had it fallen into the hands of others, the Yi family would surely face dire consequences. Yiguchin gazed at the treasure map, filled with profound reflection. He had long suspected that the ice cave was no ordinary place, but had been unable to unveil its mysteries. To discover that it was indeed the location of the sword goddess treasure was beyond his wildest imaginings. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he promptly destroyed the treasure map, understanding that it must not circulate beyond his grasp. Otherwise, the Yi family would be at risk of annihilation. He incinerated the map without hesitation, contemplating how to explain matters to Qin Long, confident that he would not face severe repercussions. For the sake of the Yi family's secret must remain undisclosed. Sir, urgent correspondence. At that moment, Along's voice rang out from outside, and without delay, he entered the tent, kneeling before Yiguchin and presenting a sealed letter. What news do you bring? Without glancing at the letter, Yiguchin inquired directly, well aware that Along must have perused its contents prior to interrupting him. Esteemed sir, according to intelligence gathered by our scouts, the formidable black armored camp of the Great Qin and the Blood Dragon army of the Great Han have dispatched their elite warriors to the southern regions. They have now arrived within the confines of Liuzhou City, currently encamped at the Feng residence. Moreover, at this juncture, Along hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Moreover, what? Upon hearing this news, particularly its connection to the Feng family in Liuzhou, Yiguchin furrowed his brow. Few were aware of his entanglements with the Feng family, yet the memories lingered vividly in his mind. He had long desired to confront them, but had been thwarted by time constraints. Learning that the Feng family had become embroiled with the elite warriors of both the Black Armored Camp and the Blood Dragon Army ignited a spark of animosity within him. Witnessing Along's indecisive demeanor only deepened his dissatisfaction. Upon hearing these words, Along's eyes gleamed with a flicker of excitement. He sensed that a grand battle was imminent, and this prospect thrilled him to the core, causing his entire being to tremble with anticipation. He respectfully exclaimed, "Yes," and, with urgency, bowed his head in reverence before promptly departing. Chapter 66. The Fire Spirit Pearl and the Jade Key. While Yiguchin deliberated on how to address the alliance of the Southern Town King, the Black Armored Battalion, and the Blood Dragon Army in the Grand Camp of the Jinui outside Liuzhou City, those within the Feng family courtyard were far from idle. In the heart of the Feng family estate, Southern Town King Zhu Xiangyu occupied the central position in the hall. Only 3 individuals were present, besides Zhu Xiangyu. There was a towering man clad in black armor with a fierce beard, and a middle-aged scholar draped in blood-red brocade, wielding a folding fan. The 3 exchanged silent glances, each observing the others in a profound stillness. Outside the hall, hundreds of skilled warriors, armed and vigilant, surrounded the premises, creating an impenetrable barrier. Meanwhile, the members of the Feng family, the supposed hosts, stood in the courtyard with forced smiles, exchanging glances laden with unease. Despite the fact that this was their domain, they found themselves reduced to mere bystanders, waiting in the courtyard while the discussions unfolded within. Father, what do you think the Southern Town King intends by inviting the Blood Dragon Army and the Black Armored Battalion? If the Jinui were to discover this, it would spell death, Feng Qing whispered, standing beside his father, Feng Wanshan. With a bitter smile, Feng Wanshan glanced at Feng Qing and replied helplessly, given the current situation. Our family has been irrevocably tied to the Southern Town King's chariot. Do you believe he would allow us to withdraw? Even if he concedes, would the Jinui trust us? Feng Qing fell silent, contemplating his father's words. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes gleamed with a spark of hope. Father, there have been rumors in the martial world that Yiguchen of the Yi family in Jiangzhou has been promoted to the commander of the Jinui and has attained the status of a master. Our relationship with the Yi family is not insubstantial, and Yiguchen was once our son-in-law. What do you think if we Feng Qing's suggestion brightened Feng Wanshan's expression momentarily? But soon disappointment clouded his features as he sighed. If Yuqing had not perished, there might have been room for negotiation, as we initially aimed to benefit both him and the Yi family. However, with Yuqing's death and no remains to speak of, the situation is far too convoluted. Even if we were to clarify matters, I fear Yiguchen would disregard our family with a heavy heart, he concluded. Alas, we can only take one step at a time, Father. This matter is of utmost importance. Regardless of the outcome, we must at least make an attempt, mustn't we? I believe it would be prudent to disclose the information to Yiguchen. I have encountered that individual before. Although the events of the past may have left an indelible grievance against my family, the Feng clan, I trust he is capable of understanding our plight. Moreover, with Yuqing's untimely demise attributed to him, it is unlikely he would remain resolute in his stance. Even if he cannot be swayed to assist us, at the very least, he may refrain from exacerbating our predicament. You are aware that the influence of the Jinui is beyond our capacity to confront. Despite the Southern King's recent alliance with the elite forces of the Black Armored Camp and the Blood Dragon Army, the outcome remains uncertain. The Southern King commands vast resources and a formidable army. Should conflict arise, they could simply withdraw, leaving our family to bear the brunt of the consequences. Thus, we must prepare ourselves in advance. Feng Qing spoke solemnly, his nearly 50 years of life having endowed him with considerable wisdom and foresight. He comprehended the complexities of power dynamics and discerned the strengths and weaknesses at play. Alas, we find ourselves in this lamentable situation, burdened by the misfortune of having a disgrace like Feng Lan in our lineage, who has wrought havoc upon us. Not only has he caused Yuqing's death, but he has also placed our family under the Southern King's dominion, thrusting us into a precarious predicament. It is truly disheartening. Feng Wanshan expressed his deep frustration, finding himself at a loss for words as the situation deteriorated. Meanwhile, Feng Qing nodded and departed. In the adjacent hall, the Southern King had commenced speaking. Gentlemen, let us conduct our affairs transparently. I have articulated the matters clearly in my correspondence. Have you brought the items as agreed? Indeed. We have brought the Bayuki from the Black Armored Camp. I wonder if the Blood Dragon Army has brought the Fire Spirit Pearl? The Black Armored man chuckled, directing his gaze toward the distant figure of a scholar clad in crimson, holding a folding fan. The relationship between the Black Armored Camp, the Blood Dragon Army, and the Jinui is fraught with tension, often leading to conflict. Hence the Black Armored man's remarks were tinged with an unintentional air of provocation. This matter is of great significance. The Blood Dragon Army has indeed brought the items, and in addition, I have brought 200 elite warriors from the Blood Dragon Army to ensure the success of this endeavor. The middle-aged man with the folding fan replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he waved the fan gently. Oh, in that case, allow me to reiterate. This collaboration among our three factions is mutually beneficial. What I require is your assistance in completely eradicating the influence of the Jinui in the south, particularly targeting Yiguchen and his 3,000 Jinui, who are like a fishbone lodged in my throat, causing me great discomfort. I hope you can assist in eliminating him. As for other matters, I have no need. The sword goddess' secret treasure shall be divided equally between you both. The Southern King proclaimed from his seat, his gaze deep and inscrutable, leaving none able to fathom his true intentions. Hiki, naturally, we shall assist the prince. As for the matter concerning Yiguchen, there is no need for your concern. We shall resolve it ourselves. It is laughable that this group of Imperial Guards still fails to comprehend that merely possessing the treasure map is insufficient to access the Sword God's secret vault. Without the Fire Spirit Pearl and the Jade Key, even a master capable of shattering the void would find it impossible to unlock that place. The Sword God, Xiefeng. The treasures he has concealed are far more intricate than what is commonly believed. The Sword God's secret vault is shrouded in mystery. While many are aware of it, only the Black Armored Camp and the Blood Dragon Army truly grasp the value of its contents. A century ago, these two formidable factions even engaged in a clandestine struggle, each striving to seize the Fire Spirit Pearl and the Jade Key. The treasure map was lost during that catastrophic conflict. Had it not been for the heavy losses sustained by both sides, these two factions would not have fallen behind the Imperial Guards. Nonetheless, all of this is deemed worthwhile. For the treasures hidden within the Sword God's secret vault undoubtedly merit the sacrifices they are willing to make. They are absolutely worth such devotion. Chapter 67. The Feng family's message in the dead of night, outside the grand encampment of the Jinhui in Liuzhou. A throng of soldiers clad in armor and wielding weapons surged forth, rallying under the banner of the Prince of Southern Pacification. They advanced from all directions, enveloping the camp with an impenetrable presence. The 3,000 elite Jinhui, led by Yi Guqin, had chosen to position themselves in the secluded mountain ravines outside Liuzhou to avoid inciting panic. However, the arrival of these tens of thousands of troops effectively sealed off any escape routes for the Jinhui. Behind them lay the unbroken expanse of the Minshan Mountains, obstructed by the Min River, which spanned several dozen miles and stretched for over 1,000. The sole avenue of retreat lay in the rugged path before them in the wide valley, which, although typically concealed, became a perilous trap in the face of an assault. At this moment, Yi Guqin sat within the encampment, eyes closed in meditation. Despite having attained the innate realm, he remained dedicated to his practice. It was only upon reaching this level that he fully appreciated the intricacies of cultivation. Each time he absorbed the ethereal energies of the heavens and earth into his being, a delightful and invigorating sensation enveloped him, filling his spirit with profound contentment. Yi Guqin's postnatal internal energy had now transformed into innate true qi, which, compared to its predecessor, boasted greater power and density, albeit in diminished quantity. His meridians, no longer as overflowing as before, had become more resilient through the infusion of this new energy. Yet the overall amount had lessened. The process of continuously absorbing the celestial energies and converting them into innate true qi was not particularly complex. But the feeling of inadequacy reminded Yi Guqin that his journey was far from complete. Driven by an insatiable desire to ascend further, he devoted every spare moment to cultivation. Even amidst the busiest of times. My lord, there are individuals claiming to be from the Feng family of Liuzhou seeking an audience. They insist they have urgent matters to report. Suddenly, the voice of Along penetrated the tent. Along's words interrupted Yi Guqin's meditation, causing his eyes to flicker open. A glint of brilliance shining forth, only to be followed by a furrowed brow. He found himself perplexed as to why the Feng family would seek him. Since the dissolution of his engagement, he believed he had severed ties with them, especially considering their apparent allegiance to the Prince of Southern Pacification. Let them in. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Guqin resolved to meet with the Feng representatives to ascertain the nature of their visit. Before long, the members of the Feng family, accompanied by Along, entered hastily. Among them was an elderly man, around 60 years of age, with a head of white hair and a weathered visage, clad in a gray robe. Upon entering the tent, he promptly knelt before Yi Guqin, bowing respectfully. I, Feng Quan, pay my respects to you, my lord. Gazing directly at Feng Quan, Yi Guqin, with his profound cultivation, discerned that Feng Quan was indeed a master at the pinnacle of the 10th level, comparable to Along and his companions. It appeared that this individual held a significant position within the Yi family. Understanding the situation, he cast a glance at Yi Guqin, who nodded lightly and subsequently inquired, Feng Quan, is it? What brings you to seek me? Had he been addressing another, he might have retained the haughty demeanor characteristic of a 10th level master. Yet, in the presence of Yi Guqin, an innate grandmaster of immense power and authority, he displayed no trace of arrogance, speaking entirely from the perspective of a servant. I am aware of this matter. However, never mind, you may withdraw. Yi Guqin replied, his brow furrowed, as a multitude of thoughts raced through his mind. Two pivotal questions surged forth. Firstly, why would the Feng family assist him by conveying this information? Were they not aligned with the Southern King? Furthermore, it seemed that he had severed ties with them. Secondly, why had the Southern King mobilized 50,000 troops without him receiving any word? Logically, the intelligence capabilities of the Jinhui were unparalleled. The Blood Dragon Army and the Black Armored Battalion could infiltrate the Ming dynasty without detection. So how could he remain oblivious to the movements of 50,000 soldiers? Such a force would stretch for miles on a 6-zhang-wide official road, visible to all but the blind. How could the all-encompassing intelligence network of the Jinhui be unaware? These two questions plagued Yi Guqin, leaving him in a state of confusion. The second query seemed somewhat manageable upon reflection, allowing for two possible explanations. Either the intelligence system of the Jinhui had suffered a catastrophic blow, or someone had betrayed them. Beyond these two scenarios, there seemed no other explanation. However, the first question perplexed him greatly. Logically, the Feng family harbored animosity towards him and should be among those most eager for his demise. His survival posed a threat to them, especially now that he wielded such formidable power, rendering the Feng family utterly defenseless before him. Why then would they send him a warning? As if sensing Yiguchen's turmoil, Feng Quan, kneeling before him, did not take his leave. Instead, after a moment's hesitation, he spoke softly, "My lord, it seems I cannot depart today. The 50,000 troops outside, along with hundreds of masters, are nearing. There is but one path out of the mountain, and it is impossible for me to escape. I have come prepared to face death today. Yet I believe that with your cultivation, leaving should pose no issue. Therefore, I must speak my mind, if you would grant permission for this old servant to do so." These words left Yiguchen momentarily taken aback. He turned to Along beside him and instructed quietly, "You go and arrange the defenses, command everyone to prepare for battle, and simultaneously send up signal flares to summon aid from our hidden allies. I have a few matters to attend to, and shall return shortly." "Yes, my lord." A person as astute as Aaron would naturally not linger here. Even without Yiguchen's command, he would surely concoct an excuse to depart. Thus, upon receiving the order, he promptly clasped his fists in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Chapter 68. The beautiful one departed after watching the robust figure clad in a blood-red robe leave. Yiguchen, seated at the center of the grand tent, adorned in a crimson robe intricately embroidered with a resplendent chelan, his long hair cascading down his back, and his sideburns reaching his chest, gazed silently at Feng Quan before slowly speaking. "If there is something you wish to discuss, please do so freely. My lord, are you aware of the reasons behind my family's young master's decision to command the withdrawal of the betrothal with the Yi family? And why a 3-year pact was established? The Yi and Feng families have been amicable for generations. During our most perilous times, the Yi family extended their support to us. The Feng family is not ungrateful. How could we engage in such treachery?" Feng Quan lamented, kneeling with a heavy heart. However, Yiguchen's countenance was far from pleasant. The matter of the betrothal's dissolution was not particularly significant to him. As someone who had traversed time, he held no special feelings for the Feng family's young lady, who lingered in his memory as a mere child. There was no profound love nor sorrow on his part. Yet, this incident had become a source of mockery in the vicinity of Jiangzhou, tarnishing the Yi family's reputation, especially during their most vulnerable period. The Feng family's actions at that time were akin to adding insult to injury. Thus this matter remained a festering wound in Yiguchen's heart, naturally darkening his expression whenever it was mentioned. "Did you come here specifically to act as an emissary for the Feng family? Were you instructed to convey this by them?" Yiguchen remarked with a cold sneer, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "And no, this is not what my master commanded me to say. I simply cannot contain my feelings any longer. I am but an old servant, nearing my end. Even if you were to take my life, I must express this matter. It is not that the Feng family acted with malice. There are reasons behind their actions, and what they did was not solely for their own benefit, but also for yours and the Yi families," Feng Quan fervently insisted, his body trembling slightly as he spoke. "Humph, for the good of my Yi family? Then do enlighten me," Yiguchen retorted coldly. "Well, the truth is as follows." Feng Quan, sensing Yiguchen's willingness to listen, breathed a sigh of relief and began to narrate the unfolding events. It turns out that the Feng family's young lady, Feng Yuqing, though only 14 at the time, was already renowned for her beauty, hailed as the most exquisite maiden in Jiangnan. Her fame resonated throughout the region, attracting numerous admirers. While this was not a secret, it also bore its own complications. Sometimes, beauty can be a double-edged sword. A woman's striking appearance can lead to unforeseen troubles. Upon encountering the enchanting Feng Yuqing, the heir of the Jinnan Wang was deeply smitten. Consequently, he approached the Feng family with a proposal. Initially, the Feng family declined, yet the heir, undeterred, threatened to annihilate both the Feng and Yi families, instilling fear within the Feng household and forcing them to compromise in this delicate matter. To understand, the Prince of Jinnan is the foremost vassal king of the Ming dynasty, with a formidable army of mercenaries stationed in the southern borders to resist the incursions of the southern barbarians. His subordinates are all seasoned warriors, and their strength is indeed astonishing. Even the Emperor of Ming must show deference to him, let alone the modest Feng family. Although the Prince of Jinnan is not a man of the martial world and lacks an organization akin to the Jinyui, he has nonetheless amassed a considerable number of skilled practitioners, including 5 innate experts, whose prowess is beyond question. How could the Feng family dare to offend the Prince of Jinnan? Initially, they rejected his son's proposal in a most tactful manner. However, to their surprise, The princess son became enraged and presented a letter from the prince himself, leaving the Feng family with no option but to concede. Yet, the Feng family did not acquiesce immediately. They merely proposed a stipulation. Feng Yuqing was already betrothed and still quite young, thus requesting a delay of a few years. They established a condition that if Yiguchen could attain the innate realm within 3 years, the engagement would remain valid. If not, Feng Yuqing would have to marry the princess son. This was, in fact, a temporary measure, as everyone knew the situation 3 years prior with Yiguchen, who was of no concern at all. It was impossible for someone with blocked meridians to reach the innate realm within 3 years. The stipulation served 2 purposes. It provided a glimmer of hope for the Yi family, however faint, while also delaying the princess son, making him believe the Feng family was compelled to set such a rule for the sake of their dignity. In truth, it was all a ruse by the Feng family to buy time in hopes of discovering a solution, even though they understood the likelihood of success was exceedingly slim. Is that so? I see. Well, in that case, I do not hold any grievances against you. Under those circumstances, anyone would have acted similarly. However, since this matter has arisen, the animosity between the Yi and Feng families is non-existent, and our friendship may still endure. Yet, concerning the engagement, let us put that aside. I, Yiguchen, have no need for such a bond. After hearing this, Yiguchen let out a sigh of relief and spoke thus. Acknowledging the Feng family's predicament and the choices they were forced to make, he would have acted the same way had he been in their position. Nevertheless, he could not forgive the situation. He would not interfere in the relationship between the Yi and Feng families. But the engagement with the young lady of the Feng family was henceforth null and void, as if it had never existed. Ah, the old servant had anticipated you would say such a thing. However, even if you do not mind the matter, the engagement with our young lady is unlikely to be fulfilled. Alas, Feng Quan sighed, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yiguchen remained silent, directing his gaze towards Feng Quan. With a sigh, Feng Quan continued, My lady, alas, I cannot fathom your thoughts, esteemed sir. Yet my lady has been unwaveringly loyal to you since your engagement. She has never wronged you, even during the most perilous times for the Feng family. My lady is virtuous and gentle in disposition, yet she has quarreled fiercely with my lord and several young masters over this matter, enduring confinement for 6 months without faltering. Regrettably, my lady's beauty was met with misfortune. Half a year ago, the heir of the Prince of Jinnan, inebriated, attempted to dishonor her while she was taking solace in the mountains with her maidservants. In her defiance, she leapt from a cliff. And now her remains are nothing but dust. Nothing but dust? Upon hearing this, Yiguchen's expression shifted, and his heart was filled with profound sorrow. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Frankly, regardless of the Feng family's circumstances, Feng Yuqing had been utterly devoted to him. If given another chance, Yiguchen felt he would surely embrace her. No, it was not forgiveness he sought, for she had committed no wrongdoing. He believed he would wholeheartedly accept a woman so steadfast and sincere in her affection. As Feng Quan spoke, his voice quivered, revealing the depth of his feelings for the young lady of the Feng family. Yet, his words struck a chord of discomfort within Yiguchen's heart. This was not love. It was a raw, palpable emotion. He understood that he ought to cherish such loyalty. Though he was no stranger to love, having traversed many lifetimes, he had never encountered a woman so devoted and faithful. Thus, he found himself adrift in uncertainty, knowing only that had Feng Yuqing still been alive, he would have taken her as his bride. After a prolonged silence, Yiguchen exhaled deeply, gazing at Feng Quan before speaking slowly, I understand. You may go. Rest assured. Your lady's affairs are now my own. As for the heir of the Prince of Jinnan, I shall not let him escape retribution. Chapter 69. The moonlit ambush. Feng Quan stepped outside, leaving Yiguchen alone within the confines of the grand tent. After a moment of deep sighs and contemplation, he straightened up, retrieving the treasure map inscribed on sheepskin. He cast it into the flames of the brazier, summoning a figure from the zodiac, the pig, to recreate the map. The zodiac each possessed unique skills, and the pig was particularly adept at forgery. Crafting a counterfeit treasure map was indeed a trivial task. Yiguchen, with a shrewd mind, altered the map's location, designating a cave nestled in the primeval forest behind Tianmen Mountain, the stronghold of the Jinyue, a place he was well acquainted with. Yiguchen understood the gravity of the situation. With an army of 50,000, bolstered by the elite Blood Dragon Army and the Black Armored Camp, alongside the clandestine operatives cultivated by the Prince of Jinnan over the years, the Jinyue were facing dire straits. As for himself, he harbored no illusions about his own fate. The mystery of why the prince had mobilized 50,000 troops unbeknownst to him would have to be unraveled later, provided he could escape unscathed. Although he was confident in his ability to elude capture, he recognized that nothing in life was guaranteed, and thorough preparation was always prudent. "My lord, it is ready." As the pig presented the forged treasure map, a cacophony of battle erupted outside. The air was filled with the sounds of clashing steel and the cries of war as the 50,000 troops surged forth, brandishing weapons and charging toward the Jinui encampment. Caught off guard, many elite members of the Jinui fell victim to a relentless barrage of arrows. The army pressed forward, hundreds of skilled warriors close behind. Despite their valiant efforts, the Jinui, though capable, were not adept in the art of warfare, and their numbers paled in comparison to the approaching horde. It was not difficult for dozens to conspire to slay a single opponent, especially with the aid of the black armored camp and the Blood Dragon army, resulting in a one-sided confrontation from the onset. Yi Guchen's expression shifted as he glanced at the pig, who had yet to speak. He lowered the counterfeit treasure map just as the tent was torn asunder, revealing several figures clad in black. Among them was a bald, muscular man from the black armored faction, who, without uttering a word, seized the forged map. A bloodthirsty smile spread across his face as he regarded Yi Guchen, exclaiming with glee, "Ha! The treasure map, it is mine now. Who would have thought, Lord Yi, the commander of the Jinui, that we would infiltrate your ranks before the army's assault? We were contemplating how to deal with you, fearing you might destroy the map in a fit of desperation. But it seems we need not bother. We shall simply eliminate you instead. It has been many years, far too long since a commander of the Jinui has met their end at our hands. How nostalgic." A middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe gazed at Yi Guchen with a smile, his folding fan swaying gracefully in his hand, exuding an air of handsome charm. Alas, his age marred the effect, rendering his demeanor somewhat awkward. "You wish to kill me? That depends on whether you possess the capability," Yi Guchen retorted with a cold laugh, disdain evident in his words as he charged towards the black-armored giant. The ethereal blue ghostly claws materialized within the tent, prompting those around to scatter in alarm. With a resounding crash, the vast tent was reduced to shambles, while Yi Guchen's hand lunged towards the chest of his adversary. To his surprise, the black-armored giant merely sneered, neglecting defense as he unleashed his long blade, aiming directly for Yi Guchen's shoulder. The clash of metal resonated with a sharp clang. Yet Yi Guchen's ghostly claws merely struck the surface of the giant's black armor, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Evidently, the armor was extraordinary, forged as a single piece, enveloping the giant's entire body save for his head, leaving scarcely any vulnerability. Its resilience was remarkable. Ordinary steel armor would have crumbled under Yi Guchen's might. Yet this time, his full-force strike left not even a scratch, underscoring the armor's exceptional quality. However, the black-armored giant swung his blade, landing a strike on Yi Guchen that also failed to leave a mark. The two were evenly matched. Yet discerning observers could see that the giant relied heavily on his armor's protection. In a genuine contest of strength, he would likely falter against Yi Guchen. Ah, the golden bell shield. I had not anticipated that the Jin Yi Wei would produce another master of external cultivation. No wonder you are so formidable. Given this, do not blame us for overwhelming you with numbers. I shall see whether your golden bell shield is mightier than my blood dragon sword," the blood-robed scholar exclaimed, drawing his long sword from his waist, directing it toward Yi Guchen to join the black-armored giant in besieging him. Yi Guchen found himself momentarily at a disadvantage. The armor worn by the black-armored giant was the treasured secret of the black armor camp, known as the Black Sky armor. Reputed to be the finest in the world, no divine weapon could hope to mark its surface. This bald giant, encased entirely in black armor, was akin to a human tank, impervious to harm save for the lone weakness of his exposed head. His defenses were impeccable. As for the Blood Dragon sword, it was legendary, bestowed upon the Blood Dragon army as a national treasure. It was said to be indestructible. There existed nothing it could not penetrate. Elder Huang had often mentioned that he had suffered under its blade in times past. It was indeed the bane of external cultivators. Both individuals are innate masters at the pinnacle of their abilities, seemingly just one step away from attaining the revered realm of innate perfection. Their formidable strength is unfathomable. And now, with the addition of the Black Sky armor and the Blood Dragon sword, two extraordinary treasures, facing Yi Guchen becomes a task akin to soaring with wings. Furthermore, several other innate experts surrounding them have also joined the fray, rendering Yi Guchen utterly beleaguered. In a moment of inattention, the Blood Dragon sword pierced through Yi Guchen's shoulder, embedding itself forcefully. The blood-robed scholar, with a swift flick, severed a substantial portion of Yi Guchen's shoulder from his body. Had the sword not penetrated so superficially, despite slicing through some muscle and bone, the entirety of Yi Guchen's shoulder would have likely been cleaved off. In such a scenario, even if he survived this grave ordeal, he might have to adopt the moniker of the one-armed hero. Blood gushed forth like a torrent, saturating much of Yi Guchen's form in an instant. Faced with such a dire predicament, he dared not be reckless. He feigned a move and, utilizing his mastery of the golden bell cover, evaded the assault of the blood dragon sword. He withstood numerous strikes before breaking free from the encirclement. Upon landing, he could not suppress a spurt of blood. Though the external attacks from the innate masters seemed to inflict little harm, the overwhelming force of their innate true energy reverberated within him, straining his internal organs to the brink of rupture. However, in that moment, he could afford no further contemplation. Should the situation continue to escalate, he would inevitably face grave consequences. Thus, after exchanging dozens of blows with his opponents, Yi Guchen chose the most prudent course of action. He turned and fled. Chapter 070. The Cliff of Despair. Alas, he must flee. Pursue him. He cannot be allowed to survive this day. Upon witnessing Yi Guchen turn to escape, the blood-clad scholar urgently shouted. Yi Guchen must not be permitted to slip away. At merely 16 years of age, he had already attained the innate realm in external martial arts, as well as in internal energy cultivation. To have achieved such formidable prowess at such a tender age was nothing short of terrifying. Should Yi Guchen elude capture today, the Blood Dragon army in the black armored camp would inevitably pay the price for their actions in the years to come. No one could predict how formidable Yi Guchen would become, but one thing was certain: if he continued to grow unchecked, he would surely become a nightmare for all. Thus, the only solution for dealing with a person like Yi Guchen was to extinguish him in his cradle. Without a second thought, Yi Guchen plunged into the depths of the mountains. His sole refuge lay within the Min Mountains behind him. Once one ventured deep into the vast expanse of the Mang Mountains, not even 1,000,000 troops could locate an individual. To seek a person in these mountains was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It was worth noting that at the valley's exit lay 50,000 troops and hundreds of masters, while behind Yi Guchen were several innate masters in pursuit. He was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Should he charge toward that exit, any minor misstep could spell disaster for him, as he would be relentlessly hunted down. Finding a place to hide would not be easy. In contrast, the Min Mountains offered a semblance of safety. If he could shake off the pursuit of those innate masters, he might stand a chance. However, despite Yi Guchen's impressive speed and the life-saving technique of Zakitianya, he was still gravely injured. This injury inevitably hampered his speed. Moreover, the innate masters trailing him were no ordinary foes, making them formidable adversaries. This group of approximately 7 or 8 individuals relentlessly pursued him, and in the blink of an eye, they had entered the depths of the mountains. Within the mountains, Yi Guchen's speed further diminished. The continuous loss of blood drained his stamina, and he began to experience dizziness. Fortunately, his profound internal strength and timely measures to staunch the bleeding prevented him from collapsing, though he pressed on with increasing difficulty. After more than half an hour of pursuit, Yi Guchen halted near a precipice, confronted by a sheer cliff before him. Behind him were several innate masters closing in. In this dire situation, he found himself cornered. Escape was no longer an option. With the abyss looming before him, he had no choice but to take a desperate gamble. Though he had practiced the Golden Bell Shield, he was still an ordinary mortal, not impervious to death. To leap from this height would almost certainly lead to demise. Yet, perhaps taking such a risk might unveil a glimmer of hope. Heh, Yi Guchen, there is no way for you to escape this time. Your fate is sealed. The blood-clad scholar let out a chilling laugh before charging forth, drawing the blood dragon sword. He aimed directly at the chest of Yi Guchen. The other innate masters followed suit, surrounding Yi Guchen from all directions, launching an onslaught upon him. These adept practitioners collaborated in their assault, with the burly man in black armor primarily focusing on defense, while the blood-clad scholar took the lead in offense. Utilizing the formidable Black Heaven armor and the blood dragon sword, they forced Yi Guchen into a corner. Although Yi Guchen managed to slay one of his assailants at the cost of numerous wounds, he bore the brunt of the attack, sustaining countless gashes that exposed bone. Had it not been for his remarkable agility, he would have perished at the hands of the blood-clad scholar countless times over. Damn it, at this rate, I will surely perish. Yi Guchen thought anxiously as he engaged in a desperate struggle with the surrounding innate masters. If this situation persisted, his demise was inevitable. With a thunderous clash, Yi Guchen exchanged blows with the burly man, resulting in his already injured arm shattering instantly, blood staining his entire body. He was hurled backward, having reached his limits. Gasping for breath, Yiguchen found himself teetering on the edge of a precipice, his cold gaze fixed upon the group before him, brimming with lethal intent. If given the chance, he would undoubtedly eliminate every last one of them, but that prospect seemed increasingly bleak. Damn it. I have no choice. Realizing he was cornered, Yiguchen gritted his teeth and devised a desperate plan. Summoning every ounce of strength, he suddenly darted aside, evading the blood-clad scholar's strike, and without a second thought, leaped into the abyss. Plunging into the chasm might offer a glimmer of hope. However, should he fall into the hands of his pursuers, he was certain they would not show him mercy. Death would be the least of his worries. He would likely suffer a fate worse than death. Thus, Yiguchen made the most rational choice, albeit perilous. He had no way of knowing how much hope for survival awaited him in that leap, but options had run dry. As Yiguchen vanished into the cloud-filled depths of the chasm, several masters exchanged glances, ultimately sharing a resigned smile, sighing in reluctant defeat before turning to leave. Yiguchen, meanwhile, felt the winds around him grow razor-sharp, as if they sought to tear him apart. It felt as though he were bound by an immense weight, plummeting downward. Time lost all meaning until he experienced an agonizing, tearing pain, as if every bone in his body had shattered. Subsequently, he lost consciousness, slipping into the void, never to awaken again. Chapter 071. A nation's beauty in the heart of a tranquil valley, amidst the serene embrace of nature. The air was filled with the melodious songs of birds and the fragrant scent of blossoms. Towering trees stood sentinel, while crystal-clear streams meandered through the landscape, their gentle gurgling harmonizing with the soft rustling of pine and cypress. Fluffy white clouds drifted lazily in the azure sky, and the warm sunlight cascaded down, casting a golden hue over the entire valley, rendering it a veritable earthly paradise. In this idyllic setting, Yiguchen lay upon the stones beside the mountain spring, his eyes cast downward, and his cracked lips parting to emit a low, mournful sound. At that moment, his body bore the marks of countless wounds. Resembling a fragile heap of clay collapsed upon the ground. His skin was marred by numerous injuries, at least several hundred in total. Blood flowing from his body into the clear waters, staining the small river red. The black jade pendant resting upon his chest emitted a faint glow, merging with his being before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Ah, this person has fallen from above, and yet lives? Truly fortunate. This mountain stands at least several hundred feet tall. Even a body of steel would surely perish from such a fall. Yet, fate has granted you another chance. Crossing paths with me. Very well, I shall extend my assistance, mused a beautiful woman clad in flowing white garments, who approached gracefully from afar. Upon seeing Yiguchen, her brow furrowed slightly, and she spoke softly, her voice as sweet as a lark, bringing a sense of serenity to the listener. She appeared to be in her 20s, with lips as red as rubies and teeth as white as pearls, an enchanting beauty with captivating eyes, snow-like skin, and a tall, alluring figure boasting exquisite curves. A small mark of red cinnabar adorned her forehead, and her lustrous black hair cascaded down her back, reaching her waist. She exuded an ethereal charm, reminiscent of a celestial being, an aura that even the most regal princess could not replicate. At that moment, her gaze upon Yiguchen radiated warmth and compassion, not the tenderness of admiration, but a profound love for all living beings. This expression was utterly intoxicating, especially her gentle smile, which could only be described as breathtakingly beautiful. As she spoke, she retrieved a golden elixir from her hand, her delicate, fair fingers lifting the hem of her white gown as she gracefully knelt beside him. With utmost care, she placed the potion into Yiguchen's mouth. At that moment, he felt a refreshing coolness wash over his lips, entering his body with a delightful tingling sensation that gradually dispelled the pain that had rendered him numb. In its place arose a profound sense of comfort, as if he had consumed a mythical fruit, every pore of his body awakening to an indescribable euphoria that permeated him down to his very soul. In a state of blissful haze, Yiguchen reveled in an unparalleled sensation of relief. Though he had never indulged in narcotics, he was certain that this experience surpassed the ecstasy of any substance 1,000-fold. As if he were floating, gradually ascending into a realm of transcendence. Unbeknownst to him, Yiguchen felt the energy within his body begin to circulate rapidly. It was as if his very being had synchronized with the surrounding universe. His entire body and soul melded into the vastness of the cosmos, becoming one with it. He was the universe, and the universe was him. This sensation was truly wondrous. Although fleeting, he could distinctly perceive the exquisite and extraordinary feeling of merging with the cosmos. Yiguchen understood that this state was a manifestation of the unity of man and nature. To attain such a realm, one must reach the pinnacle of innate mastery, achieving a level akin to that of a grandmaster. It was an enigmatic state, ineffable and elusive, yet undeniably remarkable. While the merger with the universe did not grant him dominion over all, it seemed to enhance his proficiency in the manipulation of energy, allowing him to wield it with greater finesse. A transformation swept over him, as if his very soul had undergone an elevation. Simultaneously, Yuguchin sensed the innate true chi within him surging with vigor, as if an influx of energy had penetrated his being. With each cycle of circulation, he felt his meridians grow more resilient, his body more powerful. This wondrous energy continuously emanated from his dantian, flowing into his meridians in physical form, fortifying them with each pulse of internal power. This sensation was palpable and vivid. He could feel the continuous enhancement of his body. The quantity of innate true chi surged exponentially, unexpectedly reaching a state of relative saturation. The true chi filled his limbs and bones, causing his dantian to become crowded. At that moment, the circulation of true chi began to gradually stabilize. As the true chi solidified and the reinforcement of his physical form and meridians ceased, Yuguchin slowly opened his eyes. The instant they fluttered open, he was greeted by the sight of a woman clad in flowing white garments, resembling a celestial being. From the very first moment he beheld her, he was utterly captivated. He could not fathom why he was so drawn to her. Perhaps it was her unparalleled beauty, or her ethereal grace, or the tenderness reflected in her gaze, or her smile that could rival the splendor of 1,000 blossoms. Whatever the reason, at that moment, a fervent voice within his heart cried out, "It is her, it is her, it is indeed her." In that instant, upon encountering this enchanting woman, he fell madly in love, despite knowing nothing of her identity, her purpose, or how she had come to be there. He was even oblivious to her name. Yet, Yuguchin was irrevocably enamored. Matters of the heart often defy rational explanation. Everyone tells themselves that love at first sight is merely a fanciful illusion. Yet, when faced with such a reality, they find themselves irresistibly drawn in. This was precisely Yuguchin's predicament. "What is the matter? Are you feeling better?" As the melodious voice, akin to that of a lark, resonated from the girl's lips, Yuguchin found himself momentarily stunned upon opening his eyes. She then bestowed upon him an extraordinarily sweet smile. In the north there exists a beauty, unparalleled and solitary. A single smile captivates a city, while a second ensnares an entire nation. For reasons unbeknownst to him, such a phrase suddenly sprang forth from Yuguchin's lips as he gazed intently at the girl before him, whispering to himself. This utterance caused a faint blush to grace the girl's cheeks. After casting a glance at Yuguchin, she appeared somewhat bashful. Yet, as her shyness receded, she spoke once more. "Are you all right? How did a mere mortal like you end up here? Allow me to assist you in ascending." Chapter 072, Master of Martial Arts, who are you? Where is this place? Yuguchin slowly sat up, his voice still somewhat hoarse, likely due to the grievous wounds he had recently sustained. Although he had begun to recover, his voice remained inescapably rough. My name is Miaoyan. This is the Cliff Valley, though I am uncertain of its name. I stumbled upon this place by chance and decided to stay for a few days." Miaoyan smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she gazed at Yuguchin, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "Miaoyan," Yuguchin murmured to himself upon hearing her name. "Enough of this. You cannot leave here on your own. The cliffs rise several hundred feet, far beyond the reach of mortals. Allow me to assist you in your departure." "Close your eyes," Miaoyan said softly, her smile unwavering as she regarded Yuguchin. "Very well. We have arrived. I should take my leave now." Miaoyan revealed a tender smile as she spoke to Yuguchin. For reasons unknown, she felt a sense of warmth towards the young man before her, an irresistible urge to keep him in her thoughts. Though they had just met, Yuguchin struck her as strikingly handsome, evoking a gentle joy within her. Despite their brief acquaintance, Miaoyan found Yuguchin to be endearingly familiar, prompting her to exhibit an unusual softness, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor, of which she remained blissfully unaware. "Wait." For reasons inexplicable, Yuguchin suddenly called out to Miaoyan, as though fearing that once she turned to leave, he might never see her again. "What is it? Is there something on your mind?" Miaoyan turned her head slightly, her expression still warm as she addressed Yuguchin. "Can we meet again?" After a moment's hesitation, Yuguchin mustered the courage to ask. Throughout both his past and present lives, he had never experienced a romantic connection. The sight of Miaoyan rendered him inexplicably nervous. Yet he resolved to seize this opportunity, unwilling to let it transform into a fleeting encounter that would vanish without a trace. He felt an undeniable conviction that Miaoyan was the woman destined to be his. Miaoyan paused, her expression subtly shifting as she regarded Yuguchin. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke softly. If fate permits, we shall meet again, but only after you have embraced the path of martial arts, shattered the void, and entered a new realm. Otherwise, the possibility of our reunion will remain forever elusive. With that, she turned and soared into the air, vanishing into the boundless clouds in the blink of an eye. This enchanting scene left Yi Guchen utterly astounded. He had sensed Miao Yun's extraordinary nature before, but he had not anticipated that she would ascend like a celestial being, disappearing amidst the billowing white clouds. This scene left Yi Guchen momentarily bewildered. According to his knowledge, no martial prowess could achieve such feats. It was said that only celestial beings possessed such abilities. Soaring through the skies and traversing the earth were the domain of immortals. Could it be that I have encountered a fairy? Yi Guchen instinctively murmured, shaking his head afterward, his gaze solidifying with determination. Clenching his fists, he muttered to himself, to shatter the void, to transcend through martial arts. It cannot be far off. I believe we shall meet again. You are the woman I, Yi Guchen, desire, and I shall never relinquish my pursuit. With that, he turned resolutely, descending the mountain. As he leapt several meters down, Yi Guchen was taken aback. Although he had accomplished similar feats before, he had never experienced such ease. It was evident that his body had undergone significant advancement. Instinctively channeling his internal energy, he was astonished to discover that his cultivation of the Golden Bell Shield had reached the 11th tier, entering an entirely new realm, one that had never been attained before. His external martial skills had ascended to the level of a master, surpassing Elder Huang by a considerable margin. As for his internal energy cultivation, Yi Guchen felt the world around him harmonize with his essence as he circulated his internal force. His entire being seemed to brim with strength, his power having surged more than double. It felt as if the energies of the surrounding space were converging around him, and even a casual strike now equated to what had once been his full force. This exhilarated Yi Guchen, for unbeknownst to him, he had achieved the masterful state of balancing both internal and external cultivation, a realm that had never been reached throughout history. Yi Guchen recognized that this transformation was intrinsically linked to the mysterious substance that Miao Yun had provided him. Though he did not know its nature, it was undoubtedly comparable to any renowned elixir, a remarkable treasure indeed. At that moment, Yi Guchen's conviction about Miao Yun's identity solidified. She must be a celestial being who had inadvertently descended to the mortal realm. How else could she possess the ability to soar through the air and bestow such extraordinary elixirs? Contemplating this, Yi Guchen felt the chasm between himself and Miao Yun was immense, a realization that stirred discomfort within him. Yet, a fervent desire ignited in his heart, the yearning for power, an intense longing. A desire to reach the legendary realm of shattering the void and transcending through martial arts as swiftly as possible. Though such an endeavor was not simple, Yi Guchen believed that through diligent effort and heartfelt comprehension, he would inevitably reach that state one day, and it was not far off. For he was but a step away from that realm, and though that step was daunting, he was still young, brimming with opportunities and possibilities. If others could achieve it, so too could he. Chapter 073, The Treasure Hunt, Part 1. Over time, the primal wilderness forest has become synonymous with taboo, its vast expanse rivaling that of an entire nation, serving as a natural territorial boundary. At this moment, two groups are gradually traversing the depths of this imposing forest, circumventing the rear of Tiangu Mountain. One contingent is clad in black armor, while the other dons resplendent white garments embroidered with a blood dragon. Notably, one figure is adorned in a strikingly crimson dragon motif. Were Yi Guchen present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual as none other than the blood-robed scholar from the Blood Dragon army, who has been pursuing him relentlessly. Leading the cadre of black-armored warriors is a bald giant, exuding an air of dominance. Accompanying both factions are hundreds of men, each radiating an aura of lethal intent and formidable presence. Most are robust, with pronounced temples, and it is evident that they are all masters of their craft. Any single one of them would be a formidable adversary. These individuals represent the elite of their respective organizations. However, a closer examination reveals that nearly all bear wounds. Even the leading blood-robed scholar and the black-armored giant sport visible injuries. The latter, in particular, bears a deep gash on his forehead, exposing bone. Despite his imposing demeanor, a hint of exhaustion lingers in his gaze. Damn it, what was the sword god, Xiafeng, thinking when he concealed the treasure behind the Imperial Guard's Tiangu Mountain? It forced us to navigate through the primal wilderness forest. I've lost over 100 brothers on this journey, including an innate master from my black armor camp. This has been a significant blow to us. The black-armored giant, Ing Wudi, curses in frustration. Though he is not the foremost expert dispatched by the Black Armor camp, he is the leader of this operation, and his voice carries weight. Meanwhile, a venerable elder, a master-level figure, stands among the crowd with eyes closed in meditation, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Despite prior agreements on the rules, one cannot completely rule out the possibility of unexpected developments. Thus, the Black Armor camp remains adequately prepared. On the surface, Ingwudi is recognized as the leader of this operation, yet the truth is well understood among them. They trust that the Blood Dragon army has made similar preparations, an unspoken understanding existing between the two factions. Initially, I could not fathom why Sword God Xiefeng would select this location for the treasure. However, upon reflection, it becomes evident. What place within the Ming dynasty could be more secure than within Tiangu Mountain? This is the stronghold of the Imperial Guard, and any attempt to seize the treasure must first contend with them. Otherwise, one must traverse the primal wilderness forest, which, although merely skirting its periphery, remains perilously dangerous. The Blood Dragon army has also suffered significant losses. Of the 500 masters I brought, only a little over 300 remain, mirroring your plight. The blood-robed scholar offers a wry smile before voicing this sentiment. Alas, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. As long as we can obtain the hidden treasure of the Sword God, sacrificing a few men is a worthy endeavor. Come, let us enter while dusk approaches. After retrieving the items, we must depart swiftly, for this is not a place for prolonged stay. Previously, we decimated the bulk of the Jinyui forces in Jiangnan, dismantling their intelligence network in the region and aiding the Prince of Jinan in his rebellion. Although the prince has yet to raise his banner, he is already sharpening his blades and preparing his troops. The Jinyui are under immense pressure from top to bottom, and more critically, we have extinguished their future hope. Yi Guchen, the Jinyui now harbor a deep-seated hatred for our two families. Were it not for their intention to first neutralize the threat posed by the Prince of Jinan, they might have already declared war upon us. It is prudent for us to remain vigilant. If they were to discover our movements, it is likely that all of our men would meet their end here today. The imposing figure of the black-armored warrior, Ingwudi, momentarily paused before stating, as he led his men onward, that the Prince of Jinan did not partake in this operation. Following the previous extermination of the Jinyui in Jiangnan, the three factions have largely diverged. The prince is eager to rebel, and the Jinyui are closely monitoring him, which is why he has abstained from this mission. Only the Black Armored Camp and the Blood Dragon Army have arrived, their focus squarely on the Sword God's hidden treasure. Their actions against Yi Guchen and the Jinyui are primarily motivated by this pursuit, although there is also an underlying aim to weaken the increasingly formidable Jinyui. Ingwudi's words sent a chill through the heart of the blood-clad scholar, who then adopted a more serious demeanor, saying little as he proceeded forward. The two groups swiftly converged, their black and white formations starkly contrasting as they advanced toward a cave located behind Tianmen Mountain. However, unbeknownst to them, they were being watched from afar. Despite their efforts to remain concealed, they could not escape the keen eyes of the Jinyui, for Yi Guchen had already reported their movements. The Jinyui's experts had long been lying in ambush around the area, particularly on the mountaintop, where scouts had been stationed to observe day and night. Reporting to the esteemed lords and elders, the Blood Dragon Army and the Black Armored Camp, approximately 600 to 700 men, have secretly infiltrated the rear of Tianmen Mountain. Our scouts have already detected their presence. I implore the lords to make a decision. A subordinate in charge of intelligence rushed in, kneeling respectfully before the experts. Although the position of a Jinyui officer is highly regarded and commands respect outside, in this assembly, he lacked the courage even to raise his head. For everyone present held a status far beyond his reach. The 4 chief commanders of the Jinyui and 10 elders were all present, along with the Jinyui commander, Qinglong. All the elite of the Jinyui were in attendance, rendering the mere Jinyui officer utterly unqualified to speak. At last, you have arrived. You have performed admirably, Guchen. Those wretched scoundrels have annihilated thousands of the Jiangnan Imperial Guards and even pursued you to the brink of a cliff, nearly costing you your life in Jiangnan. Rest assured, the Imperial Guards will settle this score with them in due time. The Azure Dragon, seated at the center, let out a cold chuckle and whispered to Yi Guchen. Consequently, the entire Imperial Guard holds Yi Guchen in even greater esteem. At merely 16 years of age, he has ascended to the ranks of a master who excels in both internal and external disciplines. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the continent. Yi Guchen's name would become a legendary tale. Presently, Yi Guchen can be regarded as the foremost expert of the Imperial Guards. Even the enigmatic elder shrouded in mystery, may not necessarily prove to be his match. While the elder may possess superior cultivation, one must not forget that Yiguchun has mastered both internal and external techniques. In a true confrontation, the outcome remains uncertain. Chapter 074, The Treasure Hunt, Part 2. The leaders of the other three camps, Shike, Xuanwu, and Baihu, rose in unison, responding to the call of duty. They promptly exited to mobilize their troops. However, the excitement evident on their faces suggested that they harbored no trepidation about the impending battle. Rather, they brimmed with anticipation. It was easy to discern that the members of the Jinyui were indeed a peculiar lot. Let us depart. After Shike and the others had stepped outside, Qinglong clasped his hands together and smiled, taking the lead. The elders followed suit, each emitting a cold chuckle, with the Divine Elder and Yiguchun bringing up the rear. The Fire Spirit Pearl and the Jade Key? Yiguchun furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance at the Divine Elder beside him, whose expression was obscured by a Qinglong mask. For a moment, he found himself perplexed. Indeed, these are two essential items required to unlock the Sword God's hidden treasury. It is laughable that the Black Armored Camp and the Blood Dragon Army believe this matter is unknown to anyone. In truth, I became aware of it over a century ago. At that time, the Jinyui refrained from seizing it. They naively assumed their clandestine struggles escaped my notice. I merely deemed it unworthy to shed blood for such trifles. However, now that they have delivered it to us, we need not hold back. Obtaining these two items may grant you unexpected advantages when you unlock the Sword God's treasury. Perhaps you could transcend your current realm and ascend to a new level, becoming the second person in centuries to attain Tao through martial prowess and shatter the void. The Divine Elder spoke again, his tone markedly different from before. Yiguchun could distinctly sense the underlying amusement and a hint of anxious excitement in the Elder's voice, contrasting sharply with the previous emotionless demeanor. Yiguchun noted the Divine Elder's transformation but remained unaware of its cause. A sense of curiosity compelled him to regard the Elder with a questioning glance before cautiously suggesting, "Elder, you have lingered at this master level for quite some time. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to venture into the Sword God's treasury. As for me, I am still young. I believe I can achieve a breakthrough through my own cultivation." The Divine Elder discerned Yiguchun's intentions, and to his surprise, he chuckled softly, a sound tinged with both bitterness and joy. After a prolonged moment, he turned his head and regarded Yiguchun, then conveyed through thought, "Me? I can no longer endure this. You need not test me further. You are still young, and there are matters beyond your comprehension. If I were capable, I would never relinquish this opportunity to you. Alas, I find myself at the twilight of my years. My body has succumbed to the ravages of time. Some things are better left unsaid. Come seek me again once you have truly ascended to that realm. Perhaps then I could impart some wisdom that might aid you. However, this is contingent upon your acquisition of the Jade Key and the Fire Spirit Pearl, which would grant you access to the Sword Goddess' hidden treasury. I am aware that it conceals certain treasures, which may prove beneficial to you, though I cannot ascertain what precisely Xie Feng has left behind. Whether it will facilitate your breakthrough remains uncertain. Thus, let us defer this discussion until you have genuinely transcended. At that juncture, all shall be made clear to you." Upon finishing his words, the Elder of the Divine ceased to engage with Yiguchun, swiftly departing like the wind. Left standing in a moment of contemplation, Yiguchun soon followed suit. He had long since sensed that transcending through martial prowess and shattering the void, mythical feats in the eyes of the world, was not the ultimate destination of power, but merely a challenging realm to attain. Beyond that realm, there must lie something more, though its nature eluded his understanding. Having listened to the Elder's counsel, Yiguchun concluded that at least the Elder possessed knowledge of this matter. However, he refrained from pressing further, recognizing that even if he inquired now, the Elder would not divulge anything until he reached the realm of transcending martial arts and shattering the void. Only then could he uncover the hidden secrets from the Elder. Look, that must be the place. As dusk fell, the sky was adorned with twinkling stars, and the silvery moonlight bathed the earth, illuminating the tranquil mountains. Under the soft glow of a flickering flame, the blood-robed scholar, clutching a treasure map, confronted the formidable black-armored warrior, Ingwudi. Together, they formed a complete treasure map. And with an exclamation of excitement, the scholar pointed towards a cave ahead. "Ha! Hard work pays off. We have finally found it, let us go," exclaimed Ingwudi, brimming with enthusiasm as he led the way towards the cave. Yet, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. None wished to share the treasure with others. He contemplated that if they indeed discovered a treasure trove within, he would have to take decisive action against the Blood Dragon army. anticipating a brutal clash where it would be a matter of life and death. How could this be? Qilong, what are you doing here? Damn it. How could you know the location of the treasure map? The blood-robe scholar cried out in alarm. Not just him, but the surrounding masters from the black armored camp and the blood dragon army instinctively drew their weapons, converging together. Although they had previously begun plotting each other's demise, the formidable enemy before them prompted an instinctive unification. How could you know? Why is it impossible? I deliberately crafted a counterfeit treasure map to ensnare you. Do you truly believe I would be so naive? Since the treasure map has come into my possession, how could it so easily fall into your hands? Upon hearing these words, Yi Guchen slowly emerged from the crowd, a cold smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Chapter 075, The Treasure Hunt, Part 3. What did you say? The black-armored warrior Ingwudi and the blood-clad scholar gasped in astonishment at these words. They exchanged glances, comprehending the implications of Yi Guchen's statement. It turned out he had orchestrated everything in advance, luring them into his trap. There's no need for concern, in fact. I owe you my gratitude. If it weren't for your relentless pursuit that forced me into a corner, how could I have encountered such extraordinary fortunes? Now, I have cultivated both internally and externally to reach the realm of a master. Had you been a tad more formidable and succeeded in slaying me, who would have known you would come to the back mountain of Tianmen? How would we have had the opportunity to ambush you and capture you all in one fell swoop? So, do you think I should thank you? Yi Guchen sneered, his voice resonating throughout the mountains, imbued with the power of his internal energy. Upon hearing this, a tumult of emotion surged within countless hearts. Aside from the experts of the Blood Dragon Army in the Black Armored Camp, even the elite of the Jinyui were taken aback. Although they were already aware of Commander Yi Guchen's existence and recognized his extraordinary prowess akin to that of a master at such a young age, the impact of his own admission was profoundly different. Moreover, the notion of achieving mastery in both internal and external cultivation was legendary. What kind of being was a master with such dual prowess? Such a concept had never been heard of before. To put it bluntly, Yi Guchen's current abilities could well be considered unparalleled in the world. With a bitter smile, the blood-clad scholar and the black-armored warrior Ingwudi exchanged looks once more. The very scenario they dreaded had come to pass. Yi Guchen had not perished. Rather, he had transcended to the ranks of masters. And a master of dual cultivation at that. Such an individual was beyond their capacity to defeat. Indeed, those capable of overcoming Yi Guchen were likely few, if any at all. The terror of a master with dual cultivation was something outsiders could scarcely fathom. Enough with the idle chatter, let us take action. Qilong proclaimed after Yi Guchen had finished speaking. With a sweep of his left hand, thousands of crossbows were raised high, unleashing a torrent of arrows. The sky darkened under the dense barrage of arrows, as if the world were about to be pierced through by this terrifying deluge. The ground was soon stained with a gruesome spectacle, as dozens of experts were turned into mere porcupines, falling lifelessly to the earth. Despite their formidable skills and some even having notable reputations within the martial world, they could offer no resistance against such overwhelming odds. In that fleeting moment, hundreds of experts surged forth. Over 100 elite members of the Jinyui drew their long swords, charging directly at the central position occupied by the Black Armored Camp and the Blood Dragon Army. As they advanced, their eyes gleamed with fervor, and smiles of exhilaration adorned their faces. It was evident that they felt no pressure regarding the imminent clash. Rather, they were brimming with excitement. The enmity between the Blood Dragon Army, the Black Armored Camp, and the Jinyui was not a matter of mere days. Their hatred had long since become indelible. Naturally, they rejoiced at the prospect of having the opportunity to vanquish their foes. After the hundreds of skilled warriors surged forth, the elders of the Jinyui also moved in succession, darting out like long arrows, weapons in hand, targeting the few experts ahead. Among them was Yi Guchen, whose singular focus was on the blood-clad scholar, the one who wielded the blood dragon sword, leaving himself battered and bruised. At the same moment, the divine elder set off as well, but his target differed, charging directly at the formidable black-armored warrior, Ingwudi. According to their previously devised strategy, each would engage a specific opponent to seize the Jade Key and the Fire Spirit Pearl. Meanwhile, the Qinglong and his companions would confront the Blood Dragon Army and the Black Armored Camp's experts who had already appeared. In the blink of an eye, the battle erupted, with both sides' experts intertwining in combat. However, it was evident that the Jinyui held the upper hand, given their numerical superiority and the fact that this was their territory. In terms of both quantity and quality, as well as morale, the Jinyui clearly maintained an advantage. Thus, the outcome of this confrontation was virtually predetermined. The Jinyui were destined for victory. Consequently, at the outset of the conflict, the blood-clad scholar and the black-armored warrior, Ingwudi, had already turned to flee. In such dire circumstances, retreat was the only viable option. Remaining would not only lead to their demise but also result in the loss of their precious treasures to the Jinyui. Faced with this reality, they had no choice but to decisively abandon their subordinates and escape. However, this decision caused the already tense Blood Dragon army and the black-armored camp's experts to collapse in despair. Some began to flee, while others chose to surrender. The rout was swift and overwhelming, with the Jinyui's warriors resembling tigers among a flock of sheep, mercilessly commencing their slaughter, each strike claiming a life. The scene becoming exceedingly bloody. Meanwhile, Yiguchin had engaged in a fierce struggle with the blood-clad scholar. Undeniably, the blood dragon sword wielded by the scholar was immensely powerful and seemingly indestructible. Despite Yiguchin having cultivated his external skills to the level of a master, he still sustained a superficial wound from the scholar's blade in their clash. This injury compelled him to remain vigilant. Evading further attacks, Yiguchin swiftly maneuvered behind his opponent, unleashing the spectral claws of the netherworld with a surge of ethereal blue light, piercing through the scholar's back. The blood-clad scholar, in a futile struggle, fell to the ground, and the blood dragon sword slipped into Yiguchin's grasp. He promptly began to search the fallen scholar, discovering a glowing red pearl radiating warmth, which he surmised to be the fire spirit pearl mentioned by the divine elder. The jade spoon and the fire spirit pearl have all fallen into the hands of these two individuals, marking a resounding success. However, they did not cease their actions. Instead, they plunged into a new bout of carnage, akin to two tigers descending upon a flock of sheep, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Chapter 76, Returning in Splendor, Part 1. The battle concluded swiftly, devoid of any suspense. Those daring enough to venture into the stronghold of the Jinyui at Tianmen Mountain should have understood that discovery meant certain death. Even with both sides adequately prepared and two elder-level figures, masters of their craft, present, the overwhelming numbers of the Jinyui rendered their efforts futile. Despite being masters of the highest caliber, the two elders were besieged and left battered and bruised, unable to fend off the relentless onslaught. One master belonged to the black-armored camp, while the other was from the Blood Dragon army. The master of the Blood Dragon army ultimately perished in an explosive confrontation, taking dozens of Jinyui with him in a mutual destruction, while the master from the black-armored camp was captured alive by Yiguchin after losing an arm. With the battle concluded, a substantial bounty of spoils and captives was secured. As the architect and informant of this operation, Yiguchin was duly rewarded by the Elder Divine with the Blood Dragon sword, Black Sky armor, Jade Key, and Fire Spirit Pearl, all of which fell into his possession, leaving him with a bountiful return. With all matters resolved, the formidable state apparatus of the Jinyui began to mobilize forces specifically to confront the Prince of Southern Town. The dignity of the Jinyui could not be challenged, and the prince had participated in the massacre of the Jinyui in Jiang'an, as well as in the ambush against Yiguchin. Setting aside his treasonous intentions, this alone warranted the full wrath of the Jinyui against him. Anyone who dared to affront the Jinyui's honor would bear the consequences, including the prince, who commanded 1,000,000 troops at the border. Yiguchin, accompanied by 800 guards aboard a grand vessel, sailed down the river towards Jiangzhou City in Jiang'an. With scarcely any stops along the way, he nonetheless received countless gifts, with gold and silver in abundance. By the end of the journey, he had amassed a total of 10 ships laden with treasures, equivalent to millions of taels of silver, eliciting a profound admiration from Yiguchin. While the Yi family was indeed a prestigious household, incapable of producing even 200,000 taels of silver, Yiguchin's single venture yielded an astonishing 1,000,000 taels. This left him marveling at the opulence of the officials of the Ming dynasty. Unbeknownst to many, Yiguchin descended the river, with countless officials having invested considerable resources to curry favor with this esteemed commander of the Jinyui, who was poised to become a prominent figure, potentially the chief commander of the Jinyui in the future. Had it not been for the whispers of Yiguchin's disinterest in women, it is entirely plausible that he could have acquired hundreds of beauties alongside gold and silver. These officials spared no effort in their attempts to flatter him, particularly in the realm of the Jinyui, which instilled a profound sense of trepidation, rendering them hesitant to offend in any way. Even a mere prefect would display utmost deference upon encountering 100 households of the Jinyui, let alone the esteemed commander of the southern camp, Yiguchin. As he journeyed down the river for approximately a month, one day, while Yiguchin sat in the cabin with his eyes closed in meditation, 1,000 households suddenly entered. Standing at the left side of the door and softly announcing, I respectfully report, my lord, that we have arrived outside Jiangzhou City. The prefect of Jiazhou, along with wealthy gentry and the prominent families of Jiazhou, are already awaiting your presence. Do you wish to meet with them? Gradually, the majestic ship, adorned with fluttering banners, approached the Jiangzhou dock along the wide river. The crowd, previously engaged in light-hearted conversation, instantly composed themselves, swiftly aligning into 3 orderly rows. With reverent demeanor, they stood tall on the dock, led by the prefect and surrounding officials, their faces solemn as they awaited his arrival. Although the attendees were locals of Jiangzhou and operated under a different system, they dared not exhibit even the slightest hint of negligence. After all, this was Yi Guqin, the illustrious commander of the Jinyue, renowned as the foremost master of the Jinyue, and potentially destined to inherit the mantle of chief commander, thus becoming one of the most powerful figures in the nation. Consequently, they approached this occasion with the utmost seriousness, having discreetly rehearsed countless times in preparation, dedicating a full half-month to their efforts. Chapter 077, Returning Home in Glory, Part 2, with a muted thud, a colossal warship, stretching dozens of fathoms, gracefully approached the Jiangzhou dock, gently anchoring itself against the pier. Moments later, over 100 elite members of the Jinyue, clad in crimson brocade, descended from the deck in an orderly fashion, forming 2 lines. Amidst a throng of Jinyue captains and high-ranking officers, Yi Guqin descended from the grand vessel. The subordinate Jiang Ziliu, prefect of Jiangzhou, pays his respects to the commandant, proclaimed Jiang Ziliu, the prefect and head of the esteemed Jiang family, one of the 3 prominent clans of Jiangzhou. He led a gathering of officials and notable gentry from various regions of Jiangzhou, all of whom knelt reverently, their voices raised in respect. Their demeanor was marked by profound humility, contrasting sharply with the imposing presence Yi Guqin had encountered years prior. He now resembled a dutiful old servant, prostrating on the ground in anticipation of orders. The position of prefect of Jiangzhou, while modest, held significance as a 5th-rank official. In stark contrast, the commandant of the Jinyue was a 2nd-rank official, wielding immense power. Thus, Yi Guqin's reception was wholly warranted. Even the governor of Jiangnan would defer to him, perhaps even bowing in deference. What more could be expected from a mere prefect? The Jiang family of Jiangzhou, while deeply entrenched within their territory, held little value beyond its borders. Once a figure of reverence, Jiang Ziliu now appeared to Yi Guqin as an inconsequential presence, easily overshadowed by a mere captain of the Jinyue, let alone the commandant himself. Ignoring the trembling figures kneeling before him, Yi Guqin surveyed his surroundings, searching for his family. He held no interest in the gentry, wealthy merchants, or minor officials, dismissing them with a glance that barely registered their existence. Unbeknownst to him, the members of the Ma family standing nearby bore expressions of palpable distress, their lowered heads trembling involuntarily. Had Yi Guqin chosen to observe them, he would have discerned their unease, yet he paid them no heed. "Where are the members of my family?" Yi Guqin inquired, his tone devoid of any overt emotion, yet radiating an unyielding authority. No longer was he the 9th young master of the Yi family from years past. He now stood as the formidable commandant of the Jinyue, a master of both internal and external prowess, the foremost expert of the organization. His words, imbued with weight, resonated differently. This commanding tone elicited no dissent. Rather, it was deemed entirely appropriate. Jiang Ziliu, not daring to be remiss, promptly advanced and knelt, addressing him with utmost respect. "Reporting to you, my lord. The members of the Yi family have encountered some delays, but they shall arrive shortly." "Is that so? And what of my father?" Yi Guqin stood there, squinting his eyes, and coldly remarked that while he could understand that the other members of his family might have neglected this matter, his father would never forget it. The absence of his father indicated a significant reason behind it. Bang! Jiang Ziliu, upon hearing these words, nearly collapsed to the ground. The leg he had just raised struck harshly against the floor, cold sweat cascading down his cheeks. Despite being a dignified governor and part of one of the 3 prominent families in Jiazhou, he found himself in a precarious position, caught between 2 factions, each of whom he could not afford to offend. Offending either party could spell disaster for the Jiang family, compelling him to tread carefully. Initially, he had intended to conceal certain aspects, but it was evident that the truth could no longer remain hidden. After a brief internal struggle, Jiang Ziliu decisively chose to align himself completely with Yi Guqin. Although the opposing faction was formidable, they paled in comparison to the fearsome reputation of the Imperial Guards. The future of the rival was uncertain, while the man before him was already the commander of the Imperial Guards and was destined to become their successor. His prowess was rumored to have reached the level of a master, and it was likely that he would soon transcend the mundane, shattering the void. Such an individual was simply beyond the reach of the opposing faction, leading him to make the wisest choice. Yi Guqin, upon hearing Jiang Ziliu's words, felt his earlier enthusiasm for returning home evaporate entirely. Observing the throngs of kneeling people around him and the thousands of onlookers gazing up with admiration, he had initially felt a surge of excitement. It is often said that returning home in riches is akin to wearing splendid attire in the dark. Indeed, this sentiment held true. Yi Guqin had been in a good mood, but it now appeared that some individuals were intent on ruining his joy. Fury surged within Yi Guqin upon hearing Jiang Ziliu's words, and suddenly he was jolted awake. He called out loudly, "Bring me my horse. We must depart." The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of this possibility, urging his steed into a gallop. He disregarded all else and charged through the streets with hundreds of his elite Imperial Guards, racing toward the Yi family estate. Chapter 078. Annihilation of your clan. Yi Guqin and his companions galloped forth with great urgency, pursued closely by hundreds of Imperial Guards. They traversed the bustling city of Jiangzhou, making their way to the Yi family manor situated outside the city. Upon their arrival, they were met with a scene engulfed in smoke and flames, instantly igniting a sense of dread within them. Urging their steeds onward, they raced towards the distant estate. As the clamor of clashing metal rang out, Yi Guqin and the Imperial Guards reached the manor's exterior, only to find a group of masked assailants confronting them. The elite members of the Yi family were engaged in fierce combat with these shadowy figures, including Yi Guqin's grandfather, Yi Yun, his uncle Yi Hongbin, his second uncle Yi Hongwu, his fourth uncle Yi Hongjun, and the foremost individual of the third generation, Yi Guhong, alongside numerous Yu family disciples. Unfortunately, they were all grievously wounded. Among them, his fifth uncle, Yi Hongqing, lay lifeless on the ground, blood ceaselessly flowing from his body, having departed from this world. Scattered across the ground were dozens of corpses, primarily those of Yi family members, with only a few belonging to the masked assailants. The old family servant, Lu, was slumped against the wall, barely clinging to life, a cruel wound marring his chest. This harrowing sight transformed Yi Guqin's countenance into one of profound darkness. His normally fair visage was now shadowed by clouds of fury, and his handsome features appeared almost grotesque. Casting a cold glance around, he proclaimed, "Imperial Guards, heed my command. The masked assassins are to be executed without mercy." He did not order for any prisoners to be taken, deeming it unnecessary. As long as members of the Yi family survived, they could identify their enemies. The masked killers, he reasoned, were of no use alive. Their immediate demise would serve as a fitting outlet for his rage. With Yi Guqin's command, hundreds of Imperial Guards dismounted from their steeds, drawing their weapons as they charged at the group of assassins. The captains and leaders displayed unparalleled bravery, throwing themselves into the fray as if their lives depended on it. After all, Yi Guqin was their superior, and with his family under threat, they felt compelled to fight valiantly, not daring to show any signs of weakness. This was an exceptional opportunity to impress their commanding officer. No one wished to let such a chance slip away. Such moments were rare. Those who excelled in this tumultuous situation would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on their commander. If the commander took notice of them, ascending the ranks would be but a simple matter of words. Although the masked figures possessed formidable skills, including several peak-level experts, this was of little consequence. The Imperial Guards were not lacking in adept fighters. Nearly all of the captains were of the 10th level of inner strength, with some even having achieved such mastery within the ranks of the 100 captains. It was evident that among those accompanying Yi Guqin and Jiangnan were 10 distinguished captains and dozens of elite 100 captains, each a master of their craft, particularly adept in combat formations. Even a collective of innate experts would struggle to escape the onslaught of such a formidable assembly, let alone these masked assailants. Their numbers were overwhelming, and their strength was unmistakably superior. The battle did not last long before it reached its conclusion. Once the conflict subsided, Yi Guqin, with a grim expression, surveyed the battlefield strewn with lifeless bodies, particularly the dismembered remains of the black-clad figures. A tempest of fury surged within him, but he forcibly suppressed his rage and approached Yi Yun with concern, inquiring, "Grandfather, are you unhurt?" Upon hearing these words, Yi Guqin's countenance darkened even further, and he could no longer contain his wrath, roaring, "Bring forth my orders." All accompanying Imperial Guards immediately mobilized the local troops to eradicate the Ma family of Jiangzhou. I shall annihilate them entirely. Additionally, send word to the capital, informing the commander that I, Yiguchen, shall not rest until I have settled this score with the Wu family, unless they deliver to me the head of Wuqiong. Chapter 079, The Great Storm of Jiangzhou, Part 1. In the dead of night, Yiguchen sat within the confines of the Yi family estate, gazing sorrowfully at his ailing father, Yi Hongwen, who lay bedridden. A profound ache filled his heart, and though he refrained from uttering a word, the anguish etched upon his countenance was unmistakable. Amidst his sorrow, a flicker of suppressed rage subtly permeated the atmosphere, rendering those around him silent, as they dared not utter a syllable, merely lingering in quietude as they regarded Yiguchen. Simultaneously, chaos began to unfurl throughout Jiangzhou city. Hundreds of elite imperial guards stormed into the residence of the Jiangzhou general, brandishing their official insignia and proclaiming Yiguchen's orders without hesitation. The general, fully aware of his subordinates' authority, swiftly commenced the gathering of troops. It was well known that Yiguchen, as the commander of the imperial guards, possessed the power to mobilize an army of up to 100,000 in the southern territories. Even if he lacked such authority, his esteemed position ensured that the imperial guards would not dare to defy him when summoned. Thus, the general, recognizing his duty, complied without question. Following the command to mobilize troops, approximately 20,000 soldiers stationed outside Jiangzhou city began to advance, encircling the city and effectively sealing off the defenses. Around 5,000 imperial guards surged into the city, making their way directly towards the Ma family estate. The Ma family's ambitions to obliterate the Yi clan were no secret. Many within Jiangzhou were aware of this. The matter had even drawn the attention of the Wu family in the capital, leading most to refrain from involvement. However, with Yiguchen's orders now in effect, none dared to oppose him. By the command of the esteemed commander, the Ma family of Jiangzhou is guilty of treason. With irrefutable evidence, not a single member shall be spared, proclaimed a leading captain of the imperial guards, standing before the grand gates of the Ma estate, his voice resonating with authority. Though his voice was not loud, it was amplified by his formidable inner strength filling the vicinity. Following his declaration, hundreds of blood-clad imperial guards unsheathed their long blades, crashing through the gates with a resounding clang. Upon entering, they engaged in combat without hesitation, clashing fiercely with the Ma family's experts. The Ma family, while a notable lineage within Jiangzhou, was merely regarded as a third-rate force in the martial world. Despite their standing among commoners, they were often looked down upon by more powerful factions. Were it not for their alliance with the Wu family, they would likely be disregarded by many. Though they might assert dominance locally, they were acutely aware of the numerous forces capable of easily dismantling them, the imperial guards being among the most formidable. Despite the presence of only a few hundred elite guards, 10 of whom were of the captain rank, genuine pinnacle-level masters, the task of subduing the Ma family, which boasted but a single pinnacle-level expert, was exceedingly simple. A multitude of skilled members of the Jinyui, accompanied by local troops, surged forth with unrelenting ferocity, causing the Ma family to disintegrate into chaos. Those servants trained in martial arts and the science of the Ma family, despite their valiant resistance, were pitifully outmatched, their efforts proving utterly futile. In the blink of an eye, they were utterly vanquished, leaving behind naught but a grim tableau of countless lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Oh, how curious it is that now, regret has seeped into their hearts. Have they turned against one another? Did they not foresee this day when they offended our commanding lord? A voice chuckled mockingly as a Jinyui master, leading 100 blood-soaked and menacingly fierce comrades, entered the Ma family's courtyard, sneering as he spoke. Though they may have lost some dignity, they could still salvage the Ma family. And he firmly believed that Yiguchen would not go too far. After all, annihilating the Ma family would be tantamount to delivering a resounding slap to the face of the Wu family, who would certainly not let such an affront pass unchallenged. Yiguchen, he reasoned, must consider the Wu family in the capital, would he not? Yet, alas, it was evident that while his calculations appeared astute, certain aspects were misjudged. Yiguchen was not one to be trifled with, and had he truly feared the Wu family, he would not have dispatched forces to besiege the Ma family. To think you are worthy of an audience with our commanding lord. How laughable. I shall inform you. My lord has decreed that today, the Ma family shall be utterly exterminated, and this decision is irrevocable. Do not indulge in such fanciful dreams. Come forth. Attack. The Jinyui master declared with a disdainful laugh. Chapter 080. The Great Storm of Jiangzhou, Part 2. The elite members of the Jinyui moved with the swiftness of leopards, launching themselves into action. A cacophony of anguished cries emerged from the Ma family estate, echoing across several miles. When the screams finally ceased, not a single soul remained alive within the Ma residence. Corpses littered the ground, and blood flowed freely, saturating the earth and forming a gentle stream that trickled toward the entrance. Take all valuable possessions and martial arts manuals to the authorities and incinerate everything else. We shall post notices tonight declaring that the Ma family has conspired against the state and has been entirely eradicated by the Jinui, bellowed the leading officer. With that proclamation, he turned and departed, leaving no one among the 10 commanders behind. The remaining tasks naturally fell to the subordinate officers. While speculation ran rampant regarding the events that had transpired, the notices posted that night clarified everything. The residents of Jiangzhou understood that Yiguchen would undoubtedly retaliate against the Ma family. This sentiment was shared by all who held any standing in Jiazhou. For Yiguchen was a commanding officer of the Jinui. The Ma family had audaciously harmed his father and would, without a doubt, face dire consequences. Yet, the Ma family had connections to the formidable Wu family of the capital, one of the 3 great clans of the Ming dynasty, wielding immense influence. Many believed that even if Yiguchen sought vengeance, it would only result in a reprimand for the Ma family, followed by the punishment of the culprits. The Ma family, comprising over 300 members, including collateral relatives and servants, had been entirely wiped out in a single night. The heads of the principal members dangled from the city walls of Jiangzhou, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread among the populace. A tempest of fear swept through Jiangzhou, as everyone trembled in the presence of Yiguchen, particularly those with a history of discord with the Yi family or who had offended them. They were consumed by anxiety, uncertain if they would be the next target of Yiguchen's wrath. The immense psychological strain led many to exhibit signs of nervous tension. Conversely, a multitude sought to ingratiate themselves with the Yi family. Led by Jiang Ziliu, the governor of Jiangzhou, most individuals arrived at the Yi residence the following day, bearing lavish gifts and expressing their goodwill toward the Yi family. Only a handful remained cautious, observing the outcome of the conflict between the Wu and Yi families. After all, neither family was to be trifled with. They could not afford to provoke either side. Thus, they opted to remain neutral or to curry favor with both, lest they become collateral damage in the ensuing strife. Meanwhile, Yiguchen paid no heed to the idle chatter of the masses. He stationed elite Jinui guards near the Yi residence for its protection, while he himself used the pretext of seclusion to bid farewell to his father and family, retreating into the icy depths of the Yi family stronghold. Within the frosty cavern, everything remained as it had in times past. However, one notable difference was the absence of the venerable Lu Lao. Presently, the guardian of this realm was none other than his elder brother, Yi Hongbin. Unlike before, Yiguchen entered the cavern without hesitation or concern. Adaptation was no longer a necessity. Upon stepping into the frosty cavern, he swiftly acclimated, akin to an arrow released from its bow, racing forward with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he surpassed his previous limits and unwittingly ventured deeper into the heart of the cavern. As the temperature gradually approached a critical threshold, Yiguchen finally ceased his rapid advance, coming to a gentle halt and resolutely proceeding forward. Chapter 081. The Gate of Chalcedony. As Yiguchen ventured deeper into the frigid cavern, he found himself increasingly overwhelmed. Despite his mastery-level prowess and the strength of his formidable physique, he could not help but feel fatigue creeping in, exacerbated by the unbearable cold that enveloped him, prompting an instinctive tightening of his muscles. Nevertheless, he pressed onward, irresistibly drawn by the allure of the sword goddess' hidden treasure. While he remained uncertain of its contents, he sensed that within this secretive repository lay the potential to transcend his current realm, unlocking a completely new echelon of existence, perhaps the legendary state of merging martial prowess with the Tao, shattering the void, or even a profound height he had never before encountered. It was precisely this allure that incited fierce conflict among the 3 major organizations, and it was for this very reason that the elder had imparted such particular instructions. Yiguchen's curiosity was piqued by the mysteries concealed within, compelling him to delve further. He recalled, many years prior, during his arduous cultivation within this icy domain, having heard the faint echoes of roars emanating from its depths, stirring his curiosity about what lay hidden within. Thus, he felt an insatiable urge to seize this opportunity for exploration. It is well understood that human beings are inherently curious, filled with a blend of trepidation and fascination when confronted with the unfamiliar. Yiguchen was no exception. In fact, his curiosity was more intense than that of the average person. He resolved to pursue his quest with unwavering determination. As he journeyed deeper into the icy cavern, his steps grew increasingly measured. The dark heavenly armor, originally a paragon of defense, now felt like an onerous burden. He found himself unable to remove it, as a thin layer of ice had formed, encasing the armor entirely in frost. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered into a dense expanse of white mist, which seemed to plummet the temperature yet again, sending a shiver coursing through him. He hastily summoned his internal energy to counter the chill, though he still felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability, as if he were submerged in a bottomless abyss of ice. His entire being, body, blood, and even soul, felt as though it were crystallizing, rendering him somewhat incapacitated. For a fleeting moment, the thought of retreat flickered in his mind. Yet he swiftly cast aside such weakness. He would not permit himself to entertain such sentiments. Although the cold was indeed stifling, the pervasive frost surrounding him was becoming increasingly unbearable. He gritted his teeth and resolutely continued to move forward. At this moment, Yiguchen felt as though the weight upon him was insurmountable. Each step demanded tremendous exertion, yet he remained undeterred, pressing on against the relentless chill. The surroundings had reverted to their previous appearance, albeit with a subtle difference. Before Yiguchen stood a magnificent door of pristine white, which left him utterly speechless. He gazed vacantly at the scene before him. Despite being a high-ranking official of the Ming dynasty, accustomed to opulence and rare treasures, the sight of this alabaster door rendered him completely astonished. It was not merely the bizarre and vividly carved creatures adorning the door that captivated him, nor the exquisite craftsmanship, but rather the material itself. Agate, the quintessence of jade, a substance so pure that each fragment was worth a fortune. Yiguchen possessed a small piece, a gift from others, which was already remarkable for its size, comparable to a fist. It was said to have been treasured by a provincial governor for years, acquired at great cost, amounting to tens of thousands of taels of gold, a rarity indeed. Yet here, before him, was an entire slab of this precious agate. An immaculate expanse standing approximately 8 meters tall and 5 meters wide, seamlessly integrated. Such a sight was nothing short of breathtaking. Yiguchen believed that anyone in the Ming dynasty who beheld this agate door would exhibit a similar expression of awe. What could such a door be worth? 1,000,000 gold taels? 10 million? Surely, it was worth far more, deserving of the phrase priceless. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yiguchen regained his composure. Being a man of worldly experience, and given his current elevated status, he knew better than to become overly enamored with material wealth. He approached the agate door slowly, his hand brushing against its surface, feeling an exhilarating chill coursing through him, reaching straight to his heart. With deliberate care, he retrieved the fire spirit pearl and the jade key from his waist, though not immediately apparent. He disowned 2 slots on the door, one resembling a keyhole and the other a circular mechanism. He inserted the fire spirit pearl into the latter and, after a gentle twist, the agate door began to open slowly. A violent tremor ensued, as if the very earth were shifting beneath him. The door rotated gradually, shedding the surrounding ice that crashed down from above, causing a reverberation in the air. As the agate door finally parted, a breathtaking scene of an idyllic paradise unfolded before Yiguchen's eyes. The vista before him left him momentarily dazed, as it starkly contrasted with his preconceived notions. Rather than encountering a frigid landscape, he was greeted by a vibrant, eternal spring, a veritable utopia. Chapter 82. The strange little beast upon the opening of the gate of Chalcedony. A scene of verdant grass and melancholy unfolded before Baichi. A secluded valley nestled within the mountains emerged before Yiguchen. This valley, though not particularly vast, was enveloped in ethereal mist, devoid of sunlight, yet illuminated as if it were midday. The surrounding flora flourished abundantly, and at the heart of this idyllic paradise stood a stone pillar, beneath which lay an altar. Upon the altar rested a humanoid figure, adorned with a long beard cascading to his chest and hair flowing down his back, clad in a gray taiji robe and black canvas boots. With a long sword slung over his shoulder, the figure appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. Despite his unremarkable exterior, his eyes sparkled with divine light, exuding an air of vitality that transcended the mere confines of a statue. Yiguchen could not discern the identity of this figure, yet he instinctively recognized that this was certainly not the legendary sword god, Xie Feng, who was said to appear in his 20s, garbed in white and never sheathing his sword nor carrying it upon his back. The presence of such a statue within Xie Feng's secret vault perplexed Yiguchen, particularly given that the surrounding scenery seemed undeniably genuine. How could such a breathtaking spectacle exist within this icy cavern? Moreover, the imposing gate of Chalcedony raised an unsettling suspicion within him, a profound doubt that perhaps this place did not belong to CF Feng, but rather he was merely a discoverer. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed towards him from afar, charging directly at Yiguchen. Reacting instinctively, he attempted to evade, only to realize that the assailant moved with remarkable speed. A fleeting white shadow approached, and before he could comprehend, a sharp claw lunged at his face. Yiguchen instinctively retaliated with a punch, colliding with a soft paw. Although the paw was not large, it bore considerable strength, sending Yiguchen hurtling several meters away, while the white creature was similarly propelled into the air. As the creature landed, Yiguchen discerned its true form, a pure white kitten. Indeed, it bore a resemblance to a tiger, yet the stripes on its forehead were faint, and its petite frame resembled that of a domestic cat. After being struck, it executed a graceful somersault and faced Yiguchen, its front paws poised in a fierce stance, glaring at him with an expression of inexplicable ferocity. It then playfully waved its tiny paws and emitted a soft, gentle mew. In response, a smile graced Yiguchen's lips. For reasons unknown, he felt no animosity towards this little creature that had attacked him. It seemed to him that the kitten regarded this place as its territory, and upon his arrival, it had perceived him as an intruder. Its attack was, in its eyes, justified, and besides, its appearance was undeniably adorable. Upon encountering the smile of Yiguchen, the little creature seemed almost enchanted. It furrowed its brow, then circled around a few times. Gazing into Yiguchen's round, bright eyes, it soon appeared to have an epiphany. With a sudden burst of energy, it prostrated itself before Yiguchen, held its breath, and then opened its mouth. A thunderous roar erupted, deafening and resonant, stirring Yiguchen's spirit. In that very moment, a flicker of realization dawned upon him. This little being was none other than the owner of that mysterious roar he had heard in the ice cave. Little one, please do not be fierce. I am not a villain, nor am I here to encroach upon your territory. I come in search of something, and once I find it, I will take my leave. How does that sound? Yiguchen spoke gently, his tone calm and soothing, as he smiled at the small creature, the little white beast. After contemplating for a moment while cautiously observing, Yiguchen nodded and emitted a couple of low growls, seemingly in agreement. It then scratched its cheek with a paw, as if deep in thought, presenting an utterly adorable sight. With a slight smile, Yiguchen recalled the provisions he had brought along for safety. Fearing the depths of the ice cave, wrapped in fine silk close to his body, they now seemed of little use. He decided to offer something to endear himself to the little creature. With that thought, he produced a piece of jerky, roughly the size of a round biscuit, and extended it towards the small being. Upon seeing the treat in Yiguchen's hand, the little creature regarded him with a puzzled expression before cautiously approaching. It remained wary but instinctively sniffed the jerky in Yiguchen's hand, then extended its crimson tongue to taste it, its eyes lighting up with delight. In a flash, the little creature snatched the jerky from Yiguchen's grasp, cradling it in its arms and licking it eagerly. It took a small bite with its sharp teeth, seemingly relishing the flavor, and within moments, devoured it completely. After finishing, it licked its tiny paws and turned its gaze back to Yiguchen. Witnessing this delightful scene, Yiguchen chuckled and shook his head, then retrieved another piece of jerky to offer the little creature. This time, it wasted no time. Without hesitation, it snatched the jerky and began to voraciously devour it, swiftly consuming every last morsel. After finishing the meal, the little creature gazed greedily at Yiguchen. However, Yiguchen could only respond with a wry smile, for he had brought very little on this outing. Observing the little one's forlorn expression, he helplessly spread his hands and chuckled. I have nothing left. If you wish, I can help you find something after I leave. If I come again next time, I shall bring you something. As if comprehending Yiguchen's words, the little creature looked at him with a pitiful gaze, seemingly doubting him. Yet, after a moment of disappointment, its eyes began to twinkle with thought. After a while, an idea sparked within it, and it extended a paw, waving it twice at Yiguchen before darting ahead. It appeared to beckon Yiguchen to follow, and after a few steps, it waved its paw again. Without hesitation, Yiguchen followed suit. Chapter 83. The Essence Blood Primordial Dragon Pool. Following the footsteps of the diminutive white beast, Yiguchen propelled himself into the central area with a forceful leap of his left leg. Moments later, both man and creature arrived at the central altar. In addition to the vividly lifelike stone statue of a Taoist priest that Yiguchen had just observed, there lay a massive pool filled with a viscous, crimson liquid reminiscent of blood. Beside the pool stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words Essence Blood Primordial Dragon Pool. Adjacent to this pool was a smaller altar, upon which rested an object resembling an eggshell. Upon spotting the eggshell, the little beast joyfully bounded over, took a couple of nibbles, and then gestured toward Yiguchen. as if inviting him to partake as well. Gazing at the eggshell, which exceeded 30 centimeters in thickness and bore a stony appearance, Yiguchin instinctively shook his head, declining the creature's kind offer. With a wry smile, he remarked, "No, thank you. You may have it all." He sensed the little creature's intention. It had hoped to share a morsel in exchange for more roasted meat. However, truth be told, he had not brought any provisions with him. Otherwise, he would have been more than willing to share. As for the creature's goodwill, he felt it best to decline. It would be rather peculiar for a human to consume such a thing. Whimpering softly at his refusal, the little white beast gazed up at Yiguchin with pitiful eyes. After a moment, its expression brightened, and it leaped onto the statue of the Taoist priest. With a determined bounce, it landed on a stone slab at the center, which was followed by a resounding thud. Subsequently, a stone panel emerged from beneath the pedestal of the statue, covered in densely packed inscriptions. Excitedly, the little white beast pointed at the text on the slab, its demeanor brimming with pride, as if showcasing something extraordinary. Intrigued, Yiguchin leaned closer to examine the inscriptions. To attain the highest martial realm through the assistance of the venerable essence blood primordial dragon pool, one must first comprehend the teachings of the esteemed predecessors. This is merely the beginning. Atop this starting point lies an end. The vast expanse of the immortal path may indeed hold promise, and the pursuit of longevity is not merely a mirage. The pinnacle of martial arts leads to the path of cultivation, and ultimate cultivation paves the way for immortality. Only after enduring the trials of the heavens may one ascend to the realm of the immortals. These words sent ripples of astonishment through Yiguchin's heart. He had always sensed that beyond martial arts lay higher realms, and that venturing into the Tao was not the final destination, a notion he had previously contemplated. Yet, he never anticipated that such an elevated state of existence could manifest within the realm of martial arts. Peering beneath the stone monument, one notices an empty recess, within which lies a shallow trough. It is evident that something once resided there. However, regrettably, its contents have been removed. Presumably, what was taken belonged to the revered figure of the true dragon, a legacy of profound techniques. Alas, this invaluable artifact has been claimed by none other than the sword god, Xiefeng. This disheartening scene leaves Yiguchin in a state of profound disappointment, an indescribable melancholy enveloping his heart. It is akin to a person being abruptly informed of winning a grand prize of 5 million, only to be immediately told that the winning ticket has been taken away. Such emotions are truly beyond articulation. After a brief moment, Yiguchin regains his composure and shifts his gaze to the inscription beneath the blood essence Yuan dragon pool. There, he discovers a line of small characters, which reads, "After enduring over 3 centuries, collecting the essence of 367 exotic beasts, along with 63 medicinal herbs, and employing secret techniques over many years, the blood essence Yuan dragon pool has been formed. It possesses the efficacy of body refinement. Only by utilizing this can mortals transcend into the realm of martial enlightenment. This is the grand method for establishing a solid foundation in physical cultivation, ensuring that future endeavors yield results far beyond the ordinary." Upon witnessing this revelation, Yiguchin finds a modicum of solace. Although he has not obtained the celestial technique spoken of by the true dragon, nor has he embarked upon the path of immortality, he at least possesses the blood essence Yuan dragon pool. Moreover, it is evident that the pool has been previously utilized, albeit only partially, leaving a sufficient reserve for his own use. Thank you for your watchful eye. I shall descend now. Once I have absorbed the essence from this pool, I will take you out for a feast, Yiguchin softly murmurs to the small white beast before him. As he sheds his garments and leaps into the pool with abandon, the white creature lets out a few excited cries, its delight unmistakable, clearly pleased with Yiguchin's proposal. Chapter 084. Entering the path through martial arts. Shattering the void, Yiguchin turned and stepped into the blood essence dragon pool. With a splash, he plunged into the water, enveloped by the rich essence within. The once tranquil surface of the pool erupted into a boiling tempest, exuding an intense heat that permeated his very being. Waves of blood essence surged into Yiguchin's body, overwhelming him with an unbearable sensation. Though Yiguchin had encountered similar experiences before, such as during Elder Huang's medicinal baths, the intensity of the blood essence dragon pool far surpassed that of the previous ordeal, by 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. It penetrated deep into his marrow, as if every inch of his skin, every bone, and every fragment of his soul was being relentlessly scorched and invaded. The pain of his flesh paled in comparison to the torment of his spirit. Yiguchin perceived the souls of countless ferocious beasts lunging at him, as though intent on tearing his very essence apart. He fought valiantly against the onslaught, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Were it not for his steadfast resolve, his soul would have been devoured entirely. In truth, the blood essence dragon pool was far less perilous than it seemed. The true dragon ancestor, having established this pool, would not subject visitors to such dangers. There existed a prescribed technique to harness the pool's power, and adherence to this method would ensure safety and even enjoyment. Unfortunately, this technique had been taken by the sword god Xiefeng, who neglected to warn future generations. Thus, Yi Guqin's reckless entry led to his current plight. It was not that Xiefeng intended harm. In his view, the blood essence dragon pool was a relic of the ancients. He had only utilized half of its potential, believing the remainder should be preserved for future heirs. Yet, human nature is inherently selfish. After acquiring the technique, he chose to pass it down to his own descendants, who proved unworthy. They lost the technique, the key to the Han Bing cave, and the precious treasures, ending up with nothing. As a result of these circumstances, Yi Guqin found himself in dire straits, his soul feeling as though it were being torn asunder. Gritting his teeth, he endured the torment. But he was gradually succumbing to the sensation of faintness. His entire body felt numb, as if his very marrow had been consumed, leaving him feeling as though his blood had been drained. A strong impulse surged within him, a desperate desire to flee this place. Even with his formidable willpower, he could not bear the agony any longer. He would rather toil for several more years through alternative means to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts than linger here for even a moment longer. Yet, he found himself powerless to act. Despite his yearning to leave, he possessed not a shred of strength to do so. Yi Guqin's soul seemed to be torn into fragments. Just as he felt his spirit could no longer endure and his consciousness was about to fade into oblivion, the black jade pendant upon his chest radiated a gentle luminescence. Unlike before, when the light emitted from the jade was indistinct, this time Yi Guqin could perceive it clearly. The soft glow flickered briefly, entering his body and merging with his soul. Instantly, the soul that was on the verge of dispersing began to mend. The body, once fragmented, healed rapidly, with veins and other elements restored, while the surrounding blood energy was miraculously absorbed, alleviating the previous excruciating pain of disintegration. As the jade pendant emanated ample spiritual energy, it began to repair Yi Guqin's losses, which he fervently absorbed into his body to replenish the innate true qi that had just dissipated. This influx surged into him fervently. Overwhelmed by this sensation of comfort, Yi Guqin could not help but moan softly, closing his eyes to commence the operation of his Imperial Supreme Technique and Golden Bell Shield. Both techniques began to function under his guidance. Clearly, after experiencing the tranquility that nearly shattered his soul, the restored essence became more lucid and potent, allowing Yi Guqin's mind to focus with greater speed. Even with his eyes closed, he could sense the tranquility surrounding him for dozens of meters. The tiniest blade of grass, or even the smallest insect became palpable. Moreover, manipulating his inner strength and techniques became remarkably effortless. The two great techniques commenced their operation, producing significant effects. The flow of energy accelerated, with the Golden Bell Shield continuously absorbing surrounding energies and channeling them into his body, fortifying both his physical form and veins, rendering him increasingly formidable. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Guqin achieved a breakthrough in the Golden Bell Shield, entering the 12th layer of consummate perfection, stepping into the realm where martial prowess transcends into spiritual enlightenment in the breaking of the void. His internal energy cultivation progressed similarly as he cycled his inner strength. His innate true qi continuously increased, eventually taking on a liquid form and still growing. Initially, this energy was under Yi Guqin's conscious control, but soon it moved autonomously, seemingly driven by its own will. Regardless of his attempts to direct it, the energy converged relentlessly towards his dantian, rapidly coalescing into a small, granular substance. This pellet began to crystallize swiftly, absorbing the surrounding energy. Although it was merely the size of a sesame seed, its absorption rate was remarkable. In no time, the energy that had threatened to overwhelm Yi Guqin was entirely consumed by this tiny pellet, which then expanded to the size of a grain of rice. As Yi Guqin gradually reopened his eyes, everything around him became vividly clear. His soul felt more cohesive, his consciousness expanded, and his body brimmed with strength and vigor. In the depths of his being, a voice resonated, whispering to him, "This year, today marks the onset of autumn. Heavenly thunder descends upon the earth, heralding the tribulation of thunder." Witnessing such a scene, Yi Guqin experienced a profound awakening, a smile gracing his lips. He realized that he had once again transcended, entering a new realm, achieving the legendary state of merging martial prowess with the path shattering the void. He was now poised to face the trials of the celestial realm. The heavenly thunder tribulation. Should he succeed in his breakthrough, he would ascend to a new and fabled realm of cultivation. Yet, if he were to falter, the outcome remained uncertain, potentially leading to the destruction of his corporeal form and the scattering of his soul. Chapter 085, The Slaughter of Kings and the Destruction of Swords, Part 1. Having absorbed the energy from the blood essence Yuan Dragon Pool, Yiguchen ascended to the legendary pinnacle of martial arts, transcending into the realm of the Tao through martial prowess, shattering the void. Although he remained uncertain about the nature of his own Tao, he sensed a profound elevation of his soul on a certain level. His spiritual awareness extended beyond 50 meters. Within this radius, he could perceive anything he wished to know at any moment. Even the slightest rustle of grass or the faintest sound of a creeping insect lifting its leg was vividly present in his mind, as if unfolding in real time. Furthermore, his physical strength and energy had undergone a remarkable transformation. His bodily power had reached an entirely new level, with skin as resilient as steel, exuding both elasticity and a harmonious aesthetic, complemented by a masculine vigor that epitomized perfection. He now resembled a sleek and dynamic leopard, both serene and powerful. The alterations within his internal energy were even more pronounced. The innate true chi had been supplanted by a new form of energy, the small golden elixir. Akin to a grain of rice, within his dantian rotated autonomously, emanating fresh energy that coursed throughout Yiguchen's body. Though not abundant, it was remarkably dense. This energy had transcended the realm of innate true chi, embodying a new essence whose name Yiguchen had yet to ascertain, but its potency was indisputable, far surpassing that of innate true chi by several folds. Stepping out of the now desolate blood essence Yuan Dragon Pool, Yiguchen donned his black celestial armor and grasped the blood dragon sword. He glanced at the little white beast, which gazed back at him with innocent eyes filled with excitement, anticipation, and a hint of curiosity, and smiled gently, saying, "I am about to leave. Will you accompany me?" Upon hearing this, the little white beast furrowed its brow, seemingly contemplating something. After a moment, it looked back at Yiguchen and then at the white eggshell at the central altar. With a sudden dash, it raced over and devoured the eggshell, which was almost half its size, with remarkable efficiency. Sated, it let out a contented burp, patted its plump belly, and then scampered back to Yiguchen, gesturing with its tiny paws toward the entrance of this hidden paradise, as if to convey, "I am full now, all matters have been resolved, we can leave." "I want to continue eating outside." Yiguchen couldn't help but smile at this, shaking his head in mild exasperation. Without further ado, he leaped towards the icy cave at the entrance, and the little white beast followed suit without hesitation, its speed astonishingly matching his own. A person and a beast entered the icy cave, one following the other. The small white creature seemed entirely unaffected by the chill of the cave, closely trailing behind Yiguchen. As for Yiguchen, his current strength, soul, and realm had undergone a comprehensive transformation, rendering him tenfold or even 100-fold stronger than before. In terms of power, he was no longer on the same level as before. Although the icy cave was frigid, it posed no threat to Yiguchen. He charged forth without hesitation, the white creature faithfully at his side. Before long, they emerged from the icy cave to the estate of the Yi family. At this moment, tranquility had returned to the Yi family. Hundreds of elite guards ensured the estate's stability. After a brief period of sorrow, everything had returned to normal. "Uncle, where are my father and the others?" Yiguchen inquired softly after bowing respectfully to his uncle, Yi Hongbin, who was in charge of guarding the icy cave. "Your father, stepmother, and grandfather are all in the main hall, along with several of your uncles. They are discussing the future development of the Yi family. Had you not still been in the icy cave, I would have joined them. So, did you gain anything this time?" Yi Hongbin remarked with satisfaction, his gaze warm as he looked at Yiguchen. He had grown quite fond of this nephew, seeing him as the future and hope of the Yi family. At such a young age, he had already achieved mastery in both internal and external cultivation, earning him the title of the greatest in history. Furthermore, he held the position of commander of the elite guards, with the potential to take over the entire system. How could one not regard such an individual with admiration? "Indeed, I have made some progress. Uncle, let us go. I have matters to discuss with grandfather and the others," Yiguchen replied with a faint smile, his demeanor calm. He did not mention the details of his accomplishments, but it was evident that his vitality had markedly improved, a change that anyone could perceive. Naturally, there was no need for concealment, and he had his own announcements to make. Casting a glance at the peculiar white creature resembling a small tiger that followed Yiguchen, Yi Hongbin said nothing more and turned to leave. Yi Guchen smiled slightly, picking up the white creature and whispering in its ear, I know you can understand human speech. From now on, do not reveal your uniqueness to others. You are my pet. Do not let anyone suspect anything. If you understand, I promise you can have as much of that treat I just gave you as you desire. By the way, you should have a name. Let us call you Xiaobai. How does that sound? Are you satisfied? Well, even if you are not, there is little we can do, considering you cannot speak. After speaking, he cradled the little white creature, which promptly ventured forward. However, the little one exhibited no signs of discontent, instead appearing quite content nestled in Yi Guchen's embrace. The drool at the corner of its mouth further attested to its insatiable appetite. Indeed, it was exceedingly gluttonous. Clearly, Yi Guchen's proposition had struck a chord with it. With steady strides, they traversed the heavily guarded Yi family estate, making their way toward the ancient hall at its heart. As Yi Guchen gazed upon the hall, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Years prior, he had endured immense humiliation here, witnessing his father forced to grovel, while the Yi family cowered in the face of the Yujian manor, unable to utter a word in defiance. They were compelled to bear the weight of their disgrace. Yet, in the span of just a few years, he had ascended to a position of respect and admiration. Even the Yujian manor dared not provoke him. From a nameless youth beset by obstacles in his cultivation, he had evolved into a figure of renown, one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the sword god. Xiafeng, an unprecedented achievement in 3 centuries, having entered the path of martial arts and shattered the void. This transformation left Yi Guchen in awe of the swift currents of change in the world. In mere years, a person's fate could be entirely rewritten. Of course, Yi Guchen had not forgotten his grievances with the Yujian manor. Although he had slain Yu Jing, a congenital master of the manor, inflicting significant losses upon them, it was far from sufficient. He was resolute in his intention to rectify this before his impending tribulation. Additionally, the southern king and the Wu family from the capital, those who bore animosity towards him, would not escape his reckoning. Prior to the arrival of the heavenly tribulation, Yi Guchen vowed to settle these matters once and for all. Chapter 086. The Slaughter of Kings and the Destruction of the Sword, Part 2. As Yi Guchen entered the Grand Hall alongside Yi Hongbin, he was greeted by several prominent figures of the Yi family gathered within. His stepmother was supporting his injured father, who had yet to fully recover, seated to the left. The group appeared to be engaged in a serious discussion, and upon noticing Yi Guchen's arrival, they all stood in respect. Although Yi Guchen was a junior member of the family, none in attendance regarded him as such. His current status, strength, and accomplishments had elevated him beyond any perception of inferiority. Even Yi Hongbin and Yi Yun, both present, acknowledged his stature. His stepmother, Li Rong, displayed a hint of restraint upon seeing him. Despite his youth, his prowess and achievements commanded admiration. Guchen, you have arrived. We were deliberating on the future course of the Yi family. Should we remain rooted in Jiangzhou or seek a new location? Or perhaps explore alternative paths? Yi Yun inquired with a smile, seeking Yi Guchen's perspective. They had previously convened to chart the family's future, but no consensus had been reached, each holding differing opinions. With Yi Guchen's arrival, Yi Yun was keen to solicit his insights, as his voice now carried significant weight within the family, more so than even his own. Upon hearing this, Yi Guchen casually found a place to sit, adjusting the scarlet cape that flowed from his dark armor, before pausing in contemplation. After a moment, he spoke slowly. I believe it would be prudent for the Yi family to relocate. Remaining in Jiangzhou may not be wise. What do you think about settling near Tianmen Mountain? We could find a suitable place there, with the protection of the Jinyui, which would put my mind at ease. If the younger members of the Yi family are willing, they could join the Jinyui. Despite its less than favorable reputation, it offers a secure foundation for our livelihood. The room fell silent in astonishment as they exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of shock and confusion. At this peak of his influence and renown, why would Yi Guchen propose such a drastic change? Especially during a time of significant expansion for the Yi family? Speculation began to swirl among them, ultimately directing their gaze toward Yi Hongbin, the only one present who could appropriately inquire about this unexpected suggestion. Yi Hongbin perceived the collective scrutiny and, after a moment of hesitation, turned to Yi Guchen and quietly asked, Guchen, has something occurred to prompt such a decision? Sigh. I am acutely aware that the Yi family stands at a pivotal moment to seize an opportunity for development. It is indeed an auspicious chance. However, circumstances compel me to act. Recently, I ventured into the Frost Cave and inadvertently transcended once more, entering the realm of martial arts and the void-breaking path. It seems that this autumn, The thunder of heaven shall descend upon us, thus I must prepare and arrange everything meticulously. The Yi family will relocate near the capital, to Tianmin Mountain, where the presence of the Imperial Guards ensures our safety. Should we not take such measures? I fear that if adversaries come seeking trouble with the Yi family, the consequences could be dire. After all, I am uncertain of my success this time. Although I possess a 90% assurance of a favorable outcome, one must always be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, should I succeed, I will depart. Throughout history, those who have transcended through martial arts to break the void have only two fates, to either fail and turn to ashes or succeed and vanish from existence. Thus, it is prudent to make early arrangements. Yi Guchen hesitated for a moment, but eventually expressed all that weighed on his heart. It is best to clarify everything at this juncture, to dispel any illusions among family members, for the benefit of all. Yi Guchen's words caused everyone sipping tea to sputter, their mouths agape as they regarded him as though he were a creature of myth. This fellow actually claimed that he inadvertently broke through to the realm of void-breaking martial arts. Such statements, if shared, would surely infuriate countless individuals. For in the past 3 centuries, only one person has attained the realm of void-breaking martial arts, the legendary sword god, Xie Feng, from 300 years ago. Yet, aside from him, the continent has never lacked for masters. Although these masters are scarce, there have been hundreds, even thousands, who have walked this land in the last 3 centuries. Yet, not a single one has managed to breach this realm. Many have lingered in the master realm for decades, even centuries, only to meet their end without any breakthroughs. And yet, Yi Guchen claims he merely stumbled upon it? This is rather disheartening, to say the least. Previously, the Yi family regarded Yi Guchen as a prodigy, a peerless genius. Now, in their eyes, he is not merely a talent but a veritable anomaly, a prodigious marvel. Only a person of such extraordinary capability could achieve such feats, to enter the realm of martial arts and break the void at the tender age of 16. Having practiced for merely 3 years, who else could accomplish such a thing? Throughout history, this has been unheard of. Many remain in seclusion for years, unable to even breach the second layer of mastery. Nonetheless, they could not dismiss Yi Guchen's words lightly. After a moment of contemplation, they all nodded in agreement. Yi also nodded, a hint of concern in his voice as he quietly remarked, "Guchen, while there is no issue with going to Tianmin Mountain, once you depart, will the Imperial Guards still support us? Moreover, our family has numerous enemies. Rest assured, esteemed elder, the Jinyui will certainly look after you. Several elders maintain a cordial relationship with me, and in light of our connection, they will undoubtedly extend their support. Furthermore, I intend to assist the Jinyui with several significant tasks before my departure, thus leaving them with a token of gratitude. They cannot possibly neglect your needs. As for the adversaries of the Yi family, I shall not allow any of them to find respite." Yi Guchen nodded, a cold smile emerging as he spoke. Previously, he may have harbored some reservations. However, the current Yi Guchen fears no one. In his eyes, apart from the ethereal beings of the immortal realm, he regards all others with disdain. He stands as one of the most formidable individuals to have ever traversed the path of martial arts, breaking through the void. Historically, practitioners have relied on innate true chi to ascend to such heights, yet Yi Guchen has achieved this through a dual cultivation of both internal and external disciplines, rendering his strength exponentially superior. With this in mind, he possesses little to fear. Moreover, it is widely acknowledged that within this continent, there are no masters who have transcended the void through martial prowess. Yi Guchen is the sole exception, while the most formidable among others merely reach the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level. The disparity between those skilled in transcending the void and Grandmasters is clear only to Yi Guchen himself. Presently, he could effortlessly vanquish dozens, even hundreds, of individuals akin to his former self, and with the possession of the Black Heaven armor and the Blood Dragon sword, he is practically invincible. He can systematically eliminate his foes, who stand utterly defenseless against him. Chapter 087. The destruction of Wang and the sword on the night of August 15th. Yi Guchen's words brought a marked improvement to the expressions of Yi Yun and the others. They were genuinely pleased for Yi Guchen, who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, a realm that every practitioner aspires to attain. Achieving such a state, transcending the void, is the dream of countless individuals. Naturally, their joy was tempered by the inevitable jealousy directed towards the Yi family. Having experienced similar tribulations in the past, they were reluctant to endure such trials once more. Thus, relocating from Jiangzhou was imperative, as long as Yi Guchen could eliminate their enemies. A change of scenery would be acceptable. Very well then, we shall proceed according to your wishes, Guchen. The Yi family has lingered in Jiangzhou for quite some time. Leaving will require some time, but with autumn still far off, we have ample opportunity. Eldest brother, you will arrange for the gradual liquidation of the Yi family's assets. We shall prepare to head north to Tianmention. After a moment's pause, Yi Yin spoke softly yet firmly, leaving no room for dissent. Understood, father. I know how to handle this, Yi Hongbin replied, standing up and clasping his hands respectfully. Once Yi Hongbin resumed his seat, Yi Guchen, standing in the center, seemed to recall something and spoke again. Grandfather, I have contemplated our current adversaries. Our foremost threats are Yujian Villa and the king of Southern Zhen. The enmity with Yujian Villa is profound. It is a blood feud that cannot be resolved without vengeance. Even if I do not seek them out, they will inevitably come for the Yi family. Hence, before I undergo my tribulation, I must extinguish them. As for the king of Southern Zhen, I have previously mentioned the issues with the Feng family. This matter has escalated to a point of no return between the king and me. He is allied with the Black Armor Camp and the Blood Dragon Army to lay ambushes against me, posing a significant threat to the current situation. Eliminating him not only resolves future troubles but also earns goodwill with the Jinui. Thus, the king of Southern Zhen must also perish. I have resolved to eradicate them both on the night of the full moon, August 15th, thereby also bringing renown to the Yi family. Yi Guchen's declaration astonished everyone present. None had anticipated such bold words from him. The Yi family members exchanged glances, gradually recovering from their shock. Yi Hongwen instinctively inquired, Guchen. The king of Southern Zhen commands numerous experts and a legion of mercenaries, while Yujian Villa boasts the reputation of the third largest sect in the martial world, with countless masters and esteemed figures among their ranks. Given their formidable alliances with other righteous factions, do you truly have confidence in confronting them? Had you asked me before, I would have hesitated, but now, I am wholly assured. I will ensure that the Jinui system disseminates this information widely. Meanwhile, the Yi family can take this opportunity to discreetly relocate to the north while the attention of all is drawn southward. Yi Guchen replied calmly, his words reflecting deep contemplation. Well, you are now of age and capable of making your own decisions. I shall not impose upon you. Just exercise utmost caution in all matters. Yi Hongwen cast a gaze laden with profound significance upon Yi Guchen, hesitating for a moment before uttering a statement. He recognized that his son had transformed. He had matured to a point that commanded admiration. Regardless of his actions, all Yi Hongwen needed to do was offer support. For excessive words might mislead rather than assist him. After all, in terms of both cultivation and insight, he found himself vastly outpaced by his remarkably exceptional son. Indeed. I understand. Rest assured, father. Yi Guchen nodded earnestly, speaking in a hushed tone. He could dismiss the opinions of others, but he could never ignore his father's thoughts, for the kindness he received was unparalleled. Although he bore the soul of one from another realm and, by rights, did not belong as his son, the paternal love Yi Hongwen bestowed was deeply moving, and Yi Guchen had long regarded him as his true father. Yi Hongwen said little more, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The following day, a shocking piece of news emanated from the Yi family of Jiangzhou, disseminated by the vigilant Jin Yiwei. In the span of merely 3 days, this information swept across the entire Ming Empire like a tempest, reaching even the neighboring realms of Qin and Han, captivating all who heard it. The announcement declared that the commander of the Jin Yiwei, a mere 16-year-old Yi Guchen, had issued a challenge. On the night of the full moon, August 15th, atop the Jade Sword Peak of the Jade Sword Manor, he intended to single-handedly slay the southern king of the Ming, Li Hongming, along with the third major sect of the righteous path, the Jade Sword Manor. Unquestionably, this news was sensational. While Yi Guchen's name may not have been universally recognized across the tumultuous continent, it was certainly familiar to many. A master at the tender age of 16 was akin to a myth, and tales of his prowess had long circulated among the populace. The southern king of the Ming and the Jade Sword Manor were well known, having garnered fame for many years. The southern king commanded a host of elite warriors, including several innate masters, and boasted an army of 1 million. As for the Jade Sword Manor, it was rumored to house a master, numerous innate experts, and a legacy that had endured for a millennium. Who could say what other hidden talents lay within such a formidable sect? Thus, the moment Yi Guchen's declaration emerged, countless minds were ignited with a singular notion: arrogance. Arrogance. This was the sentiment shared by many regarding Yi Guchen. However, there were also astute individuals who began to investigate the matter further. They posited that if Yi Guchen dared to undertake such a challenge, there must be a compelling reason behind it. After all, he hardly resembled a fool. He would never act without certainty. Consequently, many began to speculate whether this was part of a larger scheme orchestrated by the Jin Yi, whose reputation had long been entrenched in the public consciousness. As a member of the Jin Yi, Yiguchen's audacious actions inevitably led to suspicions of ulterior motives. Nevertheless, the news was swiftly disseminated, capturing the attention of all. Instantly, the gaze of the world shifted to Jiangnan, specifically to Yujin Mountain in Jiangnan, which became the epicenter of attention. Whether it was the wanderers of the martial world, various esteemed organizations, or affluent nobles with a penchant for martial arts, all turned their eyes to this place, anticipating a battle that would astonish the realm. Many individuals, upon receiving this news, immediately set forth towards Jiangnan, while those from distant locales began to procure swift steeds in preparation for their urgent journey. After all, summer was in full bloom, and the date of the 15th of August was fast approaching. If they did not hasten their travel, they risked missing this unprecedented clash. Chapter 088. The thoughts of all parties. Shortly after the news spread, a document was placed in the grand hall of the Jinyui. The commander of the Jinyui, Qi Long, did not dare to be negligent and promptly summoned all the elders of the Jinyui, presenting the document before them. After everyone had reviewed its contents, he spoke slowly. Esteemed elders, what are your thoughts on how we should address this matter? Yiguchen has proposed the slaughter of the Wang and the annihilation of the sword on the 15th of August. Should we, the Jinyui, extend our assistance? Indeed. We must assist. Guchen is our commander. He is one of our own. We shall support him in his endeavors. Elder Tian declared without hesitation. He, along with elders Wang, Xing, and Di, were all mentors to Yiguchen and felt compelled to lend their support. Moreover, he believed that Yiguchen would not act recklessly. I too believe we should lend our aid. Since he is one of us, we must stand by him, regardless of the reasons. As long as he has not betrayed the Jinyui, we are obliged to assist him. Otherwise, what will others think of us? An elder, not particularly familiar with Yiguchen, cautiously voiced, reflecting the consensus among the elders. Ha ha. Finally, it has come to pass. He has indeed achieved it. Ha ha ha, splendid. Splendid. The voice of Elder Shen rang out, his demeanor almost frenzied as he exclaimed, Qinglong, you need not worry about this matter. Just have the Jinyui members gather at the base of the mountain to block any remnants attempting to flee. As for those who wish to observe the battle, let them be. You need only provide support from the sidelines and ensure the safety of the Yi family. Other matters do not require your concern. Also, prepare my horse immediately. I must go to Jiangzhou to meet Yiguchen. Before Qi Long could respond, Elder Shen burst into laughter, his exuberance startling everyone present. They were taken aback, for Elder Shen was notoriously enigmatic and rarely spoke. It was said that he hardly uttered as many words in an entire year as he had just done in moments, let alone laughed so heartily. The elders exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to react, and even Qing Long stood frozen, momentarily paralyzed by the unexpected outburst. Sensing the astonishment of those around him, Elder Shen declared loudly, he has broken through the limits, entering the realm of martial enlightenment, shattering the void. Who would have thought that the first person in 300 years to achieve this would be one of our own, and a mere 16-year-old at that? Ha ha. Splendid. Splendid. With that, he dashed out in a flurry, seemingly unable to contain his excitement, leaving behind a stunned Qi Long and the elders, who exchanged astonished glances, their hearts filled with shock. Eventually, they stood there in a daze, murmuring to themselves, he has broken through. He has truly broken through and entered that realm. On the other side, the atmosphere was far from joyous as it was for the Jinyui. The members of the Yujin Manor sat with grim faces, their expressions dark as they fixated on the figure of Yuhing, who knelt in the center of the hall. The elders of Yujin Manor glared at him with an intensity that suggested they wished to flay him alive. If it were not for this scoundrel, how could they have ever attracted the ire of the Yi family from Jiangzhou? How could they have provoked Yiguchen? Now, the tables had turned. After having bullied the Yi family mercilessly, Yiguchen had risen to power and was now seeking vengeance against Yujin Manor, even threatening to annihilate the entire manor on the 15th of August. The atmosphere within Yujin Manor was rife with anxiety, and all blame was directed at Yuheng. Thus, they found themselves gathered in this grand hall to pass judgment on him. No one doubted the truth of Yiguchen's claims. There was no belief that he was merely posturing. If he were indeed bluffing, there would be no need for such grandstanding, making it common knowledge across the stormy continent. Since Yiguchen had made such a proclamation, it was certain he would follow through, for he was a figure of mastery and the commander of the Jinyui. Although his words were not edicts, they held a weight that could not be disregarded. Since he dared to make such a threat, he must possess some assurance, which left the members of Yujin Manor in a state of disquietude. Despite the strength of Yujin Manor, it was trivial compared to the Jinui, and the latter could easily extinguish them. Yuheng, this calamity was wrought by you. Pray tell, how do you propose we resolve this? One elder, his countenance dark and foreboding, addressed Yuheng coldly. Indeed, Yuheng had brought significant trouble upon Yujin Manor. Although the Yu family had controlled Yujin Manor for centuries, it was not a personal possession but a sect, rife with internal factional struggles. This elder was not aligned with the Yu family and saw an opportunity to strike. Thus he would not let Yuheng escape unscathed. Esteemed elder, Yuheng replied, I admit that this predicament stems from my actions. However, did the esteemed elders not refrain from stopping me at the time? Therefore, I dare to assert that the fault does not lie solely with me. If we are to attribute blame, then all the elders share responsibility. Moreover, at that time, the Yi family was merely a minor clan. Who could have foreseen the emergence of such a figure as Yiguchen? This was entirely unforeseen. Furthermore, I believe it is not the appropriate moment to hold me accountable. Yiguchen intends to obliterate Yujin Manor on the 15th of August. Time is of the essence. We ought to focus on how to confront Yiguchen and prevent him from troubling Yujin Manor, rather than punishing me. I wonder if the esteemed elders find my reasoning sound. Kneeling there, Yuheng spoke with an air of dignity, though inwardly he felt trepidation. At 3 or 4 decades of age, his mind had matured. Despite his fear, he did not forget to defend himself and seek a rationale to divert the elders' attention. The elders exchanged glances, and one of them spoke gravely. What do you propose we do to counter Yiguchen? The disciple opined that we should first unite with the prince of Southern Town. After all, Yiguchen intends to eliminate him on the 15th day of the 8th month. Having already proclaimed a campaign against the royal and the sword, it is evident that he will not spare the prince, who is not far from us. We might engage in discussions with the prince to forge an alliance against Yiguchen. Furthermore, we have numerous allied sects who share a long-standing dissatisfaction with the Jinui. This moment presents an opportune occasion to unite our strengths and deliver a decisive blow to the Jinui. I believe many would gladly lend their support. Yuheng articulated his thoughts at a measured pace, attentively observing the expressions of the elders as he spoke. Chapter 089, The Arrival of the Divine Elder Undeniably. Yuheng's suggestion stands as the most prudent course of action at present. This notion had previously burgeoned in the minds of several elders, yet none dared voice it aloud. After all, Yujin Mountain Manor has traversed the martial world for many years, proudly claiming its position as the third foremost sect of righteousness. They surely have acquaintances. Indeed, numerous ones. However, the weight of such a grand title rendered them reluctant to seek assistance, as it would be a matter of substantial embarrassment. Their pride held them captive, and the fear of inadvertently incurring a disgraceful reputation for their sect was a burden none could bear. Thus, although they had contemplated this course, they stifled their thoughts, refraining from uttering them. Now, with Yuheng articulating the idea, it was indeed an opportune moment. Exchanging glances, the elders discerned the shared sentiments reflected in each other's eyes. Ultimately, an elder seated in the central position spoke with a calm demeanor. Yuheng, your words ring true. Feel free to express any further thoughts. Receiving the elder's approval, Yuheng was filled with elation and quickly replied, Yes, esteemed elder. I believe we can not only unite with Prince Shinnan and those sects allied with us, but we can also forge an alliance with the black armored camp of the Great Qin and the Blood Dragon army of the Han dynasty. I have heard that they suffered considerable losses at the hands of Yiguchen, losing not only numerous elite warriors but also the treasured Black Heaven armor and the Blood Dragon sword. I suspect their animosity toward Yiguchen and the Imperial Guards is profound. Should Yiguchen come alone this time, he will undoubtedly carry the Blood Dragon sword and the Black Heaven armor. We could seize this opportunity to join forces with the Black Armored Camp and the Blood Dragon army. I am convinced they would be eager to act alongside us, allowing us to deliver a decisive blow against Yiguchen and the Imperial Guards, potentially leaving them defeated here. Indeed, we might even consider capturing them entirely. This proposal sparked a glimmer of excitement in the eyes of all present. Several elders nodded in agreement, and then Yujizi, Yuheng's father and the sole grandmaster of Yujin Mountain Manor, who was now 70 years old, spoke up. Yuheng, your suggestion is commendable. I too am in agreement. However, executing this plan will not be simple. As this situation arose from your actions, it falls upon you to resolve it. I offer you a chance to redeem yourself through this endeavor. You shall take responsibility for this matter, and if you succeed, the past shall be forgiven. Should you fail, however, you shall face the consequences. Understood, master. Yuheng, not foolish, recognized his father's support and promptly accepted the task, turning to take his leave without hesitation. Although a few other elders wished to speak, they ultimately fell silent under Ujizi's piercing gaze. It was clear that a father was aiding his son, and despite their awareness, they had no grounds for protest. Furthermore, Ujizi held considerable authority within Yujian Mountain Manor, making it difficult for them to argue against him. While some dissatisfaction lingered in their hearts, they suppressed their frustration. After all, if Yu Heng succeeded, it would bear no adverse effects for them. Yet, if he failed, they could always rid themselves of him by offering him to Yi Guchen, a solution that would undoubtedly pose no trouble. The Yujian Mountain Manor has commenced its actions, with Yu Heng descending the mountain overnight, accompanied by hundreds of disciples, hastening to various locales. Meanwhile, within the residence of Prince Li Hongming of Zhennan, a similar yet slightly different scenario unfolds. There are no scapegoats to be found there. After a brief discussion, they resolved to join forces with Yujian Mountain Manor and swiftly sought assistance from allies. In an instant, the two most formidable factions in Jiangnan began their vigorous endeavors, reaching out to martial artists and heroes across the land, even involving the two major organizations, the Black Arm Camp and the Blood Dragon Army. The entire realm was engulfed in a tempest of activity. Yet, amidst this whirlwind, Yi Guchen remained indoors, within the confines of the Yi family estate. His days were devoted to rigorous training and the extensive study of classical texts, enriching his experiences and refining his state of mind. While honing his patience and stabilizing his cultivation, occasionally he would engage in a game of chess with his father, Yi Hongwen, or learn to play the guqin from his stepmother, Li Rong. He would also take moments to bond with his horse and the spirited little creature, Xiaobai, treating the latter to sumptuous meals. Life passed in exquisite tranquility. 3 months swiftly slipped by, and the once diminutive Xiaobai had grown to nearly a meter in height, boasting a robust physique and well-defined muscles, though still adorned in a coat of pristine white, which rendered him exceptionally endearing. The sharp teeth that occasionally peeked out hinted at a latent ferocity, compelling one to regard him with caution. At this moment, Xiaobai lay peacefully beside Yi Guchen, his eyes gently closed in slumber, having just enjoyed a hearty meal, contentedly yawning as he prepared for rest. Meanwhile, Yi Guchen sat on a stone bench in the garden pavilion, engrossed in a Confucian classic, savoring its wisdom. Beside him was a pot of fragrant by Luo Chun tea, its rich flavor and sweetness delighting the palate. Suddenly, Xiaobai sprang to attention, squinting his eyes as he let out a low growl directed towards the distant wall. His front legs crouched, as if bracing for an impending threat, clearly sensing the presence of an adversary and ready to spring into action. Observing Xiaobai's behavior, Yi Guchen remained unfazed, placing his book down before rising slowly, adjusting his azure robe, and respectfully addressing the unseen figure. Your subordinate, Yi Guchen, pays his respects to the esteemed Elder Shun. Haraha. Indeed, you have made a breakthrough. To detect my presence from such a distance speaks volumes. Your pet possesses extraordinary abilities. It is not surprising that it can sense me, given the innate instincts of animals. However, your capacity to recognize me signifies your advancement into that realm. It seems my visit has not been in vain. Excellent, excellent indeed. The elder did not intend to conceal anything. As soon as Yi Guchen's words faded, he swiftly appeared before him, his face adorned with a broad smile. Although most of his features were obscured by a bronze mask, Yi Guchen could still discern the joy radiating from him, indicating that the elder was in high spirits. Naturally, the elder did not overlook the opportunity to cast a glance at the petite figure of Xiaobai, who was squinting and observing him with great curiosity. After patting Xiaobai's head, signaling for the little one to behave, Yi Guchen turned his attention back to the elder, his tone warm as he invited, "Elder, please take a seat." He then lifted a delicate pink glass teacup from the table and prepared a cup of tea for the elder. With a graceful adjustment of his robe, he slowly settled down and, gazing at the elder, softly inquired, "I wonder what guidance you have to offer during this visit?" Chapter 090, Secrets of Cultivation, Part 1. I have come to seek you for a reason. Do you recall what I told you before you departed? I mentioned that when you attain the realm of martial arts and transcend the void, I would reveal to you all that I know. Now is precisely the moment for me to unveil everything, the elder spoke with a solemn tone. After uttering these words, he gently raised his left hand and slowly removed his mask, revealing a visage as youthful as that of Yi Guchen. Though his hair was streaked with gray, his appearance remained that of someone barely in their 20s. The elder, how can this be? Yi Guchen, initially maintaining a composed demeanor, was taken aback as the mask was lifted. He had awaited the elder's words with earnest anticipation, but upon the revelation, he found it impossible to retain any semblance of calm. He was aware, albeit vaguely, of the elder's age, which undoubtedly surpassed a century. After all, Elder Tion was already 86 years old, and according to him, the Elder had been a Grand Elder when he first joined the Jinui. Decades had passed since then, and the Elder generation had all succumbed to time, yet the Elder remained remarkably alive. At the very least, he must be over 120, perhaps even older, nearing the limits of human longevity. In Yiguchen's mind, a figure exceeding 120 years ought to appear frail and decrepit. Yet who would have anticipated that the Elder would possess such vitality? Although it was known that innate masters could, to some extent, delay the aging process upon reaching the innate realm, this seemed an excessive prolongation. How can one appear so youthful? He mused. Hiki, I believe everyone who encounters me has posed that very question. You might assume I possess some secret to retaining my youth, but that is not the case. To be frank, I consumed a rejuvenation pill, which, while not particularly rare in the cultivation world, is quite uncommon in the mortal realm. It ensures that one's visage remains unaging. Though I am now 213 years old, I still appear as you see me. The Elder said with a faint smile, speaking with an air of tranquility. You truly possess knowledge of the cultivation world? Elder, could you enlighten me on what the realm of cultivation is like? Upon hearing this, Yiguchen could no longer contain his excitement. He sprang to his feet, his curiosity about the legendary world evident, for he had only heard its name but remained ignorant of its true essence. Certainly, I am well aware. You see, I too am a person of the cultivation realm, albeit a mere outer disciple who has been cast out. My knowledge of the intricacies of the cultivation world is rather limited. I understand it to be a realm that appears to the mundane as a sanctuary for immortals. Within it, there exist masters who can traverse skies on their swords, ride clouds, and reshape mountains and seas. Those whom the secular world deems extraordinary are, in truth, cultivators, often referred to as immortals. These cultivators occupy a space between mortals and celestial beings, engaging in the refinement of their inner selves, fortifying their bodies, honing their souls, and enduring heavenly tribulations in pursuit of longevity and ascension to the ranks of immortals. This is the essence of a cultivator. The Elder gazed into the distant sky for a considerable time before finally uttering these words. Upon hearing this, Yiguchen fell silent, recognizing that the Elder was undoubtedly a figure of profound stories. Yet, the secrets behind those tales remained obscured. Yiguchen resolved not to inquire further, as every individual harbors a personal secret they wish to keep hidden, and the Elder was no exception. In the vast path of celestial beings, where aspirations seem almost unreachable, the plight of mortals striving for ascension is akin to climbing to the heavens. The Elder sat there, sighed deeply, and began to sing aloud. Once he finished, he turned his gaze to Yiguchen, holding it for a while before slowly articulating, Do you wish to learn about the cultivation realm? It is not difficult. But you must promise me one thing. Only then can I share this knowledge with you. Moreover, I shall bestow upon you a fine gift. What do you say? Yiguchen, not being a fool, understood that there is no free lunch in this world. The Elder, having divulged secrets of the cultivation realm and promising a gift, was surely harboring ulterior motives. Given the Elder's background in the cultivation world and his arrival in the Ming dynasty, it was evident that the promise he sought from Yiguchen would not be trivial. Very well, I agree. Please, state your request. After much hesitation, Yiguchen ultimately decided to acquiesce to the matter at hand. The reasoning was quite straightforward. He had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, and further progress seemed nearly impossible unless he could enter the realm of cultivation. Only then could he hope to make further breakthroughs and encounter the enchanting Miaoyan he had longed for, thus embarking on the path to immortality. Therefore, it was imperative for Yiguchen to enter this realm of cultivation. Given the current circumstances, his sole avenue lay through the guidance of the Elder. Although Yin Kong had previously mentioned that the central Tiandang's mountain harbored the cultivation realm he sought, the mountain stretched for miles with countless peaks, making the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Haha, I knew you would agree. At your level, no one can resist such temptation, especially after stepping into the remnants of the sword god, Xiefeng. Although I am unaware of what you discovered there, it must pertain to the realm of cultivation and perhaps some of his legacies. Nonetheless, that is of little consequence. He did not dare to reveal the location of the cultivation realm, and on this continent, I may be the only one privy to the method of entry. Well, since you wish to know, I shall divulge everything. However, before that, may I request your attention for a story? The Elder picked up his teacup, took a delicate sip, and smiled as he spoke. Please, Elder, do share, Yiguchen replied. Though he was eager, he maintained a modicum of patience, sitting steadily on the stone bench with a smile. Once upon a time, on this continent, There was a village near the sea. Within this village lived a Na'vi fisherman-esque boy, whose parents had passed away when he was young. He survived on the kindness of the villagers. One day, he rescued a Taoist who had fallen into the water. The Taoist, bloodied and tattered, drifted ashore. And no one in the simple fishing village dared to approach him, except for that innocent fisherman-esque boy. After the Taoist recovered, he expressed immense gratitude and took the boy away from the village, soaring into the sky atop a greatsword. It was then that the villagers realized the disheveled Taoist was, in fact, a celestial being. The fisherman-esque boy followed the Taoist for what felt like an eternity until they arrived at a grand mountain. The Taoist informed the boy that this would be his new home, a place known as the realm of cultivation. The mountain belonged to a sect called the Flame Immortal sect, and he was a disciple of the Yuanying stage within this esteemed sect. Chapter 91. Secrets of Cultivation, Part 2. The young fisherman had spent several years cultivating alongside a practitioner from the Flame Immortal sect named Lai Yusen. Their bond resembled that of a father and son. Despite Lai Yusen's modest rank within the sect, he was indeed a significant figure, serving as a pillar among the second-generation disciples. The young fisherman, due to his limited aptitude, had not been included on the sect's wall of honor. Yet he still enjoyed a commendable status and garnered the attention of both elders and the sect leader, leading a relatively comfortable life. However, one fateful day, while Lai Yusen was out seeking celestial herbs, he met an untimely demise. The young fisherman's life took a drastic turn, and he became a target of bullying. Initially contemplating leaving the Flame Immortal sect, he soon suspected foul play regarding his master's death and chose to remain in secrecy to investigate. Despite his relentless efforts to achieve success through hard work, his progress remained disheartening. Approaching the age of 30, he had only attained the rank of a mere innate martial artist. While an innate martial artist might be considered an impressive figure in the tumultuous continent, in the realm of cultivation, where one could traverse 1,000 miles on a sword and shift mountains, such a status was trivial, although challenging to attain. Many sects had individuals who reached the innate stage before the age of 20. Some prodigies were even born with innate true energy, boasting an innate physique, rendering a modest innate martial artist comparable to an insignificant ant in their presence. After years of diligent effort, it took the young fisherman 50 years to reach the innate stage and achieve mastery by the age of 50. Throughout these 5 decades, aside from his relentless cultivation, he meticulously searched for any clues surrounding his master's sudden death. Ultimately, through a fortuitous encounter, he uncovered that his master had been valued by the sect leader and subsequently met with treachery from a fellow disciple. However, due to his lowly status and lack of evidence, he could only bide his time, yearning for an opportunity for retribution that remained elusive. Casting a glance at the elder whose facade was calm but whose eyes betrayed a tempest of emotions, Yiguchen took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. He moderated his tone to inquire as neutrally as possible. "So, you are the young fisherman? Seeking vengeance against your master's uncle from the Flame Immortal sect? Forgive my candidness, elder. I find myself quite uninformed about the cultivation world. You mentioned your master was a Yuanying expert. What rank does your uncle hold? How exactly is power delineated in the realm of cultivation? Just how formidable is a Yuanying expert?" Yiguchen furrowed his brow as he spoke softly. He was no longer the naive individual he once was, whose thoughts were simple and whose considerations were limited. With the passage of time, shifts in his circumstances, and his experiences within the Imperial Guards, Yiguchen's perspective had matured. He no longer easily acquiesced to matters without thorough consideration. The realm of cultivation? To be candid, my understanding of the realm of cultivation is rather limited. However, I can elucidate that this world is divided into 4 principal factions: the righteous, the demonic, and the monstrous. The dichotomy between the righteous and the demonic sects mirrors the contemporary martial arts righteous path and the path of darkness, which requires no further elaboration. Yet, when it comes to the monstrous beings, I must emphasize that the legendary creatures are not mere figments of imagination but rather exist in reality. They wield considerable influence in the realm of cultivation, despite their current decline. Most of the territory is now dominated by human cultivators, representing both the righteous and the demonic paths. Nonetheless, in certain perilous and obscure areas, the monstrous races remain the undisputed sovereigns of those lands. Had they not been disorganized and engaged in their own battles, they might not have allowed humanity to subjugate them to such an extent. As for my affiliation, I belong to the Flame Immortal sect, which resides within the domain of the righteous path. The realms of cultivation can be categorized into 11 stages: foundation establishment, acquired, innate, void dan, golden dan, yuanying, out of body, divided spirit, fusion, tribulation, and great ascension. Each of these stages is further divided into 3 tiers: early, mid, and late. Foundation establishment signifies the initiation of internal energy cultivation, akin to the commencement of training, yet still in the phase of physical conditioning, a standard entry point. The subsequent stage, acquired, pertains to the infusion of postnatal spiritual energy into the body, cultivating acquired internal energy, while innate refers to the realm of innate warriors. Generally, with sufficient effort and a modicum of fortune, individuals can attain these initial 3 stages, which represent the lowest echelon in the realm of cultivation, abundant as grains of sand. However, after the innate stage, a significant turning point arises. Beyond this realm lies the void dand, which continuously absorbs primordial spiritual energy. Upon accumulating a sufficient quantity, one compresses this energy and merges it with one's soul essence, referred to as the realm of intention, thus enabling a breakthrough into the void dand period. This phase is what you refer to as entering the path through martial prowess, shattering the void. You are currently in the early stages of the void dand. As for what lies beyond, with each ascent and level, your power will exponentially increase. Only upon transcending the void dand and entering the golden dand stage can one truly be regarded as a genuine cultivator. At that juncture, your prowess will be 100-fold greater than it is now. However, within the void dand stage, one must confront a tribulation known as the ninefold calamity. After entering the void dand, one will inevitably sense the presence of the thunder tribulation. If one can successfully navigate this challenge, they may smoothly transition into the golden dand stage. Failure, however, results in becoming naught but ashes. Typically, among 10 individuals, only one will survive this ordeal. To surpass the thunder tribulation, one must absorb energy while simultaneously strengthening their soul's power. After a certain period, they will progress to the golden dand stage, where cultivation remains most stable, gradually increasing. Provided no unforeseen circumstances arise, one may advance to the nascent soul stage. Nonetheless, entry into the nascent soul realm proves challenging, representing another significant divide, a most arduous boundary, intertwined with enigmatic elements. Even within my current understanding, I cannot discern the intricacies involved. However, I am aware that among 100 golden dand cultivators, scarcely one will attain the nascent soul stage. My knowledge of these matters stems from my master's teachings. As for the subsequent realms, I am only familiar with their names and have yet to witness them. It is said that even the esteemed elder of the flame immortal sect is merely a proficient expert in the out-of-body stage. Yet this status is already commendable within the cultivation world. Naturally, I remain unaware of the intricacies of those higher realms. The elder spoke candidly, revealing all he knew without a hint of concealment, indicating that he had no intention of withholding any information regarding these matters. Chapter 092. The difficulty of entering the immortal gate. A cultivator at the golden core stage possesses strength equivalent to that of 100 practitioners at the latter stage of the void dand realm. Presently, I find myself at the early stage of the void dand realm, while the golden core stage refers to its initial phase. According to your theory, each elevation in tier results in a doubling of power, and each advancement in realm brings about a qualitative transformation, although I remain uncertain about the subsequent implications. You have stated that the nascent soul stage represents a significant hurdle. It takes 100 golden core practitioners at the late stage to yield but one who can ascend to the nascent soul stage. Your master has attained this stage. Thus I surmise that your Shurshu must also be at least at the nascent soul level. Given my current capabilities, the prospect of vanquishing him appears insurmountable. Assisting you in seeking vengeance seems a task more daunting than scaling the heavens. It is likely that he could extinguish my life with the ease of crushing an ant. Elder Shin, your request seems somewhat unreasonable. Yiguchin managed a bitter smile, slowly articulating the conclusions he had drawn within his mind. I recognize the gravity of the situation. Yet my time is running out, and my days are numbered. You are the only individual I have encountered who possesses the qualifications to enter the realm of cultivation. My hopes rest solely upon you. Though it may seem like an unreasonable demand, I have no alternative. Nevertheless, rest assured, I shall not ask you to toil without compensation. I will offer you benefits, and I do not require you to act immediately. You are one of the rare geniuses I have encountered, not only in the Fengyan continent, but even within the cultivation realm. It is exceedingly rare for someone to reach the void dand stage by the age of 16. Should you enter the cultivation world, there will undoubtedly come a day when you surpass my Shurshu, at which point you may seek vengeance for me without any constraints on time. You would not be at a disadvantage. Elder Shin gazed at Yiguchin with an earnest, almost pleading expression, his voice trembling as he spoke. At this moment, Yi Guqin stood as his only hope. If he were to refuse, Elder Shun would be left to perish with unfulfilled vengeance, unable to close his eyes in peace. Why me? Yi Guqin furrowed his brow and asked once more. After a profound glance at Yi Guqin, Elder Shun took a deep breath and replied. The Fengyun continent lies beyond the realm of cultivation. The true cultivation world is vast beyond imagination. In the eyes of cultivators, this continent is merely a large island. Yet it remains a domain of mortals. In this world, few paths exist. There is an unwritten rule in the cultivation realm. Cultivators must not disturb mortals or disrupt their lives. Thus, there are no cultivators on Fengyun Island. To become a cultivator, one must meet certain criteria, and that criterion is to enter the path of martial arts and shatter the void. You are the only one in the past 3 centuries who has achieved this. Hence, you are my sole hope. If I do not seek you out, I truly know not where else to turn. Is it so? To enter this ethereal realm of cultivation, must one solely rely on martial arts and the shattering of the void? No wonder those masters who have broken through the void have vanished. It appears they have entered the cultivation world. Elder Shun, how might I proceed to enter the realm of cultivation? Upon hearing these words, Yi Guqin murmured to himself, and a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he gazed at the elder. This led him to the crux of his most pressing concern. Will you grant me this request? If you do, I shall divulge the information. If not, I shall remain silent, allowing this secret to vanish along with my vengeance from this world. You may perceive this as a threat, yet Guqin, this is your sole opportunity. As it is mine as well, I am compelled to act thus. The elder hesitated before providing his answer. I agree. There is no need for threats. I have already consented. Speak freely, elder. Upon hearing this, Yi Guqin smiled and shook his head. He had already contemplated his decision thoroughly. Assisting the elder was not a sign of foolishness, but rather a mark of genuine character. He believed in repaying kindness and avenging grievances. The elder had shown him favor, and he would not act ungratefully. Though not a paragon of virtue, he adhered to his own principles, especially since the Yi family would require the elder's guidance and the support of the imperial guards in the future. At this juncture, doing a monumental favor for the elder was indeed worthwhile. Well, as long as you endure the tribulation, you will be able to enter the realm of cultivation. By transcending through martial means and shattering the void to weather the tribulation, you will be sensed by others nearby. If you remain in the vicinity for 5 days, someone will inevitably find you, even in the most remote locations. Although Fengyun Island is deemed a mortal realm, it is home to several sect disciples who reside here to scout for talent. Once you surpass the tribulation, you will be detected, and they will naturally approach you. After all, those who ascend through martial prowess to this level have done so through their own merit, and such individuals are akin to dragons among men, achieving remarkable progress in their cultivation. Naturally, the various cultivation sects will vie for your allegiance. However, this path carries its perils, as the individuals who come could belong to either the righteous or the sinister factions. A single misstep could provoke their animosity, according to their customs. If one is not of their kind, they may face death, which poses a significant danger. More critically, it is common for both sides to arrive simultaneously, leading to disastrous consequences. Typically, they engage in fierce combat, resulting in mutual destruction, with the one undergoing the tribulation often perishing in the chaos. This has been the outcome in 9 out of 10 instances, leaving only a slim chance of survival. Thus, this route is fraught with peril. Choosing it could very well lead to demise. Yet, should one survive, entry into the realm of cultivation would be granted, thereby stepping into the path of immortality, albeit with odds that are exceedingly slim. Another path leads to the celestial Tiandang Mountain, a place abundant in spiritual energy and shrouded in mystery. No one from Windcloud Island has managed to delve deeply into its secrets. Within its confines, several sects have established long-term settlements, each possessing considerable influence in the realm of cultivation. The reasons for their presence remain unclear, however. One thing is certain, joining their ranks is far more advantageous than being selected by others. These are indeed formidable sects, and entering their fold is significantly preferable to aligning oneself with lesser establishments. Yet, Tiandang Mountain is vast, truly immense, spanning over 13,000 miles. Locating a mere handful of individuals within it is no simple task. It all hinges on fate. Moreover, even if one were fortunate enough to find them, gaining entry into their sects is not guaranteed. After all, those individuals are exceptionally powerful, and the recruitment processes of their sects are exceedingly stringent. Entry is not merely a matter of desire. The course of action lies in your hands. Nevertheless, I advise you to venture to Tiandang Mountain and test your luck. While there may be distinctions between major and minor sects in the martial world, the gap is not insurmountable. Yet, once you enter the realm of cultivation, you will come to understand the immense benefits that a powerful sect can bestow. Elder Shin's words today may have surpassed those spoken throughout his entire life, as he fervently imparted knowledge to Yi Guqin, striving to ensure that he comprehended the cultivation world as thoroughly as possible, to select a favorable path, and to seek vengeance for himself and his master. Hence, even if he were to speak until his throat was raw and parched, he would do so willingly. Oh, now I understand. No wonder Yin Kong would say such things. It all makes sense. Yi Guqin muttered to himself, narrowing his eyes. Already deep in contemplation of Elder Shin's words, his mind began to wander, caught in a moment of indecision. Chapter 093, The Celestial Wheel of Sun and Moon. As Yi Guqin hesitated, pondering his decision, the venerable elder had already produced a violet wooden box that he had kept with him. With a deft motion, the box soared gracefully and landed firmly upon the marble table before them. This unexpected act left Yi Guqin momentarily stunned, gazing at the elder in bewilderment. Unsure of the elder's intentions, what does this signify? Yi Guqin inquired with curiosity, harboring an inkling of a guess, though lacking certainty. The elder, without delay, opened the violet wooden box, and a burst of radiance illuminated the surroundings, revealing two weapons before Yi Guqin. One was a golden circular wheel, and the other a silver crescent blade, both glimmering with a chilling light along their edges, epitomizing their indomitable sharpness. The two weapons complemented each other, unmistakably forming a set rather than existing as solitary pieces. The golden wheel bore a series of sun emblems, reminiscent of sunlight, while the silver crescent blade was adorned with 7 shimmering stars, creating an exquisite spectacle. The brilliance emanating from these items unmistakably indicated that they were far from mundane. Are these low-grade Earth-level magical artifacts? Yi Guqin asked, astonishment flickering in his eyes as he cast a glance at the elder. Indeed, they are low-grade Earth-level magical artifacts. The celestial wheel of sun and moon, in addition to its unparalleled sharpness, possesses remarkable abilities. The solar wheel can unleash flames akin to the sun's intense heat, while the lunar blade can emit frigid air comparable to the coldest depths. The combination of these two forces amplifies their power, rendering them an extraordinary treasure. As for their classification as low-grade Earth-level artifacts, it pertains to the hierarchy of magical artifacts within the realm of cultivation. Artifacts are categorized into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and man, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, symbolizing their rank. Man-level artifacts are the most commonplace, typically possessed by disciples of ordinary cultivation sections. The Blood Dragon Sword and the Black Sky Armor you wield belong to the lower grade of this category. While formidable among mortals, they hardly hold significance in the cultivation realm. The crafting of Earth-level artifacts is notably more intricate, and only a select few possess them. Even disciples of the 2nd generation, like my master, have not owned one, receiving such treasures only as rewards for significant contributions from the elders. A small sect would consider possessing a single upper-grade Earth-level artifact as a treasured heirloom to pass down through generations. My Flame Fairy sect is relatively esteemed in the cultivation world, hence the bestowal of these low-grade Earth-level artifacts. However, should they be displayed publicly, they would undoubtedly incite envy among countless individuals. Beyond Earth-level artifacts lie the Heaven-level ones, which I have yet to behold. However, I have heard from my master that they are exceedingly rare, with only sentient artifacts qualifying for this designation, each one a marvel beyond compare. Above these are the celestial tools, which transcend earthly existence, and very few are fortunate enough to possess them. It is said that the foremost sect in the cultivation realm, the Floating Clouds sect, possesses a lower-grade celestial tool, treasured for millennia and passed down as their sect's most prized possession. In response to Yi Guqin's inquiries, the elder deity was ever ready to provide answers. His current objective was to alleviate the doubts harbored by Yi Guqin, facilitating his future endeavors in the realm of cultivation, where survival would prove paramount. After all, Yi Guqin represented the sole beacon of hope for the elder's vengeance. All his aspirations for retribution were now intertwined with the fate of this young man. Ah, how enlightening. Yi Guqin instinctively nodded. The legendary realm of cultivation was fraught with mysteries, presenting numerous concepts that were utterly foreign to him. It was astonishing to discover that his supposedly indestructible Blood Dragon Sword and the invulnerable Black Heaven Armor were, in this world, merely classified as low-grade human artifacts. This revelation was almost too much for him to bear. He could not help but ponder how formidable the day and moon celestial wheel must be. If even the low-grade artifacts were so impressive. But enough of that. Here, I possess the refining method passed down by my master. First, you must drip your blood onto this artifact to establish a connection through your essence. Then, you will infuse it with your true energy, essentially the power that emerges after your innate chi undergoes transformation. You must continuously channel this energy into the artifact, gradually refining it for your own use. However, as you have yet to generate your body as true fire, it will not be easy for you to refine the day and moon celestial wheel with your current strength. I have a few methods to share with you. In approximately half a month, you should be able to initiate the refining process and incorporate it into your being. Yet, to wield it with finesse, you must wait until you reach the golden core stage. Until then, it would be unwise to rely on it in battle. The elder deity spoke tirelessly, wishing fervently to impart all his wisdom directly into Yi Guchen's mind. With determination, Yi Guchen bit his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the artifact as instructed. He then activated the innate chi that had evolved into true energy, continuously infusing it into the day and moon celestial wheel. The artifact appeared to be an insatiable abyss, greedily absorbing Yi Guchen's true energy, which surged forth like a tidal wave. Moments later, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he felt utterly drained, nearly collapsing to the ground. Had it not been for his remarkably robust physique, he might have indeed succumbed. Observing Yi Guchen's pallid complexion, the elder deity offered a slight smile and remarked, "Do not harbor the illusion that you can refine the day and moon celestial will instantaneously. My estimate of half a month is already exceedingly conservative. Expecting to complete it in a single day is folly. Furthermore, the refinement of artifacts is a form of cultivation, a process that tests both your will and true energy. As you expend energy, your cultivation will also grow through the absorption of this experience. Thus, it may prove beneficial for you. Take your time, do not rush. I shall remain here for the next few days, imparting all that I know about the realm of cultivation until your refining is complete." Chapter 094. The Myth of the Martial World, Part 1. The process of refining the sun and moon celestial wheel was far from straightforward. Although it may sound simple, it was, in fact, quite intricate. Fortunately, there were no restrictions placed upon the celestial wheel. Otherwise, the task of refining it would have been exceedingly arduous. Even so, Yi Guchen expended a total of 18 days to successfully refine the celestial wheel. At this moment, he felt a profound connection to it, as if their bloodlines intertwined. With closed eyes, the celestial wheel vanished from his sight, yet he sensed its presence lingering near the size of a grain in his dantian. With another wave of his hand, the celestial wheel reappeared before him, floating in accordance with his will. Regrettably, Yi Guchen's current state was insufficient to sustain its operation. Upon testing his true essence, he found he could only manipulate the celestial wheel for approximately 3 minutes before succumbing to exhaustion. This left him wary of wielding such a formidable weapon. It was akin to a child possessing a handgun, aware of its immense power yet hesitant to use it recklessly. For once the bullets were spent, he would be defenseless. If the sun and moon celestial wheel is a treasure, what of my black jade pendant? In recent days, amidst the tales recounted by the venerable elder regarding the realm of cultivation, he had never encountered anything capable of enhancing spiritual energy. Yi Guchen furrowed his brows as he sat there, contemplating. Over the years, he had distinctly sensed the extraordinary nature of the black jade pendant. Not only did it provide ample spiritual energy, but it also aided in his healing, functioning as a talisman of sorts. It had saved his life on numerous occasions. Thus he was certain that the black jade pendant was indeed remarkable, though its true nature remained a mystery. He attempted to employ the same method used to refine the celestial wheel on the black jade pendant. Unfortunately, the results were minimal. Despite infusing it with all his true essence after a drop of blood, it seemed he encountered some form of resistance. His true essence could penetrate not even a fraction, as if a thin membrane obstructed its passage. After several fruitless attempts, Yi Guchen was compelled to abandon the refinement of the black jade pendant and instead focus on restoring his true essence. This left Yi Guchen feeling quite vexed. Although his strength was already formidable enough to command respect within the martial world, advancing further appeared nearly impossible, lacking both techniques and experience. Any hopes for progress seemed like a fanciful dream. This predicament intensified his yearning to enter the realm of cultivation. Months slipped by, and the venerable elder had departed from the Yi family to journey to Jade Sword Mountain, while the rest of the Yi family had collectively relocated to the vicinity of Heaven's Gate Mountain. Yet, Yi Guchen remained in Jiangzhou. On this particular day, after completing his training, he calculated the passage of time and felt it was nearly time to depart. He turned to the captain of the Imperial Guard stationed nearby and commanded, "Prepare the horses. We shall set forth." At this very moment, beneath the Jade Sword Mountain of the Jade Sword Manor, a throng of martial artists has gathered. Since Yiguchen proclaimed the slaughter of the Wang family and the annihilation of the Sword sect on the 15th day of the 8th month a few months ago, practitioners from all corners of the continent have flocked to the vicinity of the Jade Sword Mountain. The manor has extended invitations to heroes of the martial world, along with friends and relatives, resulting in an influx of countless masters. Notable sects such as Qingshu Temple and the Great Zen Temple have dispatched their elite experts to lend their support. Furthermore, Wang Li Hongming, the king of the south, has personally led his 8 innate masters, accompanied by his son and dozens of pinnacle postnatal experts. Rumors also circulate that the Black Armored Camp and the Blood Dragon Army have sent their formidable warriors to the scene. The Jade Sword Manor boasts no fewer than 5 grandmasters, in addition to a multitude of innate experts and thousands of postnatal practitioners. In contrast, Yiguchen's side consists solely of himself, who is currently hailed as the foremost master of the Imperial Guard, along with a vast organization of the Imperial Guard. No one doubts that Yiguchen's actions will not go unnoticed by the guards, particularly after the involvement of the Black Armored Camp and the Blood Dragon Army, which is clearly a provocation of the Imperial Guard's dignity. How could they possibly endure such affront? To all observers, this is destined to be a monumental battle. Many have arrived months in advance to witness the event, although summer has now fully set in, bringing with it oppressive heat. The area at the foot of the Jade Sword Mountain is still thronged with tens of thousands of heroes from all walks of life, while the manor itself is bustling with guests. As the 14th day of the 8th month approaches, the day of reckoning draws near. On this day, a contingent of several thousand, clad in blood-soaked garments emblazoned with golden eagles, surge forth along the official road, raising clouds of dust and the thunderous sound of hoofs. The martial artists instinctively scattered, their expressions filled with trepidation as they gazed upon the blood-robed masters, whispering among themselves, "Look, the Imperial Guard has arrived." It seems Yiguchen has indeed kept his word. A great battle is likely to unfold tomorrow, one martial artist remarked to a slender man beside him. Yet, we have yet to see Yiguchen himself. These Imperial Guards appear merely to be the advance party. Yiguchen should arrive shortly, the slender man replied. "I've heard he has just turned 17. Do you truly believe he has attained a master level at such a tender age?" "Of course, how could that be mistaken? This is well known. Yiguchen reached this level at merely 16, just a few months ago. He must have made further progress since then. I wonder what the scene on the 15th of August will truly be like," the slender man sighed, his voice tinged with admiration and awe. Chapter 095, The Myth of the Martial World, Part 2. Approximately 5,000 elite members of the Jinui have arrived, each a master from various camps. Those lacking inner strength above the 6th level were prohibited from participating in this operation, given the perilous nature of the undertaking. Without the requisite skill, they would be of no assistance, akin to the Jinui mobilizing 100,000 troops while Prince Jinnan, Li Hongming, summoned a staggering 500,000 yet refrained from approaching this vicinity. Such true masters would find no engagement with ordinary soldiers. Their involvement would be an exercise in futility, akin to courting death. Their sole purpose lies in addressing the common populace and maintaining order. Under the leadership of the 3 commanding officers, Qinglong, Baihu, and Zhuke, and 10 elders, the 5,000 masters of the Jinui established their encampment at the foot of Yujin Manor, erecting tents in anticipation of the arrival of Yiguchen and his companions, awaiting the imminent battle on the night of the full moon in August. "Father, the Jinui have arrived." Qinglong, Zhuke, Baihu, all present, accompanied by 5,000 masters. It is rumored that the venerable elders of the Jinui have also mobilized. They appear to regard this matter with utmost seriousness. In a tavern room within a small town at the foot of Yujin Manor, a middle-aged man, around 50 years of age, spoke respectfully in a hushed tone to a venerable elder with snow-white hair. Should anyone from the capital be present, they would be taken aback. For this middle-aged man is none other than Wu Tianqi, the patriarch of the Wu family, one of the 3 great clans of the Ming Empire. Before him sits Wu Yong, the esteemed figure of the family, renowned as the Thunderous Hand, a master of unparalleled repute. Indeed, that is imperative. Yiguchen is the finest commander the Jinui has seen in a millennium, having attained mastery at the tender age of 16 through both inner and outer cultivation. If fortune favors him, he may break through his current realm before the age of 40, transcending into the path of martial enlightenment and shattering the void, a prodigy unparalleled in 3 centuries, surpassing even the legendary sword god, Xiefeng. It is only natural for the Jinyui to place such importance on him. By the way, has Wu Qiong arrived? Wu Yong said. His eyes half closed as he regarded his second son, Wu Tianqi, with a calm demeanor. Yes, it is good that he has come. Tianqi, you are aware that Wu Qiong is my favorite grandson. However, for the sake of the family's interests, sacrifices must sometimes be made. Should Yiguchen truly fulfill his claims of single-handedly slaying the kings and annihilating the masters of Yujian Manor, do not hesitate. Dispatch Wu Qiong to me. Presenting his head to Yiguchen. For at that moment, Yiguchen will be beyond the reach of our Wu family. The calamity that Wu Qiong has invited upon himself must not endanger our household. However, if Yiguchen should falter, then such drastic measures will be unnecessary. And we may take the opportunity to remind the Li family that the Wu clan is not to be trifled with. I trust you understand how we should proceed. Wu Yong spoke slowly, his words devoid of any emotional inflection. Wu Yong's words startled Wu Tianqi, who hurriedly nodded in agreement. Although he appeared to be the exalted and omnipotent head of the Wu family in front of outsiders, in the presence of his father, Wu Yong, he remained merely a child. The position of family head, though seemingly glorious, was ultimately just a pawn placed on display by his father, easily removable at any moment, leaving him devoid of even the slightest capacity for resistance. Yes, father, I understand. I shall remember, Wu Tianqi dared not oppose, softly replied. And upon seeing Wu Yong close his eyes, he quickly bowed and withdrew, gently closing the door behind him. A myriad of thoughts and speculations spread through the small town at the foot of Yujian Mountain Manor. The thousands of martial artists who had gathered were filled with anxious anticipation. The following morning, while many still lingered in slumber, hundreds of red-clad knights came galloping down the official road from the distance. The slumbering martial artists were abruptly awakened, gazing in astonishment at the sight on the road. Realizing the arrival of the elite Jin Wei, no longer drowsy, they looked on with excitement, for they understood that this heralded the presence of the day as protagonist. The Jin Wei commander, Yiguchen. The arrival of Yiguchen signified something profound, and the martial artists were acutely aware that it heralded the impending commencement of an extraordinary battle. Suppressing their burgeoning excitement, they watched the Jin Wei knights enter their encampment, hastily donning their garments to convey the news to their companions. In an instant, the news of Yiguchen's arrival spread like wildfire throughout the town, with martial artists eagerly sharing the tidings. Despite the oppressive heat of the day, with the blazing sun discouraging most from venturing outdoors, it could not dampen the fervent spirits of these individuals. Chapter 096, The Legend of the Martial World, Part 3, Unbeknownst to all, time slipped away, and a day had swiftly passed. Throughout this lengthy day, countless individuals were consumed with impatience, many skilled martial artists pacing beneath the towering Yujian Mountain Manor, anxiously awaiting the arrival of Yiguchen. From the early hours of the morning, news of his arrival spread, drawing throngs of spectators to the foot of the mountain. While they could not ascend Yujian Peak, which stood at a modest height of approximately 100 meters, the gentle slope allowed glimpses of the scenery atop the peak. Thus, eager to secure prime vantage points, these individuals arrived early. As night descended, the Yujian Manor was ablaze with torches, with the spectators preparing tens of thousands of them, illuminating the night sky, their anxious hearts palpable, rendering even the luminous moon seemingly dim in comparison. He has arrived. Yiguchen is here. The first voice that uttered this announcement sent ripples of excitement through the crowd, who turned their gazes backward. There, emerging was a valiant youth of around 16 or 17, clad in black battle armor, wielding a blood-red longsword, advancing slowly under the protection of hundreds of elite Jinyui. There was no need for speculation. The blood-red cloak adorning his back revealed his identity, Commander Yiguchen, the central figure of this unprecedented battle. Gasp. The blood dragon sword, the black heavenly armor. It appears that Yujian Manor is in for a tumultuous evening. Those with discerning eyes, upon beholding Yiguchen's armor and weaponry, gasped in astonishment. The blood dragon sword and the black heavenly armor, both peerless treasures. The pride of the black armor camp and the blood dragon army ignited envy and desire in many, if not for their apprehension regarding Yiguchen's formidable prowess and the elite Jinyui surrounding him. They might have succumbed to the impulse to attack him en masse. As Yiguchen approached, the multitude blocking the foot of the mountain instinctively parted, creating a 2-meter-wide pathway for him to pass. No one dared to obstruct his way. All held their breath, gazing at him with a myriad of emotions swirling within, jealousy, admiration, reverence, and even hatred, all intermingling in the eyes of the throng. Resembling a microcosm of society itself, where every sentiment coexisted naturally, Yiguchen, indifferent to the expressions and gazes around him, seemingly oblivious to the multitude, advanced with measured steps toward the central Yujian manor. He ascended the precisely carved stone steps, each half-inch high, gradually making his way up the mountain. From afar, the disciples of the Jade Sword Manor witnessed the arrival of Yiguchen. Dozens of guards stationed at the entrance hastily drew their swords, forming a defensive stance, instinctively tightening together in preparation to withstand Yiguchen's advance. One among them, in a state of panic, rushed inside to report this alarming development to his superiors. They all understood well that they could not possibly contend with Yiguchen. If he desired to eliminate them, it would require no effort at all. The only ones capable of confronting such a notorious figure were the master experts residing within the manor. Scram. Upon reaching the entrance of the Jade Sword Manor, Yiguchen surveyed the multitude of disciples, swords drawn yet hesitant to advance. With a disdainful snort, he unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the mountains, amplified by his inner strength, reaching an expanse of several dozen miles. With this single shout, the hearts of all present instinctively tightened, causing several to convulse violently. In a shocking turn of events, over a dozen disciples of the Jade Sword Manor perished on the spot, their meridians shattered by the sheer force of Yiguchen's voice. The remaining disciples, blood spilling from their mouths, collapsed to the ground, their faces etched with terror as they gazed upon Yiguchen. In a frenzied panic, they exerted every ounce of strength to flee, resembling a herd of startled rabbits, a sight that could not help but evoke a chuckle from onlookers. However, this scene did not escape the notice of those at the foot of the mountain. Despite the elevated terrain and the considerable distance, over 100 meters, those who had come to this place possessed a certain level of cultivation, allowing them to perceive the unfolding events. A tremor coursed through their hearts. Yiguchen's seemingly effortless display held immense power, prompting new speculations regarding his prowess. After all, the Jade Sword Manor had long since dispatched their less capable disciples to prepare for Yiguchen and the Imperial Guard. This was no secret. Those remaining to guard the gate had to possess at least 5th-level inner strength, with 6th level not being uncommon. Yet, it was astonishing that Yiguchen's single shout had resulted in the demise of over a dozen individuals while instilling fear in the remaining disciples. Such display of strength was truly remarkable. Could it be that he has reached such a realm? Many could not help but ponder, only to shake their heads in disbelief. After all, how old could Yiguchen be? Even the most prodigious talents could not possibly attain such heights at the tender age of 16 or 17. Historically, no one had ever achieved that level before the age of 30. Even the legendary sword god, Xiafeng, had reached that stage only at 35. Yiguchen's age surely could not allow for such an achievement. As the great doors collapsed with a resounding crash, dozens of figures erupted from within the Jade Sword Manor, each bearing an austere expression as they fixed their gaze upon Yiguchen. Leading them was an elderly man clad in a long blue robe, wielding a jade sword. This elder appeared to be around 70 years of age, possessing a robust physique. Though aged, he retained an air of dignity that inspired awe. It was evident that this man was the head of the Jade Sword Manor, the esteemed Master Yujizi, who had traversed the martial world for decades. Chapter 97. The Legend of the Martial Arts World, Part 4. The appearance of several master-level experts alongside dozens of innate-level practitioners immediately stirred a tempest of excitement among the throngs gathered at the foot of the mountain. Each of these formidable figures was renowned, some having achieved fame decades ago, and their presence was a rare spectacle. In any other context, each would be the center of attention, deserving of reverence from thousands. Yet, at this moment, they had converged to confront the seemingly insignificant Yiguchen, a fact that astonished all. Although Yiguchen was also a master-level expert, it seemed excessive to mobilize such a multitude against him. Even Yujizi had drawn forth the legendary treasure of the Yujian villa, the glazed jade sword, highlighting the gravity with which they regarded Yiguchen. Regardless of the outcome, Yiguchen's name would undoubtedly resonate throughout the world. You dare to tread upon the grounds of my Yujian villa? You are courting death. Yujizi coldly regarded Yiguchen. His eyes narrowed with a hint of murderous intent. As he spoke, several master-level experts began to slowly encircle Yiguchen from either side, including the esteemed Tian Huazhenren of the Clear Void Temple, the abbot Jie Ren from the Great Zen Monastery, Commander Qin Feng of the Black Armored Camp, and Commander Lu Qing of the Blood Dragon Army. These four, leading numerous innate-level practitioners, surrounded Yiguchen from all directions, poised to strike at a moment's notice should he make any sudden movements. Enough with the idle chatter. Yiguchen scoffed, a disdainful snort escaping his lips. Without hesitation, he leaped forward, his left foot propelling him into motion as he surged towards Yujizi, covering the distance of several meters in an instant. The blood dragon sword in his hand erupted with a dragon's roar as it lunged toward Yujizi. Though untrained in swordsmanship, Yiguchin had refined his celestial demon blade technique to a remarkable level. While the differences between swordplay and blade techniques are vast, he had spent the past few months adapting the celestial demon blade technique into a sword style, naming it the blood dragon sword technique. The first move was aptly titled Blood Dragon Emerges from the Sea. As he executed this move, the blood dragon sword traced 3 arcs of light, infused with fierce innate sword energy and propelled by a potent surge of true essence, launching toward Yujizi. Caught off guard by Yiguchin's sudden assault, Yujizi momentarily faltered. However, being a seasoned master, he quickly regained his composure and hastily raised the glazed jade sword to defend himself. With a resounding clang, the glazed jade sword met Yiguchin's blood dragon sword, producing a crisp, metallic symphony. Both weapons belonged to the esteemed ranks of martial artifacts, and their clash unleashed tremendous force. The ground beneath them, made of large blue stone slabs, shattered into fragments at the point of their collision. With a soft snicker, the formidable weapon's might was evident. It was ultimately the wielder's prowess that mattered. Yiguchin, being far superior to Yujizi, shattered the void and entered the realm of martial enlightenment at the Shudan stage. His strength was undoubtedly unparalleled. The disparity between him and Yujizi was immense. And having seized the initiative, Yujizi naturally found himself at a disadvantage. In the fleeting moment of confrontation, Yujizi coughed up blood and was propelled several meters backward, only managing to stabilize his form after a somersault. Initially, Yiguchin intended to press the attack, seizing the opportunity to eliminate Yujizi once and for all. However, the other masters surrounding him denied him that chance. Several innate experts surged forth from behind Yujizi to obstruct Yiguchin's onslaught. Although he swiftly dispatched 2 of them, he lost the opportunity to continue his pursuit of Yujizi. Having dealt with the 2 innate experts, the 4 masters charged from behind, employing their renowned techniques, the Arhit Fukin, the Qingshu Palm, the Black Armored War Dragon Blade technique, and the Blood Fiend 9 swords. These formidable martial arts, celebrated in the realm, were unleashed simultaneously by the 4 master-level experts, aiming directly at Yiguchin. In an instant, the sky was filled with a myriad of sword shadows, blade shadows, fist shadows, and palm shadows, enveloping the space around Yiguchin within a radius of several dozen meters. All subjected to this fierce assault, the innate experts hastily dodged, wary of being caught in the chaos. Despite having reached the innate realm, they appeared feeble in the presence of such master-level prowess. Boom! The ground reverberated with explosive sounds, clouds of dust swirling upward. As the dust settled, the ground was no longer pristine. A massive green stone slab had completely collapsed, countless fragments soaring through the air, blanketing everything in a haze of stone debris. As the fragments fell, the hearts of all spectators involuntarily tightened, their eyes fixed on the distant battlefield with unwavering focus. An unspoken concern gripped them, fearing for Yiguchin's safety against the combined might of 4 master-level experts. Surely, not even a peak master could withstand such a united assault. When the smoke cleared, all eyes turned toward the scene, and several masters ceased their attacks, gazing at the area that had been ravaged. Amidst the swirling stone dust, a figure emerged, a young man clad in black armor, wielding a blood-red longsword. Standing before the crowd, Yiguchin remained unscathed, a hint of disdain gracing his lips. "TSK, is this all you can muster? Pathetic and ineffectual, you have truly disappointed me," Yiguchin remarked, shaking his head in disappointment. The scene left the master experts in a state of shock, unable to articulate their astonishment. They were well aware of the defenses of the Black Heaven armor. Yet Yiguchin's head remained unprotected, and the armor did not shield against internal injuries. With their combined strength, even if Yiguchin were at the pinnacle of mastery, the sheer volume of attacks should have rendered him at least severely injured, if not dead. How could he now stand there unscathed? What power has he truly attained? Some could not help but ponder this in their hearts, as several master-level experts instinctively took a step back. I had previously devoted myself to the study of the celestial demon blade technique, achieving a degree of success. In recent months, I have refined this technique, integrating it with the blood dragon sword to create a new blood dragon sword technique. Just now, I employed a single move. Now I shall demonstrate the entire set. There are a total of 8 forms, and I invite you all to experience them, provided, of course, that you manage to survive. A faint, devilish smile crept across Yiguchin's lips as he spoke with a calm demeanor. Chapter 098, The Legend of the Martial Arts World, Part 5. Yiguchin's words drew a collective gasp from the crowd. None could have anticipated his audacity in proclaiming that his 8-sword techniques could vanquish all masters and innate experts. Was this not an egregious display of hubris? Who did he believe himself to be? A mythical master capable of transcending realms. Some regarded Yi Guqin's declaration with derision, their smiles laced with disdain, while others gazed upon him with eager anticipation. To them, Yi Guqin had already wrought numerous miracles, and they dared to hope that he might create yet another. They were filled with expectation, eager to witness the prowess of the modified sword techniques he spoke of. Watch closely. I am about to make my move, Yi Guqin declared softly, his blood dragon sword gradually leveling in his grasp. After surveying his surroundings, his gaze returned to Yu Jizi. Among the 5 masters present, none harbored greater animosity towards Yi Guqin than the scoundrels from the sword-controlling manor. Their enmity with the Yi family was a blood-soaked legacy, an indelible hatred. If Yi Guqin sought to take a life, Yu Jizi would undoubtedly be his foremost target. With a swift motion, Yi Guqin unleashed his sword, propelling it towards Yu Jizi with a speed that had doubled since before. Even though the masters were intently focused on him, their vigilance proved insufficient to mount any defense in the instant he struck. The blood dragon sword surged forth, infused with an indomitable essence that transcended the mundane, aiming directly for the already wounded Yu Jizi's throat. In a panic, Yu Jizi seized one of his disciples and hurled him as a desperate measure to impede Yi Guqin's advance. Alas, his actions proved futile. With a mere flick of his left hand, Yi Guqin dismembered the hapless disciple, reducing him to a mist of crimson in an instant, and continued unabated towards Yu Jizi. In that fleeting moment, Yu Jizi suffered a tremendous psychological blow. Even if he were to survive this encounter, the tale of his actions would undoubtedly spread far and wide, rendering the sword-controlling manor a paragon of hypocrisy in the eyes of the martial world. Had Yu Jizi succeeded in obstructing or delaying Yi Guqin's assault, it would have been one matter. However, his efforts were in vain. In the blink of an eye, Yi Guqin had reached his side. The blood dragon sword collided with the glazed jade sword, sending it flying, and then, with a direct thrust, pierced Yu Jizi's throat. As the blade withdrew, blood gushed forth like a fountain, marking the fall of a once mighty master. Father! Yu Heng's anguished cry shattered the air as he witnessed the tragic scene. The death of Yu Jizi struck him with an indescribable force. As his father's sole heir, their bond was profound. To behold his father fall before him was a devastation beyond measure. The audacious ruffians dared to approach. The elders of the Yujian mountain manor, their eyes aflame with fury, charged forth wielding their weapons, intent on confronting Yi Guqin. However, Yi Guqin merely scoffed at their approach. With a deft twist of his sword, he unleashed the second move of the blood dragon sword technique, the blood dragon's tail. In an instant, a crescent-shaped sword aura, imbued with immense power, surged forth toward the several innate-level elders of the Yujian mountain manor. In a heartbeat, those elders, along with the dozens of disciples trailing behind them, were torn asunder by Yi Guqin's might, while the sturdy walls encircling the manor crumbled under the impact of the crescent sword aura. Kill him. We must unite, or we shall be vanquished one by one, roared the abbot of the great Zen temple, Master Jiren. He then unleashed the temple's supreme technique, the great Tathagata's hand, charging directly at Yi Guqin. As he pivoted his left hand, a colossal golden Buddha's hand shot forth, aimed squarely at Yi Guqin. The other masters were not sluggish in their response. Upon hearing Master Jiren, their expression shifted, and they swiftly invoked their own ultimate techniques, joining in the assault from all directions. They dared not display the slightest negligence, for the demise of Yu Jizi had instilled within them a profound sense of fear. As fellow masters, they had witnessed Yu Jizi's death before their very eyes, and they understood all too well that any lapse in vigilance could render them the next victims of Yi Guqin. Could it be that he has grasped that elusive realm? Or perhaps even transcended it? Such thoughts unconsciously flickered through the minds of several masters as they unleashed their ultimate moves against Yi Guqin. Despite their unwillingness to accept the reality, a voice deep within them whispered the truth. It was real. It was indeed real. Yi Guqin had truly broken through and attained that legendary realm. As this realization dawned upon them, a sense of urgency gripped their hearts. Instinctively, they summoned every ounce of their strength, transforming what would normally be a tenfold effort into a 12-fold exertion. Driven by the primal instinct for self-preservation that arises in the face of fear. Chapter 099, The Legend of the Martial Arts World, Part 6. The combined might of the 4 peak masters was formidable and not to be underestimated. Yi Guqin was hurled back several dozen meters, his body crashing against the rocky wall, leaving behind a dense web-like pattern reminiscent of spider silk. This intricate design formed a regular pattern akin to a tortoise shell around him, as he sank deeply into the surface. In the nascent realm of primary cultivation, Where true essence had only just begun to manifest, these practitioners differed significantly from ordinary martial artists. Their energy was purer and more potent, representing a qualitative elevation. However, if one could not harness this power, they would not stand much apart from the average innate masters, merely faster, stronger, and more destructive, but hardly distinguishable. Frankly speaking, had it not been for Yi Guchen's own physical prowess reaching this level, he likely would not have been able to slay Yujizi just moments ago, and might have even fallen victim to the combined assault of these four masters. Damn it. I was careless, he muttered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. You may be formidable, but I assure you, I will not underestimate you again. The battle was initially as swift as lightning, leaving no opportunity for respite, nor any chance for Yi Guchen to engage in idle chatter. After delivering a powerful blow that sent him flying, the masters should have united to decisively vanquish him, embodying the adage of striking when one's opponent is most vulnerable. However, regrettably, despite their intentions, the four masters lacked the requisite strength. Their previous full-force attack, though devastating and indeed injurious to Yi Guchen, had shaken his internal organs as if they were aflame. Had they been able to continue their onslaught, they might have achieved remarkable success. Alas, it seemed their energy had been momentarily drained, rendering them incapable of launching further attacks. Although dozens of innate masters had begun to regain their senses and were leaping towards Yi Guchen with utmost speed, they were still a moment too late. Yi Guchen pivoted, and his blood dragon sword radiated an eerie light. Hundreds of sword energies erupted forth, each slicing through the air with a brilliance that spanned dozens of meters, instantly penetrating the bodies of several innate masters. Accompanied by anguished cries, those innate masters were transformed into a mist of blood by Yi Guchen's blood dragon clone slash. Those who managed to escape decapitation were nonetheless grievously wounded by the sword energies. Almost anyone who dared to approach Yi Guchen suffered varying degrees of injury. The only difference lay in the severity of their wounds. With a disdainful snort, Yi Guchen refused to waste another glance at the repugnant insects. His focus was solely on the four master practitioners. Wiping the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth once more, he leapt towards them, and the masters, taken by surprise, hastily prepared to defend themselves. Fortunately, it is merely a superficial injury. The individuals involved are all at the pinnacle of mastery, possessing both strength and experience that surpass that of Yujizi. For Yi Guchen to eliminate them would not be a simple task. It would be considerably more challenging than vanquishing Yujizi, the great compassion dragon hand. The monk Jiren bellowed fiercely, unleashing a signature technique from the great Zen temple, infused with a hint of Buddhist radiance, which surged toward Yi Guchen, instantly obstructing his subsequent assault. This gave the others the precious moment they needed to evade and distance themselves from him. After all, the blood dragon sword is exceedingly sharp, and Yi Guchen's swordplay is notoriously intricate. The most troublesome aspect is that Yi Guchen's prowess is evidently superior to theirs. If they fail to respond cautiously and create some distance, they risk suffering devastating losses, potentially facing the swift and lethal strikes of Yi Guchen, akin to what happened with Yujizi, which would be utterly regrettable. If it were not for the new path I have discovered, I would certainly seek to assault the great Zen temple to witness their techniques firsthand, for their skills are indeed exquisite, Yi Guchen mused, unable to suppress his admiration. Yet, despite these contemplations, his actions showed no signs of hesitation. After being momentarily forced back by Jiren, he regained his balance and charged forward, resuming his relentless pursuit of the individuals before him. Indeed, it is a chase, at least from the perspective of an outsider. It appears to be nothing less than a blatant pursuit. Yi Guchen's relentless pursuit of the masterful figures is evident, but the situation is far from dire. While these masters may find themselves at a disadvantage, they are certainly not without the potential for counterattack. In the realm of skilled combatants, a single thought can shift the tides. Should Yi Guchen dare to relax even the slightest, he might find himself facing a combined assault from these masters. For in such circumstances, a minuscule error, one that would typically go unnoticed, could lead to dire consequences.